Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 91. Onaki, 4th Reikage, and others are naturally unwilling to give up willingly. The current situation is that Sage of 6 Paths and others are in a group. They say they are gathering the strength of everyone, but in fact the teammates they are looking for are the reincarnations of their own sons. May I ask what else is there to say? Then, there is the Konoha faction. Although there is no Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, its strength cannot be underestimated. Even if the Uchiha clan may not be involved, is this kind of thing accurate? With regard to the relationship between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and now that the truth of the ninja world has been exposed, Uchiha Madara is just a pawn after all, so his actions can be cleared? So, with the prestige of Senju Hashirama, is it difficult to get Uchiha Madara to join Konoha? Even if the other party doesn't want to, but with Senju Hashirama, well, basically it's okay. Judging from the current situation, for people like 4th generation 233 Reikage and Onaki, there is only one road ahead of them. Joint. The remaining 4 villages form an alliance to fight against the mighty Konoha. Only in this way can they deal with the follow-up battle, at least the gatekeeper must pass the level. As for the level of beating the floor master, well, don't think about it for the time being. People in the Akatsuki organization are fluctuating. After Nagato lost Rinnegan, the suppression power is naturally not very good, but because of Jiraiya, there is no trouble. It's not that I'm afraid of Jiraiya, but I'm afraid of the Konoha behind Jiraiya, or more simply, the appearance of Hari Senju Hashirama. Danzo is the most eager to start, because he urgently needs to make himself stronger, so he needs to gain points to become stronger by defeating the gatekeepers. Then, he was already satisfied with the 2 points Demiurge said. Because there are elites at the root, Danzo doesn't have to worry about forming a team at all. In addition, since there are elites at the root, he can directly choose team battles. Personal battle? That is impossible. Danzo would never have chosen to do so. If something goes wrong and Izanagi is forced to use it, it will be troublesome. Now I only have the Sharingan on my arm, and Shisui's eyes are gone, which is a great loss. Therefore, Sharingan is extremely precious and must not be wasted like this, so Danzo wants to let Gen rush to the forefront and charge for himself, while he needs to preserve his strength. Also, Uchiha Obito has shown up. However, for Namikaze Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi, etc., he directly chose to ignore. Wearing a mask, he chose to escape, just like his Mangeki Sharingan. It is because of the escape deep in my heart that I awakened Kamui. Now because I still wear a mask on my face, I just avoid it for granted, thinking that no one knows my identity. Anyway, as long as the mask is not broken and no one sees my face, it means that this matter is not a stone hammer. It's just that when Uchiha Madara saw Obito appearing, when he thought of what the other party had done, he immediately became angry, so he said it to Obito. He said in a cold voice, "Obito, UBD, I am making you responsible for nothing. My resurrection is not about making you do these nasty things under my banner." Uchiha Madara originally thought of infinite Tsukuyomi, but when he thought that Black Zetsu had cheated him, he couldn't say this, so he could only change his words and talk about the resurrection. Uchiha Madara, isn't it disgusting for you to act on your own? What qualifications do you have to say about me? Uchiha Obito roared angrily. You Uchiha Madara can do something despicable by yourself, can't I? You are the same as me, no one is better than the other. After all, Uchiha Obito still can't hold his breath. If he ignores Uchiha Madara, he can continue to struggle, that is, he has to admit that he is Uchiha Obito. But following his roar, it was obvious that he had already been stoned. Even with a mask on his face, it is basically not convincing. On the contrary, it has been confirmed, that is, the man in the mask is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara saw Uchiha Obito, who was like a bereaved dog, but showed pity in his eyes, and said softly, "Obito, forget it, you are just a poor wretch, a useless waste. Uchiha Madara, you have been tricked yourself, so don't say anything." Uchiha Obito is now fighting, and in the Tower of Babylon, he is not afraid of the curse mark left in his heart by the other party, so he is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he dared to continue clamoring with Uchiha Madara. "Don't you have any pitfalls in Uchiha Madara? Infinite Tsukuyomi? That's a joke." Originally, Uchiha Obito thought that this was a real plan to achieve peace, but who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would also be tricked by others? The real black hand behind the scenes is not Uchiha Madara, but Black Zetsuo. Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy, obviously hating her extremely. As for hating Uchiha Obito, or hating that Black Zetsu, well, it's hard to say. "Madara, you don't need to worry about these, what we need to do now is to enter the next level." Senju Hashirama comforted his good friend, hoping that the other party would not be affected. Uzumaki Mito saw it and felt very depressed. "Well, you Senju Hashirama, you know Uchiha Madara, what is this?" "I, Uchiha Madara, do things, and I don't need you to teach me." The arrogant Uchiha Madara definitely didn't accept it, and directly attacked Senju Hashirama. As for Tsutsuki, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but fell silent, as if thinking about whether his decision was right or not, while Tsutsuki Kagaya showed a mocking look after seeing this scene. Tsutsuki Hamura sighed and said in a low voice, "Brother, are you sure you want to do this? There won't be any problem, right?" "No, no. What can Tsutsuki say? Now I can only bite the bullet and say no. Anyway, people choose by themselves, so it can only be the default." At the same time, Demiurge looked at these people and said indifferently, "If you have already made up your mind, then please get ready, and you can start with the Gatekeeper's Battle Horse 4.5. Of course, everything is ready." Everyone in the ninja world answered in unison, expressing that they had already made preparations. Uchiha Obito is the saddest one. He can only be owned by one person now, but he has the ability of Kamui, so there is no need to worry about being unable to beat him. It is still very easy to deal with the Gatekeeper, but if you deal with Aces? That's hard to say, but what Uchiha Obito needs to do now is to pass the Gatekeeper first, and what about the so-called Floor Master? I will talk about it later, there is no need to think about it now. Demiurge was still very satisfied with the speed of the second batch of challengers. Being able to form a team and get ready so quickly undoubtedly saved a lot of time. Okay, then the first battle is the 4 Ninja Village Alliance vs Night Attack. Chapter 92. The first game is the allied forces formed by the 4 ninja villages of Yan, Yun, Wu, and Sand, and they are fighting against the Night Attack team among the Gatekeepers. As for the composition of the 4 ninja villages, they are Rock Shinobi's Onaki, Kurito, and Huangtu, Cloud Shinobi's 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, and the future 5th Raikage Darui, and Vunan's Terumi Mei and King Hikojuro, Sand Shinobi, 4th Kazekage Rosa and Beiki. Although there are still Gaara and others, but because these 3 belong to the first batch of challengers, they no longer need to fight against the Gatekeepers, so although these 3 belong to the allied side, they cannot participate in the operation for the time being. However, with the combined power of the 4 ninja village, there are 11 participants in the battle, including 4 cages and 3 future cages, as well as the elite forces in the village, plus 8 tails Jinkraki. There's no reason you can't beat it. And the allied army also thinks that way, and at the same time, they have to show the strength of their respective ninja villages, so as not to be overwhelmed by Konoha. The limelight is still up for grabs. Not only to re-establish self-confidence in the ninja world, but also to make a name for yourself in this tower, so that the many strong people on the floors above the first floor will know the power of our other ninja villages. Not weaker than Konoha. Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoji, and said coldly, "Humph, is that kid Onoji? Now Ninja World 01 is already like this? Does an old man still need to come out on the platform?" Onoji? Is it from Rock Shinobi? Why don't I have any impression? Senju Hashirama was immediately interested when he heard Uchiha Madara mentioning this person. After all, he is someone who can be remembered by Uchiha Madara, and his strength should not be weak. Well, probably. It's just ants, you and I can kill them at will. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully and said in a cold voice. Apparently, in Uchiha Madara's opinion, Onoji didn't think there was anything worth remembering, so saying so to Senju Hashirama. Madara, don't underestimate these juniors. I believe they will behave differently. Moreover, the ninja world is developing so rapidly, who knows what will happen in the future. So don't be so blindly arrogant, or keep humble. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara sneered directly, and said slowly, Hashirama, do you know that talking like this will make people disgusted? Senju Hashirama, who heard this, was naturally stunned. Then, he asked subconsciously, why? Because these rubbish can't beat you and me at all. This is an ironclad fact. Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to Onoji and others. He still felt that these were just weak people, who couldn't even beat himself and Senju Hashirama. Talk about the future? During the conversation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the battle between the 4 Ninja Village Alliance and the Night Attack Squad had already begun, and the fierce battle continued. Since the Night Attack went through 2 battles, the information has basically been leaked. Therefore, it can be said that the allied forces of Sinan Village can deal with it freely. For example, Susanoo was entangled by Killer Bee, while 4th Raikage found Brand, and had a direct collision with the other party. Armor? Then let my lightning-style chakram mode collide with you. Let's see if it's your armor or my lightning-style armor. After Susanoo confronted Killer Bee, the strongest tail beast under 9 tails undoubtedly suffered a disadvantage. Even though he became berserk, he still couldn't defeat the enemy, but was repeatedly suppressed by the perfect Jinkraki, Killer Bee, and defeat seemed to be a matter of time. Brand was also having a hard time. After entering the lightning-style chakram mode, 4th Raikage had a fierce collision with the opponent with absolute speed and absolute strength. After a few rounds, Brand has already faintly seen his decline, and it seems that he will lose at any time. As for 4th Raikage, he seemed very relaxed, so he said a little arrogantly, I haven't entered the strongest form yet, so I can't bear it. Brand didn't answer, but continued to wrestle with 4th Raikage. Armor versus armor, I will not lose. Brand has such a belief. But 4th Raikage saw Brand's persistence, and the expression on his face instantly became serious, and he looked at Brand with admiration in his eyes. Then, 4th Raikage said, if that's the case, then let me give you a big defeat. As soon as the words fell, 4th Raikage appeared in front of Brand in an instant, with lightning-style chakra gathered in his hands, and he slashed down fiercely with a hand knife. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Brand made this heavy blow, but the Taigu evil ghost-haunted operation armor couldn't defend against this impact. All the armor on his chest was shattered, and even Brand's chest was directly shattered. As a result, Brand suffered a serious injury at this time. Basically it was more or less ominous. Of course, for gatekeepers, even if they are dead, they can be resurrected. Furthermore, Brand felt that with the current injury, it would be better for him to die. Anyway, he could be resurrected later, but now he was suffering. Thinking of this, Brand spoke directly to 4th Raikage. You'd better make another cut and kill me directly, that would make me less uncomfortable, anyway, I can be resurrected. 4th Raikage. Your sister, what you said. After hearing these words, 4th Raikage was silent for a while. However, 4th Raikage finally complied, grabbing the opponent's neck with his lightning hand, and crushing Brand's throat through the armor. These gatekeepers are dead and can be resurrected at will. And if we die, although we can be resurrected, our status will be different. Thinking of the rules introduced by Demiurge before, the 4th generation Raikage understood that it is better not to die here, but as long as he can live, there is hope. That's right, can buy that guy do it? Fourth Raikage ignored these for the time being, and instead looked at Killer B. Fortunately, Killer B did not live up to his trust, and had already beat Na Susanoo violently. Well, that's good, since Konoha's Jinchuriki went berserk and can overthrow Susanoo, there's no reason why I can't do that perfect Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village. Cough cough, if it doesn't work, it's a shame up. The reason why Fourth Raikage brought Killer B instead of Wooden Golem from Airway was naturally worried that the power of the village would be weakened. Besides, if the two big Jinchuriki in his village are here, if something happens to the ninja world, Fourth Raikage will not be at ease if there is no strategic nuclear weapon. He's done one himself, and Killer B is almost there, so what else can he do? Fourth Raikage looked to one side of the battlefield, wondering what else he could do. Onaki has already conducted precise guidance in the air, and this guy's ability to fly is indeed a tricky ability, as if the fort over there has been suppressed by Onaki, there is no way to do it. Seeing Onoji, he easily destroyed the strongest firepower point on the night attack side, the fort, and Fourth Raikage had to praise that Onaki was really old and spicy. Chapter 93. As for the other party's son Huangtu and that granddaughter Haitu, their performances can also be said to be excellent, and looking at this young girl, Fourth Raikage knows that this guy must be Onoji's future heir. Just like what he did, not only his Fourth Raikage has already selected a successor, but Rock Shinobi has also done the same, so there is a successor. Although they are still very young people have unlimited possibilities, especially now that they can enter such a mysterious place, the upper limit of the future will be even higher. Fourth Raikage stopped paying attention to Rock Shinobi, and instead looked at Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, and found that these two parties were slightly inferior, and young people were not good enough. Mainly Mist Shinobi is too watery here, just the one who plays with knives, well, it's really too watery. And Tsunagakure still has a few outstanding youngsters, and they are still the fourth Kazekage children. Speaking of the performance of those three people, they are very good, but only very good. In particular, the one-tail Jinchuriki was completely uncontrollable. Compared with the Darui in my village and Onoji's granddaughter, there was still a clear gap. When Fourth Raikage thought of this, he immediately ignored Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The younger generation couldn't do it. In this way, our opponent of Uegakure, there is only one Uegakure. What? Konoha? Konoha is the absolute boss now, and there is no way to fight at all. Fourth Raikage still knows it in his heart. Of course, unless the shadow of our village is revived, that's okay, a little support. Let's say that there is no brand on the side of the night attack, and Susanoo can't compete with Killer B, and Main, who is the firepower point, is suppressed by Onaki, and he doesn't give a chance to fire at all, so now the night attack is nothing. Hoped for it. Of course, people like Chi Tong, Leonai and others are still fighting on the front line, fighting against Black Earth, Yellow Earth, Terumi Mei and others. Among them, Akahito faced Terumi Mei's group alone, and Kojuro was defeated by her, and he was already overthrown. Kojuro was the first to be defeated by the allied forces, followed by Beiki and Ao. It's normal for Beiki to lose, and Ching. How to say? Rolling Eyes is very powerful, but he dare not use it. Why? Because there are too many ruthless people in Konoha here. If Ching Zhen dares to roll his eyes, he will definitely be finished. First of all, second Hokage will never let it go, and will definitely ask for a supercilious look, even if it is not given, it must be destroyed. In this way, the loss outweighs the gain. After all, Mist Shinobi's loss is too great for this one white eye, and the previous sacrifices and this precious eye cannot be wasted just like this. Besides, Sharingan is so powerful, there is no reason to roll your eyes and have no breakthrough, right? Also, that woman named Tsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, seems to have supercilious eyes, right? In this way, Isn't there a way for Byan to evolve? And to do this, well, maybe you can think about it. After Qin had these ideas, he didn't use white eyes, but if he didn't use them, his combat power would be pretty bad. Therefore, just like Chongjuro, he was chopped to the ground by Kaitong. Of course, the dramatic thing is, Akahito didn't kill Kojuro, but buried Ao directly. The reason is that the use of the curse poison was not converted, that is, the poison of paralysis and fainting was not used, but the original deadly curse poison was used directly, so Qin was killed. In this way, after descending from the Tower of Babylon to the world of Hokage, 2 batches of challengers were invited, and finally the first person to die finally appeared. And this is the Jainin of Kirigakuer, the land of water Jainin of the water country Kirigakuer. Qing's death undoubtedly stimulated Terumi Mei, the 2 generals brought by her side, 1 dead and 1 injured. This performance undoubtedly shows the current weakness of Sunyan village. It can be said that there is really no one. Under extreme anger, Terumi Mei ushered in an explosion. Water-style mist shinobi technique. This 5th Mizukage spits thick mist from his mouth. The dense fog blurs the surrounding environment in a large area, which is used to hinder Chi Tong's vision. Sure enough, with the use of this ninjutsu, Kai Tong really didn't dare to act rashly, but she was silently sensing the killing intent around her. As long as Terumi Mei chooses to attack, Kai Tong can still respond in advance. The troublesome point is that he can't take the initiative to attack, and can only respond with a defensive counterattack. Lava-style solving monster technique. But Terumi Mei is determined to kill Kai Tong. She doesn't give the opponent any chance to fight back, and will fight the opponent foolishly. Now that she has the initiative, as long as she hides in the fog and performs ninjutsu, it is enough to kill the opponent. Although killing the other party can't save Qing, Terumi Mei has to do it. Because this is an attitude, otherwise it would be difficult for me to sit in Mizukage. Terumi Mei, who was hidden in the mist, spit out viscous and highly corrosive acid directly from her mouth. Due to the huge attack range and strong melting ability, she believed that this blow could make Kai Tong return to the west. And the direction was exactly as Terumi Mei imagined. Kai Tong really had no time to dodge, and there was no countermeasure, so it was directly melted away. Well, together with the knife, it was melted. However, Kai Tong can be revived, and as for Taigu, well, there are, and they are still the same. Terumi Mei didn't know about the latter, but she knew that Kai Tong could be revived, but Qing definitely couldn't be revived, so she was still quite depressed. Of course, will Qing choose to be resurrected? Terumi Mei doesn't know. According to the rules, she can choose, but she thinks that Qing probably won't choose, or even if she chooses resurrection, so what? Is it really possible to get rid of the resurrected slave character? At that time, the end will only be more tragic, so Terumi Mei thinks it is better not to be resurrected, unless he has the strength to win 10 life and death battles in a row, otherwise it is best not to choose this way. With Kai Tong's death, Night Raid has lost 2 of its most powerful players, namely Brand and Kai Tong. One was killed by 4th Raikage, and the other was killed by 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. It's just that 4th Raikage killed Brand without loss, but Terumi Mei paid the price of 1 death and 1 injury, and thus killed Chi Tong. Similarly, 4th Kazekage didn't have an easy time here. After defeating Lubbock and Hill, they also paid a heavy price. Yes, Baki died of serious injuries. Since it was a critical moment in the battle, no one would rescue him, so Baki lost too much blood and died in the end. He was cut in half by Hill, and Gala Burke cut his body with ever-changing changes. It is absolutely a miracle that he still has a breath. However, it was precisely because of this breath that he lived a little longer than Qing. Because Qing died directly, and he lived a little longer before dying. So the difference is that Ao is the first to die and Baki is the second. 4th Kazekage's face is ugly, the village is already weak enough, but now a Jainin is dead? Let me ask you a question, Can Luo Shan not hate the two people on the other side of the night attack? So the shot was heavy, killing Hill and Lubbock directly. Chapter 94. The deaths of Hill and Lubbock undoubtedly added to the injuries of the Night Raiders. Because there are no two members of Admiral, so now there are only Nachton, Maine, Leone, and Chelsea, plus the destroyed Susanoo. Looks like it can't be delayed any longer. Lois and Black Soil, hurry up and kill those two. I'll kill that guy who plays with guns. Seeing that everyone else was in a mess, Onoki immediately ordered the fight to end as soon as possible. Naturally, the Lois and Black Soil received it, and they all responded, understood. After the words fell, Huang Tu and Hei Tu attacked at the same time, and both of them used the same ninjutsu. Earth-style fist rock. The two turned their right hands into hard rock fists, and increased the hardness and weight. Then, both the Lois and the Black Soil swung this blow at Leone. As for Onoki, after he quickly dealt with Maine, he held back Najazitten and Chelsea, did not give them a chance to rescue, and then added super-weighted rock technique to his son and granddaughter's ninjutsu. In this way, the power of Rock Fist has been improved and strengthened, and Leone's Taigu, no matter how resilient it is finally defeated under this double blow. However, Leone's Lion King Taigu is indeed powerful, and there is still a breath left. And Leone also made his own request just like Brand. 043. Please kill me, I don't want to suffer. After all, it is still possible to be resurrected, so it is better to die and then be resurrected, so as not to suffer like this. Number T. Lois. After hearing this, the father and daughter naturally felt that Leone's request was very strange. But then the father and daughter realized that people can be resurrected, so what's the point? After that, the two put an end to Leone's. It's not difficult to get rid of a seriously injured person. At the same time, after watching the defeat of the night attack, Leviathan has already output to Aces. There is no hope for night raid here. Aces, as the floor master of the first floor, what do you have to say? A huge flying dragon is hovering in the air, and above the body of the flying dragon is a huge stand, which is the commentary stand for the host. It just so happens that Leviathan and Shimai Merowin are both explaining here, and Aces is also here, so it is most righteous for Leviathan to attack her. You ask me what I think. Aces didn't mind being asked, she said softly, oh, to be honest, Abs, the gatekeepers on the first floor are still a little weaker, but if you know the challengers 2 people died here, so you can't say that our challenger is not strong enough. After a pause, Acetus smiled, and after taking another look, he said, by the way, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance is really shameful, as it seems that there were no casualties in Konoha Genin before. The situation, instead, there were casualties in the alliance of 4 ninja villages. Does that mean that Konoha deserves to be the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, and the remaining 4 ninja villages are really just a number? At this time, Senju Tobirama, who was watching the battle below, couldn't help but change his face when he heard this. He frowned and said, wouldn't you be hating Konoha by talking like this? Second Grandpa, that's what people say, and we can't help it. It's better to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Tsunade smiled wryly, saying that there is no way, can't we ask others to reason? If we really go, will people take care of it? Besides, maybe someone will reveal some black material, and it is still black material from Konoha. Senju Tobirama. This is true, like Shemming Maruin and the others, they will definitely not care about it. Who cares about monsters, demon kings, and people like Aces? They are all in the same group, and it is definitely impossible to control them, so even if I have opinions, I have nothing to do, so it is better not to have opinions. Besides, although the other party's words are to bring hatred to Mue, it is also true. With Konoha's current strength, there is really no need to be afraid of anything. Similarly, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance must be unhappy when they heard Ace's mocking words. Especially the hot-tempered and impatient 4th Raikage, it was even more unpleasant. But the question is, what can be done? As with Senju Tobirama, there's really nothing you can do about it. Like Shemming Maruan, Leviathan, etc., people can make fun of them casually, but I can't make trouble for them, but Acetus can still make trouble for them. But the problem is looking for trouble. Can you beat it? The 4 Ninja Village Alliance pretended not to hear it, and instead launched a general attack on the remaining personnel of the night attack, and let the battle be over first. With Onaki, 4th Raikage, and others taking action, and Killer Bee assisting from the side, the night attack was completely wiped out. After all, there are 4 shadows and a perfect Jinkraki. If you can't win, then don't mess around. The winner Shinin Village Alliance. In the air, Shimai Maruan and Leviathan announced the result. As for Demiurge, he naturally returned to the previous state, introducing the situation of the battle and maintaining order. This is different from the situation of the battle floor masters, who don't need to be on the front line to score points as a referee, so Demiurge's job is much easier. Because the battle is over, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance has also withdrawn, and the next thing is... Yes, Demiurge came out again to announce the 2 sides in the battle. Next is Hunter Squad versus Danzo Squad. With the announcement of the 2 sides, everyone's eyes are on Danzo's side. Yes, everyone is concerned about what will happen to Danzo, especially the 4 Ninja Village Alliance, so they are naturally happy to watch the show. After all, this is a big drama on Konoha's side. Although Danzo didn't say anything himself, as far as his previous actions are concerned, it is obvious that he has decided to leave Konoha. In the final analysis, Danzo has no choice but to leave Konoha, there is no other way. Danzo with the hunter? Senju Tobirama was a little surprised that it belonged to Danzo, but he undoubtedly paid close attention to this battle, especially since Danzo has Uchiha's Sharingan and his elder brother's cells on him. Since it is the power of Senju and Uchiha, what effect can Danzo exert? Senju Tobirama is very concerned about this point. You must know that he is the developer of countless forbidden techniques, and he still has a lot of experience in researching this aspect, so since Danzo is going to play, there is no reason not to pay attention. Danzo didn't seem to notice the eyes of everyone, but slowly came to the arena. Along with them, there are hundreds of elites from the roots. Yes, Danzo brings quite a few people. Therefore, Danzo is confident. After all, this is 4 people against hundreds of elite root organizations, so this is definitely my advantage. Danzo, with so many people, are you going to fight? Onoki couldn't help complaining when he saw that Danzo had brought so many people on stage. There is no way, I really can't help it, I can only complain. And 4th Raikage wanted to say it, but seeing Onoji said it first, he could only nod and agree, that's right, are you afraid of death, or are you not confident? Chapter 95. Danzo naturally ignored these mocking words, but focused on the current battle. Although it is my advantage, Danzo knows that the elite of his hundreds of roots can play a role with only a limited number of 10 or 20 people. These are the most core personnel in my hands, and the remaining ones are indeed elite, but do you expect to survive here? That is obviously impossible. Therefore, Danzo must maximize the value of these people, that is to say, he must be used wisely as cannon fodder. You can't lose too much now, at least you have to use it as cannon fodder in the main battle with the lower layer, that's the most appropriate way. As long as the 20 most core people under him are fine, as long as the rest of them die well and can exert their maximum value, that's enough. Go ahead, don't show mercy. Danzo coldly issued an order, asking the root elite to move. The members of these root organizations were all loyal to Danzo, so they all obeyed the order and rushed out. The hunters represented by Haitong, Liwa, Will, and Lan are completely different from Night Raiders. They belong to Ace's troops and are the most loyal. Therefore, Haitong and the others will never give in or shrink back easily. For example, if they were taken to the Tower of Babylon in the night attack, and became Ace's subordinates, their previous aspirations have long since disappeared. As a gatekeeper, he is only responsible for completing the work. Anyway, there is no hope of climbing up, so he is always suppressed by astes, so he can simply put it badly. After all, everyone hates ascetus in night raids, so the general work attitude is to fight if you can beat it, and don't waste your energy if you can't beat it. To put it bluntly, the mentality is completely different. The hunter here is fighting against you. Unless you really can't beat it, you must win it. Therefore, the mentality of this night raid is different from that of the hunter, and the combat power displayed is also different. For example, unless some kind of will is really aroused on the night raid side, it is impossible for Chu to fight like this. The previous fight with 12 Xiaoqiang was a bit interesting, but in the end he fell under Naruto's berserk. However, this is actually a bit of bad luck. If there is no Naruto to cheat, night raid can really win here. It's a pity that if you encounter one that is open and hanging, then there is really no way. Seeing Danzo's actions, 4th Raikage hid himself behind and did not move, but let his subordinates go up. That must be unacceptable, thinking which boss is not the one who is at the forefront? So it's no wonder Danzo's rubbish can't be Hokage's. Thinking of this, 4th Raikage taunted without hesitation, Danzo, the old silver coin, seems to be winning by the number of people. It seems to be yes, but judging from the current situation, well, this idea is unlikely. Onoki touched his big nose, and then said something leisurely. Let's not talk about Danzo, but there is this guy. 4th Kazekage suddenly said something, but he didn't finish his sentence. However, although the words were not finished, the few shadows present were all human beings, so they naturally heard the implication of these words. It was nothing more than saying that Konoha could be disgusted by the presence of the other party. Then, Terumi Mei couldn't help laughing softly, and said meaningfully, indeed, Danzo is the hero. That's true. Soon, several shadows reached a consensus. Danzo, they definitely can't move, but if possible, they still need to help. No matter what the other party wants to do, at least for a short time, Konoha cannot be removed, but to help the other party survive. Only in this way can Konoha's energy be restrained, regardless of whether it is useful or not. Anyway, just think about it like this, if you imagine it like this, it can't be something, right? Konoha here. Tsunade knew very well who was in charge now, so she didn't ask Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, but directly asked her second grandfather. Second grandpa, about Danzo. Senju Tobirama has no intention of letting Danzo go, he has already listed him as a traitor, and then it will be a matter of liquidation, but this is not done by himself, but needs his granddaughter to come forward. Yes, this is for the merits of Tsunade. It can be regarded as a certificate of honor, which solved the cancer in the village, and then succeeded to the throne logically. It is a very reasonable process. Tsunade, we will not directly intervene in these matters, what needs to be done now is to let a new Hokage come out. Senju Tobirama lowered his voice and said slowly. Hearing what his second grandfather said, Tsunade knew exactly what it meant, so he quickly interrupted Senju Tobirama and recommended 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Then it's the 4th generation, he is the youngest, if Konoha is taken over by him again, then the vigor will be there all at once, and it won't be as lifeless as it is now. I didn't have a choice before, but now I have a choice, so I won't be a 5th Hokage. Tsunade is determined not to go, so she has no intention of jumping into this pit. Zero looking for flowers. 4th generation is okay, but I can't say it's okay, anyway. Senju Tobirama doesn't know Namikaze Minato very well, so his first choice is Tsunade's. Senju Hashirama quickly grabbed Senju Tobirama, and said with a serious face, Tobirama, don't make decisions casually, and if Tsuna can't do it, the village will go bankrupt. Tsunade. The fist is hard. Grandpa, what do you mean? Tsunade here clenched his fists, feeling very bad. Bankruptcy? Is it so exaggerated? Hehe, the position of Hokage. Uchiha Madara naturally heard it, and her tone was quite yin and yang, obviously there was something in her words. Xiao Tsuna has my help? What are you afraid of? Senju Tobirama ignored Uchiha Madara, but continued to discuss with Senju Hashirama, apparently to convince his elder brother. Tsunade likes to gamble? Is this a problem? Can I compare with you? What was it like before? Isn't it still arranged clearly by me? And as long as Tsunade becomes the 5th Hokage, with my assistance at that time, there will be no big problem. Xiao Gang is really much stronger than you, an idiot brother. I believe my work will be much easier, so there is no reason why I can't. Anyway, I must be more obedient than you, and this is fine. Tobirama, you can't say that. Tsunade is still not good enough. Senju Hashirama didn't compromise, but felt that Tsunade was really bad. It's just that although Senju Hashirama is very strong, he is far inferior to his younger brother in terms of decision-making. In addition, Senju Tobirama is really good at handling government affairs, so he is also full of confidence. It's not up to you to say whether it's okay or not, it's up to me to decide. But after Senju Tobirama said this, Uchiha Izuna suddenly interrupted and said, "Hey, Senju Tobirama, what qualifications do you have to decide?" "I, Uchiha, can't decide." Hearing this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help looking over, sized up Uchiha Izuna, and sneered disdainfully. Then, Senju Tobirama asked again, "Are you Uchiha Izuna, a ninja from Konoha?" "Yes, Uchiha Izuna died before Konoha was formed. Therefore, he is not considered Konoha." However, Uchiha Izuna didn't panic at all, instead he said coldly, "Hey, Senju Tobirama, I'm from the Uchiha family, what do you think?" Chapter 96. Senju Tobirama obviously had already dealt with it, and glanced at Uchiha Fukiyo who was standing not far away. Then, he said slowly, "You have to ask the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. After all, whether your brother is a member of the Uchiha clan is also a question. And do you, Uchiha Izuna, follow your eldest brother or choose the Uchiha clan?" Debatable. After a pause, Senju Tobirama continued, "Yes, if you choose the Uchiha family, then you have to be obedient. Go away, it's impossible." Uchiha Izuna's face was black, and he was extremely unhappy. After expressing his opinion angrily, Uchiha Izuna continued, "Also, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan can only be my eldest brother, as for this trash. Humph, don't be kidding. There is only one patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and that is my elder brother Uchiha Madara. 867 As for other people, hehe, let's forget it. Especially Uchiha Tomijayaka, it's a piece of crap. Does it match? Fit to be a patriarch? With a hammer, get out." After Uchiha Izuna solemnly stated his position, he uttered harsh words to Senju Tobirama, emphasizing that what the Uchiha family should have must not be lost. "Also, I have to warn you, what Uchiha should have, can't be without. And as far as this implication is concerned, if you can't meet your own requirements, then the Uchiha family will never give up." Hearing this, Senju Tobirama showed disdain, and said coldly, "Do you think I am Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen? Just those two shameful things, they are not capable of suppressing your Uchiha clan, but I am different." Suppress. Uchiha Izuna became angry instantly, and turned to complain to Uchiha Madara in a fit of anger, shouting angrily, "Did you hear that? Brother, this guy is too crazy, he must show some color." It's just that Uchiha Madara didn't care about these things. Instead, he looked at his younger brother with a serious face and asked, "Izuna, are you going to bring the current Uchiha clan back to Konoha? Although there are not many people in the Uchiha clan, but now these people have opened Manjiki Sharingan, so this kind of Uchiha clan is the strongest. Because there are no old, weak, sick, and disabled people who need to worry about it, there are only a group of people who have opened Mangeki Sharingan. How can I ask this kind of power, except for Senju Hashirama who can ignore it? Of course, Hashirama has himself to hold on to. In this way, my younger brother brought those few. Wait a minute, the rest of the Uchiha clan have all opened Mangeki Sharingan, but there are 2 second 5 sons among them, and one is the last generation of waste patriarch. Finally, Uchiha Yuri, how about her position? Uchiha Madara felt that the other party was the Uchiha clan who recognized Konoha, not the Uchiha clan. To put it bluntly, the thinking of the two is not the same. My younger brother is mainly from the Uchiha clan, which is still the thinking of the Sengoku era. As for Uchiha Madara, well, when he was planning to leave, no one from his clan was willing to follow him, so he abandoned the Uchiha clan a long time ago. If it wasn't for the fact that his younger brother still misses the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara would be too lazy to care about these ruins. Yes. Uchiha Izuna didn't know what his elder brother was thinking, but said very firmly, "Brother, the Uchiha family is treated so unfairly, I must never sit back and watch the Uchiha family be treated like this, and I must let Konoha understand that I, the Uchiha clan, are by no means easy to bully." Senju Tobirama didn't save face, and mocked in a cold voice, "If you want to prove this point, first deal with the internal affairs of your Uchiha clan, and then talk about these things at that time." After a pause, Senju Tobirama added, "In addition, the Uchiha clan has always been a member of Konoha, and one of your 2 brothers is a traitor, and the other is not a member of Konoha for some reason, so Uchiha Madara coming back can be called returning, but you Uchiha Izuna is joining, that is, joining Konoha." Senju Tobirama, what are you holding back? Why do I always feel awkward listening to these words? Uchiha Izuna frowned, vaguely feeling that these words were not right. Asked subconsciously. Strange, am I thinking too much? No, Senju Tobirama is not a nice guy, there is definitely a lot to be said for this. Besides, is my elder brother a traitor? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna said angrily, "Wait, is my elder brother a traitor? He just left the village, where did he come from?" He Uchiha Madara tried to take away the Uchiha clan, and then he brought 9 tails to attack the village. As far as what he did, what else could it be if it wasn't rebellion? It can be said that Senju Tobirama is not panicking at all, instead he explained to Uchiha Izuna the issue of rebellion. Then, after talking about Renan, Senju Tobirama explained about Uchiha Izuna. Is there? Am I telling the truth? You, Uchiha Izuna, are not a part of Konoha, but your elder brother Uchiha Madara is, and he is also the elder. But you, Uchiha Izuna, are not, and now join Konoha? How do you put it? Personally, I feel that it can be understood as hugging the thigh, and it still joins the most luxurious chariot. When Uchiha Madara heard this, his face sank immediately, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he said coldly, "Senju Tobirama, don't go too far, why my brother is like this, isn't it because of you? At that time we were on the hostile side, you Uchiha Madara will not forget it." Senju Tobirama is still calm, and the reason given is very good. After a pause, Senju Tobirama went on to say, "Besides, I'm doing it to save face, plus you made a lot of contributions in the early days of Konoha's establishment, that's why I say you're returning. This face is already enough. Don't you have enough face for yourself? If you really don't give face, that's what you said. Otherwise I'd be like saying Uchiha Izuna, saying you're here for a thigh hug." Saying that, Senju Tobirama changed his words again, "Oh, no, it should be surrender. After all, you were defeated by my elder brother, and then you decided to join, so it is right to surrender." 4.8 Tobirama, what nonsense are you talking about? We are a union, why join? Senju Hashirama reprimanded sharply, very dissatisfied with his brother. Uchiha Madara sneered, with a face full of disdain, and said in a contemptuous tone, "Hashirama, as I said earlier, your brother is not very good." After witnessing this scene, Tsunade couldn't help laughing dryly, and said in a low voice, "Second grandpa, your mouth. If her second grandfather is so fierce, this fifth Hokage can't do anything. Otherwise, will I still have a good life in the future? Why didn't you find out before? Oh, one thing is that I am young, and the other is that the second grandpa is busy, and I often play with the elder grandpa. That is when I got infected with gambling." Well, that's right, that's what it is. Chapter 97. Tower of Babylon, Top Floor. Following the exchange on Konoha's side, Qin Mu, who was watching, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, what a talent this Senju Tobirama is! No way, just what Senju Tobirama said to the two brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna is true. Qin Mu couldn't hold back. Although some statements about Uchiha Madara are not true, but when it comes to Uchiha Madara's surrender, well, in a sense, it is true that Senju Hashirama defeated the opponent, and then Uchiha Madara joined. Speaking of surrender, well, it is also possible. But it is still a bit far-fetched. After all, the situation of Uchiha Madara is different. They are also really powerful, and they also made great contributions during the establishment of Konoha. This point, Senju Tobirama himself did not deny. However, about saying Uchiha Izuna, well, there's nothing wrong with that. The other party wants to join Konoha now. It is true that it is a bit of a hug, even if his own strength is not weak, but compared with the current Konoha, the dead three shadows are officially resurrected and returned, and the former 0129 Tails Jinchuriki, the strongest of the Uzumaki clan. Once these five people are revived, Yunyi's strength is still number one in the ninja world. After all, one Senju Hashirama is enough to flatten the ninja world, and there are still Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato behind, plus Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Well, except for those few people, there are still Ninja World. Who is the opponent? For Ninja Village Alliance? Isn't that a joke? Yakumo Zi, Poluna, Axes Neil, and the others couldn't help but look at Qin Mu's, and exchanged opinions with each other. After that, they asked in unison, "No, is it that funny?" "Yes, it's a little bit, but it's nothing." Qin Mu was still smiling, but he was already restraining himself and said it was nothing. However, Yakumo Zi and the others had already picked up their interest, and they didn't care about the live broadcast for the time being, but wanted to ask Qin Mu what to laugh about. Similarly, Lily Bell, who had just cleaned up the little evil god, was also quite interested in this. It's definitely not an ordinary joke that can make you laugh like this. As Lily Ling said, in her opinion, even Qin Mu laughing so happily must not be a simple joke. Qin Mu. I can only say one thing, the point you are focusing on. It is really wrong. Obviously, Qin Mu didn't intend to say anything, but wanted to change the subject. Actually, it's nothing, you guys should continue watching the live broadcast. Of course, this set of rhetoric is not very effective, like Zi Yakumo said very directly, if he doesn't say it, doesn't he treat us as fools? I'm really skeptical now, is there something he's hiding from us, so we can't be fooled? The expression on Poluna's face gradually became serious, and she thought there must be something wrong with it, then you can't be fooled by perfunctory. Tower of Babylon, first floor. While Konoha was still talking about things, the situation on the field changed suddenly, and Danzo's side had gradually gained the upper hand. In the final analysis, the root organization in Danzo's hands is indeed a large number of elites, with hundreds of elite members and 20 core elites. Defeating this hunter is indeed a no-brainer. Although the hunter has strong beliefs and strength, he still loses after a long fight against a large number of root members with excellent coordination. After seeing this scene, Leviathan shook his head directly, obviously very dissatisfied. However, she glanced at Ace, and immediately began to mock. Ace, your men are too hip. Yes, what will you do then? It was impossible for Ace to bear the barrage of ridicule one after another. She sneered and said, only these people, I can freeze them casually. What kind of person is Danzo? And Hunter's side is actually not bad, but the root members are all emotionless killing machines, so after paying 7 casualties, they finally won. However, that's the loss of 7 people, and Danzo's road is not easy. Yes, I know that our Ice Empress is amazing, but so what? You are only the master of the first floor. Leviathan first complimented, then changed the subject and taunted stand up. Acetus. The floor master of the first floor, what's wrong? But Ace didn't care much about it, instead he fell silent, and looked at Leviathan with a sneer on his face. Then, after Ace stared at it for a while, she said, I am the floor master of the first floor, what's the problem? What? You, Leviathan, are just a host and commentator, so what can Zhang rely on? No problem, but your subordinates are so, that's the problem. Leviathan raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect Ace to not care, but she then gave another a set of sayings. Yes, you have no problem, but your subordinates do. Leviathan obviously wanted to trouble Ace earlier, so she was determined to make trouble. However, Ace was not flustered, but coped with it freely, and said blankly, the hunters are my subordinates, but the night raiders are not, and they are just gatekeepers, and they happen to belong to the first layer, that's all. At this time, Shemming Maruan stopped Leviathan, who was still wanting to continue talking, and instead said, Leviathan, you should say a few words less. If you let it go on like this, then there is a real problem, and I obviously don't want to see it. Shemming Maruan knew what she should do, so she stopped Leviathan by speaking out, and did not give the other party a chance to continue. 953. Leviathan stared at Shemming Maruan with gloomy eyes, and asked with a dark face, Shemming Maruan, which side are you from? What are you going to do? I'm neither, I'm just neutral. Of course, I didn't intend to do anything, just keep you two calm. Facing Leviathan's questioning, Shemming Maruan naturally answered calmly, expressing that he was completely neutral and didn't have any thoughts, just wanted you to keep calm. You talk like that, I don't believe it. It's a pity that Leviathan expressed his disbelief, and still complained to himself. Of course, the above comments did not affect Demiurge, he was still faithfully performing what he was supposed to do. Danzo team wins, Hunter retires. While Demiurge announced the result, he also let a professional medical team enter to take away the Hunter, and this was to take him away for resurrection. After all, we still need to continue fighting, instead of saying that we have to wait any longer. It seems that the Night Strike who just died has been resurrected and has come to the scene. Next match, Akatsuki vs Night Attack Squad. After Demiurge announced the next duel and heard that Akatsuki was going to play, everyone's eyes fell on Akatsuki's side. With the leader Nagato losing Rinnegan, Black Zetsu has also run away, and the internal conflict broke out in Akatsuki. Chapter 98. After all, the people in this organization are all rebellious, and few of them are kind. Before, Nagato suppressed it by force, but now, after losing Rinnegan, will Nagato still have the pressure? Of course, apart from these issues that need to be concerned, what is even more surprising is that Uchiha Itachi did not choose to return to Konoha, but chose to stay with Akatsuki, obviously to participate in the subsequent customs clearance challenge as a member of Akatsuki. Konan stood beside Nagato, and said with concern, Nagato, how about you? Let's play. After Nagato lost Rinnegan, the burden was gone. And he, who was originally skinny, now looks like a human being, and he is no longer the inhuman form of Rinnegan. Although the legs are still very inconvenient, with Konan's support, there is no problem. Although there is no Rinnegan, but his own strength is not weak. He has 6 kinds of chakra nature transformation, and his ability is by no means weak. However, there are some problems with vision, but I am not alone, there is Konoha by my side, and the others are irrelevant. If you are willing to stay in Akatsuki's organization, then you can stay, and if you don't want, Nagato will not force it. After all, he doesn't have that strength anymore. After losing Rinnegan, Nagato knows very well that he doesn't have the ability to completely suppress Akatsuki, so naturally he won't force it. Scorpion was the third to start, followed by Deidara. Afterwards, Kakuzu also followed, and said in a low voice, "Money is king, so add money anyway." Kakuzu is not interested in how the Xia organization develops, as long as he can make money for himself. If you act in the future, you have to pay more. Hiden? More so-called, anyway, let yourself fight. The greatness of the evil god must make these people understand that I have a great mission. Since Uchiha Itachi decided to stay, he naturally made a choice, so he followed, and then it was Kisame's turn. In this way, besides the running Black Zetsu, the Akatsuki organization also has Uchiha Obito who has left. Currently, all members are playing. Nagato, Konoha, Scorpion, Deidara, Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, Hiden, exactly 8 people. Boss, we happen to belong to 8 people, are you okay now? Hiden's mouth is particularly poisonous, and he still doesn't forget to kill himself, and deliberately teased Nagato. But Nagato was non-committal about this, and said coldly, "Just take care of yourself, don't be killed by others." "Haha, I'm not dead, leader, don't worry." Hiden laughed wildly, expressing that he wasn't worried at all. "Hiden, you idiot, people know your information like the back of your hand, your role is already negligible, and they won't give you a chance to get close, so you should still be a human shield, and let me do the output." Kakuzu had already given up hope for Hiden. Judging from the previous situation, his own intelligence had already been exposed. There was no reason to say that it could be so. Therefore, he thought that Hiden was still suitable as a meat shield, and he should stop thinking about it. What the hell? Of course, Hiden definitely didn't think so, instead he questioned Kakuzu's decision, shouting, "Kakuzu, are you crazy? I'm immortal. There's a fart for it." Kakuzu smiled dismissively and said in a contemptuous tone. "Kakuzu, first Hokage is there now, do you want to talk about your great achievements? Didn't you boast that you fought Senju Hashirama for 300 rounds? Come on, you continue to speak now, you have to use the tone you said to me before, and you must express it in its original flavor." Damn it, I knew this idiot would keep talking. And the facts are indeed like this damn BD is really talking nonsense. "Hashirama, you still fight with people for 300 rounds. When Uchiha Madara heard this, she was immediately unhappy. Who can fight Hashirama for 300 rounds, besides him, is there anyone else? No, this will never be tolerated." Uzumaki Mito was not very happy to hear Uchiha Madara's tone, she was thinking about you Uchiha Madara, what is this for? Of course, she doesn't think that a small character like Kakuzu can fight her husband for 300 rounds, and only Uchiha Madara, damn it, why should I say that? Thinking that he actually recognized Uchiha Madara, this undoubtedly made Uzumaki Mito's face very ugly. "Brother, why didn't I know about this?" Naturally, Senju Tobirama must understand the situation if he wants to ask. Besides this Uchiha Madara, who else can fight my big brother for 300 rounds? Senju Hashirama. How do I know? Don't ask me. At this moment, Senju Hashirama can be said to be confused and completely unable to understand. Who is Kakuzu? If you can really fight against me, there is no reason why I can't remember. After all, he was able to survive under his own hands. It is impossible for Senju Hashirama to say that he does not remember. Hashirama, why are you silent? Seeing that Senju Hashirama did not answer, Uchiha Madara naturally continued to ask. I don't know, I don't remember it at all, and it's impossible. Senju Hashirama shook his head, saying that there's no reason why he couldn't remember it if he had fought with him before. Senju Hashirama said that he had no impression, and had no idea what was going on. Then, Shimei Maruan, a reporter with many inside stories, finally stood up to answer everyone's doubts. Of course you don't have the impression that Kakuzu threw a shuriken from a long distance, and then ran away without looking back. Didn't meet face to face. And following Shimei Maruan's sudden revelation, after learning the truth behind it, everyone fell silent one after another. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. Ninja people. Guys, is this a fight? Come on, I can only say that this guy's face is too thick. At first I thought it was how to fight, but is it such a fight? Akatsuki organization here. Except for Kakuzu himself, everyone looked at each other with strange eyes. In fact, in the previous battles, with regard to the combat power shown by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, everyone on Akatsuki's side knew that Kakuzu was blowing water, and it was impossible to say that he really fought against Senju Hashirama. However, in the eyes of Nagato and others, the truth should be. Kakuzu attacked Senju Hashirama, but Senju Hashirama fought back easily, and finally was defeated easily. And this is where Kakuzu really fought Senju Hashirama, but according to Shimei Maruan, Kakuzu chose to run away without even fighting. Or in Kakuzu's perception, since I have already thrown the shuriken, isn't that the same as fighting? What are you looking at? Even Kakuzu has always been thick-skinned, but being stared at by his teammates like this, he couldn't help but become angry from embarrassment. Chapter 99. Seeing Kakuzu being so irritable, Hoshigaki Kisame's shark face finally showed a warm and innocent smile again. Then, Ganshi Gaixia said like this, "It's nothing, I just think your face is too thick." As soon as the words came out, Syat, Haiden and the others nodded silently, expressing that what they said was true. Kakuzu's face under the mask was getting darker and darker, but he knew he couldn't say it, who made it a fact. Besides, who made me keep bragging about this before? So it is obviously very normal to be backlashed now. And Kakuzu didn't bother to refute, anyway, he had already lost his face, so instead of struggling to explain, it's better to take action directly. As for face or something, compared to money, it really means nothing. Yes, money is very important, don't worry about your face. Fire style head hard. Kakuzu's first move was a killer move, which released all the masked monsters. Although she knew that Kakuzu was diverting her attention, Akatsuki really didn't talk about it anymore, but threw herself into the battle. Haiden is still the same old way, he is about to harvest with the sickle, and wants to use it to activate his own secret technique, but for the people on the night raid side, the information they have already learned will naturally not give them a chance. Besides, although Haiden is an immortal body, once it is attacked, it will still hurt and bleed, so this immortal body still has a little moisture. Not to mention the comparison with those powerful immortals, even if it is a comparison with Tsutsuki Kagaya, it is the younger brother. It just so happens that there is a firepower output point of Mayin on the side of the night attack, and it keeps suppressing artillery fire. This made Haiden very uncomfortable, and he couldn't get close at all. It's so annoying, can you guys come and take that firepower point? While enduring the attack, Haiden shouted for pain and backed away, and at the same time shouted for someone to deal with Main as soon as possible. Tisk tisk, no problem, leave this to me. Deodara flew into the air on a giant bird, and while preparing a large amount of explosive clay, he shouted excitedly, "Haha, art is explosive, this girl is a bit interesting." Obviously, Deodara still appreciates the firepower output of Main. Doesn't the opponent's shelling equal to an explosion? Although it is an attack in the form of energy, as long as it hits the target, it will explode and destroy it, so this is similar to its own explosion. Of course, the most correct explosion must be my own, only this kind of explosion is the real art. Grandpa, it's Deidara Ni-chan. The future leg shadow pointed to Deidara in the air, and hurriedly spoke to his grandfather. I see, you don't need to tell me. Onaki had met Deidara a long time ago, but when he saw that the other party was still the same, he didn't make any progress, so he immediately became angry and said something in a very unhappy tone. Black soil. Seeing that her grandfather was very irritable, Haito naturally knew what was going on, so she stopped talking to Onaki and talked to Deidara instead. Deidara, come on, don't lose. Deidara, who was sitting on the giant bird, heard this and almost lost his balance and fell down. He was very upset and shouted at Haito, Haito, don't bother me. Deidara-nichan, don't lose, I won easily, so don't lose. Haito didn't care what Deidara said, instead he talked to Deidara repeatedly. As for this scene, fourth Raikage saw it and couldn't help laughing. Tsutsuki, your village is very interesting. After hearing this, Onaki had a dark face, obviously understanding what the other party meant, but because of Deidara's problem, he didn't bother to talk to fourth Raikage. If it is really torn down, it will be endless, so Onaki knows exactly what to do. As for fourth Raikage, he won't make an inch of it, but just make fun of it. After all, we are still allies now, so we can't go too far. Deidara is a little eager to prove himself because of Haito's words, who made Haito question himself like this, so he can't bear it. The explosive, abs, clay had fallen and Deidara made the Madara enchanted. Following this shout, explosions sounded continuously, and the clay was all directed at Ma Yin. However, Chelsea is not a vegetarian. Since she understands magic, it is not just offensive magic, but also defensive magic. It's just that Deidara is desperately making explosions, and Chelsea's magic barrier may not last long, so Ma Yin decided to take the initiative. Shoot Deidara in the air with the romance fort pumpkin. Miss. Deidara was provocative while dodging. However, Deidara is not finished yet, the vehicle he was riding has been punctured. Red eyes. After seeing Deidara fall, Najazitten decisively ordered Kai Tong to attack. Chi Tong abandoned her opponent and ran towards Deidara's instead. Susanoo is fighting Uchiha Itaki, Nagato, Konan are fighting Leone and herself, Chelsea is protecting Main and fighting Deidara, Scorpion. Chelsea's magic skills have improved a lot, and she is able to fight against scorpions while supporting the magic barrier. As for Ma Yin, after she shot down Deidara, she quickly joined the technical Nuanshan. After all, this is her job, so once she has the opportunity, support is a must. Hoshigaki Kisame was stalked by Brand, unable to take care of others. Kakuzu fights Lubbock, Hill eyes Haiden. If Deidara is stared at by Kaitong, it will probably be cool. Because in close combat, Deidara will definitely suffer, and she can't handle Kaitong at all. Her swordsmanship is too powerful, and her fighting ability is better than Deidara. I'll go, it's troublesome enough. However, it is not impossible for Deidara to escape, and escaped with a clay clone. The clay clone is entangled with Kaitong, and Deidara, who has been out of the attack range, laughed wildly, haha, is it over? Die to me. Art is explosion. As soon as the words fell, the clay clone directly turned into a self-exploding clone, and immediately engulfed Kaitong after detonating. The violent explosion produced thick smoke and dust, and Deidara stood not far away, with his hands on his hips and continued to laugh wildly. It's just Deidara's crazy smile, but Onoki shook his head directly after seeing Deidara's rampant smile, and cursed in a low voice, this idiot. You don't know if the enemy is dead or not, so let's start celebrating. Champagne at halftime, right? Okay, wait to be educated. Sure enough, Onoki's conjecture was correct. Chi Tong came out in the thick fog. She held Murasame in her hand, and killed Deidara with a frosty face. There are some injuries on the body, but the impact is not great. At least it doesn't affect swinging the knife. And Kai Tong swung the knife directly, and Deidara was almost separated from the head. If he hadn't evaded in time, his head would have been moved. However, the head has not moved, but the hair is gone. The knife just now cut off Deidara's hair. Chapter 100. Deidara, come on! The Black Earth continued to cheer Deidara, but Deidara was not happy about it. In his opinion, the method of Haito is undoubtedly deliberately playing with his own mentality, thereby affecting his own fighting. Haito, shut up, don't bother me. Deidara opened the distance, and while preparing for more fierce art, he still didn't forget to say a few words to Haito. At this time, Haito didn't care about Deidara anymore, but started talking with Grandpa Onoki. She asked like this, Grandpa, you said Deidara big brother won't be hacked to death. Onoki. What's the matter with you? Seeing his granddaughter asking questions like this, Onoki was naturally stumped. After a while, Onoji came back to his senses, and then gave an answer. No, no matter how useless this kid is, he is also my disciple. Heck cough, so there is no way he will lose. Although Onoki is very upset that Deidara defected, but who made this kid so talented? If he is willing to stay by his side all the time, then his achievements will definitely be higher. It's a waste of that good talent to enter a broken organization like now, and make yourself nonsensical. Alas, I think Iwagakure finally got a genius, but he clamored for art all day long, and finally became a rebel, and joined a hopeless organization like Akatsuki. I can only say one thing, children are really worrying. If there were no such things as Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, perhaps the Akatsuki organization would be a bit ideal, but the entire Akatsuki organization is just a pawn. Uchiha Madara uses the chess piece Uchiha Obito and the eye container Nagato to use the hands of the Akatsuki organization to collect tailed beasts and resurrect herself, and then cast infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve the so-called peace. Black Zetsu used Uchiha Madara to achieve a plan to revive his mother, so this Xiao, well, it was a tragedy from beginning to end. My disciple joined such an unreliable organization, how can I be okay? Onoki, don't be so full of words, it seems very bad now. Fourth Raikage continued to tease, saying that things are already very bad. Want to say why? Although Deidara repeatedly used his ninjutsu to escape and tried to kill Kaitong with an explosion, but his reaction ability was excellent and his speed was not slow, so Deidara did not give Deidara a chance to distance himself. Deidara, are you okay? Although Scorpion couldn't break through Chelsea's defense line, it was because he had reservations, but right now it seemed that there was no need to reserve any more, so let's play something big. As he said that, while taunting Deidara, Xie revealed his own body, and directly used the red secret skill business opportunity to encircle and beat Chelsea. It's over, Ma Yin, I can't protect you now. Seeing the situation, Chelsea knew that something was going to happen, so she immediately had a headache. After all, you have to deal with hundreds of puppets at once, and these puppets use different weapons, and their combat power is very powerful, and Scorpion is relying on this trick to destroy a country, so Chelsea is very clear that she is obviously not very easy to protect main. Because she needs to fight with all her strength, instead of being distracted and taking care of Ma Yin. I know, I can protect myself. Of course Ma Yin understood, so she wanted Chelsea to concentrate on fighting instead of protecting herself. At the same time, fourth Kazekage Rosa's face was equally ugly. The Red Sand Scorpion. This guy actually joined the Akatsuki organization? I didn't expect it to be like this, no wonder the puppet technique just now made me. However, Rosa soon had an idea that the current Akatsuki was meaningless, and maybe Scorpion could return to Tsunagakure. After all, the Akatsuki organization no longer has its previous goals, so we can't still try to carry out a plan to collect tailed beasts. May I ask, with Konoha's combat power, what can you, an Akatsuki organization, do? Let's not talk about Luasha's thoughts. After Scorpion showed off the red secret skill 100 machine drill, Chelsea is really a bit difficult to deal with. She is not a real melee mage, so she must keep a sufficient distance from the opponent's circumvention. The problem is that scorpions are not afraid of this, so you want to distance yourself? Whatever you want, do whatever you want. Anyway, these puppets of mine can be manipulated freely, as far as they want, as close as they want, and there are a variety of weapons, such as long-range intensive attack methods such as poisonous 1000 copies. That's the standard configuration. Although Chelsea possesses powerful fire magic, her attacking fire-like magic only has 2 moves, so even if the lethality is considerable, it is still a group attack. But it can't be said that winning is guaranteed, so Chelsea still has a headache, and can only use magic while thinking about how to deal with it. Spirit of Fire, listen to my command, Arrow of Fire. Spirit of Fire, obey my command, Blade of Flame. After Chelsea used the magic of fire mastered by 2 moves in a row, Scorpion naturally felt uncomfortable. Hundreds of puppets had already been destroyed, and for Scorpion, this loss was really not low. 0 looking for flowers. However, the loss is lost, but the opportunity has been. Right under Chelsea's feet, several destroyed puppets suddenly exploded. Then, densely packed poisonous needles and stingers all shot at Chelsea. She dared to run out of magic and consumed too much magic power. Chelsea, who was panting and about to take some medicine to recover, couldn't dodge and was shot directly. Hornet's nest. The scorpions smeared all these weapons with highly poisonous poison. Even if they scratched the skin, they would be poisoned to death, not to mention that they were pierced by dense poisonous needles and stingers. It is impossible to live again. As expected, Chelsea fell directly, and died of poisoning due to poisonous needles and stingers. 0. Of course, it's fine even if it's not poisonous. After being shot by so many small weapons, the body is densely packed with small holes, and the heart has already been pierced. It is impossible not to die. Unless it is immortal or has a strong self-healing ability, but Chelsea obviously does not have such an ability, so she is dead and cannot die again. At this time, the flying dragon hovering high in the sky, said on the stage. Acetus watched the whole process, and she couldn't help sighing. Chelsea is still conservative. With her ability, she won't be able to hold back that scorpion, but she doesn't have a strong body, self-healing and other abilities, so in the end she was RD. Hearing about Shiming Maruan, she asked curiously, Asts, do you admire her, or do you feel sorry for her? Asts stroked his chin, seemingly in deep thought. After a while, she gave the answer, well, it should be appreciation. Do you have any regrets? Certainly not. I can only say that I appreciate it. Although Chelsea and the others are gatekeepers, and I happen to be the floor master of the first floor, these people who attacked at night are definitely not my loyal subordinates, and they cannot be compared with hunters. Therefore, Acetus has only a sliver of appreciation, and absolutely no regrets. Besides, the performances of Knight Raider and Hunter are very mediocre, and they have not been able to snipe these gatekeepers until now, so it can only be said that there is really no progress to be made. As I said before, the Hunter is his most loyal subordinate, and the Knight Raider is definitely not his subordinate, he is just forced to obey his orders. Chapter 101. Understood, already understood. Shiming Maruan said that he understood, so he didn't say any more. As for Leviathan, she didn't mock Asts anymore. She seemed to be disappointed with the gatekeeper's performance and felt that this was an inappropriate performance. Relatively speaking, the gatekeepers on the first floor are still too weak. It would be different if it was the gatekeeper on the second floor. But the master of the first floor is Asts. Among these challengers, the ones who hope to pass must beat Tsutsuki, the mother and child master, plus Taibo Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, after the first batch of challengers were defended, even if the second batch of challengers succeeded, Leviathan would not be happy. After all, just now when Ace came and angered herself, she had the desire to force the other party to lose, and although she still had this desire now, it was not as strong as before. To put it bluntly, the momentum of 690 has passed, so Leviathan thinks that if it didn't succeed the first time, it would be meaningless to try again. Secondly, Poluna's request is very simple: don't succeed the first time, it doesn't matter after the second time. So Acetus has no pressure, maybe it will release water? No, 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 fighting madmen like this don't know how to release water. That being said, there are still not many people who can pass the test. It's hard to say, if Master Qin Mu has an order, perhaps Acetus will really release the water appropriately. Well, this rule is already for face, so this is awarded 10 points, in fact it's not shameful either. Considering this, Leviathan thought that no matter what, he seemed unable to get revenge. You can't have a fight with Acetus, can you? That would undoubtedly be demeaning. I think I am one of the devil kings of the 7 deadly sins of hell. Is it necessary to haggle over every detail with a human being? In fact, what Leviathan was thinking had no effect on Ace, and she didn't care what the other party was thinking about. Instead, it was about Shemming Maruan's statement, which was necessary to talk about. Actually, whether you understand or not, it's not very important. It's a pity that the night raid itself is the reason why they don't want to make progress. Ace believes that the problem facing the night raids is not her, but their own, so he will never have any regrets. At most he appreciates the few districts. For example, Ace admired Kaitong and Chelsea, and recognized their abilities. After hearing this, Shemming Maruan sighed after flickering his eyes a few times. Then, she said again, in fact, no matter how hard they work, their achievements are limited. For example, in internal competitions, their performance will never meet the standard, so naturally they will not be able to obtain good resources. Such a situation, if the strength cannot be improved, then the direct impact is the all-round backwardness. In fact, this can't be blamed on anyone, it can only be said that the ability is limited. Ace admitted this, and believed that the ability to attack people at night was indeed limited, so she did not object to this statement. Yes, their abilities are limited, but they won't be so crotchless. After all, it's because they started it themselves. As he said that, Acetus's eyes flickered a few times, and he sighed before saying, after this event, I will mention it to Master Qin Mu and transfer them away from the floor I am in charge of. Since it is so unpleasant for Night Raider to be the gatekeeper on the floor he is in charge of, then he should just let the other party go, and let these people go away. Your suggestion? Ace, don't talk nonsense. After hearing this, Shemming Maruan couldn't care about anything else, but frowned and said solemnly. After all, there are some things that cannot be proposed indiscriminately, especially regarding the gatekeepers on this floor. If it is really a transfer, the scope involved is huge, and it is not so easy to handle. Of course I know what this means, so I didn't do it casually, I just mentioned it. Ace is naturally aware of this, so she always said that she would mention it. As for when to mention it, that's a bit of learning. Ace has undoubtedly mastered the knowledge involved, so she is not too worried about any mistakes, and although the work involved is complicated, it does not mean that it cannot be done. Now that you have mentioned it, it is equivalent to letting Qin Mu know about it. It's just that she is confident about Ace, but Shemming Maruan couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and complained angrily. Why do you say that? Because it's live now. After hearing this, Acetus was silent for a moment, and then said, it's not a big problem. At this moment, Leviathan finally spoke, and she taunted Ace, mercilessly and without giving any face. Sure enough, Acetus is a fool and has no brains at all, so she is gone in this wave, and she will let the night attack know. However, unlike Leviathan's crazy ridicule, Shemming Maruan didn't think that the night attack had any right to speak, but it still couldn't be done, and the reason was very simple: Qin Mu couldn't make it through, that's all. Night Raider knows it's okay, maybe he's happy, but there's a high probability that it won't happen. Ace didn't care, instead he smiled, and said again, it's man-made, you have to try. To be honest, I'm tired of always having night raids on the floor I'm in charge of. Night Raid's business ability is not very good, and he always embarrasses himself, and it looks very awkward and easy to get stuck. To put it bluntly, everything is not pleasing to the eye, so it's better to be pure if you don't see it, so that you can become pure. When Ace was talking with Shimei Maruan, the situation on Akatsuki's side suddenly reversed after Chelsea's death, and a comprehensive counter-suppression has been carried out. Although Nagato's legs and feet are inconvenient and Rinnegan is gone, but his own huge chakra plus 6 chakra attribute changes, the combat power is weakened, but it is still no problem to cooperate with Konan. Therefore, Liane and Najazitten did not withdraw, so losing is inevitable. As for Uchiha Itachi, Kanchi Kisame, and others, they also defeated their opponents one after another, and in this way, with the reduction of personnel, the will to resist on the night attack side gradually weakened at 4.9. In the end, the whole army was wiped out again. Then, the medical team entered directly, took away all the members of the Night Raider, and brought them back to life. Demiurge continued to carry out his work, announcing indifferently, Akatsuki won. Immediately afterwards, Demiurge said again, next match, Konoha Gakure vs Hunter Squad. As for the staff on Konoha's side, they are quite luxurious. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The first 2 Nine-Tails Jinkraki, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sunan. 12 Ziokyang's instructors, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Hong. And this is not counting the Uchiha clan, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Judging from the current lineup alone, it is already quite luxurious. Chapter 102. Of course, the Uchiha clan is counted among them. That's right, there are Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Tomioka and Uchiha Zasato in it. Yes, although there are a lot of bad things about Konoha, but for these members of the Uchiha clan who grew up in Konoha, Konoha Shinobi is an indelible mark. Besides, the current situation is very clear, F4 headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost momentum, so how do we choose? Therefore, Uchiha Yuri and others will not choose to leave Konoha, but will justify Uchiha's name. So just now Uchiha Izuna called very fiercely, but in fact he was the last one to choose. Either follow big brother Uchiha Madara, or join. And Uchiha Izuna chose to join. The reason is simple, not reconciled. Since Konoha was jointly established by Uchiha and Senju, why was Uchiha repeatedly targeted in Konoha? This kind of thing must not be left alone. I, Uchiha Izuna, absolutely want to seek justice for the Uchiha clan, and by the way, let Senju Tobirama watch me how Uchiha Kwansha has promoted the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna, you can still regret it now. Before playing, Senju01 Tobirama also said something to Uchiha Izuna. Obviously, this is to remind Uchiha Izuna that if you want to go back on your word, you have to hurry up. Humph, since I have made this decision, I must never leave. Do you want my Uchiha clan to bear the name of humiliation? No, I will never allow it. The proud Uchiha Izuna is definitely unwilling to agree, but is determined to lead the Uchiha clan to revival, and to win the internal struggle of Konoha. Okay, since you've made up your mind, you have to follow the orders. Seeing that Uchiha Izuna was not joking, Senju Tobirama also felt relieved and asked the other party to follow orders. Come on, there are only 4 people on the other side, and the push is over. Uchiha Izuna sneered disdainfully, thinking it was unnecessary. As for the reason, it's very simple. Because the advantage is mine. I said, are you okay? Of course, such a move by Uchiha Izuna is not good for Senju Tobirama. Of course I'm fine, so let me go. Uchiha Izuna didn't want to talk nonsense, and directly revealed Susanoo, and flame control was released directly in the form of Hook Jade, aiming at Luwa and others. Shimai Marwan had already given the order to start, so Uchiha Izuna dared to do it directly. And the opponent's land has already been flying in the air, and the feathers turned into arrows and shot downwards, so there is no problem with doing it. Of course, shortly after Uchiha Izuna made the move, Danzo raised a question with Demiurge instead. He questioned why Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri could continue to make the move. Haven't Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yuri participated before? Why continue? Didn't it be agreed that the first batch of challengers would no longer have to fight against the gatekeepers? Although Danzo didn't mention Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is obvious that these people should be excluded, and the intention is very obvious. Because they were combat tools summoned by Orochimaru before, but now they are no longer combat tools. After being resurrected, they participated in this activity as the second batch of challengers. Do you understand? Demiurge gave an explanation like an emotionless machine, and the tone of his speech was cold, which made people feel chills and shudder all over. Naturally, Danzo had nothing to say and could only retreat. However, this move of Danzo naturally aroused the hostility of Uchiha Izuna, just thinking about the fact that this guy targeted and persecuted the Uchiha clan, and the other party gouged out the eyes of many clansmen. Well, there is no doubt that hate it to the bone. Let me ask you, if you don't hate this, it's too much for God. On the side of the Four Ninja Village Alliance, in fact, they also want to question and question. If there is a chance for the Uchiha clan to cut off Konoha, that is undoubtedly the best. No matter what the Uchiha clan wants to do, as long as they are separated from Konoha. Not counting Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi, who basically has no hope of returning, plus that Uchiha Obito, if these people are not counted. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Yuri, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fukiu are the rest of the Uchiha family. Just ask these four pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, and let's drive Susan Gundam. Which ninja village can bear it? Not to mention being flattened, at least they can be restrained, and judging from the level of Kirigakuer and Tsunagakuer, if two of these four are in a team, then these two ninja villages probably won't be able to handle it. And Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi village is still possible, but don't forget that Konoha is not only Uchiha, but also Hokage such as 2nd generation, 4th generation, Jiraiya, Tsunade among the three, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina and so on. Really, Oniki and 4th Raikage are becoming more and more desperate. Even if they can get benefits here, the gap itself exists, and this cannot be made up by becoming stronger. Because people can also become stronger, and because of their strength, they can become stronger more easily. Danzo is so old, is his brain okay? Tsunade complained, while facing the corpse doll controlled by Haitong. Since these are all corpses, there is no need to worry about the problem of hemophobia. However, Tsunade is still too naive. Now that he knows such information, Hunter is not unprepared. Besides, the black pupil is not so pedantic, she decisively cut the palm of the hand, the blood spurted out and stained the corpse doll fighting Tsunade. Now, Tsunade is gone. 827. Facing the bloodline on the head of the corpse, Tsunade backed away with a face full of horror, completely lacking the majesty of the punch and kick just now. Just now when Tsunade came, he was very imposing with punches and kicks, and the momentum was so great that it looked scary. But it's different now, it's kneeling down without fighting power. Senju Tobirama was dumbfounded after seeing it, thinking what happened to my granddaughter? And he didn't care about that much. Anyway, there are so many people on his side, so he can just fight casually. The granddaughter is more important. Zayazuna, what's wrong with you? Senju Tobirama dodged in front of Tsunade, blocked the corpse doll that continued to attack, and asked with concern. Strange, Tsunade was not normal just now, until the appearance of blood. Blood? This girl is afraid of blood? Uzumaki Mito didn't care about the fight either, but came to Tsunade's side in person, hugging her and comforting her softly. This is how the same thing. Senju Tobirama is heartbroken, even knowing that Tsunade is afraid of blood, but why? What is the reason? So he looked to Jiraiya, hoping for an answer. It was war, the cruel war made Nawaka die, and Tsunade had already started to fear at that time, until his lover Kato Dan also died tragically later, he had this phobia. Jiraiya was silent for a long time before speaking. But it is just a brief talk, and there is no in-depth explanation. Chapter 103. That kid Nawaki. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help being stunned. Then, he also understood that the Senju clan is probably a thing of the past. Even if this is what Senju Tobirama hopes, that is to let the Senju clan integrate into Konoha, it is not such a tragic price. In fact, although Jiraiya is not clear about what he said, but with Senju Tobirama's political ability, he must understand that the death of Nawaki is probably not simple. Because Nawaki is the direct descendant of the big brother, he is his grandson, who can guarantee that wood style will not be awakened. Besides, no one in power can bear the prestige of Senju and Uchiha. Unless it belongs to these two families, it cannot be tolerated. The prestige is too prosperous, but also too powerful. So being targeted is inevitable. Especially the incumbent belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen, although the opponent is incompetent now, but he was not weak when he was young, otherwise Tobirama would not have chosen Sarutobi Hiruzen. To put it bluntly, he has the ability, as well as the wrist, but now it seems that, the other party has some practices, which are still too much. The Senju clan merged into Konoha on their own initiative, not after being physically eliminated, leaving some insignificant offshoots. There is only one real direct descendant, namely Tsunade, and this result is naturally not what Senju Tobirama wants to see, so Senju Tobirama is very angry now. Of course, Senju Tobirama was furious, but Uchiha Izuna was so happy that he could even laugh out loud. For Uchiha Izuna, who has always been aloof, this is obviously rare. Are Senju and Uchiha gone? At the same time, Senju Hashirama spoke in a low voice with a very bitter face. As for the depressed Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara sneered and said, "Hashirama, don't you understand? The war never ends. After you and I died, this ninja world war has been fought 3 times, and each time is more tragic. You expected to protect the children and prevent them from going to the battlefield, but because of the ninja world war, more and more children were sent to the battlefield." Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was speechless at the words of a good friend. In fact, Senju Hashirama hopes that people in the ninja world can understand each other and use tailed beasts to maintain the so-called peace, but in fact the captured tailed beasts are distributed, which instead gives each village a more powerful weapon. In this way, instead, the villages started a crazier and bigger war in order to compete for more resources. Uchiha Madara looked at the silent Senju Hashirama, and expressed his idea again. Originally, he was counting on infinite Tsukuyomi, but if it doesn't work with this thing, it can only be unified. Hashirama, since your path doesn't work, and infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam, then return to the most essential approach and flatten all countries directly, so that there is only one country in the ninja world, and that is Konoha. What do you think? After hearing these words, the distraught Senju Hashirama smiled wryly. Madara, this will start a war. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands in front of his chest and said disdainfully, "If you don't fight, how can you unify?" Then, Uchiha Madara continued, "And you and I make a move, who can stop it?" Although the process will inevitably lead to casualties, this can reduce even greater casualties, and it's easy to say as long as you surrender. Speaking of which, I, Uchiha Madara, am not a bloodthirsty person. If these ninja villages are willing to surrender immediately, then everything is easy to talk about. Senju Hashirama fell silent, but made no explicit objection. And this scene made Uchiha Madara realize that there was something going on. As long as Hashirama doesn't object, everything will be fine. However, just when Uchiha Madara was happy, Black Zetsu jumped out to make trouble, making Uchiha Madara furious as soon as he opened his mouth. Humph, the ninja world belongs to my mother, and who are you? Stop imagining these unrealistic things here. Whose ninja world is? Is it your ninja? No, this planet is my mother Tsutsuki Kagaya, you ants only deserve to be white Zetsu. Uchiha Madara stared coldly at Black Zetsu who was hiding in the sleeve of Tsutsuki Kagaya, and said with murderous intent, Black Zetsu, I haven't settled with you yet, as for this woman, humph, from Uchiha Madara's point of view, that's all. Black Zetsu dismissed it, and mocked in a cold voice, haha, Madara, you are really inflated, my mother is immortal, and why do you win? Arrogant you are so powerful, why did you plan for so long? Uchiha Madara hated Black Zetsu to the core, so naturally she taunted him mercilessly. And this is also true. In order to resurrect Tsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu deliberately designed to deceive himself. Doesn't this prove that Tsutsuki Kagaya is not invincible, and he can lose, so why should he be afraid? To shut up! Tsutsuki Kagaya scolded Black Zetsu. Although she wanted to get back everything she had lost, she realized that she was not invincible considering the existence of Yui and Hamura. Besides, the main family of the Tsutsuki clan is also a threat, and if Yui and Hamura are willing to help themselves, then some things can be discarded. The reason why I want to create an army of white Zetsu is that I need people to resist the Tsutsuki family, but if there are better options, why bother to create an army of white Zetsu? Black Zetsu. My mother has reprimanded me for the second time. And after being scolded by Tsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu was undoubtedly very confused and didn't know what to say at all. After all, in Black Zetsu's opinion, Tsutsuki Kagaya has no reason to be like this, but should be tough to get everything back, not that he is inclined to compromise. The times have changed, and the concubine needs to make changes. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at the so-called son, and explained the reason to him. Speaking of it, this child is better than Tsutsuki Yui and Tsutsuki Hamura, mainly because he is loyal enough and will stand on his side without thinking, instead of being on the human side like Yui and Hamura. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya's mentality has changed somewhat, but when it comes to the important things, his feelings and impressions of human beings are naturally still the same. However, since Tsutsuki Kagaya decided to cooperate, he naturally didn't intend to stare at the 3-acre land in the ninja world. It's better to stay in this tower if I spend all my time in the ninja world, very good, so I'll be safe. Tsutsuki Kagaya thought that inside this Tower of Babylon, one would be safe. It's great for mother to know about the change. Tsutsuki Yui secretly heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that his mother is no longer attached to the ninja world and understands that this is an excellent phenomenon. It's just that for the 4 Ninja Village Alliance, this is not a good phenomenon. Onaki, did you see that? Fourth Raikage was furious, but he still held back and asked Onoki in a low voice. I see, the ninja world is full of troubles. Onoji was worried about this, and now it seems that this worry has really come true. If first Hokage doesn't object, then we're done. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly, saying that once Senju Hashirama agrees, it means it's all over. Relying on first Hokage? Forget it, we'd better rely on ourselves. Rosa doesn't think it depends on Senju Hashirama, but should test himself. Chapter 104. Senju Hashirama is Konoha's first Hokage, and it's impossible to help us no matter what. This is the idea of the 4th Kazekage Rosa. In fact, when it comes to the idea of unification, the leaders of these ninja villages do not say that there is no such thing. However, it was enough to think about it before, but if you really want to do this, it is impossible. At most, it is to rely on standing to seek more benefits for one's own village, and unification is really impossible. But now with the resurrection of first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, and others, it means that these things can be done, but it is impossible for Onoki to agree. If the shadows of our village are revived, will it be? Thinking of this, Onoki and others inevitably wanted to do this. Of course, it's another matter whether we can fight well, but at least there are shadows from past dynasties in command, so the morale of the army can be stabilized, and it won't be said that they are in constant panic and have no confidence at all. If Onomu and others are willing to say that they dare not fight, but the people in the village are hard to say, what if they get into chaos before they start fighting? Therefore, if we can revive the shadows of the previous dynasties, it will relieve the pressure brought by Konoha. Onoki, 4th Raikage, and others have already thought about this, but how to do it is difficult. Oh, yes, the owner of the Tower of Babylon wants to have fun, so you can still request it. However, this timing needs to be grasped well, not that it cannot be grasped. No matter what, with the shadows of past dynasties, firstly, it can guarantee the comfort of the village and stabilize people's hearts, and secondly, it can break through the first level of barriers. Since they are all here, can't we just stay on the first floor? The scenery on the second floor, we also want to see. The 4 Ninja Village Alliance already has some ideas, that is, how to deal with the powerful Konoha, and Uchiha Madara who intends to unify the ninja world. It's different on Xiao's side, but each has its own idea. The momentary cooperation just now did not allow Xiao to unite. So at this time, many people have already planned a way out. Among them, Uchiha Itachi's mood can only be more complicated. Seeing that Konoha's strength becomes stronger and stronger in the future, it will get better and better in the future, but he can only bear the infamy and never return. In fact, Uchiha Itachi knew very well in his heart that the blood debt he bears for killing the Uchiha clan must not be just forgotten, and with Uchiha Izuna's mentality, I must kill myself. As for returning, that is impossible. However, death is possible, but at the hands of my brother. Due to the return of Hokage in the past, Uchiha Itachi believes that the living environment of the Uchiha clan will no longer be a problem in the future, so he has no worries. The only thing he needs to do is to cultivate Uchiha Sasuke. If it's Sasuke, then I'll definitely make him into a group. Uchiha Itachi is very determined to do so. It's just that whether Uchiha Sasuke is willing or not is unknown, or Urjuzi also has his own ideas, and there is an existence that cannot be ignored. Tsutsuki Yui. If you want to talk about cheating, you don't need Uchiha Itachi. Sage of 6 Paths can do it, and it's better than you. Nagato, we can't stay out of it. Konan is still sober enough to know that Akatsuki has no choice but to participate, but instead will become the target of various forces. After all, although there are some losses on Xiao's side, the overall impact is not big, so it has to be done as it should. It doesn't matter, we do what we have to do, and don't care about other things. Nagato no longer cares, he can do whatever he thinks, and don't care about some things. Kakuzu knew exactly what Uchiha Madara wanted to do, and he also understood what Nagato meant, which was to remain neutral. But the problem is that it is Uchiha Madara. To put it bluntly, neutrality is impossible. Therefore, Kakuzu had to remind Nagato to be realistic. Boss, your mentality is really good, but that guy Uchiha Madara, he won't let us go easily, he will definitely force us to stand in line. Let's talk about it later. Nagato is also very helpless, there is really no way now. And when the forces of all parties have opinions, the attention has to return to Konoha versus Hunter. Although Tsunade had to lose combat power because of the blood, it was not difficult to affect Konoha's attack. Ran faced Namikaze Minato and Kushina's siege by himself. Among them, Namikaze Minato directly entered Nine Tails Kurama mode for a quick victory, and quickly eliminated Lan. After all, Kushina is very unhappy now, and Namikaze Minato can't relax, but wants to kill the enemy as quickly as possible and declare his wealth. You must know that when he and Kushina learned that his son didn't know who his parents were, was slandered as a demon fox, and his life was even more miserable, his anger arose all of a sudden. And the spearhead is naturally directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others. If these two are not dealt with, Kushina will be in trouble. Of course, Namikaze Minato is quite troubled by this, so he can only release the pressure in the battle first, and let his son know how awesome his father is by the way. There is also Uchiha Fukiyo who also has such a heart. Although Uchiha Izuna called him trash and was not worthy of being the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, etc., Uchiha Fukiyo's strength, of course, was there. It's just that Uchiha Fukiyo suddenly found that he couldn't do it. The reason is that Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha's Hilly, and Uchiha Shisui were too fierce, and they solved the target all at once. Liwa was instantly killed by the three of them, and he failed to show any performance, so Uchiha Fukiyo was quite depressed. Of course, Uchiha Izuna doesn't care about that much, and he doesn't bother to care about Uchiha Fukiyo's psychology. In his eyes, this guy is just a waste. As the battle came to an end, Will and Haitong couldn't resist, and they were defeated one after another. However, except for Liwa, the remaining three people did not die. Uchiha Izuna doesn't hold back, so it's last hit. As for Namikaze Minato, when he defeated Lan, he didn't do anything ruthless. Maybe he thought that although he could die and be resurrected, dying is not a good thing after all, so he did it like that. The same is true for Haitong and Will, who were defeated but not killed. It's just that for Uchiha Izuna, he is not very satisfied with such an act. You are too soft-hearted. Uchiha Izuna yelled without hesitation, and went towards Namikaze Minato and others who kept their hands. But Namikaze Minato and others responded to Uchiha Izuna's scolding. We are not being soft-hearted, but killing them is meaningless, just let them lose their combat power, and they can all be resurrected, so what if we kill them? Why not kill? People can be resurrected, and it is useless to kill them. As long as it is not a serious injury to someone, but a person who loses combat power and suffers a slight injury, there is no need to make up the knife. Besides, this is just a small matter, not a big deal, as long as you win, everything else is not very important. Chapter 105. Are you against me? Uchiha Izuna narrowed his eyes, looked at Namikaze Minato, and said coldly. What? You're just an old thing from the Sengoku era, so you can't object. Uzumaki Kushina, of course, would not be used to Uchiha Izuna, and started spraying without hesitation. The Uzumaki family. After hearing this, Uchiha Izuna began to rely on the old to sell the old, saying, Girl, in my time. Forget about your era is long gone, and compared to Uchiha Madara, you are a hammer. Uzumaki Kushina did not give Uchiha Izuna face, because she knew Namikaze Minato beat this guy, so nothing good scared. Uchiha Izuna. This woman is too pungent. After being sprayed by Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Izuna is undoubtedly a little confused. Of course, this is because he has always been aloof. If it is true, he really doesn't know how to respond. It's just that Senju Tobirama must have laughed after seeing Uchiha Izuna deflated, but this smile must not be laughed directly, but must be held in his heart. All in all, Uchiha Izuna must have been delighted to see his old rival hit a wall. At the same time, Demiurge continued to announce the result, and the cold voice sounded slowly, the winner, Konoha Gakuer. Then, Demiurge continued, next game, Uchiha Obito vs Night Attack Squad. Since Uchiha Obito is one person, it is basically a one-person fight, so this is similar to a personal battle. However, it was impossible for Demiurge to arrange it this way, it would be too troublesome to come one by one, so we can still go together. Obito. Kakashi was in a complicated mood and kept staring at Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Obito didn't care about these, but went straight to the field. The flying dragon circling in the sky, and Shime Maruan who was staying at the commentary stand, after seeing Uchiha Obito enter the field, although he hated this person in his heart, he still did his work honestly. It's time to start. And with Shime Maruan announced the beginning. This battle, naturally started. Uchiha Obito's battle process is simple and rough, use Kamui Hollow to avoid attacks, and then use Wood style and Fire style to solve the enemy. Fire style Blast and Flurry. Wood style Cuttings technique. For example, Lubbock and Hill didn't react in time, but they were easily solved by Obito, but Brand's defensibility was strong, and these attacks were useless. But Kaitong's attack was also useless, and Obito's Kamui easily dodged the attack, and relying on this ability, it is obviously not difficult to deal with these Night Raiders. Brother, this guy has your cells in his body. Senju Tobirama has a good mind, and when he saw that Obito was still using Wood style, he immediately knew what was going on. After all, Danzo has been transplanted with Hashirama cells. Since Uchiha Madara has got his own big brother's meat, it is not difficult to cultivate it. In this way, it is most reasonable that Uchiha Obito has Hashirama cells in his body. Yes, on the right side of the body. Senju Hashirama could still feel it, and unlike Danzo, Obito had more Hashirama cells in his body. Uchiha Madara, you are very considerate. You have chosen such a guy to help you. Senju Tobirama turned to look at Uchiha Madara, and said in a strange tone. Uchiha Madara didn't bother to pay attention to Senju Tobirama, but stared at him coldly, and just watched. Senju Tobirama. Do you think I'll be scared if you stare at me like that? What are you kidding? It's impossible, I will never be afraid of you. Senju Hashirama looked at the delicate atmosphere between the two and had no choice but to change the subject. Actually, this guy's combat ability seems to be very average, just to use his own advantages in art, and once he loses this advantage, it will be very dangerous. To say that Senju Hashirama's eyesight is indeed extraordinary, the current Uchiha Obito is no longer the Uchiha Obito 12 years ago, and his ability must have reached its peak. But the problem is that Obito's shortcomings are still obvious, and it still relies too much on Kamui, such as combat experience, skills, etc. are still very insufficient. It is still possible to win against an enemy who is far inferior to oneself, but it is difficult to say against the strong. However, this is also because the other party has only one eye. If there is no such defect, it will be different. Senju Hashirama then thought of another point: if the eyes are complete, it will make up for it. Uchiha Madara agreed with Senju Hashirama's evaluation, and then said very proudly, "This kid is a little tender, but if he has both eyes, he can be stronger, but he is still not good when he meets you and me. Any odds?" 0. Ask for flowers. Uchiha Obito is okay, but compared to my Uchiha Madara and your Senju Hashirama, it's not so good. Madara, there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. We failed in the first layer. Senju Hashirama is very open-minded, especially when he thinks of Aces. That's because we were still dead at the time, and that woman couldn't have no weaknesses, so we didn't count as a loser. Uchiha Madara was a little unhappy with Senju Hashirama's statement, and specially explained it. Senju Hashirama is still different from Uchiha Madara. He thinks that losing is losing, and there is no need to explain it, so he corrected Uchiha Madara's statement. No matter what, if you lose, you lose. This is the truth. It's a pity that Uchiha Madara didn't accept this statement. His expression became indifferent, and he snorted coldly, "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me." 000. While Uchiha Madara here was talking to Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito was also in trouble frequently. Brand was tough on the front, trembling with Uchiha Obito with the defensive power of his own armor, while Kaitong waited for an opportunity to seize the opportunity to attack Obito after Hollow ended. After all, Uchiha Obito's transformation time is limited, so Brand confronts Uchiha Obito head-on, while Akihito hides aside and waits for an opportunity. One must know that for Kaitong, who was born as a killer, it is not difficult to achieve this. Obito undoubtedly understands that he can't be hollow all the time, so he has to suck people in, but once he tries to suck people, Ma Yin, Kaitong, and others will not let him suck people like this. Therefore, without a teammate, it is indeed difficult to display. Of course, Obito is not helpless, and Sharingan is his greatest reliance. It's just a meat shield, there's no need to rush to solve it, it's better to solve the fragile output first. Thinking of this, Obito directly uses Kamui to enter the different space, and prepares to deal with Ma Yin and others first. No, protect Ma Yin, Susanoo. Najazitten immediately realized the problem, and quickly ordered Susanoo to protect Ma Yin. However, Obito didn't have a headache to challenge Susanoo, he knew that it would not be easy to get rid of this guy quickly, so he got rid of the commander first. Then, Najazitten was taken away by Obito, and once she entered the different space, Najazitten was dead. Chapter 106. After Obito absorbed Najazitten, he decisively killed it. After that, Obito did the same thing again, constantly using Kamui's ability to intersperse among the people, absorbing people into Kamui's different space whenever he had the opportunity. Then, Obito easily killed these people, followed the same pattern until the end, only Kaitong was still standing. Like Susanoo, Brand, and others, Obito seized the opportunity to kill them one after another. As for Kaitong, although he has outstanding combat power and can perform miracles, it is not easy to perform miracles in the face of Obito Kamui, so it is a pity that he lost in the end. In this way, Obito successfully solved the night attack, but due to the number of times Kamui used it, it has basically been figured out. The defect of one eye is too obvious, but the two eyes are completely different. When thinking of this, Obito already had some thoughts in his mind. 370 can either get his eyes back, or get new eyes here, these two methods are feasible. As for which one to use? Then you need to think about it again. Victor, Uchiha takes the king. Demiurge announced the result, and then asked the medical team to take away Night Raider and revive him. Then, Demiurge continued, in the next battle, the Tsutsuki team will face the Hunter team. This team is naturally Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Yui, Tsutsuki Hamura, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. It is currently the most powerful team in the ninja world. The Hunter has almost no chance of winning, or the same is true for the night attack, there is no way. Shemming Maruan didn't waste any time, and directly announced the start of the battle. Of course, there is basically no need to say much about this battle. Spike. The three of Tsutsuki obviously did not plan to make a move, so this task fell on Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. As for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, there is no fuss here. One is directly Susanoo, the other is Wooden Golem Jutsu, and the two directly drive Gundam to ride the face output. Although Haitong, Will and the others were determined to fight, they were ultimately defeated by the two Gundams and had no choice but to swallow their defeat. However, the Hunter team did not die, but suffered some injuries. Uchiha Madara didn't bother to kill these weaklings, while Senju Hashirama was merciful, so the two only focused on defeating, and didn't kill directly. After all, one has to be resurrected after killing a person, and this resurrection also takes time, which would be a waste of time, and it would be easier to heal some wounds. If so, it can still save a little time. At the same time, Shimei Maruan looked at the battle that had ended, and couldn't help asking Ace who was on the side, wanting to know what the other party thought. Ace, the Hunter still lost in 3 minutes, so how long can the night attack last? Ace, who heard this, thought about it very seriously, and after thinking for a while, he said, "It's about 5 minutes, and the reason why they can last for 5 minutes is because there are so many of them." The 5-member team headed by Tsutsuki Kagaya is no match for hunters or night raiders, so it is very true that hunters lose, but if it is a night raid, well, the result is the same, that is, persistence time will be slightly longer. "Oh, you speak like this. Well, can I understand that you are making excuses for your subordinates?" Seeing that he had an opportunity, Leviathan suppressed an arrogant laugh and asked like this. Ace raised his eyebrows, glared at Leviathan, and said coldly, "Leviathan, are you really relying on Zephyr to support you, so you started to be lawless?" After a pause, Acetus said again, "To be honest, I belong to the human camp, can you understand?" Hearing this, Leviathan couldn't help laughing, spread his hands and said, "Of course, I can understand, and I also know that your human camp is not weak, but so what? Uaste is not popular, what should I be afraid of?" Leviathan doesn't know this, but the reason why she has the confidence and dares to hate Ace is not just because she has the support of Zephyr. To put it bluntly, the key point is that Leviathan is not worthy of Acetus, so she is totally afraid of Acetus. Another point is that Acetus is relatively unpopular. Well, this is already a euphemism. In fact, Acetus's popularity is quite poor, so no one in the human camp is willing to help her. That's why Leviathan dared to be so arrogant. She didn't have to worry about provoking disputes between the two camps, and a little friction between herself and Ace was within the controllable range, that's why she was so aggressive. Ace was stunned and had nothing to say, she knew that Leviathan was telling the truth. But just at this time, Shemming Wanwen on the side added a sentence. She was right. Now, Acetus is even more depressed. Yes, of course I know. But what do you mean by saying that? However, Ace is very depressed at this time, but for Qin Mu and others on the top floor, he finds it quite interesting. Qin Mu sighed even more, and said quietly, Ace's popularity is a little bit low, and besides Alice, it seems that there are not many people who can play with her. Hearing this, Yakumo-zi smiled and narrowed her eyes. Then, she suddenly said, "Isn't this your fault?" "What? Zima, what do you mean?" Of course, the smile on Qin Mu's face disappeared when he heard this, thinking, why is it all my fault? If Yakumo-zi doesn't give an explanation, then don't blame him for being rude. Isn't our meaning obvious? The reason why Acetus is like this is not only her own problems, but also yours. Yakumo-zi said calmly, expressing that the meaning of her words was already very obvious. Qin Mu. Mama Zi is out of her mind, or is there something wrong with her? As for Yakumo-zi's statement, Qin Mu couldn't help feeling that there was something wrong with the other party. Yakumo-zi has always been cunning 5.3 like a fox, rarely leaving any excuses for herself, and it is even rarer to directly target herself like this. Honestly, shouldn't I say something? At the same time, Poluna couldn't help asking a question. She watched Qin Mu talking and laughing with Yakumo-zi, wondering if she was excluded. However, if Axis Neil knew that Poluna saw Yakumo-zi's exchange with Qin Mu in this way, she would definitely not be able to hold back, and thus laughed out loud. You. Qin Mu glanced at Poluna, and then said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it." To be honest, it's not that Qin Mu dislikes Poluna, but that once the other party gets involved, it will definitely affect his communication with Yakumo-zi, and he will miss a lot of information. Chapter 107. Poluna. For Qin Mu's answer, she must be dissatisfied. Why don't you let yourself say it, why not let it go? Thinking of this, Poluna, who was dissatisfied, ignored the hints in Ashes Neil's eyes, but asked, "You and Yakumo-zi don't have any conspiracy, do you?" After Lily Ling heard it from the side, she also shifted her attention. "Since there is a good show to watch, there is no reason for me," Lily Bell, not to watch it, right? As for whether she is afraid or not. To be honest, Lily Ling's ability is still terrifying. I dare not say that I can beat Yakumo-zi, Poluna, and Ashes Neil, but at least it is true. Therefore, Poluna watched the show openly, not afraid of being settled by Chu-ho. Those who worry about settling accounts after the fall are just hot chickens like the little evil god. Oh, no, if it were me, I would just settle the score directly. Well, especially for the little evil god, there is no need to wait for the autumn to settle the score, just settle it immediately. Wait until after autumn to settle accounts? Not that necessary, not at all. No, you misunderstood. Qin Mu shook his head, expressing nothing. 01. As for Poluna's imagination, Qin Mu is actually quite helpless. If you don't make it clear, Poluna will definitely ask the question to the end, but if you make it clear, then give Yakumo-zi a chance. Okay, Poluna, don't say a few words. Axis Neil obviously understood, so she stepped forward to stop Poluna. With Axis Neil coming forward, it relieved Qin Mu's pressure, and this undoubtedly allowed him to concentrate on talking to Yakumo-zi. Mom Zi, since you said that Acetus's problem was caused by me, then there must be some explanations, so you are not going to tell me. Yakumo-zi blinked her eyes, and said innocently, sorry, I don't know. You don't know? Qin Mu couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that this excuse would not work. If you fool me like this, can it work? At this moment, after seeing the change in the situation, Bei Heling raised her eyebrows subconsciously, wondering if she shouldn't watch it anymore. In addition, Bei Heling was also a little curious about it, so she said to herself, is Acetus very popular? Why didn't I find out? In the human camp, Lily Bell is also the best. With her ability, she is definitely one of the strongest in the human camp, belonging to the top bosses. In this way, I definitely don't know much about Aces. As far as the strength of Aces is concerned. Well, it is not ranked high in the human camp. At this time, Qin Mu interrupted and said, Lily Ling, it's not that you didn't notice it, but you put your energy on the side of the little evil god, and naturally you ignored many things. Bai Heling fell silent, and said after a while, it's all the fault of the little evil god, it's her problem. See, Lily Bell has learned from you badly. After Yakumo-zi heard this, she couldn't help complaining. Because in Yakumo-zi's view, it is Qin Mu's fault, otherwise how could Lily Ling do this? Hey, hello, what does the matter between Lily Ling and the little evil god have to do with me? When she was so cruel to the little evil god, you gave me some advice and I would stop it, so this is not you pot. Qin Mu naturally didn't admit this, but revealed Yakumo-zi's truth, saying that you, a monster sage, have often given Lily Ling advice on how to abuse the little evil god. Why did you put the blame on me? Cough cough, why are we doing this? Yakumo-zi blinked wildly at Lily Bell, implying that the other party was talking to her, but on the surface she was pretending to be stupid, trying to get away with it. Lily Bell, 1. Honestly, it's useless for you to do this. Because of some of the suggestions you gave, I have followed them. Stop blinking, keep blinking, I'm afraid it won't break it. Qin Mu looked at Yakumo-zi who was still blinking wildly, and patted her on the head to signal that it was time to stop. Yakumo-zi, what's the matter? How can it be repaired, haven't we been sold? Just when Yakumo-zi was very depressed, Qin Mu had already started to settle the matter. Look, you said that I caused Acetus to be unpopular, and you didn't have a stone hammer, and then blamed me, saying that I broke the Lily Bell, but you still don't have a stone hammer, so what explanation do you have? Yakumo-zi took a deep breath, faltering and saying, this. You let me explain? That's hard to explain. Facing Qin Mu's questioning, Yakumo-zi was hard to explain. Oh, Yakumo-zi, you're too stretched. Poluna was naturally happy when she saw it, and mocked Yakumo-zi by the way, saying that you really can't do it. Ashes Neil saw it, and smiled helplessly. She knew that Qin Mu would take action and would never let Poluna and Yakumo-zi quarrel. Sure enough, Qin Mu directly interrupted Yakumo-zi who was about to speak, and by the way, changed the subject, not giving them a chance to quarrel. Okay, just say a few words and continue watching. After the voice fell, Qin Mu's gaze returned to the big screen, and the angle of view naturally returned to the first floor. Tower of Babylon, first floor. With the 5-member team headed by Tsutsuki Kagaya ending the battle with the hunter, it is natural to continue the battle between the challenger and the gatekeeper. For example, the Shinobi Village Alliance needs to fight against the hunter, Akatsuki needs to fight against the hunter, Uchiha Obito needs to fight against hunter, Konoha Gakure needs to fight against Night Raid, Tsutsuki team needs to fight against Night Raid, and Danzo needs to fight against Night Raid. And this is the next series of battles, and the specific arrangements will be handled by Demiurge. At this time, Demiurge had already made arrangements and announced the two sides in the battle. Uchiha Obito vs Hunter. This time, it started with Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito didn't expect it to be 260's turn so soon, and since it's against the hunter, well, it's much easier. However, has the other party revived? Just when Uchiha Obito was wondering, all the members of the hunter team had arrived. Uchiha Obito. Alright, this resurrection efficiency. Resurrection? Lin, I want to revive you. Obito was willing to engage in infinite Tsukuyomi before, because in the dream, Lin would not die. Because at the moment of Lin's death, Obito thought so what if he was resurrected? There are dangers in the ninja world all the time. Once the war starts, Lin will still die. And in this case, why not live forever in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi? To live as he Uchiha Obito expected. It's just that infinite Tsukuyomi is a pit, completely hopeless. Even Uchiha Madara was deceived, so Uchiha Obito lost his life goals for a while, but now seeing hunters and night raiders resurrecting here is like eating and drinking water, so naturally he has new ideas. If so, I want to come back to life. Obito has a goal, which is to revive Lin, and he will work hard for it. And when Obito wanted to kill Lin, Uzumaki Kushina didn't intend to let this trash go, but made up his mind to kill Lin, but how? This, well, that's something to think about. Uzumaki Kushina understands that he can't act impulsively for the time being, otherwise something bad will happen. Chapter 108. This guy Obito, I must kill, Kakashi wants to stop it is impossible. Kushina is very clear that her biggest resistance is not the Tower of Babylon, but Kakashi may block it, so she has to figure out how to keep Kakashi out of this matter. Persuade? For the time being, there is no hope, and physical persuasion is needed. Kakashi, it's better to die for such a scourge as Obito, his brain is completely abnormal, and he can't understand it at all. Immortality is really intolerable. What Kushina thinks, Namikaze Minato still understands. And the family is Namikaze Minato's biggest backlash, so even if the other party is Obito, he can't be lenient, especially knowing Namikaze's childhood life, and Uchiha Obito who caused all this is even more ruthless. If Obito hadn't come out to make trouble, I and Kushina wouldn't have died, and Naruto wouldn't have been bullied by others, who made him have no parents. Don't those who have no father or mother have to be bullied? There are certainly problems with the village's senior management, but what if I and Kushina would be like this? So it's still Uchiha Obito's problem. If the other party didn't release 9 tails, things wouldn't be like this. You two are upset. And when Kushina and Namikaze Minato were thinking about how to kill Obito, Senju Tobirama suddenly spoke. Originally Senju Tobirama thought he would be very relaxed, but now it seems that he can't be relaxed. Tsunade has hemophobia, and Namikaze Minato is capable, but he is still too immature in some aspects, so Senju Tobirama is not optimistic that the opponent can stand alone. In terms of strength, Namikaze Minato is definitely fine. But politics, let's be honest, it's still too young. As a result, Senju Tobirama finds himself in charge of many of the village's affairs. I'm sorry, Master Second Hokage. Namikaze Minato here naturally knew what Senju Tobirama's intention was, so he had to say in a low voice. While Namikaze Minato was talking to Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara Obito started hunting the hunter. After fighting against Knight Raider, Obito also figured out some ways, and having watched so many battles before, he can naturally see the opponent's ability. Therefore, Uchiha Obito shot without hesitation, and Liwa was the first to attack. Wood-style cutting technique. Uchiha Obito borrowed Kamui to sneak behind Liwa, raised his hand to Liwa's back, a wooden branch had already emerged from his palm, and inserted into Liwa's back. After the wooden branches entered, Liwa's body was suddenly protruded by countless branches, and the sharp branches penetrated through the body. In this way, he was dead and could not die anymore. After taking out Liwa, Uchiha Obito uses Kamui's power to use fire-style ninjutsu again. Fire-style blast and flurry. Uchiha Obito first used Kamui to distort the surrounding space and create a storm, and then spit out a huge fire snake to attack. Black Pupil became its next target, and this fire-style ninjutsu was aimed at Black Pupil. And will naturally protected it, not giving Obito a chance to succeed. Instead of pressing, Uchiha Obito attacked Ran and lost. Although Lan has the ability to fly, it is not a worry for the elusive Obito, and there is really no need to worry about Kamui. You can attack whatever you want, but it can't last for 5 minutes, right? Obviously, Lan didn't have such ability, so Obito solved it easily. As a result, the remaining Haitong and Will, Uchiha Obito did not pay attention to these two people, and planned to inhale Kamui's different space together to solve the problem. Things went so well that the duo couldn't hold back Uchiha Obito's Kamui and were sucked in to settle it. After the fight, Uchiha Obito left without a word. Currently here, Uchiha Obito is at the bottom of the food chain, and no one wants to have anything to do with him except Kakashi, not even Akatsuki. All in all, Uchiha Obito's reputation is completely stink. However, this is what he asked for, and no one can blame it. The next game, Trapped Leaf Hidden Village vs Night Attack Squad. Demiurge ignored Uchiha Obito who was leaving, but coldly told the two sides of the next battle. It can be said that although Demiurge has always treated people in a formulaic way, he is completely procedural, neither too indifferent nor very enthusiastic. But there is only an unabashed distaste for Uchiha Obito alone. And Demiurge's behavior completely depends on the master's will. To put it bluntly, Qin Mu loathed Uchiha Obito, so Demiurge perfectly interpreted this and showed it thoroughly. At the same time, Konohagakure's people naturally appeared one after another, preparing to solve the last battle with the gatekeeper. Among them, Uchiha Izuna took a look at Tsunade who was about to play, frowned, and said to Senju Tobirama, "Senju Tobirama, don't play that granddaughter of yours, so as not to be ashamed. Uchiha Izuna, remember who you are now, you are just a thigh-hugger." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and said in a contemptuous tone. Uchiha Izuna. It is definitely unacceptable for Senju Tobirama to say Uchiha Izumaijo. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Uchiha Izuna asked angrily, "What are you talking about? Senju Tobirama, are you going to fight?" Izuna. Tobirama. However, before Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna could quarrel, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara intervened to warn them not to quarrel like this. To put it bluntly, it's embarrassing. Besides, big things matter, there's no need to be so noisy. Uchiha Izuna, what happens to my granddaughter has nothing to do with you. Senju Tobirama couldn't not listen to his elder brother's words, so he could only let it go, but he didn't forget to warn Uchiha Izuna. Of course I don't care, but I'm afraid she will lose our face, which is not okay. Uchiha Izuna said coldly, saying that he didn't care what happened to Tsunade, but he didn't want his face to be ruined. Wangs, Tsunade is lost. After all, what if Tsunade stopped suddenly and looked panicked like before when he played against Hunter? He is obviously a medical ninja, yet he has a hemophobia. What is this? With such poor mental capacity, what kind of ninja should I be? Besides, thanks to her being Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, does it deserve it? Although Uchiha Izuna is very dissatisfied with the Senju clan, but thinking about the Senju clan he has fought against, and looking at Tsunade's performance, it really makes him very dissatisfied. Don't worry about it. Senju Tobirama said with a dark face and a gloomy tone. Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly, didn't speak any more, but went straight to the stage. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Yuri and others on the side looked at it, and they couldn't help feeling a little stressed. Of course, this little pressure is only temporary, and it will disappear soon, and what needs to be focused on right now is fighting, so naturally I didn't pay attention to this little trifle. Chapter 109. We Uchiha clan have to behave well, understand? Uchiha Izuna assumed the responsibility of the patriarch at this time, and explained to Uchiha's Hiri, Uchiha Shisui, and others. As for the original patriarch Uchiha Fukyu, he was naturally ignored by Uchiha Izuna, or he didn't see him in his eyes. Uchiha Fukyu is open-minded, but he doesn't care about being ignored by Uchiha Izuna, but some things cannot be ignored. In order to let his son Sasuke know his father's ability, he must perform well. This child Sasuke is too difficult, being manipulated by his brother like this. In any case, I am alive this time, so my family cannot be harmed. After dying once, Uchiha Fukyu has some changes, and he is determined to guide Sasuke's life, lest the other party go the wrong way. Unlike Uchiha's side, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato's side is relatively easy, and Jainin like Kakashi and Guy don't need to say anything, they can fight as they want. Uchiha Izuna approached Susanoo, while Senju Tobirama fought against Chelsea and Mayin, Namikaze Minato and Kushina faced Akahito, and Najahitten was chased and beaten by Uchiha Yuri and others. Lubbock and Hill faced Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Hong, Kakashi and Might Guy faced Brand, and the rest of Leon was found by Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. As for Jiraiya, he looked around and saw that he had no one to match. 987 What's the situation? Am I, Jiraiya, watching a show? Forget it, just watch the show, it doesn't matter. Jiraiya chose to watch a movie, looking very comfortable and relaxed. However, it is all the same with or without Jiraiya, and that is a one-sided situation. The only ones who are evenly matched are Asuma and Kurane Ui. These two are not easy to deal with Lubbock and Hill. Other than that, it's basically, there seems to be something wrong with the group of Chelsea and Mayin. Second Hokage. Chelsea gave a big gift to Senju Tobirama as soon as she came up, and sent her own magic fire arrow, and said provocatively, I heard that your water style is very powerful, so I will come to see how powerful it is. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, and instead of responding to the other party's provocation, he fought back with ninjutsu. Water style water dragon bite explosion. Facing the incoming rockets, Senju Tobirama did not hesitate to deal with it directly. With Senju Tobirama's huge chakra, it is easy to create a huge water Uzumaki, and then summon a huge water dragon to attack the enemy. And this huge water dragon is enough to engulf the rockets that hit the sky. However, Chelsea would not just give up like this. While signaling to Mayin to support her with firepower, she continued to use magic. Spirit of Fire, obey my command, Blade of Flame. This time, the fiery blade wrapped in raging flames cut Senju Tobirama's water dragon with terrifying cutting force. After that, the flames intertwined with the water style, and huge water vapor rose up, but the two had no power to move forward, but gradually offset each other. Senju Tobirama continued to seal and released water-style jutsu again. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. As soon as the voice fell, Senju Tobirama violently sprayed water like sea waves from his mouth, forming a huge ellipsoidal water prison in an instant, thus imprisoning the enemy. Immediately afterwards, Senju Tobirama shuttled freely in the water, and in an instant came to Ma Yin, and then knocked him unconscious. As for Chelsea being trapped in the water, she was really struggling. Even if she tried to use fire magic, she couldn't do what she wanted. After bringing out Ma Yin, Senju Tobirama also took Chelsea away, knocking her unconscious while she was still struggling, so that she could be taken away conveniently. In this way, Senju Tobirama has solved the duo. The reason why Chelsea and Ma Yin were taken away was naturally to prevent the two of them from staying on the battlefield, being attacked by the aftermath of the battle, and then accidentally dying. We must know that Senju Tobirama did not intend to kill people, but if he killed people because of his own negligence, it is obviously not acceptable. With Senju Tobirama's side ending the fight, Uchiha Izuna didn't drag on any longer and destroyed Susanoo with a rage. Originally, Uchiha Izuna thought he was the one who ended the battle, but he didn't expect Senju Tobirama to be one step ahead of him, so he naturally couldn't accept it. Of course, Uchiha Izuna thought he was second after taking out Obito, Susanoo, but in fact he was not, but the third to end the fight. Who? Uchiha Izuna definitely couldn't bear it, looking for who was ahead of him. Can't pass Senju Tobirama, and also got robbed of the second position, who did it? Then, Uchiha Izuna saw the embarrassed Namikaze Minato, and he knew immediately who did it. What is the fourth Hokage? Alright, this time I will let you guys go first, and I will get it back later. As for the impression of Namikaze Minato, what Uchiha Izuna can know is that it is very fast, very fast. This undoubtedly reminds of Senju Tobirama, who inherited Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique, and is also a very unpleasant man. After all, Uchiha Izuna was defeated by Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique and was killed by the opponent's Flying Thunder God slash. Now seeing Namikaze Minato, who is faster than Senju Tobirama, I am naturally not very comfortable. The opponent's Flying Thunder God technique seems to be still above Senju Tobirama? Oh, so Senju Tobirama is nothing more than that. The created impure world reincarnation was played better by Orochimaru, and the Flying Thunder God technique was no match for Namikaze Minato. It seems that although that guy can develop ninjutsu, it still depends on others to truly show the power of the technique. What? After thinking about it, Uchiha Izuna's mood improved a lot, and he felt much more comfortable everywhere. Senju Tobirama didn't know what Uchiha Izuna was thinking, but he roughly guessed it. However, Senju Tobirama didn't care, and instead focused on Tsunade's side. To say that Liane and Tsunade are actually quite similar, they both have good recovery and regeneration abilities, and they also like to fight fist to fist. Therefore, the battle between the two is fist to flesh, basically relying on recovery and fist to fight against them, and although Tsunade's strange power is very powerful, but Liane's Taiga 100 Beast King transformation Lion King improving the abilities of all aspects of the body will naturally not be weaker than Tsunade's strange power, but it will be back and forth. As for Uzumaki Mito just watched from the sidelines and didn't mean to intervene. Of course, Tsunade's skills are still better, and he can suppress Liane more skillfully with strength. Even if the opponent's recovery ability is extremely strong, he still loses to Tsunade's strange power. After Tsunade exposed her output, she finally felt a lot more comfortable, and she didn't get entangled with Leon, but handed it over to her grandma. Because Tsunade knows in his heart that he and Liane can output a wave of each other, but it is unrealistic to expect to beat Liane in this way, so this needs to be dealt with by Uzumaki Mito. And just when Liane was about to continue with Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito made a direct shot. As soon as the adamantine sealing chains came out, Leon was bound into a ball. Leon, who was tied up, spoke directly. Chapter 110. What's the situation? Isn't it a good fight? Why did you come here suddenly? Young lady you? Uzumaki Mito was not resurrected in an old age, but in her 20s and 30s, so she is much younger than Tsunade in terms of her age alone. Of course, for the Uzumaki family, the huge chakra and tenacious vitality are advantages. Even if Uzumaki Mito appears at the age of 70 or 80, as long as she is willing, it is not difficult to protect her youthful appearance. Hey, what's the matter? Leone yelled indignantly, calling for grievances for himself. However, all this was of no use to Tsunade. After taking a look at his grandma, Uzumaki Mito gagged Leon's mouth with a chain. Now, Leone is completely out of control. What do you want me to say? Damn it, I can't say it. If possible, Leone wanted to continue talking, but now it seems that he can't. Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Izuna, Tsunade, Mito and others have all dealt with the enemy, and the rest is Yuhihong and Sarutobi Asuma against Lubbock and Hill, Kakashi, Might Guy against Brand, and Naja Hitten to Uchiha Trio. Naja Zitten's side was quite miserable. She was beaten directly by the trio and lost her temper at all. In the end, she was knocked out by Uchiha Yuri. But the battle between Yuhihong, Asuma, and others was not so smooth. Senju Tobirama saw it and had to whisper to Uzumaki Mito, "Sister-in-law, you do it." Uzumaki Mito didn't talk too much. Adamantine sealing chains locked several people as soon as they came out, such as Brand, Lubbock, and others. They were powerless to resist. Adamantine sealing chains can block 9 tails, but Brand and others couldn't withstand Naruto's rampage. So facing Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains, they were even more helpless. As soon as Uzumaki Mito made a shot, the fight was over immediately. In fact, if the Konohagakure group wants to end the battle as soon as possible, they only need to let Uzumaki Mito take action, and they will all be solved with a gold blockade. Victor, Konohagakure. The ruthless broadcasting machine of Demiurge started up again. Then, Demiurge announced the 2 sides of the next duel. 4 Ninja Village Alliance vs Hunter Squad. After hearing Demiurge call out the 4 Ninja Village Alliance, 4th Raikage finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was afraid that it hadn't been the turn of the 4 Ninja Village Alliance yet, and it was a good thing that it was the turn now. But 4th Raikage remained calm on the surface, and said lightly, "Well, it's our turn again." "Yes, it's our turn." Onoki said casually. Obviously after confronting the night attack and watching so many battles, he no longer paid attention to the hunter. "Tsutsuki, are you okay with your old bones?" 4th Raikage joked every day, saying that you, Onoki, are you okay? As for 4th Raikage's provocation, Onoki directly ignored it and completely ignored it. Of course, Haito is different. The young and vigorous she naturally speaks. However, she is not directed at 4th Raikage, but at her own grandfather. "Grandpa, did you hear that? People say you are old, so you should step down quickly and don't keep occupying Tsutsuki's position, then our rock shinobi village will always be ridiculed. In fact, we have quite a lot of talents in rock shinobi village, you know." Onoki. "As for my granddaughter, don't ask for it." Onoki chose to ignore Haito's words, and vented his anger on Hunter's side. So Onoki didn't mean to hold back his hands at all, and to make a move before everyone else, and to make a move is a big killer move. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. The hunter was instantly killed by this move. There was really nothing he could do about it, and after Onoki showed his blood, he returned to the team leisurely after being eliminated. The winner, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. The ruthless announcer machine Demiurge is at it again. At the same time, Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and said thoughtfully, "Oh Yeki, are you showing off to me?" Senju Hashirama didn't know why, and asked with some confusion, what's going on? This kid is interesting. Uchiha Madara continued talking to himself, completely ignoring Senju Hashirama. Madara, did you do this on purpose? Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara doing this, and thought to himself, is this intentional, just to mess with my mentality? At this moment, Uchiha Madara still ignored Senju Hashirama, but did not continue talking. Obviously, Onoki's behavior is nothing more than that in his opinion, the kind that is meaningless. Of course, it's on the side of the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. 4th Raikage complained a lot, and was very dissatisfied with Onoki's actions, and said angrily, Tsutsuki, what are you? 0 fur flowers. Quick battle, that's all. Onoki didn't respond to 4th Raikage, but said calmly, his voice became indifferent. Tsutsuki, are you suffocating? Seeing Onoki's emotions were wrong, 4th Raikage's instinctive feeling was wrong, but he was not sure. Nothing. Onoki denied this, saying that there was no such thing. However, 4th Raikage won't believe it, but firmly believes that the other party has the intention of causing trouble. But Onoki ignored what 4th Raikage thought, just thinking about how to make himself younger. Yes, because of what his granddaughter said, and Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others are so young, Onoki felt that he had to be younger. Youth is the greatest capital, and what needs to be done most now is to become younger. But it is not a small price to want to be young. If you want to be 1 year younger, you need 100 points, and I have fought 2 battles, and the current settlement is only a little over 1000 points. If you want to be 10 years younger, don't you want 1000 points? I am 76 now, so if I am 10 years younger, I will be 66 years old. 66 ah. Honestly, it's not enough. Onoki knows that this is not enough, unless there are some rare treasures that can help restore youth, but these are all things he can't afford. According to my age of nearly 70, at least I should be around 40 years old. No, 40 or below, that is, around 35 to 38 is the best. But it takes 4000 points? How can this be obtained? No, it won't work on the first floor, you have to be on the second floor to count on it. Or the rewards after customs clearance, these can be counted on. And if you only hope to defeat the gatekeepers, you will just lay wool. Let's forget it. Onoki has his own calculations, and people like 4th Raikage, Terumi Mei, etc. also have their own calculations. For these ninja village leaders, alliances are the most unreliable. Allies, that's for sale. The only one you can truly believe in is yourself. Therefore, whether it is Terumi Mei or Luosha in 4th Raikage, they all know one thing in their hearts, that is, they must become stronger, and only in this way can they master the initiative. Chapter 111. Next game, Danzo Team vs Night Raid Team. Demiurge, the ruthless broadcasting machine, continued to start, ignoring everyone's small thoughts, and directly announced the next duel. This duel is between the Root organization led by Danzo and the Night Attack team. With the information of the battle given out, the people from the Akatsuki organization naturally began to tease. Yo, is Danzo coming again? Deidara and Haiden fired first, aiming at Danzo. Hoshigaki Kisame has let himself go, and joined the team to crusade against Danzo, joking, I remember how many people died just now? How many more should I die now? That's right, it's dead. When seeing dried persimmons and ghosts talking, Xie followed suit. Deidara didn't care about that much, and continued, I remember that his record against hunters was won by 7 people from the power, 023, and the hunters have a total of 4 people, so there are 8 people plus 1 on the night raid side. Strange puppet, right? That man named Susanoo is so weird, I don't even know if it's human. While talking, Deidara turned around and asked everyone how many times the regimental deputy would die to win the victory. Anyway, Night raid can be counted as 9 people, so I want to know how many people Danzo will pay to win night raid. And after Deidara asked these words, Haydn gave the answer, I know, since there are 7 people for hunters, then there must be 14 people for night raiders, and 14 people plus 7 people is 21 people gone. Oh? This root organization with 100 people lost 21 people all of a sudden, so how will Danzo die later? Kakuzu couldn't bear it anymore, so he set his sights on Danzo's head. For money, Kakuzu simply went all out and chose to negotiate business with Konoha. Konoha, if you want to clean the house without getting your hands dirty, then you can ask me to do it, and the price is negotiable. Deidara was taken aback when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, No, Kakuzu, are you crazy? I have done business with Konoha, are you sure there is no problem? Even if Konoha has the intention to kill Danzo, but no matter what, it is impossible to ask you to do it, right? Before Kakuzu could respond to Deidara, Uchiha Izuna had already stared at Kakuzu with a fierce face, and asked viciously, I, Uchiha Izuna, have already ordered Danzo's head. Do you dare to snatch it from me? B. I want to try it. But when I thought of you having a big brother, I still gave up. If Uchiha Fukiya said this, Kakuzu said that I would not be afraid. But helplessly, this is from the perspective of Uchiha Izuna. He is a villain himself, not to mention there is Uchiha Madara standing behind him. How can this be played? Obviously I just want to do some business, why can't I? Alas, this is so strange. Facing Uchiha Izuna's warning, Kakuzu was really in a bad mood. It can be said that he was very depressed, but his fist was far inferior to others, so he could only be submissive. Kakuzu, you really can't. Haydn, Deidara, and others saw that Kakuzu had lost his voice, so they naturally understood that the other party had stretched his hips. Of course, this Uchiha Izuna is not easy to mess with, not only because the other party has strength, but also because the other party has a good big brother. So even the rebellious Haydn, Deidara, and others dare not have any ideas, for fear that they will be targeted by Uchiha Madara, and they will be in trouble at that time. Therefore, the two just joked a few words with Kakuzu, and dare not talk about it in depth. You guys know shit. Naturally, Kakuzu is too lazy to argue, but he looks like everyone is drunk and I am sober, saying that he has his own reasons for doing this, but you don't understand. At this time, Nagato looked at the messy Akatsuki organization and felt very depressed. His own strength has been greatly reduced. If he wants to suppress Xiao's internal affairs, it will not be easy in the future. To deal with one or two, Nagato is absolutely no pressure, but to suppress a group, it is more difficult. It's still because there is no Rinnegan's, and if there is Rinnegan's, well, it's Uchiha Madara's eyes. Does it make sense for me to think so? However, Nagato's state of mind has already changed, and he quickly eliminated these distracting thoughts, and instead calmly thought about his future development path. The road to becoming stronger is already in front of my eyes, so there is no need to remember Rinnegan anymore, it is not my own. As for Rinnegan's Nagato, I don't have any ideas. Konan looked at Nagato who closed his eyes, and sighed faintly. And she also made up her mind to become stronger. No matter what, you have to become stronger. Akatsuki's side gradually calmed down, but Konoha's side was different. After Uchiha Izuna learned about the Uchiha clan, what he hated the most at the moment was Danzo, F4 headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Itachi, the 25-year-old boy, plus Uchiha Fukiya, the trash zero. As for Uchiha Shisui, after communicating with the other party, Uchiha Izuna understood that although the other party was influenced by the will of fire, he still wanted the family to exist, that is to say, the other party wanted Konoha and the Uchiha clan to coexist peacefully. And this is completely different from a wolf-hearted person. Do you want to say that Uchiha Shisui has no ability to exterminate the genocide? Certainly not, but they don't do that. Only idiots like Uchiha Itaki, well, nothing to say. At this time, Uchiha Izuna must not be very happy to see someone making an idea of Danzo, so he had to emphasize a point with Uchiha Madara. Brother, I must take the head of Danzo. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, then said slowly, don't worry, just let it go. Since his younger brother wanted to kill Danzo, there was no reason not to help, so it must be in favor of his younger brother. And the people involved here. Uchiha Obito, this guy can't be kept anymore, the other party is his own stain, and he is messing around in his own name, and there may be more scapegoats on my head in the future. With Senju Tobirama's means, such a thing is possible. Uchiha Madara knows this well, so people like Obito must die. A pawn that is worthless and will affect your own reputation, what else can you keep? Humph, Danzo's matter is 5.6. It's not your turn to intervene, Uchiha brothers. Konoha will have to have a public trial in this matter, and Danzo will be convicted, and then he will be killed. Senju Tobirama naturally disagreed, and was the first to object immediately. But he is not trying to save Danzo, but to deal with Danzo in other ways. Doesn't Danzo want to be Hokage? Then let Konoha publicly judge him, completely ruining his reputation, not only in Konoha, but also in the entire ninja world, and publish all the black materials. At that time, let's see what sophistry words Danzo has, and then overthrow these words, and completely smash Danzo's face, so that he can kill people. Impossible, let Senju Tobirama operate, isn't it possible for this guy to survive? It's just that Uchiha Izuna resolutely refuses to agree to this, thinking that it is very likely to give Senju Tobirama a chance to operate in the dark. Chapter 112. Are you stupid? Just like Danzo, how can I still protect him? Senju Tobirama suddenly felt that Uchiha Izuna was far inferior to Uchiha Madara, not only in ability, but also in scheming. That's it. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt that the Uchiha clan seemed to be in a better position. That guy Uchiha Madara, don't be afraid of my elder brother. The rest, not enough for me to play at all. Who knows? You Senju Tobirama has always been cunning and despicable, I will not hand this person over to you. Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly, his words were full of distrust towards Senju Tobirama. Here, there is a high probability that we can't do anything. Uchiha's Hilly saw Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama confronting each other, and had to remind him aloud. Although Senju Tobirama had a heated argument with Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha's Hilly felt that there was nothing he could do here. And what's more, with Danzo as a person, won't he leave this tower? 01? Therefore, because of probability, it will not leave. Then it becomes difficult. Don't worry, this tower is looking for people who can have fun, and if you fail to pass the level many times, do you think people will stay in this tower with shame? They will definitely be kicked out. Although Senju Tobirama didn't know about the conspiracy of the Tower of Babylon, judging from the information given so far, what the owner of the tower needs is fun, and if there is no more fun, he must be kicked out. Uchiha Yuri, maybe, but I forget it, it's better to kill Danzo directly. If it's too troublesome, it will only make things more complicated. See? My Uchiha clan is united now, and you, Senju Tobirama, can no longer be separated. Uchiha Izuna was immediately happy when Uchiha's Hilly said this. Let's see, Senju Tobirama, are you still trying to alienate me from the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobirama ignored the happy Uchiha Izuna and turned his attention to Danzo. In this battle, Danzo still adopted the same approach as the hunter, but the cooperation of the night attack was better, and his hands were more ferocious. And the root organization has already lost 7 or 8 people. If this continues, there may be more casualties. Especially Kaitong, 1 knife at a time, completely unreasonable. What she used was no longer an ordinary curse poison, but a curse poison that was enough to kill with one blow, so among the members of the root organization, the most people died in her hands. According to rough statistics, at least 4 people died at Kaitong's hands. There are currently 8 casualties, and 4 of them died at Kaitong's hands, so half of them died at Kaitong's place. For Danzo, these cannon fodder are the stepping stones to his success, and now Kaitong has killed 4 people, how can he not hate it? It is obviously impossible to continue to die like this. Thinking of this, Danzo decided that he couldn't watch the show, so he had to make a move. Wind-style vacuum wave. Danzo cast wind-style ninjutsu towards Akihito, trying to cut off the opponent's body. However, Kaitong's flexibility was extremely strong, and he easily dodged the blow, but Brand was a bit miserable, the right arm of the armor was cut off. Since Danzo transplanted Hashirama cells, all aspects have been improved, and the power of the technique is naturally extraordinary, so Brand didn't notice it for a while, resulting in a broken arm. Brand, who lost an arm, was immediately beaten by Danzo's men. After a while, Brand lost his breath of life. Seeing Danzo leaving the field in person, Kaitong naturally changed his target and rushed towards Danzo. As for Danzo, he didn't panic when he saw this, he took out kunao and injected wind-style chakra. Wind-style vacuum sword. With wind-style chakra injected into kunao, the kunao in Danzo's hand suddenly formed a sharp sword. Facing Kaitong's slash, Danzo raised the kunao in his hand and easily blocked it. And the supremely miserable wind-style chakra cut Kaitong's face, and several bloodlines flowed out slowly. Just the aftermath had hurt Kaitong's face. This is enough to show Danzo's proficiency in wind style. It's really a troublesome opponent, but it's still not enough. Danzo knocked Kaitong away, retreated by himself, and then used wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Danzo fired the chakra in his mouth like bullets, all of them were shot towards Kaitong. This wave of output lasts for an extremely long time, just like a machine gun that keeps firing, and its power is even more astonishing. While avoiding, Kaitong cut off these bullet-like attacks with a knife, but the arms, calves, and other positions were still attacked. And once he was recruited, the people from the root organization would swarm up like locusts, and all of them greeted Kaitong. Especially the injured part, it is as if it is desperate to attack. As more and more people besieged, Kaitong finally fell under the siege of the root organization. Although Kaitong pulled up a few backs when he was about to die, but for the people of the root organization, a killing machine without emotion, they don't know what fear is. Therefore, just a few people died, and it didn't affect them to continue fighting. Although Senju Tobirama already hates Danzo very much, but the method of the other party is really powerful, and the personnel they bring are even more powerful than Anbu. This is not to say that the strength is strong, but that Danzo can turn all these people into cold killing machines and be completely true to yourself. To say this, that is the most powerful. So after seeing Gen's ability, Senju Tobirama had to say, Danzo, you have a good trick. 547. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, what is a group of people who have collapsed and collapsed? Senju Tobirama, your vision is so low now. Senju Tobirama was not angry, but said with a smile on his face, Uchiha Madara, what do you think of the chess pieces you chose compared with those under Danzo? I don't talk about strength, I just talk about loyalty. Then, hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and he asked coldly, are you mocking me? No, I'm just telling the truth. Senju Tobirama shrugged and said lightly. Humph, once I open Susanoo, I only need to strike down with a sword, and all these people will be gone. Uchiha Madara said with a disdainful smile and a contemptuous tone. I'm talking about the wrist. The chess piece you choose will definitely hurt you in the end. It's called Uchiha Obito, right? The brain is not very good, and it is more sick than the average Uchiha, so you are blind eye. Senju Tobirama sighed and said that he was not talking about strength, but mainly about wrist. Man Danzo, what wrist? All the subordinates trained are loyal, and they are still the kind of emotionless machines, just tool people who just obey orders. As for you Uchiha Madara? To be honest, I really didn't mean to target it, but I still have to say that you, Uchiha Madara, are really not good at this. Chapter 113. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, and said in a deep voice, I have carefully selected this person, a person who has fallen into darkness and experienced despair. Leave behind. Senju Tobirama nodded approvingly when he heard this, and said slowly, that's true, I definitely believe it, and there is a black Zetsu who is more eager to complete the plan than you, and he can resurrect himself mothers, so that's right. If Uchiha Madara thinks so, Senju Tobirama does not deny it, he believes it. Besides, Black Zetsu would be more concerned than Uchiha Madara, who made the Infinite Tsukuyomi project about the resurrection of Tsutsuki Kagaya. So Uchiha Madara's plan is actually quite good, but what I have to say is that the selection is not good. Although the strength is there, the brain is not good enough and not loyal enough. When Uchiha Madara heard Black Zetsu, his complexion became even uglier. He glared at Senju Tobirama, and said viciously, Senju Tobirama, if you keep talking, I can tell you clearly that I will kill you, and Hashirama can't keep it, I said it. Senju Tobirama ignored it, folded his hands on his chest, and said calmly, sorry, I trust my brother, so you can't kill me. You Uchiha Madara are amazing, but I don't believe you can do it. With my big brother, what are you afraid of? Uchiha Madara. Facing the arrogant Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara fell silent. However, there was a murderous intent in his eyes, obviously murderous. When Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara had a friendly exchange, Danzo had further solved the problem, after getting rid of Brand and Akahito one after another. The pressure on Danzo is much less, or the casualties of the root organization have been reduced, especially in the night attack where several people have obvious shortcomings. A firepower output point like Mayans is a target once it gets close. Furthermore, Danzo's two formidable men are Abare Meitajin and Yamanaka Feng. One is good at using poisonous insects, and the other is using the secret arts of the Yamanaka family, so it is easy to deal with Main. Therefore, the night raid side was quickly defeated and eventually wiped out. However, the casualties on Danzo's side were not low. Contrary to what Xiao and others speculated, it was not as simple as 14 people died, but 20 people died directly. 20 people were killed in the battle with the night raid, and 7 people were killed in the previous battle with the hunter, adding up to 27 people. 27 people lost the elite of 100 root organizations. The casualties can be said to be extremely high. Big one. At present, there are only 73 people, but fortunately, Danzo has not lost the most core 20 people, so Danzo is still very relieved. I feel relieved, but Danzo is still inexplicably upset. With the help of the points gained from these two battles, I must buy Sharingan and take my Infinite Stream Resurrection Road. Izanagi. Danzo is determined to go this way. As for saying that there is restraint, Danzo doesn't quite believe it. Humph, Izanagi, absolutely invincible. At this time, Danzo has become bewildered, and unlike Orochimaru's pursuit of longevity, he has instead embarked on the path of relying on Izanagi's forbidden technique. Victor, Team Danzo. Demiurge, the ruthless broadcast machine, continued. Then, Demiurge announced the two sides of the next duel. Akatsuki vs Hunter. After hearing that Xiaoneng was going to fight, Haiden kept talking, constantly muttering, "Boss, you don't need to take action this time, so let us take care of it, and you can watch the show later." Nagato said nothing, and ignored Haiden who spoke. However, what this guy said was not important, and the key was not what Haiden said, but what he should do. "Haiden, Don't say a few words. Kakuzu still hopes that he has a teammate, and Haiden is undoubtedly a good guy for him, so he hopes that the other party can keep it. It would be a pity if he died like this. However, you will not die in this level, but it is difficult to deal with the floor master Aces. Alas, my heart is destroyed, so there is no way to replenish it, so this is a bit. Kakuzu is hesitant at this time, not knowing whether he should challenge the so-called floor master. With Xiao's strength, can he beat it? Unless there are some new abilities, or use points to buy powerful products, but what is suitable for me? Everyone on Xiao's side has ideas, so when he went on stage, he was still in a daze, with a sloppy look, obviously not paying attention to the hunter. Naturally, the hunter couldn't bear it. Haitong, Liwa and the others were determined to give Xiao's a little flair. With the order to start, the hunter side took the lead in launching the offensive. It's just that Xiao's organization is a little looser, but it's not enough to be overthrown like this, so the final result is that the hunter is wiped out. Yes, the Akatsuki organization moved very quickly, and the cooperation of several people was also very skillful. Instead of the discomfort before the night attack, they fought back directly after the hunter launched an offensive, thus ending the battle in one fell swoop. I just said, the other party is too hip. Haiden was carrying the sickle, looking very disappointed, but instead looked up and made provocative words. The floor master named Aces, let us Akatsuki completely defeat you and make Akatsuki famous. Kakuzu. Diadera. Hashigaki Kisame. Haiden's astonishing remarks made Kakuzu and others speechless. Scorpion sneered disdainfully, mocking, fool. Uchiha Ataka's expressionless face remained silent. Konan and Nagato were so lazy that they turned around and walked out of the field, returning to the field for sidelines. Haha, Tobirama, this guy is interesting, I don't know why he is so confident, just because of his immortal body. Senju Hashirama laughed, he was still quite interested in Haiden, so based on what the other party said, I asked my brother for his opinion. Senju Tobirama is not interested in this, but wants Senju Hashirama to fight the final battle well and leave other things alone. Brother, don't worry about other people, it's your turn next, we will end the battle against the gatekeeper as soon as possible, and then, No's promise, will be the main battle on the opposite floor. Well, the last battle is us. Senju Hashirama couldn't help sighing when he heard the words, and seemed a little lost in his words. Of course, Senju Tobirama doesn't care about these, but hopes that the eldest brother will perform well, and then prepare for the battle with the floor master. This level is the most important. Hashirama, don't hold me back, I'm much stronger than you now. Uchiha Madara showed Rinnegan, indicating that you, Senju Hashirama, don't hold me back, and I, Uchiha Madara, am much stronger than you. Really? That's good, I think it's good. Senju Hashirama didn't care about these, but was sincerely happy for Uchiha Madara, saying it was good again and again. Uchiha Madara. Damn, I don't feel superior anymore. Seeing Senju Hashirama's lackluster reaction, Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly the unhappy dog. I originally wanted to say that I would show off to Senju Hashirama, but after showing off, why did I make myself unhappy? Chapter 114. Winner, Xiao. Demiurge still broadcast the result of the battle according to the usual practice, and then started the introduction of the two sides in the next battle. The next battle, Tsutsuki team vs Night Attack team. After hearing the two sides coming out, Senju Hashirama pulled Uchiha Madara, who was in a depressed mood, onto the stage, ready to end the battle with the gatekeeper. However, Tsutsuki stopped the two of them and said with a serious expression, before going on stage, let me give you something first. Thing. Senju Hashirama froze. Then, he felt something different about himself. What is this? Just when Senju Hashirama was still feeling strange, Tsutsuki explained, this is a new mode opened after I bestow chakra and yang power on you, it is 6-path sage mode. And in this mode, you can use 6-path sage, yang power and other powers, whether it is perception ability, reaction speed, physical speed, strength, ninjutsu power and chakra volume have all increased significantly. Senju Hashirama's chakra was scary by itself, and now it's even scarier. However, Senju Hashirama has not changed much externally. It is not the same as Naruto. It is not so shiny, but there is more truth-seeking ball behind it. And this will only appear when you enter 6-path sage mode. If you don't use it, the truth-seeking ball will disappear. Uchiha Madara also hasn't changed much, but 963 can obviously feel the power increase. Is this the realm of sage of 6 paths? But this is not enough for himself, he needs to become the real sage of 6 paths, even surpassing each other. All the people in the ninja world present changed their faces, especially the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. Onaki, 4th Raikage, and others all had earthy faces. Originally, these two were terrifying, but now they are even more terrifying. Speaking of which, how do we play in the future? Senju Hashirama didn't think too much about it, he just felt that he has indeed become stronger now, but how strong is it? Then I don't know. Why don't you try it now? Thinking of this, the way Senju Hashirama looked at Yuri was obviously different. Seeing Senju Hashirama's eyes showing such excitement, the night attack side is also under a lot of pressure. Originally, when they met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it was just going through the motions. But looking at it now, it seems a bit difficult to handle. Uchiha Madara didn't have so many thoughts, and directly played Susanoo. Then, 2 large meteorites appeared in the sky. The big deal is Tengai Shinsei. The faces of Yesya and the others below changed drastically, and they complained that they had a headache. However, there is no need to worry about Senju, Abda, Hashirama, because he directly uses wood style birth of the tree world, and the wood style used in 6-path sage mode has a powerful injection of yang escape, making it even more powerful. For the terror. Therefore, these 2 large meteorites have no effect, on the contrary, which is enough to withstand the impact. But when Uchiha Madara saw it, he asked with a black face, Hashirama, are you against me? No, Madara, I just want to test what is different now, don't get me wrong. Senju Hashirama denied this statement, saying that he just wanted to test the power of the technique, and he didn't have any ideas. Uchiha Madara's ability to understand some of Senju Hashirama's words is very interesting, so it is natural to understand this sentence as, you mean I can't compare to you now? Yes, that's how Uchiha Madara understood it, plus Tengai Shinsei's impact was blocked by the birth of the tree world, which is already a fact in front of us. As a result, Uchiha Madara is naturally unhappy. Therefore, Uchiha Madara is to be compared with Senju Hashirama, and this comparison is naturally the enemy to be eliminated. Universal pull. Uchiha Madara's hand stretched forward, sucking Ma Yin, who was in the night attack. Then, he stretched out a black stick in his hand, first knocked Ma Yin unconscious, and then fixed her on the ground. 1. Hashirama. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara said coldly with a provocative look in his eyes. Senju Hashirama. Madara, don't you think this is a little abnormal? As for Uchiha Madara's approach, Senju Hashirama is a bit speechless. But since Uchiha Madara is going to do it, let's play with each other, which is obviously very simple. At this time, Senju Hashirama's birth of the tree boundary had already surrounded all the Night Raiders, and he controlled all the offense and defense in the forest, so it was not difficult to solve the Night Raiders. However, Senju Hashirama wanted to continue experimenting with the power of the technique, so he did not do so. Instead, he used the wooden dragon technique to restrain Susanoo, who was just about to attack. Yes, under the binding force of the wood dragon, the berserk Susanoo was directly tied up and had no ability to resist. Hashirama, this is not enough. Uchiha Madara sneered when he saw it, thinking that this was not enough, and he should continue to attack. But Senju Hashirama did not give this opportunity. Instead, he showed wooden golem and turned around to interfere with Uchiha Madara, and then he himself controlled the forest in the tree world to control night attack and others. Hashirama, you! Uchiha Madara cursed angrily. It can be said that wooden golem can't stop the current Uchiha Madara, but it is enough to interfere, and taking advantage of this short time, Senju Hashirama has taken everyone captive. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who was extremely angry, and explained, Madara, your shot is too rough, it's better to let me do it, so as not to have any accidents. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and said angrily, I don't bother to kill these people, you are worrying too much. I know, that's why I said you were too rough. Senju Hashirama nodded, indicating that he knew it, but he did it because Uchiha Madara's shot was too rough, so he stopped Uchiha Madara from continuing to do it. Saying that, Senju Hashirama pointed to Mayin, who was already on the ground, and said with a sigh, you can see for yourself, this little girl was knocked unconscious by you first, and then nailed to the ground by you, is that appropriate? Uchiha Madara. Appropriate or not, has a half-salary relationship with me? Do you know if I didn't kill these people, or because I was too weak, killing it would affect my reputation of Uchiha Madara, so I still need to care about her comfort? Brother, can you stop going crazy? Senju Tobirama, who was outside, couldn't hold back when he heard this, and began to preach to Senju Hashirama. Sorry, the battle is over anyway, right? Senju Hashirama restrained Yerator and the others with wood style, and his eyes fell on Demiurge, indicating whether the other party would take the next step. Demiurge ignored Senju Hashirama's scrutiny, but continued to execute the proper procedure and announced the result. Victor, Tsutsuki squad. Afterwards, Demiurge said again, the gatekeeper battle is over, but the main battle on the opposite floor cannot be carried out today. You can choose tomorrow or a suitable time, which is up to you to decide. Tomorrow, let's go first. Uchiha Madara waited for Demiurge to finish speaking, and then hurriedly said, he wanted to make sure that he could be the first to fight, and not be robbed by others. Chapter 115. Uchiha Madara obviously worried too much, because no one wants to be in such a hurry. Except for Konoha, neither Akatsuki organization, for Ninja Village Alliance, Danzo, Uchiha Obito and other forces or individuals have any plans to challenge the floor masters so soon. What to do now is to go to the store first and use the points to buy goods. This is the kingly way. Yes, about the first batch of challengers, can you act with us? Namikaze Minato is very concerned about his son now, and knows what Kushina thinks, so he urgently needs to know about the first batch of challengers. What are the arrangements? Looking at the current situation, it seems that there is no need to fight against the gatekeepers anymore, so can we act together? There is no rule that you can't act together. I have already said before that you can form a team at will, as long as you are willing. Demiurge pushed the mirror and gave the answer. And this answer is undoubtedly what Namikaze Minato wants. No matter whether he can pass the test or not, Naruto's safety can at least be guaranteed with himself and Kushina. But Namikaze Minato is obviously over-concerned, because Tsutsuki Yuji has already planned to cheat, and wants to give Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto a Rinnegan, a six-path sage mode. Brother, can we win tomorrow? At this time, Yu-kun asked about his big brother Yuji rather worriedly. To say that he was in the Pure Land before, Hamura had seen the strength of Aces, and he also knew that the other party did not try his best. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, let's do our best. Yuji said that there is nothing to say about it, anyway, you will know after the fight. Besides, the rules are now beneficial to one's own side, so why worry about this? At the same time, Tsutsuki Kagaya saw the two brothers whispering and planned to split the two. Hamura, I don't blame you for what you did with Yuji, if you are willing to admit your mistakes now, then I can forgive you. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya already has some ideas, that is, he does not intend to return to the ninja world, but what if he does? And if it is sealed by the two brothers together, how can it be done? Mother, this. Hearing this, Hamura couldn't help being stunned. Later, Hamura refused decisively, saying that he would not do this. Sorry, mother, I can't. Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly, waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Humph, then it's up to you. Unlike Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yi didn't care about his mother's actions, instead he comforted his younger brother. Hamura, you don't have to care about what mother said, I think this time there will be a chance to resolve the conflict between our mother and son, this premonition is very strong. Brother, we have sealed our mother for many years, she is very resentful, and there is also that black Zetsu. However, Hamura was not so optimistic, but smiled wryly, obviously not optimistic about this matter. Besides, apart from the mother's resentment, there is still a black Zetsu. That guy won't be safe. Don't worry about black Zetsu, he is the will of the mother, what the mother says will be what it is, so there is no need to worry. Yi said that there is no need to worry about black Zetsu, the key lies in the mother. Okay, bro, I'll listen to you. When Hamura saw this, he stopped talking, but stated that he was obedient. In the air, Shemming Maruan and others. They have already run away. Similarly, Demiurge also disappeared, and will reappear tomorrow. At the same time, with the withdrawal of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Yi, and Tsutsuki Hamura, the remaining Konoha 4 Ninja Village Alliance and other forces are on guard against each other. Even though Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are still there, the vibe, well, it's gotten pretty weird. Among them, Danzo was the most nervous among the people present. He was really afraid that someone would violently attack him. After all, no matter whether it is Konoha or the Uchiha clan, it is impossible to tolerate him. So Danzo must be careful, for fear that he will be killed. Once someone attacks, Izanagi must be used. Although this is a bit frightening, but if a powerhouse like Uchiha Izuna doesn't use Izanagi to avoid fatal damage, it is very likely that he will have no chance. Uchiha Izuna, who claims to be a flawless ninja, is as strong as his teacher Senju Tobirama. Can Danzo be nervous? Madara, let's go first. Senju Hashirama is obviously aware of the situation. I have to make a statement first. Uchiha Madara is not interested in taking care of these matters, anyway, Izuna can handle them all, and what he should do is to concentrate on tomorrow's battle. I don't want to talk about Izuna's own strength, but there are Uchiha Yuri, Uchiha Shisui and others in Uchiha's camp, and Uchiha Madara doesn't think there will be any problems. 0 Fur Flowers. Let's go too. Senju Tobirama didn't say to continue to stay, but all the people with Konoha left. Uchiha Madara Izuna took a deep look at Danzo, and then at Uchiha Itachi, which was the most obvious. Whether it is Danzo or Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izuna must be killed. If you can't kill you in this tower, then kill after leaving this tower. Danzo waited for Konoha's people to leave, and then left with the root organization. Uchiha Obito had slipped away a long time ago, and he didn't want to stay here at all, so currently there are only people from the Akatsuki organization and the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. Oh, Orochimaru, well, he was forcibly taken by Jiraiya. Although Orochimaru is definitely unwilling, but after looking at Konoha's lineup, he said that it is better for him to return to Konoha. Anyway, although he defected, it was a scapegoat for others. 0. And this blame, there is no doubt that it is for Danzo to take the blame. Speaking of the experiment, it was Danzo who leaked it. Orochimaru is indeed not a good person, but these experiments were carried out under the behest of Danzo, and after being exposed, all of them were pushed on Orochimaru's head, which is not wrong. To put it bluntly, whether it is Orochimaru or Danzo, both are guilty, not just one person is guilty. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also aware of these things, and the matter of letting Orochimaru go, whether he was intentional or not is worth pondering. Since only the Akatsuki organization and the Shinin Village Alliance are present, Onoji intends to say a few words to Deidara, that is, to see if he can bring this BD back. In the final analysis, this is his own disciple, the most talented disciple, it is impossible not to let it go. But before Onaki could speak, there was movement from Akatsuki's side. Boss, should we do something? Haydn is now afraid that the world will not be chaotic, and he dared to speak provocatively just now, but now that Demiurge is not around, he already has some ideas. Do nothing. Nagato ignored Haydn and left such a sentence. Then, the door just let the hut take itself straight away. What's the air? I call you the leader to save face, otherwise I won't give face. After Nagato and Konan walked away, Haydn looked at the back and cursed and grinned. Chapter 116. Why call you leader? Because I am willing to give you face. Otherwise, I wouldn't even call the leader. Stupid boy. Seeing his teammates cursing like this, Kakuzu taunted him, and then left. Along with him, there are Scorpion, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, and others. Haydn. What the hell? Scold me? With Haydn's IQ, I couldn't understand it. I just wanted to ask Deidara a question, but found that the other party was already too busy to take care of himself, and he was already surrounded by groups. Well, I am not a bull. It is true that Haydn is arrogant and ignorant, but he will not stay there and be beaten by others, so he just ran away. I'm going. Haydn, won't you help me? Deidara ran away when he saw Haydn's head, yelling and cursing at the other party. However, Haydn ignored this and quickened his pace. 490. Onaki directly slapped Deidara on the head, and cursed, Okay, stop shouting, no one can save you. Here, you can't touch me. Deidara looked at the people around her, especially her teacher Onaki, knowing that she couldn't run away for the time being. Songneng is talking about the tiger first. As for the old man's slap, just return it later. There is no rush now, how can I say something? Don't bully the young and poor, right? Anyway, today I was stumped, but it will be different in the future. Oh, yes, maybe tomorrow I will be able to teach this old man a deep lesson. Deidara, I don't want to go to you to do anything, come back. Onaki didn't talk nonsense with Deidara, but directly entered the topic and asked the other party to come back. Hai-Tu nodded again and again, and launched an offensive from childhood sweethearts, senior brothers and sisters, hoping that Deidara would agree. Yes, Deidara, come back quickly, I want you to death. But Deidara was unmoved at this time, and refused without hesitation, and said in an extremely firm tone, No, I want to engage in art, and I will never go back to the village. What are you doing back in the village? I want to engage in art, and I will never go back. Onoki looked at the hard-headed Deidara and felt a headache himself, but he had to explain patiently, Deidara, Akatsuki is torn apart now, what future do you have when you stay there? And how can you engage in art? Come back, I'll let you do it. Don't, you must have lied to me, let me go quickly, or I will let our leader trouble you. Deidara was a little bit moved when he heard this, but he was still firm. He refused and threatened Onaki in turn. Just that half-disabled kid, what can he do? Onoji dismissed it, obviously not paying attention to Nagato who had already lost Rinnegan. However, despite what he said, Onaki did not embarrass Deidara, nor did he force Deidara to stay, but chose to leave directly. Deidara. What's the situation? Why doesn't the old man continue? By the way, is there a conspiracy? Seeing Onaki's leaving back, Deidara was completely confused. Of course, for the pure-hearted Deidara, he doesn't have the mind to take care of these things, so he just doesn't bother to take care of them anymore, but returns to the team. Tower of Babylon, top floor. Shimai Maruman, Acetus, and Leviathan have appeared in the room and are seated. And Albedo left the room after reporting on her work, accompanied by Narberal Gamma, one of the combat maids. Tell me, what do you think? Qin Mu sat in the main seat and said with a smile. However, after his eyes swept over, his face suddenly changed. Shiming Maruan, Leviathan and the others are more relaxed than the other, seeming so careless. As for Acetus, well, it's not bad. But just comparing with the first two, that is considered good. In fact, judging from the vague smile on the corner of her mouth, it was obvious that she was too flustered. As for Qin Mu, who saw this scene, he was naturally not very happy. I want to ask you a question, and this is how I responded. Yakumo Zi, Poluna, and the others sat upright, but after seeing Leviathan and the others' performance, they still couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course, Poluna, Ashes Neil, and the others definitely won't laugh, they have to pay attention to their external image, but people like Yakumo Zi and Lily Ling don't have so many scruples, they just laugh when they should. To say that Yakumo Zi is hindered by the face of the monster sage, Song is the kind who covers her mouth and chuckles. But Lily Ling is different, the kind who directly laugh out loud. And when the two of them smiled, Qin Zheng's face became even uglier. At this time, Sheming Maruan and Leviathan finally realized that something was wrong, and quickly corrected their attitudes. But since they were all out of their minds just now, they naturally didn't know what Qin Mu was talking about, so they all looked at Qin Zheng in a daze and asked Zero. What's wrong with that? Why did Qin Mu suddenly lose his temper? Is there any problem in this? Is it our problem? Ahem, what does he think for you? This is for you to submit a work report. Looking at Shiming Guanwen and Leviathan who looked confused, Yakumo Zi coughed lightly, and specially gave a reminder. There is no way, if I don't say it myself, and Qin Mu will say it later, then she will grow up if she asks. Oh, this. Shiming Guanwen reacted immediately, opened his mouth and was about to say something. But then, she stopped. Wait, how to say this? Now, she was stumped. If it's 8 trigrams, Shimai Maruan dares to say that he is invincible in the world, but when it comes to work reports. Although it seems that Shimai Maruan is very hard working on the surface, but it's all about the heart, but when it comes to work report. Sheming Maruan had to be silent, she really didn't know what to say. After all, it's actually not difficult to host and explain such things, and there was no such requirement before, so why did this happen after arriving in the Hokage world? And like Shimai Maruan, Leviathan was stumped. As for her treatment of this job, she doesn't even pretend to be, telling everyone that she doesn't like this job, so she has to make a report on the job. Isn't that embarrassing her? Just ask, how do you say this? Alas, I can't hold back my words at all. 5.5. It seems that neither of you has anything to say, so this is enough to show how much you two attach importance to this matter. Qin Mu saw that the two of them were completely speechless, and already knew what was going on. Cough cough, isn't it? Sheming Maruan has always been thick-skinned, and when she saw that Qin Mu's tone was okay, she asked tentatively. As for Leviathan, well, her face is not bad either. But that is when Sephir is the right way. Once it is not Sephir, the thickness of the skin will return to normal. And once it was facing Qin Mu, it could be said that he was as fearful as a tiger, and he didn't dare to mess around at all. What do you think? I want you to report on your work, and you can't say a word after holding back for a long time. Can this work? Qin Mu looked at Shiming Guanwen, who was still planning to get away with it, and his tone of voice had to be changed. Some changes. Even if this is only a very subtle change, it should be understood by Sheming Maruan. Chapter 117. In fact, Shiming Guanwen did understand, and also realized that Qin Mu was not joking. And if this is the case, I don't mean that I can't deal with it. Ahem, cough, in fact, it's not impossible for me to say. Shemming Maruan lowered his head and said in a low voice. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said coldly, "What? What can you say? Okay, tell me how you did 8 trigrams, give people popular science, spoilers these. Hey, you are quite good at these. Shiming Guanwen. What's the matter?" Hearing Qin Mu reprimanding himself like this, Shiming Guanwen disapproved and muttered in a low voice. "Say it." After Qin Mu's reprimand here, she signaled that Shiming Guanwen could be said. "Oh, I just said it." Shiming Maruan lowered his head and replied honestly. After that, Shemming Maruan deeply reflected on his work, saying that he has many bad things, and he will definitely improve in the future. "I know that what I did this time is somewhat flawed, but I can't change it, cough, anyway, I will definitely change it and study hard. I hope you don't care about it this time." Qin Mu snorted coldly, obviously not believing it, so he continued to reprimand, "It sounds nice, but can you do it? To be honest, I don't have much hope." Seeing Qin Mu say this, Yakumo Zi thought that this is not acceptable. Anyway, Wenwen is also from Gensokyo, so she shouldn't be said that way. Although this dead paparazzi makes me very uncomfortable, but being belittled like this is not okay. Hey, give me a chance. Although Wenwen has some problems, she has worked hard. From a low-level newspaper before to now resounding all over the world, it is definitely a first-class newspaper, isn't it? Therefore, Zi Yakumo had to come forward, and it was regarded as a platform for Shemming Maruan. It's just that after she finished speaking, Shiming Guanwen was dumbfounded. "Shiming Guanwen? Yukai Sage, are you speaking for me? What doesn't flow? Did the newspaper I founded before sell poorly? Come on, that's the only sales in Gensokyo, understand?" For the sake of his own newspaper, Shimei Maruan had no choice but to interject, "Yukai Sage, you are wrong, my newspaper will be very famous before. It is definitely not unpopular." Hearing this, Yakumo Zi sneered disdainfully, and said slowly, "Wenwen, if you say this, who will believe it? When you were in Gensokyo, no one would give away your newspapers. Yes, have you forgotten? Shiming Guanwen, Damn it, why did it say so long ago? You monster sage, you are not giving face, we are in the same camp." Yakumo Zi looked at Shemming Maruan who was hesitant to speak, and knew that the other party was going to quibble, so she simply cut off the other party's thoughts, and said, "By the way, if you plan to say that you don't remember, then you can. Ask Riemu, she is the clearest." "No, there's no need for that." Shemming Maruan quickly stopped Yakumo Zi, saying that there is no need to trouble Riemu. Why bother Riemu with something like this? Heck, cough, there's no need for that. If you say it's not her credit, yes, what's the name of her newspaper now? Poluna smiled dismissively after hearing this, and then asked about shooting life. The current situation of this newspaper. Speaking of Shimei Maruan's current newspapers, Poluna occasionally reads them, mainly 8 trigrams. As for the serious battle report or the matters of each floor, Poluna is not very interested. Because of these things, there is a special person in the demon camp to report, so she doesn't need to worry about it. On the contrary, it's the 8 trigrams matter. Ahem, it involves Qin Mu's. So, it's impossible not to pay attention. However, although Poluna is about the newspaper about injecting Mameru, she is not clear about the name of the newspaper founded by Shimei. Should it not be renamed? Yakumo Zi still knows this matter very well, so she explained it to Poluna specially. The name has been changed a long time ago, and now it is called Wenwen Daily, and it is specially divided into 2 sections, the entertainment section and the news section, of which Wien Wen is personally in charge of the entertainment section. As for the content, needless to say, it is all 8 trigrams are coming. Yes, the sales are not so good, you have seen it yourself, you should be clear, right? Yes, if it's free, I can watch it, but if you want to ask for money, hey, it's impossible. Polona nodded silently, expressing that she doesn't mind watching it if it's for free. But if you want money, forget it. Yes, we are also like this, I believe everyone is like this. Yakumo Zi nodded in agreement, expressing that she is also like this, and she believes that everyone is like this. Lily Ling, Aces, Axes Neil and others silently raised their hands, expressing that this is indeed the case. After Shemming Maruan saw this scene, tears were already rolling in his eyes. What the hell? Why is this so? Looking at the scene in front of her, Shemming Maruan was undoubtedly depressed. Obviously there are quite a few people who are willing to watch it, but once there is a fee, no one cares about it, and people can only watch it if they give it away for free. This undoubtedly makes Shemming Maruan very sad. Yakumo Zi didn't care how sad Shimei Maruan was, but continued to talk. The news section is in charge of Peter Parker and others. It is all related to the first-hand news on each floor, such as interviews with some key figures or some key battle reports, etc. These are very popular. Comparing Wien Wen here, it is the difference between heaven and earth. Shemming Maruan was very upset, and said angrily, 990 Peter Parker and the others are all employees, the key is that I am the boss, and I am the boss of Wien Wen Daily. What is the use? Yakumo Zi spread out her hands and asked a question. Then, she continued, for example, Peter Parker and the others are in charge of the news version, sales are higher than your entertainment version, one is in the sky and the other is underground, and you should be able to understand the gap, right? So what? I'm the boss, so don't you still make money for me? Shemming Maruan crossed his arms, turned his head away and snorted coldly. Yes, the sales of the entertainment edition I'm in charge of are not good, but Peter Parker and they are all employees, no matter how good the sales of the news edition I'm in charge of, they still make money for me after all, so what's the point? Yes, shouldn't I be happy? Thinking of this, Shemming Maruan felt that he should be happy. Yakumo Zi didn't take it seriously when she saw it, instead she smiled and spoke again. Yes, if it weren't for Peter Parker and others responsible for the excellent sales of the news edition, with the zero sales of your entertainment edition, where would you find the funds to maintain the Wien Wen Daily? After all, printing newspapers and the like would require money. Is it? Shemming Guanwen. Okay, I don't know what to say. As for Yakumo Zi's continuous blows, Shemming Maruan can be said to be numb. At this moment, she no longer wants to say anything to the monster sage, she might as well be criticized by Qin Mu. Chapter 118. I'm autistic, help me. Shemming Maruan simply hugged her thigh, anyway, she has always been thick-skinned, so she didn't care about anything, and just hugged Qin Mu and screamed. What? Image? How much is it worth? Can I dig up the news? I can't do anything, so why should I come here? Qin Mu undoubtedly felt a headache when he saw the Shemming Guanwen that had begun to show up, and he was also troubled by the Shemming Guanwen at this time. Once a shameless person is completely shameless, it is even more terrifying. Okay, let's stop for a while. Qin Mu had nothing to worry about, so he simply chose to give up. In other words, things like work reports can only be abandoned. Anyway, judging from the situation of Shemming Maruan and Leviathan, you can't expect them to say anything wrong, so don't worry about it. Of course, Qin Mu didn't care whether they were right, but it is necessary to remind Aces, lest she face the challenge of the Tsutsuki trio plus Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and others, because too much turned over with contempt. Although Qin Mu is very happy to see someone in the Hokage world go up, but if Acitus loses because of underestimating the enemy, it is obviously not good. Ace Day, let me tell you something here, Tsutsuki Kagaya and others plus Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, you better be serious. Don't worry, I have Moko Potmo, don't worry. Ace is already very swollen now, and she really doesn't pay attention to those people. And since Poluna no longer intends to take care of it, as long as Ace defends the first wave, it will be fine, and then there is no need to care about it, and it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Therefore, without Poluna's urging, Ace really didn't care much. Even though he was still looking forward to the battle, he thought that he would win. Qin Mu looked at Acetus who was already drifting over his head, and knew that he couldn't pull back, and he still had to wait for the right to lose the battle, then his mentality would probably change back. Okay, I won't say it, so be it. Seeing this, Qin Mu didn't bother to say anything, but clapped his hands before speaking. As for what it means, well, naturally it means that they can disband, and they can go back to rest. Tower of Babylon, first floor. Whether it is Konoha, the Sinan Village Alliance, or Xiao Xiao and other forces, they have each divided their respective areas and floors, so as not to say that there is any unnecessary darkness. And on the floor where Konoha is, everyone has already gathered in the hall. Yes, no one on Konoha's side was in the room, but the meeting was held in the hall. Of course, the mother and son of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara are all there, but they are resting in their respective rooms. However, except for these few people, Konoha's side is full of staff. There are big problems in Konoha, the unfair treatment of the son of a hero, the extermination of Uchiha, etc. These are things that we need to deal with urgently. Senju Tobirama did not ambiguous at all, directly entered the topic, and even said many sensitive things without shy away. Uchiha Izuna couldn't understand this face, and said mockingly, the Uchiha clan is already in the past tense, so what if all members are resurrected? Can the pain caused by it be erased? Also, the child named Naruto, right? Tisk tisk, this treatment, hee, I can only say that the will of fire is terrifying. As for Uchiha Izuna's yin and yang, Senju asked with a cold face, since you have an opinion, how about you talk about the solution? Percent at 1. No, how can I compare with second Hokage? We Uchiha don't have Hokage, so we dare not say it. Uchiha Izuna is still yin and yang, and the reason is that he finds that yin and yang are often more useful than serious anger up. At least now Senju Tobirama has no temper at all because of his yin and yang, so Uchiha Izuna thinks this method has a big effect, it's better than getting angry at every turn. What's the use of getting angry? On the contrary, it makes yourself unhappy. But if it's this yin and yang, then it's Senju Tobirama who is unhappy. Talk if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say. Is it necessary to be so yin and yang? Senju Tobirama city mansion has always been very deep, but because of the broken things of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others, he was already full of anger. Now that I have learned more about the situation, I know that the Senju family is gone, and Nawaka's death is strange. How can I not make Senju Tobirama angry? Furthermore, the descendants of the fourth generation couple were treated like this, and the Uchiha family was exterminated, etc., which made Senju Tobirama feel ashamed. Especially about the Uchiha clan, people like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others are so crazily targeting the Uchiha clan, on the one hand because of their own influence, on the other hand they are using their own banner. For example, Danzo keeps chanting slogans and banners all day long, saying that second Hokage says that you Uchiha clan are nothing, so is it wrong for us to treat you Uchiha clan like this? Yes, I was targeting the Uchiha clan, but I didn't say that I would destroy the Uchiha clan. I originally planned to subdue it slowly, but who would have thought that Hiruzen and Danzo would be so brainless later on? Wouldn't killing the Uchiha clan mean breaking your own arm? More importantly, this matter will make the major ninja clans in Konoha feel alienated. If you dare to destroy the Uchiha clan today, wouldn't you dare to destroy us tomorrow? As for the reason, is it the same reason as the Uchiha clan? Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama has a headache. He knows that he has to bear the main responsibility for the Uchiha clan's problems. If it weren't for him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others wouldn't be in this situation. But my original intention was to subdue the Uchiha clan, not to make the Uchiha clan confront Konoha. To put it bluntly, high-level officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen have regarded Konoha as their own property, and their minds are full of power struggles. Of course, the most critical point is that Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer thinks that Hokage is Konoha's, Wang Lihao, Hokage, but that Konoha is Hokage's Konoha. Sorry, I am not Hokage, and I am an evil Uchiha clan, how dare I talk to Hokage-sama? Uchiha Izuna entered the role more and more, and began to have a huge transformation. However, in this way, the previous high-cold personality is gone. When Uchiha's Hilly, Uchiha Shisui, and others saw it, they also felt quite headache and surprise. Unexpectedly, compared with Uchiha Izuna, it is really funny. So is this the talent of our Uchiha clan? Second generation, I think it's time to admit the mistakes, and at the same time, to reverse the past mistakes, so that Konoha can return to the way it used to be, instead of becoming more and more depraved. 11. Seeing that Senju Tobirama seemed to be angry, Namikaze Minato hurried out to stop and persuade Sono. Naturally, he did this in the hope that the matter could be resolved, and Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others cannot stay. Chapter 119. Namikaze Minato is looking forward to this, how much he admired in the past, but how desperate he is now. My son is treated like this, can he bear it? For Konoha, I give up myself. In exchange for what? I can make sacrifices, but when it comes to family members, it can't be taken lightly. Furthermore, even if Naruto is not my child, an impression of becoming a Jinchuriki for Konoha, should be treated like this? With third Hokage's skills and tight control over Konoha, Namikaze Minato does not believe that there will be any rumors. Even if Danzo is secretly doing something, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to deal with it, it can be dealt with. But this rumor intensified instead, and the whole village knew it. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was not behind it, Namikaze Minato would not believe it. It's true that I am very young myself. It is also true that tactics are insufficient. But so what? Namikaze Minato knows that he is not stupid, some things can be understood after a little thought. When Orochimaru saw Namikaze Minato, he was interested in promoting the settlement of high-level affairs such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that the decision-makers headed by Hokage, such as first generation, second generation, were determined to clean up Konoha. In this way, can I still implement the plan that I have already shot to death? I want to pursue longevity in the future, but if this thing can be done, won't I be able to understand the knot in my heart? Solve the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, because don't mind doing it yourself. If you want to do 803, do it. Orochimaru speaks out his thoughts directly. Actually, if you are willing, I can continue to implement the plan. If you don't make a move at that time, then teacher Sarutobi will definitely leave the stage with dignity. However, as soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Uchiha Izuna became furious, and shouted angrily, that old dog still needs to be decent? I will help him to be decent, is it better than you helping him to be decent? Most of the people present were smart people, and they could hear what Orochimaru meant, but Uchiha Izuna was naturally unwilling. How can it work if Sarutobi Hiruzen is decent? Uchiha Madara will never be reconciled if the opponent is not ruined. Orochimaru smiled softly, and said something calmly, and after saying this sentence, it is enough to show that he has a good grasp of Uchiha Izuna's psychology. Aren't you going to join Konoha? If you make a move, Konoha won't be able to join, but it will affect the reputation of the Uchiha clan. I'm just a traitor. I dare to kill a teacher. Uchiha Izuna. And hearing Orochimaru say that, Uchiha Izuna had to be silent. How to say? I can only say that it makes sense. However, Uchiha Izuna did not intend to give up, but looked to Senju Tobirama and others. Although he is unwilling to admit it, the fact is that decision-makers can only look at Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, and others, while he has nothing for the time being. Master Second Hokage, I think this is okay. While Senju Tobirama and others were contemplating, Uchiha Yuri suddenly spoke. She thinks Orochimaru's suggestion is very good. There are already enough scandals in Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzan's black material is further dug out, it will be a big blow to Konoha. Uchiha Yuri didn't want to see this. She is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and even a ninja of Konoha. It's just that Senju Tobirama was silent for a while about the suggestion given by Uchiha Yuri, and finally did not agree to do so. No, the monkey's fault is his own fault. If it's meaningless to die at the hands of Orochimaru, it's just to make himself decent, but I can't make him decent. I have to pay the price for what I did wrong, so what if I lose my reputation? He deserves it. Saying that, Senju Tobirama decided to dissolve the meeting, indicating that everyone should go back to rest. Speaking of which, these things cannot be done for the time being, they are only discussed, and they can only be done after leaving the Tower of Babylon. Unlike Konoha, the four ninja village alliance is worried, abbed. The four shadows, such as Oniki and Fourth Raikage, each purchased goods in the dimensional store, and then gathered together to start a discussion. Of course, Oniki's appearance surprised everyone, because he looked younger, about 10 years old. However, considering Onoji's age of over 70, 10 years younger, he is only 60, so there is nothing to worry about. At least Fourth Raikage looked at the problem this way, thinking that the other party spent so many points, it was really a waste. Tsutsuki, are you out of your mind? How could you waste so many points just to be 10 years younger? Fourth Raikage mocked without hesitation, obviously feeling that the cunning Oniki made a mistake. Onoki knew that it wasn't just Fourth Raikage who was watching the joke, and guessed that Mizukage and Kazekage were the same, so it was necessary to explain. What do you know? Youth is the capital. Even if it is only 10 years younger, I feel different. With my strength, only youth is the key. Let's think about it later. Young, this is what Oniki wants. As long as you are young, everything is easy to talk about, and the others are not important. Tsutsuki, it's true that we are getting stronger, but Konoha. Alas, let's not talk about Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama's, just Konoha's second generation, fourth Hokage, can we compare? Terumi looked at the few people and seemed a little relaxed. I couldn't help but interjected. She hoped that several shadows could get nervous, and the most important thing is to cooperate sincerely, not to have their own ghosts. Mizukage, you're such a BCH, are you afraid? Fourth Raikage obviously didn't take Terumi seriously, and mocked loudly. Terumi was not timid, but confronted Fourth Raikage and fought back forcefully. I am a BCH, and I am not afraid. I just remind you that we should not be complacent now. Konoha is still stronger than us. Fourth Raikage. This BCH is worthy of fifth Mizukage, she really has her own uniqueness. Seeing that Terumi was not afraid of herself, but dared to respond strongly, this made Fourth Raikage look up to her. If the other party has no temper at all, Fourth Raikage will only be more disdainful, but if the other party has a little temper, it will be different. Luasha is not interested in these struggles now, but prefers to be in the Tower of Babylon more and more. Only by doing this can he become stronger, and only by becoming stronger can he protect Tsunagakure. Otherwise, facing the two killers of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara, what can be used to stop them? Tomorrow we don't need to rush to say that we will fight against the Master Ascetus. Everything depends on the performance of Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and others. We have no more hope. Although Onoki is very confident, but he still has self-knowledge, and how to defeat Aces. The key lies in Sage of Six Paths and the others. If these people can't beat them, then they naturally have no hope. Even if the rules are favorable, so what? Chapter 120. Okay, don't worry too much about these things, I think everything is fine. Fourth Raikage is different from Onoki and others, but he is very confident and thinks that the rules are so favorable. Will he still be defeated? Speaking of which, the opponent is only one person, no matter what happens, it is impossible to defeat him. Raikage, self-confidence is a good thing, but I want to remind you, never underestimate the enemy. Onoki looked at the confident fourth Raikage, very intimately reminded. Humph, thank you for your concern, I know what to do. Fourth Raikage snorted coldly when he heard the words, thinking that the problem was not serious, so he was not worried. After speaking, fourth Raikage also decided to go back to rest and wait to see what will happen tomorrow. Akatsuki organization here. All the members were in their own rooms, obviously each had their own thoughts, and there was no harmony as before. In other words, in front of outsiders just now, I still have to act, even if the act is not good. But it has to be acted out. But now it is not necessary to close the door. As for Nagato and Konan, it's different. We are currently discussing whether to buy Rinnegan's. Rinnegan actually exists in the dimensional store on this floor. In other words, there are many eyes, ninjutsu, etc. in the Hokage world, all of which are here. However, it is a bit of a job. Rinnegan needs 2000 points. With the wealth of Nagato and Konan, it is possible to buy it if you bite your teeth, but this will only restore Nagato to its original level, and it will not change much. Of course, since the eyes are bought here, the side effects must be gone, but can this really change the current situation? Nagato, I think you should buy Rinnegan, it's unavoidable. Konan thinks that Nagato should buy Rinnegan, because with Rinnegan, the Akatsuki organization can still be firmly in his hands, and without Rinnegan, then it is impossible to control the Akatsuki organization. Nagato rejected the suggestion and instead decided to take a new path. Rinnegan. It was originally given to him by Uchiha Madara, but after having this eye, he lost a lot. If he wants to come back now, Nagato will only think of Uchiha Madara as a container for his eyes, use himself to resurrect, use himself as a tool man, and so on. These are things Nagato doesn't want to think about, so he doesn't want Rinnegan. Besides, Nagato already understands that body is the most important thing. No, Rinnegan is unnecessary. I need to recover mobility and light first, but Rinnegan is not important. I think it's time to take another path. Nagato, you. Konan frowned, his face getting darker. Yes, Konan, you see, this power is suitable for me. Nagato pointed to something above, with a sincere smile from the heart on his face. Fighter? Nagato, are you sure you're okay? Konan blinked, looking a little silly. No way, whoever made Nagato choose the road is, well, it really made Konan unable to turn around for a while. Nagato doesn't even have eyes, so naturally he didn't see Konan's cute side, but continued, eyes, although it's good to have a pair of ordinary eyes, but to be a fighter, it's like insight is very important, so it is necessary to. Konan blurted out, Sharingan. But Nagato shook his head and said flatly, no, it's not. It's not Sharingan, so what kind of eyes do you need? Konan couldn't understand that Nagato didn't want Sharingans. In terms of insight, Sharingan has it, so he wants to roll his eyes? When it comes to the insight ability that is comparable to and better than Sharingan, isn't it just the white eyes? The problem is blindfolded. To be honest, Konan is a little bit off. Rolly-eyed Nagato? Honestly, this is so weird. Just when Konan was confused, Nagato gave the answer. What I want is, the Millennium Eye. Insight into people's hearts, superior dynamic vision, these can help me transform into a martial artist. Konan checked carefully, and found that the power of the Millennium Eye is indeed not weak. Maybe there is no fancy ability, but this superior insight is enough. But now that Nagato chooses to transform into a martial artist, then such a power as the Millennium Eye is undoubtedly very important. Okay, if you decide like this, I won't say more. Konan chose to trust Nagato in the end, and did not stop the other party's decision. So should I change myself? Thinking of this, Konan's choices could not help but change, and she began to look through some relatively unpopular products. As Konan looked deeper, it quickly became apparent that something was different, and she liked it better. Imperial Art. This is an introductory spell. 0.0. A kind of imperial magic belonging to Taoism, which can drive any problem, such as swords and the like. And once this kind of introductory spell is practiced, it can be developed in the direction of controlling swordsmanship, and even flying objects. This so-called imperial object flight refers to the ability to drive powerful creatures such as dragons to be used by oneself, and it is by no means an ordinary spell. I am just starting to learn this art of imperial object, and I can barely use the art of imperial sword, and this is already very good, plus my god paper technique can change all kinds of flying swords for me to use. Besides, once I successfully practice the imperial object technique, it will be easier for me in the future. That's right, what's the use of ninjutsu? I want to cultivate immortality. Imperial object art is relatively unpopular because it is not very popular. Instead of practicing this, it is better to go to imperial sword art, but for Konan, there is no need to worry about imperial sword art, but this imperial object art is an entry-level spell, but it is the key. 0. That's right, I want to follow the path of cultivating immortals instead of being obsessed with so-called ninjutsu. Ninja? Already useless. Konan decided to abandon the way of ninja, but turn to the way of cultivating immortals. Although this road has no end in sight, and it is even more difficult to succeed, Konan is thinking about taking this road. Konan, are you sure? And Nagato also saw Konan's choice clearly, and couldn't help asking. Imperial object art is just a very common spell for cultivating immortals. In fact, the real cultivation of immortals is not that simple, and Konan is only learning imperial object art now, but it has already consumed 500 points. Don't look at just 500 points, but Konan only has about 1000 points in total, and half of them are lost at once, which is already a big loss. Furthermore, the follow-up practice will only be more troublesome and consume more points. Unless one obtains a real method of cultivating immortals, one can only rely on points to practice like this. Konan's will is very firm. She didn't mean to change, but she seriously expressed her most true inner thoughts. Nagato, I have already decided that this is the only way I can find my true purpose in life. We need to take different paths. And here Nagato saw that Konan was so determined and knew that the other party had a pursuit, so naturally he didn't say more, and while blessing Konan, he also promised that he would handle Yahiko's affairs well. I know what Yahiko said. I will handle his resurrection, so you don't have to worry about it. Chapter 121. The next day, it was still dark. All forces have already gathered in the wasteland outside the town. Due to the large battles between Aces, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the venue has changed, and it is no longer in a small town. Instead, it was moved to the wasteland outside the town. The area here is just big enough, so you can come here casually. In other words, it doesn't matter if it's a mess. However, everyone in the ninja world was present, but no one appeared from the Tower of Babylon. For example, Demiurge has not yet appeared, which undoubtedly makes everyone in the ninja world a little uneasy. Among them, Uchiha Madara was very irritable, impatient, and seemed to be very upset, and he was naturally seen by Senju Hashirama. Madara, you don't have to be impatient, just wait slowly. Senju Hashirama must hope that Uchiha Madara will not be so impatient like 807, so after seeing Uchiha Madara is very impatient, he quickly comforted him. I don't need you to tell me this yet. It's just that for Uchiha Madara, he doesn't like the preaching of Senju Hashirama, so the voice of speaking seems a little irritable and unhappy. Unlike Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Yui and Hamura are much more harmonious. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya is unhappy, the two brothers are normal. If there is tension, there must be some. But with a one-night buffer, the mentality has changed. Of course, compared to the 5 people who are about to fight, as the audience, Konoha, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance, Xiao Organization and other forces, these talents are the most nervous. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna trust their elder brothers very much, but the power displayed by Aces before is really a bit incomprehensible, so it is impossible to say that they are not worried. As time passed, after more than half an hour, the figure of Demiurge appeared in everyone's sight. As soon as Demiurge appeared, he immediately drew criticism from Uchiha Madara. Is your speed too slow? Hearing this, Demiurge looked at Uchiha Madara who spoke, as well as Konoha, Shinobi Village Alliance and others. Although these people did not speak, the meaning should be similar to Uchiha Madara. However, Demiurge didn't care about this, and said with a blank expression, there is no problem with the time, this point is the most suitable, it's just that you are too impatient, that's why you arrived early. Are you late? Not really. So what is the reason? You yourselves arrived too early, that's all. Uchiha Madara is not satisfied with this explanation, but since people say so, then he is not the same. And Uchiha Madara just complained, that's all, the key lies in the next battle. So Uchiha Madara didn't pursue the matter anymore, but talked about the business. In that case, where is that Acetus? Dry rack, still dry rack. But where are the people? As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Ace struck with icy cold air, and that graceful figure appeared from the portal. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling coldness spread to the surroundings, and Ace stared at Uchiha Madara coldly. Uchiha Madara, are you in a hurry to die? And Uchiha Madara looked at Ace, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, is it finally here? So can we start? Don't worry, the 2 hosts still need to prepare, just wait. Ace didn't answer, but Demiurge spoke. As for what Demiurge said was simple and easy to understand, it was to make Uchiha Madara and the others wait a little longer, and those who had to wait were of course Shimai-Maruman and Leviathan. However, Uchiha Madara was quite dissatisfied with this, thinking that you are so foolish, aren't you looking down on people too much? To say when Uchiha Madara had suffered such humiliation, but after glancing at Demiurge, she still didn't get angry. It's not that I'm worried that I won't be able to beat the opponent, but when I think of the opponent's weird methods. Kneeling as soon as you open your mouth, what kind of ability is this? Honestly, Uchiha Madara wouldn't bet against it. If you can't beat it, it doesn't matter. But if the other party opened his mouth and then knelt down, this is unacceptable. While the few people were talking, the flying dragon from yesterday already appeared in the sky, and Shimai Marufumi, Leviathan, and Albedo were all there. Albedo is only in charge of supervision, as long as there are no unexpected accidents, she is a transparent person. At present, the referee has to be handed over to Demiurge. As for Sheming Maruan and Leviathan, the host is also serving as the commentator, but their situation has changed a little compared to yesterday. Although there are some specific changes, it is a bit hard to say, but at least there is no nonsense, but directly into the theme of Zero. I believe everyone is looking forward to this battle, the trio of Tsutsuki plus Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, the current strongest 5 in the ninja world, this is the hope of the Hokage world. If you can't beat Acetus, then you really don't have to play anymore. The Shiming Guan article is still a bit thin-faced, at least it is for face, and it is not too direct. But Leviathan is different, it doesn't give face at all. Anyway, how mean the words are, then you have to say how mean, face or something. It's best not to count on it. The rules are so favorable, if you really can't beat it, I can only say that everyone is a loser. The words of the two hosts did not affect Tsutsuki, Senju Hashirama and others, but made Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara very angry. Although Black Zetsu follows Tsutsuki Kagaya, basically no one regards him as one person, but completely treats him and Tsutsuki Kagaya as one person. After all, this is the will of Tsutsuki Kagaya, do you still want to be human? Sorry, this is not possible. Although Uchiha Madara was very angry at the moment, he, who has rich combat experience, did not lose his mind because of his anger, but became more and more calm. These people really have full confidence in you, so let me tell them that I'm terrible at Uchiha Madara. After Uchiha Madara really came back to life, 0.0 can be said to be extremely confident. Not only his strength has returned to the peak, but more importantly, he is stronger than before. The power of Rinnegan, Hashirama, and the power of Sage of Six Paths, all these let Uchiha Madara know one thing, that is, he will never be the same as in the state of impure world reincarnation, and there is no way for Aces. Is Acetus strong? Strong, strong, very strong. But, he Uchiha Madara is stronger. Very well, then come on. Ace certainly wouldn't say that he was afraid, but he was even more arrogant than Uchiha Madara. Just because in her opinion, even if there are rules to help these people, they still can't help her. Madara, I won't say anything unnecessary, just calm down. Senju Hashirama knew how excited Uchiha Madara was at the moment, and also knew that Uchiha Madara was experienced, but out of caution and concern, he said something habitually. Chapter 122. Haha, Hashirama, you don't have to worry about that. Uchiha Madara smiled maniacally and told Senju Hashirama that there is nothing to worry about. Demiurge didn't care about these, but slowly lifted into the air, and then announced with a cold face, the battle can begin. Following this order, Uchiha Madara rushed towards Aces with a whoosh, and Senju Hashirama behind him cooperated. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and shouted, "Darkness technique. This is an illusion that can make the vision hallucinate and take away all the light. In its dark field, only the caster and teammates can see things in the environment and take attacks. And in the dark world that descends like pitch black silk, even people at the Hokage level can only be forced to reveal their positions. However, for Aces, it doesn't matter if the position is exposed or what, it's just because she has both offense and defense and her combat power is even more terrifying." Uchiha Madara cooperated very skillfully with Senju Hashirama, and when Senju Hashirama used this kind of illusion, he had already appeared in front of Aces. If it were an ordinary person, 01 would definitely not be able to withstand this blow. But for Aces, it will not be so easy to be attacked. She raised her hand to block Uchiha Madara's blow. The white palm was covered with a thin layer of ice, which seemed to be very weak, but made it impossible for Uchiha Madara's attack to break through, and could only be blocked. Nice fit, but not much use. The darkness really makes Aces uncomfortable, but she has rich combat experience and is extremely sensitive to killing intent, so naturally she will not be succeeded by Uchiha Madara. However, judging from the cooperation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Aces has figured out one thing. The other party's main goal is to get points, not to say that they want to defeat themselves. Both of these seem to be for the purpose of defeating oneself, but the difference lies in getting points, that is to attack oneself with delicate cooperation. And if it is to defeat oneself, a proud person like Uchiha Madara will never give up if he does not crush himself with absolute strength. But what if you expect to crush? Unfortunately, Acetus doesn't think he's going to get run over. At the same time, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara launched an offensive, Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yui, and Hamura were floating in the air, obviously not in a hurry to make a move. Among them, Yui even said something to Tsutsuki Kagaya. "Mother, did you see it?" Tsutsuki Kagaya was not used to his son, and said indifferently, "What do you want to say? Just say something, don't give me nonsense." As far as Tsutsuki Yui is concerned, Tsutsuki Kagaya knows it, but she is just upset. Yui didn't care about these, but continued to explain, "Mother, although Ace is very arrogant, she is indeed very strong, and what is even more terrifying is that she has extremely rich combat experience. For ordinary people, facing the sudden darkness, they will definitely panic, and even raise their attention to guard against attacks coming from nowhere. But Ace is different, she just stood there, Uchiha Madara's attack came, and then blocked this delicate blow with a late attack." Yui explained so emphatically that he hoped that his mother could come up with something. But unfortunately, this is Tsutsuki Kagaya. Tsutsuki Kagaya dismissed this, glanced at his own son, and said coldly, "That's because she has the ability, and it's just darkness, there is no need to be afraid of having the ability to perceive, and our eyes are afraid of the dark." "Dark? So what? With white eyes, what are you afraid of?" Yukun nodded, and said slowly, "Brother, mother is right. My mother and brother, why can't we turn around?" As for what his mother Tsutsuki Kagaya and his younger brother Hamura said, Tsutsuki Yui undoubtedly had a bit of a headache, thinking that he was playing the piano against the cow. "Don't you know about your eyes?" Besides, Yui didn't say that to let Tsutsuki Kagaya know that there are white eyes, so don't worry about anything dark. His original intention was actually, Ace has such a powerful force, facing the enemy's subtle cooperation, he can respond calmly, and he still responds to the enemy in a proactive manner. As far as being calm and composed, as well as judging the situation, etc., these are things that mothers need to learn. Yui is well aware that her mother is very powerful, but when it comes to combat experience, well, to be honest, Yui doesn't want to talk about it. "Alas, there is no such thing at all, how can I do this? Against those who are not strong, it is definitely no problem to crush her with her mother's strength, but against an opponent like Ace who has sudden combat ability and rich experience. To be honest, Yui is not optimistic. As far as my mother is concerned, it really may not be useful." While the mother and son were talking, the battle below was still going on. Fire-style dust hidden technique. After Uchiha Madara missed a hit, he spit out a cloud of high-temperature dust directly from his mouth. As the dust fell to the ground, it quickly spread to the surroundings, and the target was directed at Ace. Once it was contaminated, it would definitely be injured by the high temperature. As for Uchiha Madara, he has already used dust to block the enemy's line of sight, thereby hiding himself. However, the front of Ace is blocked by light blue ice crystals, so the dust cannot hurt Ace. But Senju Hashirama in the back clapped his hands again and shouted, "Wood-style Hwashuja is coming!" Countless trees sprouted from the ground, and countless flowers grew. After Uchiha Madara saw it, he retreated quickly. Because he knows that once the flowers bloom, the pollen emitted is poisonous, and if he inhales the pollen, he will faint due to paralysis. But before Uchiha Madara took action, it was suddenly discovered that these trees were completely frozen by ice. "This guy!" Uchiha Madara narrowed her eyes, looking surprised. And Senju Hashirama was also surprised. He could feel that the opponent's freezing was not so simple. Even if he continued to send chakra, he still couldn't make these trees continue to swell. This is different from the past. You must know that Senju Hashirama's technique uses his own chakra as nutrients, causing countless trees to grow and grow rapidly on the ground, and nothing can stop them. But now, once frozen by Ace, there is no way to get rid of the opponent's freezing, which seems very problematic. "Madara, you continue, I'll come again." Senju Hashirama enters 6-path Sage mode, using wood style again. Wood-style birth of the tree world. This time, the growth rate of the trees was even more exaggerated, and even bigger. In a blink of an eye, a forest has appeared. And in this forest, Asts will be pinned down by Senju Hashirama's technique, so that he will not be able to better deal with the next Uchiha Madara's stormy offensive. Chapter 123. It's just that the ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. Asts stepped down, and countless ice surged out, freezing the forest instantly. Its speed was so fast that Uchiha Madara couldn't even react. Senju Hashirama poured the huge Yang escape chakra into it, but still failed to awaken this huge forest born from the tree world. Don't waste your efforts, your wood style is quite strong, but in my case, it won't work. Asts glanced at Senju Hashirama and said coldly. Wood style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama ignored this and continued to use wood style's secret technique. Compared with the wooden dragon under the general fairy art, it is larger in appearance and stronger in suppressing ability. But while Asts was dealing with Uchiha Madara, he calmly created several ice dragons surging out from the ground, roaring towards the wooden dragon. Soon, the so-called wooden dragon was repeatedly suppressed by the ice dragon, and was quickly defeated. Seeing Asts dissolving his wood style again, Senju Hashirama couldn't help feeling suspicious, but this doubt was quickly suppressed. Since the technique is not feasible for the time being, let's cooperate with Uchiha Madara and use physical technique first. With this in mind, Senju Hashirama joined the fray, teaming up with Uchiha Madara to play melee with Asts. Acitus played a 1-on-2, not losing the wind at all, and the more he fought, the more excited he was, and the smile on his face gradually became sick. Haha, very good, if you two join in later, I will let you become the gatekeepers of the floor I am in charge of. Perhaps because of the hit, Acitus revealed some news. Are you kidding? I, Uchiha Madara, must be the floor master. Uchiha Madara was very dissatisfied with this, and the offensive in her hands became more and more fierce. I can only be a gatekeeper? What are you kidding? Then again, I'm also expected to be a strategist. Asts smiled maniacally, and said, Uchiha Madara, you want to be the boss? No, you are not enough. After the words fell, Asts kicked out, and under continuous kicks, Uchiha was directly kicked out. The latter glides all the way and rolls continuously on the ice for many times before shedding the impact force on his body. After stabilizing his figure, Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy, he covered his chest and whispered, this guy was still playing with me just now. Judging from Asts' continuous kicks just now, the opponent's melee combat ability is far superior to his own. As for Hashirama, 6-path Sage mode is really powerful. In this mode, Senju Hashirama won't be at a disadvantage when fighting with Asts, but because he doesn't have himself, he gradually becomes inseparable. In this scene, Uchiha Madara's face became darker and darker. Dare I lag behind? Senju Hashirama ignored Uchiha Madara who was kicked out. Instead, because he was gradually familiar with the wooden way, Rikishi under Sage mode played inextricably with Asts. To say that Acitus is a combination of offense and defense, when fighting with Senju Hashirama intensely, he can also control the ice at will, and start freezing against Senju Hashirama from time to time. However, after Senju Hashirama entered 6-path Sage mode, not only did he improve his abilities in all aspects, but also the truth-seeking ball behind it also has a lot of operability. Facing the occasional freezing attacks from Asts, use the truth-seeking ball to defend or counterattack. With the further escalation of the battle, the two no longer focus on melee combat, but also added additional things. Like Senju Hashirama's truth-seeking ball, Acitus manipulates water. Acitus uses ice cones and icy rain to rain down, and Senju Hashirama uses truth-seeking balls to transform into forms, either opening up to defend, or transforming into various weapons to fight back. After the fight between the two, people were dazzled. Konoha, Akatsuki, Shinin Village Alliance, etc., who were watching the battle outside, had already fallen into deep silence, and it seemed that it was at this moment that they understood the strength of Acetus. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the terrifying strength displayed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I thought they could carry it before, but now it seems that it is not good enough. Except for the people on Konoha's side, such as the Sinan Village Alliance, they have deep worries. How to do? This is a very real problem. Fourth Raikage was the first to break the silence. He first commented on the battle between Acetus and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Onaki, you can see that Acetus not only manipulates the ice at will, but also has unparalleled ability in melee combat. He is stronger than Uchiha Madara, and he is inseparable from Senju Hashirama. After a pause, Fourth Raikage adjusted, and then said, if Senju Hashirama doesn't have the power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, the result is hard to say. Let's not care about these things. Do we have hope? Terumi Mei didn't care about these things, but cared more about whether his side could survive. Do not know. Onoji and Fourth Raikage said in unison. Is there any hope? Who knows? In any case, you have to call to know. Anyway, it is mainly about scoring points. There is no need to assume that Acetus will be defeated head-on. If you cooperate well, there will be hope. Terumi Mei, 11. Well, this is really hard to say. After Terumi Mei learned of the situation, she was very depressed. Of course, unlike the Ninja Village Alliance, the mood is quite normal. At least judging from the current scene, everyone didn't think there was no hope, on the contrary, they had a lot to do. Strange, why didn't those people do anything? Looking at the Tsutsuki trio in the air, Naruto couldn't help but say something. Namikaze Minato glanced up, then looked down at his son, feeling very complicated. However, Kushina is not like this. She put her arms around Naruto and said carelessly, don't worry, trust Master Hokage, do you understand? First Hokage is very good, Kushina thinks the problem is not big. Her mentality has always been optimistic, and if she really wants to get a score, it is impossible to say that she can't get it. Sure enough, as Senju Hashirama gradually adapted and took control of the truth-seeking ball, he finally found a chance to score points. Under the control of Senju Hashirama, the truth-seeking ball was transformed into a circular frisbee with a hole in the middle, and then controlled by Senju Hashirama's mind, it attacked Acetus. Facing the attack, Acetus responded calmly, appearing to be methodical without panicking at all. But Senju Hashirama will not let Acetus be so easy, and he came to the sky above Acetus in a flash. Facing Senju Hashirama's surprise attack, Acetus still did not panic. The power of frozen time activates. This time, freeze the time of Senju Hashirama. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough for Acetus. She needed this time to deal with these truth-seeking balls, but before Acetus raised his hand, Uchiha Madara suddenly killed it. A black stick appeared from Uchiha Madara's palm, black sticks appeared in both left and right hands, and stabbed towards Acetus. And seeing Uchiha Madara so reckless, Acetus' face turned cold, and he shouted, "Get lost!" Chapter 124. Uchiha Madara didn't need to stab Acetus, just stalled for a while. Sure enough, with Uchiha Madara's pinning down, Acetus was unable to be hit by the truth-seeking ball even though he froze several truth-seeking balls. However, although Acetus was hit, he also suffered a penetrating injury to his arm. But Acetus didn't get angry because of this, instead he showed a morbid smile, and shouted excitedly, "Haha, it's finally a bit more decent, but unfortunately I thought you guys were not good at it." Just when Acetus was immersed in his own joy and excitement, Demiurge's voice sounded slowly. "Excellent attack, back to score." Acetus was still intoxicated at first, but when he heard Demiurge speak, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Demiurge, your voice is really annoying." Demiurge didn't care about this, he pushed his glasses and said slowly, "Master Acetus, this is my duty." After a pause, Demiurge looked at Senju Hashirama and the others, and then said, "Yes, Tsutsuki team, you have already scored 1 point, and you are still 9 points away from 10, so you have to continue to work hard." This guy's tone of voice is really disgusting. Uchiha Madara came to Senju Hashirama, and also expressed his dissatisfaction with Demiurge. But Senju Hashirama is different. Instead, he said with some joy, "Madara, I am different from you, because at this time, I have spoken to Fang 653, which means that we have scored." As far as Demiurge's tone of voice is concerned, people really don't like it. However, if the opponent opened his mouth during the battle, it meant that their attack was successful. Therefore, Senju Hashirama didn't have much dislike for Demiurge, but quite liked it. "You guys are really good, you can actually hurt me." "Well, that's enough, that's enough." Ace didn't look at his injured arm, because it had begun to recover, but rushed say something with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they looked at Ace with solemn expressions, and found that the other party recovered from his injuries and recovered very quickly, so he couldn't ignore it. The truth-seeking ball is very strong, but the opponent can recover easily, which is even more troublesome. But fortunately, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara understand that it is not necessary to kill Ace. It is a good thing that the other party has a terrifying self-healing ability. "Hashirama, the other party has self-healing ability, we don't have to be intimidated anymore." Uchiha Madara took a step forward and said in an extremely firm tone. Hey, listen to your tone, just let me go." Abj, Ace felt very dissatisfied when he heard Uchiha Madara say this. "What are you kidding? This should be said by me." Ace thinks that the person who can pretend should be himself. "And what qualifications do you two have to pretend? You really didn't take me seriously." Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not speak, but instead launched a more ferocious attack. At the same time, the flying dragon circling in the air, and Shime Maruan, Leviathan, and others staying on it were a little surprised that Ace was attacked and scored a point by the Tsutsuki team. "Although I expected it a long time ago, I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Shiming Maruan said with a sigh. "Yatengu, listen to your tone." However, Leviathan was shocked when he heard this. She said, "Why are you so thick-skinned? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Shiming Maruan didn't give a chance, and quickly blocked Leviathan. "What do you say?" Leviathan rolled his eyes and asked back. "I don't think there's anything, so it's your own problem." Shiming Maruan has always been thick-skinned, so he didn't give Leviathan any chance, and scolded without hesitation. "Leviathan! All right, I have seen what it means to be shameless. That's it." But Shiming Maruan didn't pay attention to what Leviathan thought, but continued to find reasons and excuses for himself. "To be honest, Acetus's performance, I had expected it, so I was not surprised by it." Obito had already regarded herself as a transparent person, and had no intention of refuting this, and Leviathan had already been severely hit by Shime Maruman, and was not in the mood to object for the time being, so she let Shiming Maru be entertained himself. Tower of Babylon, top floor. This wave of self-promotion by Shiming Maruan undoubtedly made Yakumo Zi deeply feel ashamed. Who doesn't know what's going on with your Shiming Guanwen? That is what the natives of the Hokage world do not know. And you actually said that during the live broadcast? Is it because I am afraid that I am not famous yet? Zi Yakumo was quite dissatisfied with the operation of Shiming Maruan, and felt that the problem was too big. Cough, what, Zi ma, calm down. Qin Mu obviously knew what happened to Yakumo Zi, so he had to calm her down. But having said that, Shiming Maruan is a little too much. Is it appropriate to be so boastful? Just talk in private. Saying this in front of the live broadcast. Well, the problem is big. As Qin Mu said, she did not forget to wink at Poluna, Lily Ling, and Axes Neil, meaning to ask her to come forward to solve the problem. Poluna has no interest in this and doesn't want to talk to her. Unless Yakumo Zi can be ridiculed, then it can be said. But looking at Qin Mu's meaning. Obviously she didn't give it a chance, so why should she say more? As for those who said that Ashes Neil didn't want to get involved in these matters, he simply kept silent and didn't intend to speak. Therefore, in the end, only Lily Bell had an opinion on this matter. It's just that Lily Ling said what she said, but she didn't seem to say it. And she said so. Yakumo Zi, don't worry about it too much, Shimai Marwan just brags about himself occasionally, it's not a big problem. To say this at first glance, it seems to be nothing. But Yakumo Zi listened, but realized something was wrong. Wait, what you said makes me feel very wrong. Yakumo Zi was not polite to Lily Ling, but threw it at her directly. Lily Ling was very calm, and asked back, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Yes, we think there is a problem. Yakumo Zi said without hesitation. She said that the problem exists, so it is necessary to focus on it. If you say so, then you can talk about it. Lily Ling shrugged, with a look of disdain on her face, obviously she didn't think Yakumo Zi could find any faults. Besides, even if you wanted to pick, what else could you pick? Okay, let's talk about this edition. Yakumo Zi raised her hand, signaling Qin Mu not to talk, she had to talk about it. Looking at Yakumo Zi's confident smile, Qin Mu thought, are you just looking for trouble, or did you really discover something wrong with Lily Bell? To be honest, with regard to what Beiling said, Qin Mu thought about it briefly, and really didn't find anything wrong with it, so why did Zima hear that something was wrong? Chapter 125. Lily Ling said that Wen Wen occasionally brags about herself, but what is it actually? Wen Wen always brags, so it would be wrong to say that she occasionally brags. When Qin Mu, Beiling, and others felt that something was wrong, Yakumo Zi finally gave an explanation, and what she said made Qin Mu and others quite speechless. Are you going to let that guy Shimai Marwan continue to die? Although there are not many people here, but you said so. Well, to be honest, the problem is not small. Because a certain evil god is still there, with her big mouth and her relationship with Lily Bell, she will definitely play it up everywhere, and then it will turn into. Yakumo Zi is dissatisfied with Shemming Maru Wen, thinking that the other party always likes to brag about himself. The internal instability of Gensokyo, there is a gap between the monster sage and Ye Tengu. Such extremely exaggerated rumors are all possible. Zi Ma, are you planning to disclose information to the outside world? Is Gensokyo unstable internally? Considering this problem, Qin Mu had to ask himself. What? Hearing this, Yakumo Zi was stunned. For this statement, Yakumo Zi is undoubtedly a little unresponsive. What she thought was why she was unstable, what kind of instability was it? When you talk about Wen Wen like this, you will be publicized by some big mouth, and rumors will arise. Qin Mu looked at Yakumo Zi, who was still in a daze, and had to sigh, but the reminder should still be reminded of. Is that so? Yakumo Zi blinked her eyes, and said something in doubt. But then she realized something was wrong, slapped her thigh fiercely, and said with a little regret, oh, yes, it is indeed. If it is passed on by someone with a heart, it will indeed affect the internal instability of the camp, so some words really cannot be said casually. Look, you know it yourself, so why don't you restrain yourself? After seeing Yakumo Zi, she finally figured it out. Qin Mu had to ask Yakumo Zi why she said this. Originally, I thought Yakumo Zi was going to say something, but I didn't expect that she would criticize Shemming Maruan later on. Instead, I took the initiative to give others the excuse. Yakumo Zi was silent for a while, and then she opened her mouth to explain, there is no way, isn't Lily Ling talking like a mockery? Wen is so virtuous, we all know it. Right? Just ask, can we panic? Following Yakumozi's explanation, according to her, it is. Everyone knows what Wen's virtue is, but you, Lily Ling, would actually say that? Needless to say, there must be problems here. Lily Bell. Dare to be honest, or what I said was too euphemistic, and I didn't choose to criticize, but it made you unhappy? Okay, I can only talk about my problem. Since Yakumozi said so, what else could she say? There is no way to say it, I can only follow her Yakumozi, and I, Lily Bell, will not struggle. Zi Ma, you are still a bit outrageous. Qin Mu learned of Yakumozi's thoughts and had to complain. Lily said good things, but you think there is something wrong, and if you don't say good things, what do you have to say? With Yakumozi's set of thinking, it is estimated that there will be some strange claims. Lily Ling is difficult to do. Either way, there are problems. Where is it? Yakumozi rolled her eyes and said angrily. She naturally didn't admit this, and felt that she didn't mean that at all. It was Qin Mu's understanding that was wrong, and it had nothing to do with her. Therefore, Yakumozi had no choice but to defend. Don't talk nonsense, we don't have that kind of thought. Is it nonsense? You know it in your own mind, so I don't bother to say it. Qin Mu waved his hand, signaling Yakumozi to stop struggling. Yakumozi. It's broken, it's hard to do now. And Yakumo was undoubtedly getting more and more headaches, and she realized that she seemed to be taking the blame. In case any gossip spreads later, it is completely my fault, no one will explain it for me, and everyone here leaks the news. Needless to say, the little evil god must have dared to do so. The other one is Poluna, and there is no need to worry about the rest of Lily Ling and Axe's near. Little evil god, let's not talk nonsense. Anyway, you know it well. If you dare to mess up, then your end will be even worse. We are different from Beiling, so we won't treat you show mercy. Seeing Yakumozi threatening her so directly, the little evil god naturally complained, but she didn't dare to refute directly, so she could only curse in her heart. What are you proud of? To put it bluntly, you dare to vent your anger on me. Zero fur flowers. If it were someone else's words, would you Yakumozi dare to do this? You don't have the guts, you don't. So why are you so proud? The little evil god is naturally mocking Yakumozi silently, she thinks that the other party is just taking her anger out on her. Why didn't you see you talking to Boluna or Master Qin Mu? Sigh, you are such a bullying dead monster. How can you cultivate it? If I could, I would hang you up and beat you long ago. If he could beat Yakumozi, the little evil god would naturally not be so aggrieved. But helplessly, she couldn't beat it, so that's the only way she could do it. Yakumozi, you've finished warning the little evil god, so it's time for me. Boluna tilted her beautiful legs, looked Yakumozi's eyes with a half-smile, and said something meaningful. Yakumozi, who heard this, smiled all over her face, as if she was trying to flatter her, and she said like this, "Oh, Boluna, look at what you said, how could we do this?" Yakumozi moved over, leaned in front of Poluna, and said with a smile, "What is your relationship with me? That is a fateful friendship. We are comrades in arms who have experienced many hardships, so we will not do that." Poluna didn't take this kind of trick, she was not fooled by how old and cunning the other party was, but she said something meaningful instead. Okay, I don't know you yet. Just you, once I'm caught by you, I'm probably going to be bullied to death. However, Yakumozi has such a thick skin, so she definitely won't be affected. Instead, she yelled loudly, "It's nothing, we won't do it." After Qin Mu looked at it from the sidelines, she had to sigh, Zima's ability is really extraordinary. Okay, I don't want to worry about you so much, Anyway, you can rest assured that I am not interested in these things, and although I am a real devil, the leader of the devil, and the god of the devil, I always like to be straightforward. Go, you won't be like some sages who like to calculate. Poluna leaned back. She didn't like Yakumozi's enthusiasm very much, and she was a little disgusted, and she also quickly told Yakumozi that she would not mess around, so you Yakumozi, you can rest assured. Yakumozi naturally knew it well in her heart, and she also knew that Poluna always kept her word. As for the other party's sarcastic remarks about himself, is there any? Sorry, didn't hear that pill. Chapter 126. Since Poluna has said this, Yakumozi must be willing to believe it, so she is very relaxed now. However, although it is possible to relax, the topic must be changed in time. Ahem, yes, since this is the case, I don't know what you think about the fact that Acetus officially lost points. Yakumozi realized that she had to do something, so what she did was to change the subject, and asked everyone what they thought about Acetus losing a point. Axis Neil was not surprised, shrugged his shoulders and said, sooner or later, things will inevitably happen. Poluna agrees with Ash's Neil, both of them think so. And she even added, if there is one, there will be two, Aces will be uncomfortable later, what she has to do is to defeat those people as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams. For example, if 897 Ace Day can't solve Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, and then face the trio of Tsutsuki, they will definitely get into trouble. Lily Bell, what do you think? Hearing what the two said, Yakumozi was not in a hurry to comment, but looked at Lily Ling, meaning to ask Lily Ling to continue. Is that the self-healing factor on her? Lily Ling didn't answer Yakumozi's question, but talked to herself instead. Yes, Acetus has this self-healing factor, which can heal and regenerate, but this kind of recovery ability is actually not very outstanding. Qin Mu nodded, indicating that Lily Bell was right, but the healing ability of Aces could not be called perfect, it could only be relatively average. Generally speaking, that's enough. Lily Ling raised her eyebrows and said so. She didn't think it was impossible, on the contrary, it was enough. Especially for a woman like Aces, this can be said to be an excellent ability. But Qin Mu shook her head, sighed, and said, to be honest, it's not a good thing that Aces has such self-healing and regeneration abilities, and it will make her even more hysterical. In the land, thus giving a chance. You mean Aces doesn't focus on defense? This time, Yakumozi understood, and she asked thoughtfully. As if she knew what Qin Mu meant, Poluna curled her lips and said, you must know that the rule of the main battle is that if you are attacked, you will basically get 1 point, because this is basically an outstanding one. It's attacking, so she Ace Destin doesn't pay much attention to defense, so she will definitely be attacked. Polna, didn't you say you don't care? Axis Neil raised his eyebrows, smiled slightly, and asked again. I'm analyzing, not that I care. Hearing this, Poluna snorted coldly, glanced at Axis Neil, and replied in a flat tone. Yes, it's analysis. Axel Neil smiled and agreed with this point of view. And Poluna took a deep look at her, she seemed a little upset, but she didn't get angry because of it, but chose not to act. Yakumozi already understood, so she looked at Qin Mu and asked in a low voice, in this case, do you think Aces lost 10 points first, or did she defeat the 5-member team of Tsutsuki first? You ask me like this, it's hard to say, because some things are too unpredictable to be done by prediction. Qin Mu didn't specify the answer, but said it was hard to say. Understood, then continue reading. After hearing this, Yakumozi also understood, and she suggested to continue reading. Poluna, Ash's Neil, and the others wanted to give it a try, but as Aces was attacked again in the screen and lost a point, they all fell silent tacitly. It seems that it is true, Aces lost 2 points in a row, which is really hard to say. Tower of Babylon, First floor. After losing a point, Acetus didn't say that he was furious, but became more and more excited. Now that he can attack himself, it means that things have become interesting. Continue. Ace shook his right arm, the excitement on his face seemed to be very joyful. After Senju Hashirama saw Ace like this, he said solemnly, Madara, the big one is coming. Humph, don't talk nonsense, Hashirama, I won't lose to you. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, expressing that he must win a point. It was Senju Hashirama's attack just now, and now it's my turn. After all, I must never let Senju Hashirama ride on my head, that would be really embarrassing. Madara, we still need to focus on cooperation, and don't be zero on the top for some reason. Senju Hashirama understood in his heart when he heard this, and hurriedly tried to persuade him. If Uchiha Madara did not cooperate, things would be much more difficult. Hashirama, don't tell me these things, I won't always listen to your nagging. Uchiha Madara was very dissatisfied. He had contributed a bit just now, but the main reason was that Senju Hashirama himself was good, he just played a restraining role. Therefore, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, this is nothing, so what he has to do later is naturally to rely on himself. As for Hashirama, he only needs to watch from the sidelines. Uchiha Madara is unwilling to see even if it is a diversion effect. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Madara just wants to prove that he is better than Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly, thinking, Madara, why bother? In fact, in Senju Hashirama's opinion, this is meaningless, so the other party's operation, well, it is completely meaningless. Uchiha Madara didn't care about these, but directly appeared on Susanoo, and then used Susanoo to seal, using fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style huge fire extinction. A giant great fireball that looked like a meteorite fell directly in front of Susanoo. As soon as it landed, it spread directly to form a sea of flames, and surrounded Ace's position. In a blink of an eye, Ace was enveloped by this huge sea of flames, but Uchiha Madara didn't stop, and then sealed with Susanoo, and fell two huge meteorites with a sky barrier of 0.3 stars. However, with the appearance of the meteorite, the original sea of fire disappeared instantly, replaced by a light blue sea of ice. The so-called flame was instantly frozen by Ace. As for the meteorite falling from the sky, Ace just snapped his fingers, and icicles burst out from the ground. It directly pierced through the two meteorites, connecting them together, and then the cold air spreading from the icicle sealed the two meteorites in ice. Ace sneered, and said, Small tricks, what are you thinking? It's loud and true, but is it useful? Yes. Uchiha Madara sneered and said disdainfully. As the voice fell, Uchiha Madara, who was still in front of Senju Hashirama, had appeared behind Ace, and directly pierced Ace's body with the black rod made by Rinnegan. Chapter 127. Do you really think I'm incapable of dealing with you? Uchiha Madara's voice sounded slowly, his tone full of contempt. In this scene, Demiurge, who was in the air, turned into a ruthless broadcast machine, and said coldly, Excellent attack, 1 point, so far the Tsutsuki team has scored 2 points. It is necessary to know the broadcast of the score, so Demiurge interrupted on purpose. Ace didn't care about Demiurge, but was a little surprised because Uchiha Madara appeared behind him, as if he was a little shocked at how the other party did it. After all, Uchiha Madara escaped his own perception and reappeared behind him before being able to sneak attack successfully. It is definitely impossible to say that he is not surprised. Afterwards, she remembered something, and said to herself, Where is the round tomb? Frontier prison. After hearing this, a strange look flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, obviously feeling a little surprised, he had to frown and ask, You actually know my pupil technique? This is my unique pupil technique, did I expect the woman in front of me to know it? Wheel tomb boundary prison is an other world that can intervene in the wheel tomb, and in this world, you can create your own shadow, which is no different from the Shadow 01 clone. It's just that people outside the round tomb cannot perceive the existence of the shadow, nor can they actively touch it, and physical attacks are even more ineffective. But the shadow can interfere with the outside world to attack, and can also use the technique that the body is good at. Even if it is used to replace the body as a stand-in, it is also feasible. Just now Uchiha Madara replaced the shadow and replaced the body behind Ace. If you want to see the shadow, only those who have Rinnegan can see it, while those who master the Six Paths magic can't see it, but they can perceive it, and they can also perform physical interference. Senju Hashirama has sensed it just now, and knows that Uchiha Madara has launched a new technique, but what he did not expect is that this action is so easy, as if it is a bit too easy. Don't worry, Hashirama, I use the black rod made by Rinnegan, which can block the enemy, so. It's just that Uchiha Madara was slapped in the face before he finished speaking. I saw that Ace directly froze Uchiha Madara's time, and then calmly left. Then, Ace turned around and kicked out again, sending Uchiha Madara flying 7 or 8 meters away. Ace waved again, and an ice dragon instantly condensed, with its mouth wide open, it went towards Uchiha Madara who fell to the ground and couldn't move. When Senju Hashirama saw it, he clapped his hands quickly and shouted, "Wood-style wooden golem jutsu." The wooden golem summoned by the power of the Six Paths Fairy Art Chakra is no less gigantic than the full-body Susanoo, so under the control of Senju Hashirama, the wooden golem hugged the ice dragon tightly, raid the Uchiha Madara by giving the water dragon method. And after such a delay, Uchiha Madara is finally able to move. Then Uchiha Madara said angrily, "Hashirama, get out of my way, don't get in my way. I was talking eloquently just now, and seemed so confident." But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. How can this not be embarrassing? Oh, Madara, calm down. Senju Hashirama felt that Uchiha Madara was so irrational, standing, oh no, it was flying in the air. He directly used a truth-seeking ball to turn it into a carpet, and gave Uchiha Madara from the ground to take it to the air. Uchiha Madara frowned after seeing it, thinking, "Do I need your help?" Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara showed off the full body of Susanoo. After all, Uchiha Madara has not become Ten Tails Jinchuriki now, and does not have the form of Six Paths, that is to say, there is no way to fly in the air. Uchiha Madara at this stage is the same as Uchiha Sasuke hung by Sage of Six Paths later, basically it is the same level. Of course, if Uchiha Madara goes to war with Uchiha Sasuke like that, it is estimated that Uchiha Madara will win. After all, combat experience is not at the same level, Uchiha Sasuke can't beat Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama doesn't mind what Uchiha Madara thinks, but thinks that he and Uchiha Madara have already scored 1 point, which is enough to prove that there is hope for success in defeating Ace. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were all flying in the air, followed by Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Yi, and Tsutsuki Hamura, but Ace was still standing on the ground. "Do you think I can't fly?" The wound on Ace's chest and abdomen had healed, and she couldn't help but sneered as she looked at Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and others who were all in the air. "Good guy, I'm flying in the air, do you think I can't fly?" Thinking of this, Acetus was naturally too lazy to talk nonsense, but said indifferently, "See if I don't blow you up, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" After finishing the words, she shouted loudly, "Tian Xiang, Blackbird Lan Fei! Blackbird Lan Fei! This is a flying spell. If the caster has strong strength, the flying speed can exceed the speed of sound. Therefore, this mantra cannot be taken lightly. But this spell is basically very simple, basically everyone can learn it, but if you want to fly faster than the speed of sound, you need strong support. After all, if you can't keep up in all aspects, if you really exceed the speed of sound, your body will not be able to bear it." Ace went directly to Uchiha Madara's after taking off, completely ignoring Senju Hashirama's, and her flying speed was extremely fast, obviously beyond the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, Ace was in front of Uchiha Madara, kicked and hit Susanoo. When Uchiha Madara saw this scene, he felt that Ace was beyond his control and dared to challenge Susanoo, and he was still a complete body of Susanoo. Then, 793 Uchiha Madara was kicked out, and Susanoo broke up. Acitus just kicked Susanoo to pieces. As for Uchiha Madara himself, it was natural that his face was filled with astonishment, which seemed incomparably surprised and even more unbelievable. After seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama was also very surprised. After all, even I can't say that I can break Susanoo's complete body with one kick, but Ace can do it. How can this not surprise Senju Hashirama? Of course, the surprise is the surprise. Uchiha Madara still needs to be rescued now, so Senju Hashirama hurriedly passed another truth-seeking ball, giving Uchiha Madara a foothold. At the same time, Tsutsuki Kagaya and others no longer planned to watch the theater, and decided to do it. Since Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have already scored 1 point each, the stronger ones of them naturally cannot watch the show, but should make a move. When Yi was about to make a move, he did not forget to tell, "Mother, I believe you should be able to understand that Acitus may not have tried his best so far, so we must not underestimate the enemy. You don't need to tell me about it." Tsutsuki Kagaya glanced at his son and said coldly. Speaking of Tsutsuki Kagaya, well, to be honest, it's really relatively average. After saying this, Tsutsuki Kagaya appeared in front of Ace directly as Huangchuan Hirasaka, exerting coercion with the ability of supercilious eyes. Chapter 128. Tsutsuki Kagaya uses coercion with white eyes, not only can knock away the surrounding enemies, but can also cause substantial damage. However, Ace was not affected, and the backhand responded with a bunch of ice spikes. But Tsutsuki Kagaya had already disappeared with the help of Huangchuan Hirasaka. After this ability appeared, everyone in the ninja world was terrified. Free shuttle? Does this space-time ninjutsu really exist? With Tsutsuki Kagaya, the mentality of ninja people has collapsed a bit. Like Kamui and Flying Thunder God, although they are all space-time ninjutsu, it is obviously impossible to travel freely like Tsutsuki Kagaya. Is that a white eye? On the ground, Senju Tobirama asked suddenly. Seeing Senju Hashirama speak suddenly, Uchiha's Hiri thought for a while and felt that he had to answer. Therefore, after some calm thinking, Uchiha Yuri thought of a possibility, and replied. Yes, I've wanted to say this a long time ago. Whether it's Sage of Six Paths' mother or his younger brother, they all looked blankly. Although Sage of Six Paths is a Rinnegan, it can't be understood in this way. That means he also has supercilious eyes. Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, and said something subconsciously. I don't quite understand, but it's obvious that these people's eyes are more severe. Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand very well, but he expressed his true feelings. That is the white eyes of Tsutsuki and others, obviously much stronger than Hyaga's white eyes. Having said that, Hyaga Niji is still very upset. And Uchiha Izuna didn't have so many scruples. Although he was very upset with Naruto, the Nine-Tails Kid, but the other party's words were correct. The white eyes of Tsutsuki and others were obviously much stronger than Hyaga's. Yes, that's true, especially that Tsutsuki Kagaya, I can feel the power she just revealed in that glance. I guess if it were me, I would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground. But after hearing this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Izuna in surprise, and asked in great surprise, "Wait. Are you so humble? Is this still you?" "It's true, and I mean it's only like this when you're being attacked. If you don't have any precautions, if you are stared at by her like this, wouldn't you be seriously injured?" Although Uchiha Izuna is a proud and arrogant person, if he really can't do it, then he can't do it, instead of slapping his face to pretend to be fat, and he already has the prerequisites. That is, to be so close to Tsutsuki Kagaya suddenly, and to stare at him like this again, it must be unbearable. Although Uchiha Izuna's words are well-founded, Senju Tobirama did not accept this statement, but continued to mock the other party. Why did this happen? Isn't that because you are too watery? Since your reaction ability is not good, should you practice more? I think the reason why you were killed by me at the beginning was because of Tianbai. But for Uchiha Izuna, when Senju Tobirama mentioned this, he was immediately angry. Under the extreme anger, Uchiha Izuna repeatedly output, "You still say that? Senju Tobirama, if it weren't for that flying thunder god technique, you really think you can beat me? Isn't this the ninjutsu I developed? So I can't use it." Senju Tobirama shrugged, ignoring the angry Uchiha Izuna, and said something calmly and indifferently. This time, Uchiha Izuna stopped the output, realizing that he was a bit over the top. Actually, Senju Tobirama just beheaded himself using the ninjutsu he developed, so what is there to complain about? After being silent for a long time, Uchiha Izuna opened his mouth to explain again, "Of course I didn't mean that, I just said that you were just lucky, and I was not prepared." Senju Tobirama naturally ignored it and would not listen to this explanation at all. Instead, he said in an extremely indifferent tone, "Uchiha Izuna, you are not an ordinary person. You have experienced the cruelty of the Sengoku era. How can you be so naive? Uchiha Izuna. Damn it, I'm still despised, aren't I?" Although the discussion among the ninja people below is very lively, it is meaningless for those who fight in the air. Whether it's Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, at this moment, they all understand that the techniques they often use are useless for the time being. On the contrary, the Six Paths Fairy technique and Rinnegan's unique pupil technique can still be effective. For example, Senju Hashirama hit Aces with Truth-Seeking Ball just now, and Uchiha Madara succeeded in sneak attack with Wheel Tomb Border Prison, which means it has an effect. On the contrary, those powerful ninjutsu such as Wooden Dragon, Wooden Golem, True Several Thousand Hands and Susanoo have mediocre or even useless effects. And looking at Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Yi, Tsutsuki Hamura and others, the techniques used are not so grand. For example, like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it looks like Gundam Wars. The two brothers Yi and Hamura can use yin-yang done very easily. They don't need to be so fancy at all. They just control the truth-seeking ball to achieve the integration of offense and defense. As for Tsutsuki Kagaya, he used body skills to deal with it, just a simple palm down, and smashed the ice dragon that Ace summoned at random. In this scene, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps were numb. They couldn't help sighing in the first trial. How powerful are these people? Since Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yi, and Hamura joined in, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were temporarily unable to participate and could only watch from a distance. Tsutsuki Kagaya, with the help of Huangchuan Hirasaka, evaded Acetus's attack and launched a counterattack at the same time, and her tactics annoyed Acetus very much. With Tsutsuki Yi and Tsutsuki Hamura as the main attackers, plus Tsutsuki Kagaya's free tactical system, it is indeed difficult for Ace to deal with. As a result, the ruthless broadcast machine Demiurge was dispatched many times. Number: Tsutsuki Yi, Great Attack, 1 point. Tsutsuki Kagaya, Great Attack, 1 point. Tsutsuki Hamura, Great Attack, 1 point. Total score, 5 points. With the output of Demiurge, the broadcast machine, it proved the ability of Tsutsuki Kagaya and Li Zhao, and he gained something after just a few rounds. This is one pass output than Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others, and it took a lot of time to get 2 points. But Tsutsuki Kagaya and others dispatched and scored 3 points in just a few rounds. Ace dodged and opened some distance, and then slowly suspended in midair. And Ace, who was floating in midair, stabilized his figure, and said calmly, "You guys surprised me a little bit, I really didn't expect to push me to this point. Tsutsuki Kagaya didn't want to talk nonsense, rolled his eyes and said coldly, surrender to death. Rabbit fur stitches. Her white hair turned into countless long sharp needles, which hit Ace like a rainstorm. Ace raised his hand in a calm manner, and directly used the power of Mach Potmo to freeze the time in the area in front of him, and as long as the rabbit hair needle entered the area, no one with the frame of exception is there motionless. Chapter 129. Mother, be careful. Yuyi saw that Acetus had used the power to freeze time, so he quickly reminded Tsutsuki Kagaya, telling the latter to be extremely careful, and hurried to his mother. Yuyi, are you treating my concubine like a child? It's just that Tsutsuki Kagaya himself was very dissatisfied with this. His cold eyes swept over and looked at Tsutsuki Yuyi, who came to him. Tsutsuki Yuyi. There's no way, you don't have much combat experience, if I'm not careful, can I do it? However, facing Tsutsuki Kagaya's cold eyes, Tsutsuki Yuyi was very calm. The reason for this is that Yuyi believes that his mother's power is very powerful, but when it comes to how to use these powers and experience in combat, these cannot be compared with Ace's. The other party must have known this, or they had already known it. Considering the information revealed by Shime Maruan, Yuyi thinks that the people in the Tower of Babylon know everything. But when the mother and son were talking, Hamura was left alone and was beaten and kicked by Ace. After a violent output, he almost turned into a pig's head. If it weren't for the truth-seeking ball defense, Hamura was sure that he would be split in two by the ice sword in the woman's hand. I have to say that this woman is indeed cruel. The revived Yuyi and Hamura looked like they were young, not 20-year-olds, so the two at the top were not so easy to be killed by Ace. For example, Hamura was just attacked by Ace, and he was able to carry a set of combos, and he was not knocked to the ground by Ace. One is that it benefits from the combination of offense and defense with truth-seeking ball, and the other is that it is young. Youth is the capital, such as reaction, speed, agility, etc. If you don't have it, you will be completely abused by Ace. Even if there is a truth-seeking ball for defense or attack, there will still be loopholes after all, and it will be caught and defeated by Ace at that time. But because Hamura was resurrected in a young state, he was able to withstand the violent output of Acetus. However, if you think that this is safe, it is definitely impossible. Ace praised, yes, there is indeed something. Then, she activated the Mach Potama. Time and space are frozen. Tsutsuki Hamura settled right there. Then, ice condensed from Ace's hands, freezing Hamura that was frozen there. But at this moment, Tsutsuki Yuyi suddenly came behind Ace. The immortal tin rod transformed from truth-seeking ball points to Ace. Afterwards, the immortal tin stick went straight through. Have you thought too much? Ace let out a sneer of disdain, but his body gradually turned into ice and melted into water. Obviously, Acetus has already replaced the main body. When it reappeared, Acetus was already above Yuyi's head. She condensed an ice sword in her hand and stabbed down. The target was Yuyi's head. So fast. Yuyi's complexion changed, and his pupils shrank slightly. In Yuyi's opinion, Acetus's movement was a little too fast. However, he was still able to deal with it, and the immortal tin staff moved up, trying to block Acetus's ice sword. It's just that Ace's sword was not blocked by his fairy tin rod as Yuyi expected, but was cut off by a sword instead. Has the truth-seeking ball been axed? This fairy tin staff is condensed from truth-seeking ball, but now it seems that it is far inferior to the power of ice condensed by the other party. Tsutsuki Yuyi knew in his heart that the opponent's ice sword was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. It was not condensed randomly, but instead condensed the essence of the opponent's ice power star. It was by no means an ordinary ice sword. Therefore, after being surprised, Yuyi took it for granted. At this time, Yamura was finally able to move, his consciousness recovered and he shattered the solid ice that had frozen from his body. But this is not so easy to do. Hamura took a lot of strength to shatter, and half of it was to freeze his lower body. As a result, Hamura's movements were naturally restricted, and because his lower body was frozen, his balance was also broken. Fortunately, there was Tsutsuki Kagaya, Abed, who appeared beside Hamura, and after a palm shot, he finally broke the ice and freed Hamura. After Tsutsuki Kagaya rescued Hamura, she rushed to the area where Yui and Ace were located without stopping. In her opinion, Yui couldn't beat the opponent. But at the moment Tsutsuki Kagaya appeared, Acetus, who had already been on guard, raised his hand, and a huge ice bird condensed into a huge ice bird, jumped up behind Ace, and attacked Tsutsuki Kagaya who had just come from Huangchuan Hirazaka. Without even thinking about it, she slipped away again with the help of Huangchuan Biliang Saka. However, this time, Ace did not give the opponent a chance, but abandoned Yui and quickly moved in front of Tsutsuki Kagaya, taking advantage of the moment when Huangchuan Biliang Saka was closed, and suddenly put his hand inside. Then, Acetus grabbed Tsutsuki Kagaya's hair, and pulled her out of the hell. At this time, Tsutsuki Kagaya was successfully picked out by Ace before he had time to react. After being pulled out, Tsutsuki Kagaya realized something was wrong and let out a miserable scream. What? How dare you? Ace doesn't care what you do. Tsutsuki Kagaya grabs the opponent's hair and pulls her to the front, and greets the opponent's face with punches and punches. Soon, Tsutsuki Kagaya was punched 7 or 8 times in the face, his delicate face was covered with bruises, and he looked very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Yui and Hamura were a little dazed. But then, the two of them came to their senses and rushed to save someone, lest Tsutsuki Kagaya go berserk later. However, the two of them took a step too late, because Tsutsuki Kagaya really went berserk. After so many punches, how can you bear it? In anger, Tsutsuki Kagaya directly used his ultimate move, killing ashes together. Although Ace hit very high, he was still keenly aware of the danger, but when he wanted to evade, it was too late. In the end, Acetus was hit by this move. But even if he was hit, Acetus was only severely wounded. Yes, she didn't say that she died like this because she was hit by the ashes of the Communist Party. Of course, it is true that the injury is serious. At this time, Demiurge's voice sounded, heavy damage, 2 points, the current Tsutsuki team has 7 points. The ruthless broadcast machine naturally continued his work, explaining the current situation again, that is, the current scoring situation of the Tsutsuki team. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya was a little bit embarrassing just now, but because of her rampage, after using the ultimate move to kill the ashes together, she severely injured Ace. Therefore, they got 2 points all at once, plus the 5 points they already had before. The Tsutsuki team has now got 7 points. And this distance is 10, and it is only 3 points. Chapter 130. Even though he was hit hard, Acetus retreated back calmly. And while she looked down, she complained, Demiurge, I really don't want to hear your voice now. Well, this injury is a bit serious. However, with the ability of self-healing and regeneration, Acetus is not worried that much. From just now to now, the injury has almost recovered. As for the lethality of killing the ashes together, it is indeed very astonishing. If it were me who was still in the red world, I would definitely not be able to withstand it. Of course, at that time, let alone Tsutsuki Kagaya, even Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others were difficult to deal with, and the chance of winning was almost non-existent. But it's different now, not only can she win against these people, but she can only be severely injured when facing such a big killer move. And just in the blink of an eye, the injury almost recovered. As for Tsutsuki Kagaya here, he didn't care so much, but raised his head and looked in the direction of Ace, and said coldly, I want you to pay the price. An incomparably heavy price. Acetus's operation just now undoubtedly made Tsutsuki Kagaya completely angry. In front of so many people, I was beaten up like this, how can I bear it? No matter how you say it, this is unbearable. Therefore, an angry Tsutsuki Kagaya decided to attack himself, which went against the plan Yuyi had made. What Tsutsuki Yuyi thinks is that he cooperates with his younger brother to jointly suppress Aces, and his mother, Tsutsuki Kagaya, as a supporting party, gives them support. To put it bluntly, Yuyi is still worried that his mother will not be able to be the main output point and will be led by the nose by Acetus. The fact is indeed the case, Tsutsuki Kagaya has great strength, but the fighting experience is too much to pull the hips, and there is no way to fight Aces. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya was completely played by Aces because of anger. No matter how Tsutsuki Kagaya operates, it is easily resolved by Aces, and with the existence of Mokubatmo, she can easily deal with Tsutsuki Kagaya. And when Tsutsuki Kagaya played against Aces, Shime Maruin and Leviathan explained while communicating. I thought Tsutsuki Kagaya would be able to take off, but I didn't expect it to fail all of a sudden. To be honest, after seeing Tsutsuki Kagaya severely injure Aces, Leviathan actually put his treasure on Tsutsuki Kagaya's side, thinking that the opponent has the ability to score 10 points and beat Aces. But the subsequent development made Leviathan understand that he was completely overthinking. I have to say that Tsutsuki Kagaya is a little hip. After all, it won't work. Although she has strong strength, she is very weak in using it. Sheming Maruin shook his head directly, saying that Tsutsuki Kagaya is still a little tender, and it is true that it is strong, but how to use it is relatively ordinary. Saying that, Sheming Maruin thought about it seriously, and then added a sentence. There is also an existence with no combat experience at all, which is almost equal to 0, and can only be suppressed by its own strength. Once this trick is useless, it can only be led by others. But after saying this, Sheming Maruin changed the subject and said, however, now there are only 3 points, Acetus' failure is inevitable. Leviathan, good guy, you really caught off guard at this transition. Leviathan was a little speechless about the sudden change of Sheming Maruin. But she can understand it, because it is true that after losing 7 points, the remaining 3 points are within easy reach. As long as Tsutsuki Kagaya and others are not stupid, they will know what to do, so there is no reason why Acetus will succeed in overturning the game. Even if there is Mokubatmo, Tsutsuki Kagaya can also hide in his own space before launching inside. Don't forget, Tsutsuki Kagaya also has Tianzi Yuzhong, so even if Aces eliminates Senju Hashirama and others, it cannot be said to be 100% sure to win against the changeable and weird methods of the Tsutsuki trio. The second is that Acetus has just suffered a serious injury, and this undoubtedly gave a signal to Tsutsuki Kagaya and others that we are not incapable of injuring you. If you can do it again, then the hope of winning will be even greater, almost certain. And at this time Obito interjected and said, my lords, the matter is not over yet, Lord Ace still has his trump cards. Shime Maruin glanced at Obito who was talking, and had to explain himself, Obito, you have to know that it is enough for Ace to defend the first wave of offensive, because what Poluna wants is face, as long as the first success is enough, it doesn't matter what happens later, so when Acetus is close to failure, there is a high probability that he will not struggle much. 0 asking for flowers. Obito. Okay, although I don't understand it very well, I understand it roughly. To put it bluntly, Acetus has already completed the task, and the rest is how he is happy, so if there is no hope, there is a high probability that he will not do too much. And this is easy to understand, it is convenient for people. Anyway, Acetus' failure is inevitable, and now it looks like, well, will she, Aces, continue to educate Tsutsuki Kagaya? At the same time, Leviathan said something very calmly. She thinks the current highlight is the fight between Aces and Tsutsuki Kagaya. If Aces plans to speak harshly to Tsutsuki Kagaya, then it will be very interesting. You're right, this is something to watch. Shemming Maruan thinks this is very reasonable, and she fully agrees with this point of view, thinking that Leviathan has spoken his heart. The discussion between Shemming Maruan and Leviathan did not affect the result of the battle. Tsutsuki Kagaya has discovered the problem, she is led by the nose by Aces, and this is undoubtedly intolerable thing that must be corrected. With the transformation of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Aces naturally discovered the problem and realized that Tsutsuki Kagaya would not mess with himself again. Sure enough, Tsutsuki Kagaya immediately changed his strategy and chose the previous approach. With the help of Huang Chuan Hirasaka to deal with Aces, but Aces will not give another chance, quickly locked the position of Tsutsuki Kagaya and exploded with absolute ice power. In an instant, the air was covered with cold air, and layers of ice crystals began to condense. With the injection of Aces' power, a dragon and a bird began to appear, looming behind her. This is Ice Dragon and Ice Bird. It is the super power condensed by Aces with the power of absolute ice, and it is the essence of her power. If it cooperates with Moko Potmo, it is enough to freeze everything. If you take this move, you will win, but if you can't take it. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of Aces' mouth, which was self-evident. When Tsutsuki Kagaya saw it, his expression changed drastically. Following that, she escaped directly into the Imperial Palace of Heaven, that is, the Shikyu space. Yes, Tsutsuki Kagaya ran away. Chapter 131. Yui. Hamura. Well, mothers do this, no surprise. As the sons of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yui and Hamura were obviously not surprised. Mother was afraid of the people of Tsutsuki's family before, so she tried her best to integrate forces and recreate the White Zetsu army to fight against the Tsutsuki family. Even if these White Zetsu's abilities are insufficient, cannon fodder is still effective. All in all, given Tsutsuki Kagaya's track record, it's not surprising that she would run away. Of course, Tsutsuki Kagaya can run away, but Yui and Hamura obviously can't run away, so Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have to be pulled together to prepare for this big move. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are already powerless, the power of freezing time and space comes into play, and the two have been frozen. Fight back? Impossible. Even Yui and Hamura are the same, but unlike Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, 003's truth-seeking ball protects them in time. It is impossible to fight back, and I really accepted it passively. Except for Tsutsuki Kagaya who escaped into the Imperial Palace of Heaven, the four people like Tsutsuki Yui were all frozen without exception, and then faced the two combo of Dragon and Phoenix head-on. Yui and Yukun were all right, they used the truth-seeking ball to protect themselves before time was frozen, while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were a bit miserable. Of course, the worst is Uchiha Madara's. Unlike Senju Hashirama, he is not protected by truth-seeking ball. However, based on Uchiha Madara's wily calculations, he may have used the round tomb to divert the damage. Although it is still unable to move, the main body may have been replaced with the shadow. It is possible. But it is only possible, some things are uncertain. Immediately, the Ice Dragon and Ice Bird showed absolute power, and that was overwhelming power. Amidst its earth-shattering roar, it swept towards the four people who were frozen in the air like a howling. In just a split second, the Ice Dragon and Ice Bird that swept over instantly engulfed the four of them, crushing the four of them so easily, and it only took a few seconds. Absolute speed, absolute strength, absolute destructive power. With the blessing of triple power, everything will be settled. But Acetus did not show a joyful expression, but gradually frowned. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the moment Aces turned around, Tsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, Tsutsuki Kagaya swallowed her again. Royal Palace of Heaven. Tsutsuki Kagaya brought the expendable Acetus into his woven space, where it was up to him to deal with this difficult foe. As for being engulfed by Ace's ultimate move, Yi and the other four were seriously injured, temporarily unable to fight anymore, and basically unable to move. They were all severely injured. And because of being frozen, it is temporarily impossible to recover, and the only thing to do is wait until the battle is over. Immediately afterwards, the screen is naturally switched to the Tianzihu's Hong, which is the space where Tsutsuki Kagaya and Aces are located. Annoying. Aces relied on the blackbird Lanfei and continued to fly in the air, frowning and speaking. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at the woman in front of him, and said in a low and cold voice, "I will let you know, because of fear. Fear is something I will never have." Aces curled his lips and said with a disdainful face. To be precise, there are not many people who can make themselves fearful, and Tsutsuki Kagaya is certainly not one of them. If Tsutsuki Kagaya thinks he can scare her, he is really overreaching. Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya showed contempt on the contrary, and said coldly, "You know a lot of things, so you should know what kind of power is in my concubine's heavenly palace, and I am the master here." Ace didn't wait for Tsutsuki Kagaya to finish speaking, and just smiled, as if he was amused by the words. And she didn't care about Tsutsuki Kagaya's expression, she simply pointed at Demiurge who appeared beside him at some point. "Look, this is what you call your master. You don't even know that someone is coming in. How dare you call yourself the master?" Following the direction Acetus pointed at, Tsutsuki Kagaya finally saw Demiurge who came in at some point. Then, she fell silent. Why? Why is this happening, and I don't know? The fact that Demiurge appeared here really broke Tsutsuki Kagaya's mind. The one who was about to pretend to Acetus was slapped mercilessly in the blink of an eye. How can this not make Tsutsuki Kagaya collapse? However, Demiurge explained with a blank expression, "I'm just a referee, you don't need to care about these things. Let me remind you again, now your team has scored 7 points, if you really score 3 points, you can win the victory 0. After scoring 10 points, Tsutsuki Kagaya will win, so Demiurge is very obliged to remind the opponent. As for why it is here? Joke, no matter how awesome you are, Tsutsuki Kagaya, can you still stop me as a referee? The rules of the tier main battle involve the scoring system, which must be fair and just, and witnessing with your own eyes is the basic requirement, so Demiurge, the referee, must come to the front line in person. The concubine's mood is very bad, very bad." Tsutsuki Kagaya did not hide anything, but directly stated the reason, expressing that he was very upset. "It has nothing to do with me." Naturally, Demiurge still said the same thing, and said it with a blank face. And this face undoubtedly brought enough oppression to others. Of course, Tsutsuki Kagaya will not be afraid, but thinking that the other party can enter the space he dominates silently, he feels a chill in his heart. With Tsutsuki Kagaya's attention here at Demiurge, Aces felt the need to tell the woman that it was best not to look around when fighting herself. There was a puff. Following this sound, Ace's voice appeared behind Tsutsuki Kagaya, and a hand passed in front of her with a icy chill. Yes, it was worn like that. And Ace still had traces of blood on his hand, which was being frozen by the cold air in his hand, turning into layers of ice crystals. Because it is blood, the color is no longer light blue 0.6, but blood red. UBD. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked down and couldn't help howling in pain. Although not very harmful, it is extremely humiliating. After all, with her Tsutsuki Kagaya's physical ability, this blow was not fatal, and it wouldn't even kill her. However, Acetus took a trick out of her heart like this, which really left Tsutsuki Kagaya with nowhere to put her face, so she was very angry. However, Black Zetsu played a role at this time, and Black Zetsu, who had been silent all this time, finally began to persuade. "Mother, please calm down and don't get angry. We have the advantage now, and if we get another 3 points, we will win for sure. There is no need to get angry with the other party." Black Zetsu persuaded Tsutsuki Kagaya earnestly, hoping that Tsutsuki Kagaya would calm down and not be dominated by anger, which led to Ace's way. Chapter 132. I see. Tsutsuki Kagaya calmed down as expected, took a deep breath before speaking. Although Ace had her heart cut out, but in terms of Tsutsuki Kagaya's immortality, this blow could not kill her. After the Ace on the side opened a distance, he gave advice with a smile on his face. I think you should give up. Tsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly, and said with a frosty face, it's not up to you to decide whether the concubine will give up or not. Give up? I'm going to win, how can I give up? Saying that, Tsutsuki Kagaya swung a palm towards Ace, and the huge chakra turned into an invisible fist, and attacked Ace. It's just that in front of Ace, the ice wall continued to emerge, blocking the advance of this attack. It's a pity that although this punch was powerful, it couldn't hit Ace. The latter had already left, and the next time she appeared was next to Tsutsuki Kagaya. Tsutsuki Kagaya, aware of 01's point, quickly turned around, raised his white palm with sharp nails, and swung it in the direction of Ace again. This blow was easily dodged by Ace, passing by with his hair. It's a pity that I almost hit it. There was a puff. With a flash of white light, Ace once again leaned close to Tsutsuki Kagaya, ready to launch the Mokopat Mo. But Tsutsuki Kagaya sensed the danger, and abruptly transferred Ace to another space, and launched a Yashigami airstrike by the way. To say that Tsutsuki Kagaya really reacted quickly, even though Ace's Mokopat Mo did not move forward, it was still stopped by Tsutsuki Kagaya in time. Since you want to freeze space-time, go to another space where you slowly freeze. After transferring Ace, Itsuki Kagaya was relieved. At the same time, I also hope that my Yashigami airstrike will have an effect. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya has already looked to the side of Demiurge, and the other party is undoubtedly the most clear about whether it will work or not, so it is determined whether the other party intends to speak. When Demiurge saw Tsutsuki Kagaya's eyes on him, he obviously knew what the other party meant, and he continued to perform his duties. Heavy damage, 2 points. Currently 9 points. Following the sound of Demiurge's voice, the ruthless playback machine naturally began to broadcast the results. 1 point left. Tsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help secretly heaving a sigh of relief, a rare smile appeared on that iceberg face, she knew that she was not far from victory, and it was only by herself that she won, so she had the greatest credit. Then, Tsutsuki Kagaya knew that he had to check the situation on Ace, so he opened the space and prepared to check the situation. But just as Tsutsuki Kagaya made an opening, a hand stretched out suddenly. Then, Tsutsuki Kagaya was grabbed by the collar. What? Tsutsuki Kagaya suffered a sudden change, and his complexion changed drastically. However, Tsutsuki Kagaya calmed down when he thought that this was his own space. But before Tsutsuki Kagaya could move, Ace brought her over and dragged her to the space where he was. At this time, Tsutsuki Kagaya finally saw the situation clearly. The injury on Ace's body was serious, he was embarrassed and had a little bloodline, but the injury was already recovering, obviously it only took a while for her to fully recover. Such resilience! It's amazing! Mother, don't worry about it so much, attack her, just get one more point. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Tsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve, saw her still in a daze suddenly shouted anxiously. Victory is just around the corner, so don't be in a daze. At this time, Black Zetsu perfectly explained what it means that the emperor is not in a hurry and the eunuch is in a hurry. If it weren't for the conditions, it is estimated that Black Zetsu would have to fight in person, but those who are helpless can only watch blankly. After being reminded by Black Zetsu, Tsutsuki Kagaya obviously understood that if she was captured by Ace, then she could be attacked by the opponent, and she could also attack the opponent. Realizing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya rolled his eyes and charged towards Ace with coercion. Ace chose to be tough head-on without fear, and after resisting this extraordinary impact, he hit Tsutsuki Kagaya on the head with a mallet. What? The latter let out a scream, and then cursed angrily, "BD, I will never forgive you." Tsutsuki Kagaya couldn't tolerate such a thing. She raised her hand again to launch a Yashigami air strike, but this time Ace seized the opportunity and did not give the opponent a chance to deliver this blow. With Ace's operations, Tsutsuki Kagaya can be said to have suffered a lot. However, Tsutsuki Kagaya only suffered a loss, but did not suffer much damage, and this benefited from his own immortality, so he did not lose in the fight with Ace. Ace looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya, who was still able to go back and forth with him, and had to praise him. "I thought I could mess with you casually, but now it seems impossible." Tsutsuki Kagaya. "Am I weak? To make you think so it's my fault?" Facing such rampant Ace, Tsutsuki Kagaya's anger burst out faintly. But Black Zetsu is still very calm, repeatedly urging his mother Tsutsuki Kagaya, asking her to end the battle as soon as possible. "My mother is 130 people older, don't give her time to delay, get that point as soon as possible." Black Zetsu believes that the purpose of Acetus nonsense while fighting is to delay time, so in order to prevent the opponent's tricks from succeeding, this long battle must be ended. Tsutsuki Kagaya obviously understood, and realized that he could not give another chance, he had to attack Ace. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya launched a large-scale and intensive attack method. Rabbit Fur Needles. Facing the torrential rain of rabbit fur needles, Ace raised his hand, and dozens of layers of ice walls appeared, blocking him layer by layer for defense. At the same time, Ace counterattacked and created icicles, ice picks, etc., to attack Tsutsuki Kagaya's. But the moves of these two people did not have good results. Tsutsuki Kagaya saw that she had no way to win Acetus, so naturally there were some changes in her mentality, and she was also afraid that something would happen. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya resorted to space transfer again, trying to transfer the opponent from the ice and snow space to another space, and that space is called supergravity space. Ace has no way to prevent Tsutsuki Kagaya from using the Sky Yuzhong, so he can only let the opponent transfer him. After being in the supergravity space, Acetus' face became serious, and he was really affected, so it's a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 133. Tsutsuki Kagaya spotted this and knew it would be an opportunity. And she didn't want to wait any longer, raised her hand again and turned into sharp claws, and slashed towards Ace. Immediately afterwards, Tsutsuki Kagaya appeared in front of Ace, and left a paw print before she dodged, just slipping off the opponent's shoulder. If the claw goes down, the wound will not be very shallow. Sure enough, Tsutsuki Kagaya glanced at the bloodline in her hand, and she knew that she had already attacked Acetus, and this attack could at least get 1 point. Tsutsuki Kagaya didn't bother to see what happened to Acetus, but looked aside to find the figure of Demigos. Soon, Tsutsuki Kagaya found Demiurge. The opponent is completely unaffected. This scene, Tsutsuki Kagaya has been able to accept. Furthermore, she is not interested in paying attention to these, but is concerned about whether she has won. Did you win? Tsutsuki Kagaya held his breath and stared at Demiurge. She didn't want to hear no answer, so for a while, her mood was very complicated. Demiurge naturally didn't care what Tsutsuki Kagaya was feeling, but continued with his work. Excellent attack, 1 point. The total score is now 10, so the winner is Tsutsuki Squad. After going through the process, Demiurge announced the victor, which undoubtedly meant that the battle was over, and the winner was Tsutsuki Kagaya and his party of 5. At this time, Acetus had to sit on the ground because of the supergravity. As for the wound on her shoulder, it has already healed. But due to the previous injury, the blood was not less. Therefore, the clothes were stained a lot. For the upper body, basically there are. After Demiurge announced the result, Black Zetsu's was the happiest. Before Tsutsuki Kagaya could react, Black Zetsu had already started flattering. "Mother, congratulations on your victory." Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. On the surface, she didn't show a very excited look, as if all this was nothing. Of course, for Tsutsuki Kagaya's performance, Ace is very clear, knowing that the other party is extremely happy, but he just doesn't want to express it. Therefore, in order to make the other party happy, Acetus said something very thoughtfully. "If you are happy, you should smile, and if you want to shout, then what's the point of winning? And I know you are very happy now, why don't you show it directly?" After hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but look at the talking Ace Day. Then, she found out that the other party was fine. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things myself." Tsutsuki Kagaya was not satisfied with Ace's dictating, so her face immediately turned cold, and her voice was extremely indifferent. Ace didn't care about Kagaya's attitude, but looked at him with a smile on his face, and said casually, "I'm not teaching you how to do things, but just reminding you what to do." Of course, it doesn't help to say that Tsutsuki Kagaya is something or something. Anyway, it's fine to win now, as for how to win, well, it's not important. Tsutsuki Kagaya, who ignored Ace, looked at Demiurge. She looked at him blankly and asked a question. "The concubine will take you away, or will you leave by yourself?" But when Tsutsuki Kagaya asked this question, Acetus had already looked at Demiurge. She said, "Yes, Demiurge, it's time to go." Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya did not move, but looked at Ace and Demiurge, apparently waiting for the other party's next move. Naturally, Demiurge had no nonsense, but took Ace out of the space dominated by Tsutsuki Kagaya. After the two left, the figure of Tsutsuki Kagaya disappeared. However, she was extremely afraid of Demiurge. The opponent is not human, unlike Acetus. Acetus strong is strong, but not human. But Demiurge just devil, hey? What a strange race! Like the Tsutsuki clan, they are not human, but the devil's words, well, there should be some secrets. When the figure of Tsutsuki Kagaya appeared outside, he was still speculating there. And after she came out, Yui had already come over. "Mom, are you all right?" But after hearing Yui and Hamura's concerned words, Tsutsuki Kagaya didn't say he was moved, but looked at them very vigilantly. Then, she asked coldly, "You are so interested in me, don't you want to seal the concubine's body again?" Yui. Hamura. Perhaps it was because Tsutsuki Kagaya was too direct, so that it would be difficult for them to reply for a while, so Yui and Hamura had to remain silent. "It's not that we don't want to talk back, it's that the situation, well, it's hard to talk back." The strange situation of Tsutsuki mother and son is temporarily ignored. For example, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are also in a bad mood. Although Ace was defeated, they are well aware of the gap whether it is Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. That guy has the power to freeze time and space. As long as this ability exists, it is not easy to defeat the opponent. If the rule of the main battle of the opponent is not the scoring system, it is really difficult to win. And even if this is the case, it is obviously Tsutsuki Kagaya and others who defeated Ace. Without these people, it would be impossible to do it just by relying on the strength of the two of them. Of course, such things are not very important to Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Because for these two, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both won, and that was enough. Of course, Senju Tobirama is very worried about his elder brother, so he kept telling, "Li Wanghao brother, when you enter the next floor, you must be vigilant at all times. It is best to guard against someone and not be betrayed." Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, why are you doing this? Know that for Senju Hashirama, words like Senju Tobirama's are meaningless. Just because of this, it is completely nonsense. Against Uchiha Madara? It's not necessary, I believe Madara. Humph, Senju Tobirama, you're messing around again. Uchiha Izuna will not be used to Senju Tobirama, just open the sprayed grave. In this way, Senju Tobirama will naturally not show weakness, but spray back Uchiha Izuna's. And Tsunade looked at the scene in front of him, and had to look up to the sky and sigh, what's the matter? What's all this? Uchiha's Hilly was deeply impressed, nodded silently, and said in a low voice, cough, it's really like this, but Shin didn't expect that they are all like this. Chapter 134. The situation of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, after getting along with each other these days, Uchiha's Hilly already knows it well. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight in the Tower of Babylon, it is estimated that the two would have fought each other hundreds of times. This point will never be exaggerated. But because there is no way to do it, it can only be a mouthful. It's just that the words of these two people are bitter, but it is they, the bystanders, who suffer. Of course, Uchiha Madara is not interested in these things, he just wants to go to the next floor, so how did he get to the second floor? Tsutsuki mother and son have a strange atmosphere, Senju Hashirama is acting stupid there, but he is the only one who cares about these things. To be honest, Uchiha Madara was pd off. However, Uchiha Madara knew in his heart that it was meaningless to think about it, it would be better to just ask Demiurge what to do, now he can only ask this kind of people who know. After all, the other party is in charge of these things, so he must know what to do. Since we won, is it okay? It's just that Uchiha Madara here just asked this question, and Senju Hashirama, who was still acting stupid, reacted, and the ninja god who reacted said so. Madara, there is no need to rush, right? Uchiha Madara. What do you mean don't rush? Hashirama, 340 is against me, right? However, Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama who insisted on breaking the stage with him, so he had to take a deep breath, reminding himself again and again to be calm and never be impulsive. Okay. Demiurge did his duty and answered Uchiha Madara's question. Then, Demiurge pointed to his front, where a teleportation circle had already appeared. Stand up, and you can go to the first hall. Following Demiurge's words, everyone's eyes fell on the teleportation array. This is true whether it is Tsutsuki, the mother and son, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, or Konoha, the Four Ninja Village Alliance, and Akatsuki. The teleportation circle in front of me can lead to the second floor, and there are places where ninja people want to go. If not, why did people like Senju Tobirama and Onoki come in? Of course, the success of Tsutsuki Kagaya and others is hopeful. Although the strengths of the two are incomparable, for Akatsuki, the Four Ninja Village Alliance and others, since Tsutsuki Kagaya can succeed, there is no reason why they can't, right? Very good. It stands to reason, Abj, not difficult to get. As for what the various forces in the ninja world think, Uchiha Madara is naturally not interested in managing, such as the Akatsuki organization and the Four Ninja Village Alliance, he will not pay attention to them. Therefore, Uchiha Madara was the first to step up the circle. The second floor, he's going. While standing on it, Uchiha Madara did not forget to explain a few words to Uchiha Izuna. Izuna, you have to be more careful, don't be impulsive in everything, you have to guard against someone, and don't worry about the rest. You have to guard against Senju Tobirama. As for the rest of Konoha, there is no need to worry. Understood, brother, don't worry. Of course Uchiha Izuna understood what this meant, so she replied decisively, expressing that she understood. Senju Tobirama. This Uchiha Madara was definitely intentional. And for Senju Tobirama, something like Uchiha Madara, is that bearable? Can. Senju Hashirama didn't give a chance, so he couldn't say anything. The Tsutsuki Kagaya trio also came to the teleportation circle, and Tsutsuki Kagaya stood in the middle, pushing Uchiha Madara aside. Uchiha Madara was about to get angry, but Senju Hashirama stopped him quickly, and signaled with his eyes not to mess around. Madara, calm down, and this is our grandma. After thinking of the so-called Indra and Ashura, Senju Hashirama said that as far as Tsutsuki Kagaya's identity is concerned, it is obviously impossible not to respect each other. But for Senju Hashirama's approach, Uchiha Madara was full of disdain, and said coldly, "If you want to admit it, don't drag me into it." Hearing this, Senju Hashirama sighed, and said, "Even so, Uchiha and Senju are both inherited from the sons of Sage of Six Paths, and this one, right? Isn't that still ancestors?" Uchiha Madara. Damn Hashirama, just know how to tear me down. Seeing Senju Hashirama speak like this, Uchiha Madara's mood can be imagined, but he can only ignore it, as if he didn't hear it. Demiurge didn't care what these people said, and after all these people stood in the teleportation circle, he teleported them away. Now that you have won, you have to leave, and leave as soon as possible. As Tsutsuki Kagaya and others disappeared with the teleportation circle, Demiurge looked at Konoha, Akatsuki, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance and others. Are you going to continue now? The battle of the Tsutsuki team has ended, and it still ended in victory, so it is necessary to see if the remaining teams will continue. This. Senju Tobirama didn't intend to say that he will play immediately, but thought to say wait for a while. Senju Tobirama, I think this is an opportunity. However, when Senju Tobirama hesitated, Uchiha Izuna thought it could start, that is to say, Konoha will take over the next battle. What the hell, do you think it's that simple? Senju Tobirama reprimanded Uchiha Izuna mercilessly for his arrogance. Why isn't it simple? Ace was seriously injured before, I think her consumption is not low, so we. Uchiha Izuna started the analysis, and he wanted to convince Mito. Namikaze Minato etl. As for Senju Tobirama? As long as most people agree, then there is no problem. Tsunade rolled his eyes and thought of something. And she said like this, actually, I don't think it's possible to fight together, cough, second grandpa, that Sage of Six Paths was opened by Sasuke and Naruto, just like the grandpa. Like Uchiha Madara, so now is the chance. No, Naruto and Sasuke are not very good now, we have to wait until they get used to it. Senju Tobirama naturally understood what Tsunade meant, but considering the performance of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before, he felt that things were not so easy. It still takes time to adapt to such a power. Furthermore, what combat experience can Naruto and Sasuke have? That is not completely absent, compared with big brothers Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, that is the difference between heaven and earth, so Senju Tobirama does not want to gamble. Second grandpa, sometimes you still have to trust the cheater, I think they are fine. Tsunade pouted and said something disapproving. Senju Tobirama was non-committal, intending to compromise. However, Oniki and Fourth Raikage stood up and said that the next one to play would be the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. Let's. Hearing this, Demiurge turned his head to look over, and when he saw Onoki and the others, he asked blankly, "Are you sure?" Chapter 135. Sure. Onoki said firmly. On the other hand, Terumi Mei and Rasha looked serious, obviously not happy. However, compared with Oniki and Fourth Raikage, these two have a slightly lower right to speak. In that case, what do you think, Master Ace? Demiurge asked, turning his head to look at Ace. Although the 4 Ninja Village Alliance wants to take the initiative to ask for a fight, it depends on Ace. If the opponent wants to rest, then they can only wait. It's fine anytime, just a few cats and dogs, there's no pressure. Ace yawned, and said something casually with a lazy look. Seeing Ace being so arrogant, Onoki, Fourth Raikage and others looked extremely ugly. Although Acetus has already been very arrogant, but after actually seeing this side, the mood can be imagined. Demiurge naturally didn't care about these things, but followed the procedure seriously, and said like this, "Okay, then the next is the 4 Ninja Village Alliance vs Aces, the second challenge layer, the Battle of the Lord. Well, it's about to begin." Above. Interpretation Desk. Leviathan thought that the matter would come to an end, but he didn't expect that someone would jump out, so where did the 4 Ninja Village Alliance come from? Confidence. Aces won by scoring points from Tsutsuki, Kaguya and others. The reason is that these people have the highest combat power and indeed have the ability, so they can win. But you just, what cats and dogs? Leviathan said that this is not easy to understand. Yatengu, where do these guys have the courage? Are they out of their minds? As for Leviathan's question, Shiming Maruan spread his hands and said angrily, "How would I know?" Saying that, Shiming Maruan changed his words again, "However, since you dare to challenge yourself, you must know it well, so you don't have to worry so much. Since the 4 Ninja Village Alliance dares to challenge like this, then it's time to watch the show. As for the others, well, don't worry about it for now." Hearing this, Leviathan smiled disdainfully, and then gave his own explanation. "No matter how you look at it, I don't think this guy has any hope of winning. Although I hate that guy Aces, the only ones who have a chance to win Aces are those guys just now, like these guys. An ant is an ant, no matter how hard you struggle, it's useless." Shimi Wenwen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. "But then I found out that there is really nothing to say, because it is completely factual. This is the fact, so it is really hopeless to count on people like the 4 Ninja Village Alliance." After being silent for a while, Shimei Maruan finally said, "Actually, it's a good thing to see Asitas killing all directions. I don't want to see her win. I was very happy when she lost just now." Leviathan didn't like Aces very much, so she hoped that the other party would lose instead of watching him win. "Leviathan, this kind of thinking is unacceptable. We still do our job well and don't talk about these things anymore." Thinking of Qin Mu's previous warning, Shiming Guanwen thought that there should be no more to say, so he quickly reminded Leviathan to shut her up. However, Leviathan was obviously not afraid. Instead he said to himself, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing, Anne." Shiming Guanwen. "You are not afraid, but I am afraid." Maybe it was because she saw that Shiming Maruan was not in a high mood and knew that the other party had concerns. Leviathan comforted her in turn. "Everyone said it's okay, why are you nervous? Don't worry, there will be no problem." Seeing Leviathan's self-confidence, Shiming Guan could only shake his head and give a wry smile. "Forget it, it's useless to say more, they have a way, Sister Sifers and me. Alas, there are many internal contradictions in Gensokyo, and there are many forces from all sides, so it's not easy to deal with." Unlike Leviathan, who has a reliable background, Shimei Maruan found that it was difficult to handle on his own side. It was not just that there were problems within Gensokyo, but there were also many problems within the monster camp. Therefore, Shiming Maruan understands that she can't rely on others, and the only person she can rely on is Qin Mu, so she still has to do what Qin Mu said, instead of following what Qin Mu said. Thinking of this, Shimei Maruan continued his work. "Okay, everyone, what we want to see now is the battle between the 4 Ninja Village Alliance and Aces. After the last battle between the Tsutsuki team and Aces, I believe everyone can see that the Qin Village Alliance has little hope." As he said that, Shiming Maruan suddenly changed the subject and said, "However, as long as the battle is not over, there is still hope, not to mention it hasn't started yet, so we still have to watch." 0 Fur Flowers. With Shiming Maruan entering the working state, the Shinin Village Alliance below is ready to fight with Aces. Onaki is old and cunning, and already has some ideas. And before he left, he screamed at 4th Raikage repeatedly. "Raikage, what we have to do is to do our best to attack and create opportunities for the juniors. That woman is extremely arrogant. As long as we deal with her, maybe the younger generation has hope. Tsutsuki, are you sure? However, fourth Raikage did not agree with it, but frowned, obviously dissatisfied with this suggestion. The other party's arrogance is our opportunity. Onoki nodded affirmatively, looked at fourth Raikage with a serious face, and said so. Fourth Raikage. Is it really useful to put hope in the younger generation? But fourth Raikage still has concerns, thinking that such an approach is too hasty. Raikage, don't hesitate anymore, we have to be presentable and set an example. Seeing fourth Raikage's hesitation, Onoki had no choice but to sternly shout. Understood. Fourth Raikage was a little displeased, but said in a muffled voice. And this means, naturally agreed. There is no other way, it is impossible to disagree with this situation, so I can only agree. Ace didn't care whether these people agreed or not, she glanced at Demiurge, then looked up again, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Hunting time, it's time. After the voice fell, Asita's figure had disappeared. On this side, the faces of the people in the Four Ninja Village Alliance changed drastically, and they all raised their vigilance to guard against Ace who appeared out of nowhere. In the next second, Kojuro of Kirigakure was caught by Ace, grabbed his neck and dragged on the ground, and the ground had already been covered with a layer of ice crystals, and there were countless bulges on the surface. Those protrusions are all sharp objects, icicles condensed by the cold air, seemingly short, but sharp enough. Therefore, Kojuro, who was strangled by Ace and dragged on the ground, was bleeding instantly, and the entire back was covered with blood. After a while, from the yelling at the beginning, to the limpness at the end, until now, that is, there is no sound pill at all. Chapter 136. With the start of the battle, in less than 30 seconds, one person from the Four Ninja Village Alliance had died. And he died in front of everyone in a very tragic way. After Terumi Mei saw that the two elite ninjas from Kirigakure she had brought were all dead, she couldn't restrain her anger anymore. Mizukage, calm down. Seeing that Kojuro was gone, Onoki knew that Terumi Mei was going to run away, so he opened his mouth. Calm down, I lost 2 people. Terumi Mei must not be able to bear it, I lost 2 people on my side, how can I bear it? Don't ruin the plan. We have to work together to achieve the goal, and 10 is our goal. Onoki had to stop Terumi Mei, telling the other party not to ruin the plan. Cooperate, then cooperate, wait for her to come like this. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and complained again. Oh no, 290 wood. Woman, it's so difficult. Seeing that Terumi Mei started to go crazy, Onoki couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, no matter what the result is now, cooperation is necessary, and the second is not to give the other party a chance. Just as Onoji thought of this, Ace had already struck again. This time she didn't kill him at close quarters, but froze Kankuro with a wave. Then there are countless icicles drawn out, turning Kankuro into a hedgehog. Rosa and Temari couldn't sit still, their eyes were full of grief and indignation, and they shouted angrily, Ace, I must kill you. For fourth Kazekage, it's the son's gone. For Temari, that was the loss of a younger brother. The expressions of Onoki and fourth Raikage became more and more solemn, and they faintly felt a little uneasiness. Because Ace seems to be a bit too murderous, she has already killed 2 people one after another, so will she continue to kill? Before Onoki and fourth Raikage could react, Ace shot again, and this time he targeted Uegakure, and this time it was Ren Huangtu who suffered. Asita didn't have to do much, just freeze to finish off conveniently. Because at the moment when the Lois was frozen, the opponent had already lost all vitality, and there was no possibility of surviving. Afterwards, Ace killed Darui, the future 5th Raikage, and this time he used an ice sword to freeze the opponent's time and then cut off his head. Kojuro, Kankuro, Koto, Darui. From the beginning of the battle to the present, only 2 minutes have passed, and 4 people have been killed. And Ace was not only unscathed, but also the offensive of the 4 ninja village alliance did not affect her, but was hunted and killed by the opponent at will. In this scene, 4th Raikage was so angry that he yelled and cursed, "Since we want to compare the speed, I will let you know what the real speed is." After the voice fell, 4th Raikage began to run wild and entered a state of full strength. This means that 4th Raikage has started the strongest lightning style armor, which can maximize the power of lightning style, and its movement speed will be increased again, and the speed is ashamed that even Mangeki Sharingan can't see it. After entering this state, 4th Raikage can be said to be full of confidence, running towards Ace at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, Acetus was just a flash, and also disappeared. In the next second, she suddenly appeared in a place, and she kicked forward heavily, kicking 4th Raikage flying out who was still advancing. After that, Acetus raised his hand, and the palm was filled with cold air. In a blink of an eye, a long sword as crystal clear as ice appeared in her hand, and Ace holding the ice sword disappeared again, and then came to the fallen 4th Raikage. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Onoji made a shot to help 4th Raikage and stopped Ace who wanted to kill 4th Raikage. Onaki, who had saved 4th Raikage, had a serious expression on his face, and suddenly found that the plan sometimes really couldn't keep up with the changes. As for the woman in front of her, her strength is really terrifying. She killed 4 people at once, and even kicked 4th Raikage half to death when she entered the lightning style state. That's right, this woman can even break Uchiha Madara's full body Susanoo, so what is kicking 4th Raikage? Even if 4th Raikage's physical body is stronger, can it compare to Susanoo? What's more, he is not yet, so this half-dead seems to be justified. After realizing it, Onoki realized that he must wake up 4th Raikage, and then combine the power of the 4 shadows to fight against him, and people like Kurito don't let these people die anymore. Killer B, feed your elder brother the potion, I and the other 2 shadows will stop this guy first. Onaki reminded Killer B who was still in a daze, and then gave orders to Terumi Mei and Rosa, telling them to join forces with him to fight against the enemy. Raikage was kicked and seriously injured. What kind of monster is this? At this time, Raikage was no longer angry, but became a little scared. Susanoo of Uchiha Madara was kicked to pieces by this woman, what do you think? Terumi Mei took a deep breath, a layer of frost condensed on her pretty face, and said coldly. Considering that even a ruthless man like Uchiha Madara, whose full body of Susanoo was kicked to pieces by this woman, it is not surprising that Raikage was fed like this. If that's the case, what do we fight? Luo Sha was already thinking of quitting and didn't want to continue. Although he just died a son, but he doesn't only have one child, if he doesn't have one, Tsunagakure will be in trouble. Kazekage, don't be so cowardly, what are you afraid of? After hearing this, Onoki lashed out at Rosa, obviously very dissatisfied with the operation of the so-called 4th Kazekage. Get out, am I afraid? Naturally, Luo Sha didn't think that he was afraid, instead, he and Onaki started flirting with each other, trying to save himself a little face. And Terumi Mei here is fighting against Ace, but in terms of Terumi Mei's combat ability, it is really not easy to play close combat with Ace. In just 2 rounds, Terumi Mei was brought down by Ace. In desperation, Terumi Mei can only fight with ninjutsu. She casts the Mist Shinobi technique in an attempt to interfere with Acetus' vision. However, the moment Ace rushed out of the fog at 0.5 told Terumi Mei that such tricks were meaningless. Playing this kind of trick will not last long. As he spoke, Acetus summoned an ice dragon and roared towards Terumi Mei. Along with the bursts of roars, the ferocious ice dragon let out a huge roar. Terumi didn't show any despair, just watched the ice dragon smashing towards him. With Terumi Mei's physical ability, her defense is extremely low. After such a blow, she is definitely going to die. But Onoki didn't want this to happen, and turned his right hand into a hard rock fist with the rock fist technique, and used the super weighted rock technique. And in this way, this is to strengthen the power of rock fist technique, so Onoki's blow is absolutely strong. The question is, how effective? Chapter 137. I'm so anxious to die one by one, should I solve it all at once? And Ace couldn't help but tease seeing the 60-old man working so hard. However, ridicule belongs to ridicule, and what should be done must be done. Ace didn't care about Terumi Mei anymore, because Onoji's rock fist technique with super-weighted rock technique had already smashed the ice dragon's head. Although it was just an ice dragon that was condensed casually, Onoki's ability to smash it into pieces proved that the opponent was not weak. This third Tsutsuki really has something, Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu, and the dust escape ninjutsu that was eliminated by Sueji, so this old man is luch better than those young people. Luo Sha is useless, a waste. Although Terumi Mei is good, she is still a little weaker after all. In Ace's opinion, she is not a fighter. And although Onoki is old, his willpower is indeed a bit strong, maybe this is the will of the stone? Whatever it is, it's interesting. The corner of Ace's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied 01 smile. Looking at the broken ice, she raised her hand and fixed these broken ice. Immediately afterwards, with a light wave of her hand, the shattered ice cubes turned into ice arrows, which roared down towards Onamo like a rain of arrows. I saw that wherever the arrow rain went, there was a freezing storm. This woman is really crazy. Seeing such a big battle, Onoki had no choice but to curse. Then, Onoki had no choice but to summon the rock giant, and this is a rock giant that integrates offense and defense. It can not only attack, but also has a strong defensive ability. Earth-style Gangly-style technique. Of course, Onoki looked at the immobile Terumi Mei, while manipulating the rock giant, he performed the next ninjutsu with seals. Earth-style rock arm. Since Terumi Mei is temporarily unable to move, and because the other party is staying with him, Onoki had to create a huge rock arm to protect her. Afterwards, Inoki concentrated on manipulating the rock giant to fight Ace. However, when Ace saw the rock giant, he sized it up with great interest. Then, she uttered the spell, Modar Modar Dirdir Kos, my loyal servant, respond to the master's call quickly, giant soldier, wake up. The voice fell, and the giant god soldier who had fought with impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama before appeared again. Immediately afterwards, as soon as the awakened giant god soldier saw the rock giant, he immediately moved and waved his fist to greet him. But this time, Acetus did not transform it into an ice giant, but let the giant fight against it in its basic form. Onoki saw the sudden appearance of the giant god soldiers, and felt faintly uneasy in his heart. Sure enough, the rock giant was immediately at a disadvantage and was crushed and beaten by the giant soldiers. Ace didn't care about the battle between the giant soldier and the rock giant, but walked towards Onoki. Every time she took a step, the ground would be covered with ice. Onoki looked at Acetus walking towards him with a solemn expression, and realized that the other party was about to make a serious move, so he slammed his palm on the ground. Then, Yin Yemyu shouted loudly again, Tendun Earthquake Core. As soon as Ace took a step forward, the ground where she was located instantly lifted, and a square of soil just lifted Ace into the air. However, Acetus didn't care about his position, instead he stomped his feet, freezing the square land under his feet. Then, a huge square ice cube just appeared. And Ace himself jumped down again, but was attacked by Onoki just after landing. Earth-style Earthquake Core. This time, instead of rising, it sank. Obviously, Onoki is planning to sink himself into the ground. But it's a pity that Acetus directly condensed a huge icicle, lifting her out of the ground. It's just that Acetus just came out here, and the oncoming is a hand knife, and this is fourth Raikage who has recovered. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. The faster fourth raikage appeared in front of Ace, as if he had been waiting for a long time, and this blow officially hit Ace's shoulder. Originally aimed at Ace's head, but Ace's reaction speed was too fast, and he dodged the blow in time, so he was hit on the shoulder. Fourth raikage, whose strength had been improved, used all his strength to cast lateral bolt of pain, chop, thinking of a one-hit kill, but the result was only hitting Ace on the shoulder, which made fourth raikage still able to be dissatisfied. However, when fourth raikage was thinking about this matter, Ace had already responded, kicked out directly, and kicked fourth raikage heavily, kicking fourth raikage again with freezing force 1.5. The latter flew out, rolled over 10 meters away, and then stopped. Killer Bee fed the recovery potion to fourth raikage again in order to preserve fourth raikage's life. At the same time, Demiurge, the broadcast machine, started. Excellent attack, 1 point. After a pause, Demiurge continued, the current total score of the 4 Ninja Village Alliance is 1 point. Humph, that's interesting. It's really extraordinary that it can hurt me. Ace rubbed his shoulders and said indifferently. While speaking, a red light flashed in Ace's eyes, obviously angry. Can you not be angry if you get a point from a cat or a dog? Therefore, Ace, who was furious, decided to get serious and never let these guys get points again, so she said in a cold voice to 057, I want to see, if I kill you, can it still work, recover? At this time, Killer Bee, who heard this, pointed to Ace and said in an extremely firm tone, I will not let you hurt my elder brother. Hearing this, Acetus was full of disdain, and said in a contemptuous tone, Humph, I have seriously injured him twice, what do you think? Obviously, for Killer Bee's words, Ace doesn't think that the other party can do it, so she thinks that the other party's words are just arrogant words. Killer Bee held the knife in both hands, made gestures in a strange posture, and said confidently, so from now on, you will never be able to do it again. As soon as the words fell, Killer Bee had already sprinted forward, dodging in front of Ace. Then, Killer Bee uses various parts of the body and physical skills to flexibly use 7 knives. His unpredictable and fast knife skills make it difficult for people to see clearly and hard to guard against. For Acetus, though, it's just bells and whistles. Ace not only dodged Killer Bee's 2 moves, but also snatched 2 knives from the opponent, chopped off the knife in Killer Bee's hand with 1 knife, and then stabbed Killer Bee's shoulder with 1 knife. The other hand was playing with another knife, and chopped off all the knives on Killer Bee's body. After several consecutive knives, he cut out many bloodstains, and then stabbed it casually into the opponent's chest. Chapter 138. Afterwards, Ace kicked Killer Bee who had turned into a blood man, and landed beside fourth raikage. The fourth raikage, who got up, hurried forward to check the injury. Fortunately, 8 Tails Jinkriki came, and the injury recovered quickly. With the protection of the tail beast coat, the wound was not very deep, but it just looked scary. Of course, the last kick was 8 Tails' tail beast coat, which couldn't be carried, so Killer Bee still needed some time to recover, but after fourth raikage gave him a recovery potion, the situation was completely different. We brothers join forces, you are ready. Fourth raikage understands that it is not enough to fight alone, and although the cooperation with Onaki is good, it is still far less familiar with Killer Bee, so he decided to use the 2 brothers as the main output. As for Onoki, just support later. Of course, the 2 brothers here are going to join forces to defeat the enemy, and Ace has already set his sights on Tsunagakuer, that is, it is time to kill a shadow. Thinking of this, Acetus' figure disappeared immediately. When Onoji saw that Ace disappeared, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, "Be careful, don't let her get close to you." It's just that Onoki's reminder was too late. Ace was going to kill people as soon as he made a move, and Rosa couldn't stop it at all, even if the other party had realized it. But it was still a step too late, or in other words, in front of Ace Desmo Kobotima, Rosa was unable to resist, and watched himself die helplessly. Sure enough, Ace landed in front of Rasha, and many ice swords were condensed in his hands, which were crystal clear and looked very beautiful. But this kind of beauty is deadly. With just one stroke of Ace's hand, these ice swords passed through Luosha's body, piercing his heart with chaotic swords. Luosha didn't rest in peace, his eyes were wide open, staring angrily at the front. Just staring straight at the place where Asita stood just now, but this can't change anything, this fourth Kazekage is gone. With the death of fourth Kazekage, there is no doubt that the 4 Ninja Village Alliance here understands one thing. The next battle, I'm afraid it will only be more difficult. Onaki, 4th Raikage, and others remained silent, as if they had foreseen their end, perhaps just like 4th Kazekage. Similarly, several forces as spectators. Danzo's face is expressionless, but he is actually in a very bad mood. With the power of the root, it seems that it can't be effective. The opponent has a large-scale technique, the kind of freezing power that is as strong as the ultimate, plus that freezing time and space, it's difficult. Akatsuki organization here. Haydn didn't know whether it was ridicule, and said this sentence without thinking. Boss, there is no Rinnegan, what should I do? Xia, Deidara, and others looked at Haydn in astonishment, but as Haydn's partner and teammate, Kakuzu couldn't help cursing. Haydn, if you don't say a few words, you will die. What's the point of talking nonsense all day long? Some practices like Haydn have aroused Kakuzu's strong dissatisfaction. Although Nagato lost Rinnegan, the opponent is not weak. Not only has he recovered his mobility, but his eyes have also returned to normal, and his aura has become completely different. So the opponent must have become stronger thanks to those points. That's right, could it be that something happened to Haydn again? Thinking of points, everyone has them, so what cards does Haydn have? Realizing this, Kakuzu hesitated again, not knowing whether to continue or not. No matter what Haydn does, it will be like that, but Nagato and others have given generous conditions. Kakuzu is the best talker in Akatsuki's organization, and Nagato knows how to make the other party obey, just stuffing money. And money? It just so happens that he is not short of money. After all, it is still in the hands of the leader Nagato, such as funds, and it is obviously not difficult to add money to Kakuzu. Seeing that Kakuzu's temper was so violent, Haydn had to explain something for himself, and told everyone in Akatsuki what his opinion was. Kakuzu, you don't understand, don't I want to know if we Akatsuki have a chance of winning? After hearing Haydn's explanation, Kakuzu was stunned, and subconsciously asked, are you scared? Boy, is this still Haydn? No, this is not Haydn. But after hearing Kakuzu's words, Haydn complained helplessly, I'm not afraid, but I don't want to die like this, the cause of the evil god needs me to complete. Afraid? Non-existent. I just don't want to just die like this, you must know that the cause of the evil god needs me. Haydn, aren't you immortal? You always talk about it, but now you are worried that you will die. Deidara couldn't help but say something after seeing Haydn, who was so different. However, Haydn, who heard this, said with a serious face, I am immortal, but this woman is obviously abnormal, and her methods are too weird. If she freezes me, wouldn't it be the same as me, do you died? If you can't even move, it's no different from death. Haydn is Ishin busy with the sacrifice of the evil god, so if he is frozen by Aces or really killed, it is unacceptable. Okay, I understand, then the leader, how do you say? Kakuzu is now because of money, but he is willing to give Nagato face, so he asked Nagato's opinion immediately. On the other hand, Nagato didn't care about the opinions of the people, but pondered whether there were any chances of winning, and finally came to a conclusion. Our chances of winning are too low. Even if we get 10 points, there are probably more people who will die, and we Although Nagato didn't make it clear, but with the current situation of the Uchiha organization, it is even more impossible to cooperate sincerely, so this chance is even lower. Following Nagato's words, no one in the Akatsuki organization spoke up, not even Kakuzu. Money is nice, but if life is gone, that's another matter. Wang does. If I am alive, I can still make money, but if I am dead, I cannot. Konoha here. Namikaze Minato sighed with a solemn expression, and said with a solemn expression, "Nai dame, if it were us, the price is probably not light, so we really have to." Why not? Although Senju Tobirama did not agree to play immediately, he did not intend to give up, and it was all because Senju Tobirama had confidence to come. Saying that, Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru, and said slowly, "This fellow Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu is quite perfect. When the army of dirt comes out, isn't there hope? Remember, what we want is points, not to fight desperately with astes. When the time comes to let the army of impure world reincarnation charge, what we need to do is to protect ourselves." Obviously, Senju Tobirama has already made some plans, and Orochimaru is an indispensable part of this, so this second Hokage never does useless work. Chapter 139. Orochimaru. Sure enough, this second Hokage had already figured it out. Knowing that Senju Tobirama had a plan, Orochimaru had to lament the Hokage's wily plan. No wonder he didn't have a choice. However, although he knew that Senju Tobirama had a plan, Orochimaru didn't feel relieved because of this, but was even more worried. Is it really that simple? This woman Astes must not be underestimated, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Senju Tobirama, do you think we can't do it? What impure world reincarnation, just get 10 points, there is no reason why we can't do it. It's just that Uchiha Izuna is not satisfied with Senju Tobirama's decision and questioned it. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama glanced at the confident Uchiha Izuna, and said coldly, "I am doing this for your own good, lest you get cold, and then your elder brother Uchiha Madara will fall ill again." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna's expression changed suddenly, and he asked angrily, "What do you mean?" "Literally." Senju Tobirama responded indifferently, saying that he only meant it literally, and if you Uchiha Izuna can't understand, it's your own problem. If so, do I need to ask more? Isn't it literally? Okay, you two stop arguing, like this. Uzumaki Mito on the side looked at Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara Izuna who were arguing again at 260, and had to say something. Although Uzumaki Mito doesn't really want to get involved, but if you don't say it, well, it's not appropriate, you should say it. "Sister-in-law, what do you think of my decision?" Senju Tobirama thought it necessary to come to vote, so that he could block Uchiha Izuna. And with his identity as second Hokage, there is no reason for Konoha's people not to support him. As for Uchiha Izuna, well, a Sengoku era ninja who just joined Konoha, a ninja who is still in the old era, that set of concepts has long been outdated. "Tobirama, I always don't interfere, so you can decide." Uzumaki Mito expressed his position, saying that he would not interfere in these matters, but Senju Tobirama would decide. Understood, this will be easy to handle. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito did not object, Senju Tobirama naturally faced much less pressure. After all, the influence of the sister-in-law is still there, just because of the identity of first Hokage's wife, first-generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the fourth-generation couple will not ignore the attitude of this one. There is also little Tsunade, who also respects his grandmother very much, so if there is any objection, and Tobirama dare not say that the matter can be settled. But if Uzumaki Mito doesn't object, then everything will be fine. "Senju Tobirama, you really don't want to ask my opinion?" Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth, glared at Senju Tobirama, and asked angrily. Senju Tobirama frowned, looked at the stubborn Uchiha Izuna, and could only continue to explain, Uchiha Izuna, I said, you can't keep up with this era, and the impure world reincarnation army in Orochimaru's hands can give we create opportunities. Didn't you see what happened to that group of people just now? After hearing this, Uchiha Izuna smiled disdainfully, and Tianyan said sarcastically. As for the group of people in Uchiha Izuna's mouth, they are naturally from the Four Ninja Village Alliance. No, the army of impure world reincarnation is immortal, and they are fundamentally different from people like Onoki. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama shrugged calmly and said. No matter what Uchiha Izuna says, Senju Tobirama already has a preliminary plan, but whether it will be successful or not is hard to say. To put it bluntly, that woman named Ace can kill some people, and sometimes she can show mercy. For example, when facing the top 12, Ace obviously held back. But now, there is nothing to say about the Four Ninja Village Alliance. The woman has already killed 5 people. Among them, there is a shadow. I have to say, this woman is really outrageously strong. Senju Tobirama sighed sincerely, saying that the strength of this woman, Ace Day, is too terrifying and she must use some of her BBS. At the same time, Onoki, 4th Raikage, and others have recovered from their size and turned to fight with Ace. 4th Raikage, Abed, Onoki, Killer B, Terumi Mei, +1 8-Tails Jinkraki, and the remaining 3 are Black Soil, Temari, who can't do anything, and Gaara, who has gone berserk. This time, One-Tailed Showerhe fully appeared. However, after Shikaku came out, he complained to 8-Tails Jiki. The old man didn't care about us, but ran away by himself. We won't be killed later, right? 8-Tails was very dissatisfied with Showerhe's words, especially if the other party still had doubts about Sage of Six Paths in his words, and immediately snapped, Showerhe, don't say stupid things, we can't die, and we have to believe old man. After a pause, Jiki went on to say, also, if you want to know about Ju Trump, I will definitely teach you again. Pull it down, in this kind of place, who the hell knows will die. Just for what Jiki said, Shizuru waved his hand very casually, and complained a little helplessly. Then, Shi added, as for that 9-Tails guy, am I afraid? At this time, Ace looked at the 2-tailed beasts with a proud face, and said in an arrogant tone, don't worry, you still have some value, and it's okay to be pets. In events like Monster Wars, the point of view it's also perfect, you tailed beasts are needed. He doesn't quite understand it, but he also knows that Ace's tone is clearly treating himself as a plaything for viewing, and this naturally makes He very irritable. Human, you are too arrogant. Although he knew that Ace was difficult to deal with, if he was bullied by the other party and refused to fart, it would be embarrassing for Showerhe. Ace didn't care about these things, he waved his hand and added huge icicles to his body, and by the way, he also made 3 ice dragons that were surging towards him on the ground. As for the forward target, it is exactly where Shikaku is. Shikaku directly sprayed out the tailed beast bomb, without being pierced by a Cetus icicle. As for the several ice dragons on the ground, Showerhe leaped high into the sky, clutching his belly and fired several wind-style practice blanks. And these huge wind balls spit out from Showerhe's mouth are fast and powerful, smashing the head of the ice dragon on the ground, blocking its forward offensive. After seeing this scene, Acetus didn't care at all, instead he snapped his fingers. Then, the giant soldier who had already dealt with the rock giant appeared beside Ace. Showerhe, get out of the way. When Jiki on the other side saw it, he quickly signaled Shikaku to get out of the way, and he sprayed out the tailed beast bomb, which was more powerful than Shikaku's tailed beast bomb. It's just that the tailed beast bomb was taken down by the giant soldier with one hand. Yes, took it with one hand. Immediately afterwards, the form of the giant god soldier changed, and it began to transform into an ice giant god soldier. And after evolving into the ice giant divine soldier, the tailed beast bomb held by one hand began to change. As a trace of white smoke came out, the ice instantly covered the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 140. The eyes of the ice giant soldier lit up, emitting an icy blue light. The ice giant then threw the frozen-tailed beast bomb puck at Jiki. Its speed was very fast, and it was in front of Jiki in a blink of an eye, and the latter could only raise its tail to block it. However, although this slowed down the impact, it also broke several of Eight Tails' tentacles, and Jiki once again realized that the giant soldier summoned by Ace has extremely terrifying abilities. No wonder being summoned by the other party to face Fang Yu's Haibo Madara and Senju Hashirama, this thing is not an ordinary thing. After understanding this, Jiki had no choice but to remind Xiaohe, telling him to cooperate well. Xiaohe, it can be seen that we need to cooperate, otherwise we will be in trouble. Hearing this, Xiaohe cursed, our tailed beasts are so powerful, we all need to cooperate now, what's wrong with the world? 4. Xiaohe, others don't know what's going on, don't you? Let's not talk about Sage of Six Paths, just Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's. Don't those two just take ours? And this Ace Day is also a bug, although it is not like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, with wood style and Sharingan, they can suppress us. But the problem is that they have stronger power, if we are really head to head. We can't beat it. Don't be embarrassing, do you understand? Eight Tails is too lazy to talk nonsense, so he can only tell Xiaohe in this way. Although he didn't say it thoroughly, he has already reminded Xiaohe. The ice giant god soldiers dealt with the two big-tailed beasts in a 1-to-2 manner. As for Ace, he rushed to the remaining three shadows, and these three had reached this point, but they cooperated very tacitly and caused a lot of trouble for Ace in a row. However, trouble is just trouble, and it is useless after all. On the commentary stage, Shemming Maruan has entered the state, and the explanation is more passionate, and this is completely different from Leviathan. Ace's ice giant soldier beat the two big-tailed beasts 1-on-2, and she also had the upper hand against the so-called three shadows. To say that Shemming Maruan really knew what to do, but Leviathan was completely sleepwalking. Leviathan, say a few words. Shemming Maru has been online all the time, from Ace's Dafa Kamui to now, my saliva is almost dry. And Leviathan still didn't say a word, which undoubtedly made Shemming Maruan very upset, and she had to remind Leviathan. Even if it is pretending, you have to pretend it. Ahem, cough, what is this? Leviathan coughed twice, but had no choice but to remain silent. Okay, it seems that I can't count on you anymore. After seeing Leviathan like this, Shemming Maruan already understood that she couldn't let this guy talk. Wait, don't you belittle me a bit by saying this. Of course, Leviathan definitely didn't do it, and he complained a lot about it, expressing his dissatisfaction. But Shemming Maruan is too lazy to say much, and casually perfunctory, no, let's continue to read. Saying that, Shemming Maruan changed the topic again, and once again cited the battle between Acetus and the Shinin Village Alliance. As for Leviathan, although she knew that Shemming Maruan was intentional, she didn't dare to go too far. Who made her duty to be a commentator? And now I don't do anything, that's outrageous. If I dare to interfere with Shemming Maruan, I'm afraid it's not even El Yusufer's sister who can't protect herself? After realizing this, Leviathan will naturally not mess around again. Tower of Babylon, top floor. Leviathan, it's outrageous. After seeing Leviathan's operation, Zi Yakumo had to sigh. Obviously Qin Mu had already instructed it, but Leviathan would not change it. On the contrary, Wen was smart enough to know how to behave well. Saying that, Yakumo Zi looked at Poluna again, and said with a smile, yes, Poluna, do you think you should talk to El Yusufer? Or did you do it yourself? Hearing this, Poluna raised her eyebrows and squinted her eyes at Yakumo Zi. Then, she asked again, Yakumo Zi, you have come back to life, so are you going to start something? Is it your turn to intervene in the internal affairs of my demon camp? 17. Yakumo purple. She was warned, absolutely. And Yakumo could hear Poluna's intentions, and she was warning herself not to act recklessly, otherwise things would be troublesome. The monster sage realizes that he still has something in someone else's hands. Although Poluna has made it clear that he will not cause trouble, if he pushes forward then the situation will be different. After realizing this, Yakumo Zi had no choice but to remain silent. Zi, sometimes you still have to restrain yourself, or you will play yourself to death sooner or later. Axes Neil said with a slight twist of his mouth. Zero looking for flowers. I know. Yakumo Zi seemed a little helpless, and had no choice but to respond. Of course she understands, but sometimes she just can't control herself, and she will do things subconsciously. Like just now, Yakumo deliberately provoked Poluna and Lucifer, the two leaders of the demon camp, just hoping to cause chaos. It's a pity that Yakumo Zi woke up completely with a warning from Poluna. Because of the previous incident, she had a handle on Poluna, even if the other party said that she would not use this as a threat, but if Yakumo Zi went too far, then don't blame her for fighting back. Point 0. Sometimes, we are really stupid. After Yakumo Zi understood, she had to complain to herself. Because she was indeed like this, she just jumped in when she saw the opportunity, completely ignoring how she begged Poluna before. It can only be said that she was so easy to drift. At this time, Qin Mu finally spoke, and he reminded Yakumo Zi. Mother Zi, there are some things that you should restrain yourself, instead of acting recklessly like this. Ahem, I understand, we already understand, don't say any more. Yakumo Zi saw that Qin Mu had deliberately come to reprimand her, and she couldn't sit still, so she hurriedly explained. Qin Mu looked at Yakumo Zi who had repeatedly explained, and knew that the other party was nothing more than I knew it, and would definitely change it next time, but the fact would not change. Therefore, after realizing it, Qin Mu didn't say any more, and by the way, changed his words, and said this instead. Zi ma, I'm doing it for your own good. Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. Acetus's perspective is not very good, so I have to change my perspective. What do you mean? Lily Ling suddenly became energetic and asked a question quickly. Yes, it's time to turn your perspective to the second floor and see what happened to Tsutsuki Kagaya and others who entered the second floor. Qin Mu nodded affirmatively and said so. There is nothing to see on the first floor, so we have to switch the perspective to the second floor, but the picture on the first floor should still be kept instead of being removed directly. You must know that there is not only one screen, so it is no problem to play 2 layers of images. Chapter 141. Although Qin Mu switched the main screen to the second floor, it didn't affect Acetus. This one is gradually rising to the top now, and his moves are becoming more and more open and closed. As a result, it ignores its own evasion and defense. And this gave Onoki and others a chance. After exquisite cooperation, Onoki's dust escape, Terumi Mei and 4th Raikage's combined ninjutsu have all achieved success one after another. Excellent attack, order. Excellent attack, 1 point. The 4 Ninja Village Alliance, the total score is 3 points. Following the sound of Demiurge's voice, Onoki and the others were shocked, and their belief in fighting became stronger. Because after the return, the motivation will naturally become stronger. As for Acetus, he was a little speechless, and complained helplessly, "It's strange, did I get 2 points for this? Is it reasonable? 130? Master Aces, please don't doubt my eyes, and as the referee, I am fair and just." Demiurge pushed his glasses and said so. Aces. I'm not saying you're unfair. Also, Demiurge, it is only fair and just as a referee, don't you think this is very problematic? As for the hidden meaning in Demiurge's words, Ace must be able to hear it, so it is certain that he is speechless. After a while, Acetus said again, "Okay, I understand." As Ace's voice fell, Onoji and the others made another move. Onoji used the earth-style light-heavy rock technique to reduce the weight of fourth raikage, allowing the opponent's speed to increase again, and he did not forget to cooperate with Terumi Mei. Onaki's dust escape was used repeatedly, constantly compressing the position where Ace evaded, so that fourth raikage could get a chance to score points. As for Terumi Mei, she uses lava-style ninjutsu and boil-style ninjutsu to continuously melt the ice walls or icicles made by Ace. Although Acetus' ice power is very powerful, he still showed signs of being melted in the face of such ninjutsu. Of course, Ace doesn't care about these things, and her ability is not easily resolved. Therefore, while dealing with the fourth raikage, she beckoned to attack with ice arrows, ice cones, and other tricks, which made Terumi Mei exhausted, not only to defend against Acetus' attack, but also to use his mind to perform ninjutsu. Fourth raikage is now bursting into hysterical anger, shouting constantly, "Tada open, Tada open, Tada open." It's just that no matter how explosive fourth raikage is, it's hard to stop Ace. The latter simply freezes time and executes fourth raikage. With Ace waving his hand, ice and snow roared from the sky, freezing fourth raikage, who had long been immobile, and countless icicles emerged from the opponent's body, piercing him like a hedgehog. The blood continued to flow down along with the icicles, and a small pool was formed in a short while, but what was inside was not water, but a blood pool formed by the accumulation of blood. The fourth raikage was just frozen in mid-air, pierced by countless icicles, and became a hedgehog. Below, is the pool of blood accumulated by his blood. Now, fourth raikage can't even die. The blood has been drained, and the person is pierced by so many icicles, coupled with the power of freezing. Excessive blood loss, extensive penetrating wounds, and hypothermia. How can I not die if this is the case? No matter how strong fourth raikage is, it's actually the same. What's more, the opponent is not strong, so death is a matter of course. If you are not strong enough, you will die. This is an iron truth, so there is nothing to argue about. The death of fourth raikage is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Onaki and Terumi Mei. If they want to continue, there is no hope at all. Just the two of them, plus two tail beasts, can they really win? The opponent's summoned creature was a pair of two, and it was hitting the two big-tailed beasts. How can I still struggle in such a situation? I can't struggle anymore. Terumi Mei lost her temper and knelt on the ground. And Onoki may still have the will to fight, but being powerless is the truest portrayal of him at present. After all, Onoki is not young after all, even if he is 10 years younger, but at the age of more than 60, after such a fierce battle, he no longer has the physical strength to persist. Considering how Onoji died in the Boruto biography, it's not surprising. At the age of 90, he finally died of exhaustion. To be honest, Onoki is strong enough. If it is the strongest third Hokage, it can be said that it is far inferior to Noki of the National People's Congress, so this Hokage really doesn't have that ability. The death of fourth raikage completely detonated Killer Bee, who went berserk zero. In a moment, reason is gone. The angry Killer Bee exploded the ice giant god soldier, and half of his body was smashed by the tailed beast bomb barrage, turning into shattered ice slag. Then, Killer Bee appeared in front of Ace in the form of a full-body tailed beast, and the tailed beast bomb spewed out from its mouth. It's just that Ace is not afraid of the so-called tailed beast bomb at all. When she raises her hand, countless ice walls emerge, directly blocking the tailed beast bomb. As far as the strength of the opponent's tailed beast bomb is concerned, it's not enough to destroy her defense. Furthermore, Ace is not the kind of owner who is passively beaten, so when she saw Killer Bee start to go berserk, she immediately launched a counterattack. It can be said that it is easy to deal with a beast that has lost its mind, and Jiki couldn't calm Killer Bee at this time, so he could only watch the other party send him off. At this moment, Ace has lost interest, an irrational beast, perhaps very destructive, but she is no threat here. Therefore, Ace didn't give the other party a chance, and started directly with Mokbotmo, freezing this piece of time and space. And Killer B, unable to move and unconscious, is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, Ace thought about pulling out the tailed beast, and didn't plan to kill Killer B directly. Anyway, if the tailed beast is pulled out, people will die naturally. Thinking of this, Acetus froze 8 tails without hesitation, and also froze 1 tail by the way. After doing all this, Ace looked at Onoji, Terumi Mei, and Haitu and Temari, and said slowly, "I'm not interested anymore, why don't you surrender? How about it?" Onaki and Terumi Mei were silent, while Kurito and Temari showed hatred. You must know that Haitu just lost his father, Temari is the younger brother, and his father is gone. Then it is very reasonable for them to hate Ace so much. We admit defeat. Onaki was unwilling, but he also knew that there was no hope. So in the end, I surrendered and chose not to continue. Terumi Mei has nothing to say. Compared to Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure still has her presence, but Cloud Shinobi Village and Tsunagakure are miserable. Seeing that Onoki and the others voted, Ace nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Demiurge. Then, she said like this, "Very well, Demiurge, you can announce now." Chapter 142. Lord Ace, I know what to do. Demiurge wasn't polite to Ace. Although he respected Ace, it didn't mean that the other party could dictate what he wanted, so when Ace tried to interfere, he didn't have any face. Not given. Ace didn't care about it, but shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "Okay, you are the referee, you decide." Then, Demiurge announced the result of the battle. Victor, Floor Master Ace. After this battle, the 4 Ninja Village Alliance can be said to have suffered a disastrous defeat. 2 shadows died, and there were still some elites. This wave, the vitality was seriously injured. And here, after Demiurge announced the result, Ace turned to look at the Akatsuki organization, and asked, "Yes, since you want to catch the tailed beast, then there must be a way to pull it away." "Yes, so are you willing to help remove these 2 tailed beasts?" Dawn. What is this woman bored for? Following Ace's words, everyone in Akatsuki glanced at each other, and would not know how to answer for a while. Of course, Onoki, Terumi Mei, and others who just came off the stage, 01 wanted to say something, but it was hard to say anything. After thinking about it, he finally remained silent. However, there was someone on Konoha's side who wanted to ask, but because of Senju Tobirama's presence, he didn't give him a chance, and he didn't care about these things. It's just a tailed beast, or another village, so obviously it doesn't matter. But following the communication between Ace and Akatsuki, Senju Tobirama immediately regretted it. Yes, but it requires the power of the Rinnegan, and without the Gedo statue, it can't be done. Nagato didn't know how to speak, but since he was asked, he had to answer. Furthermore, Nagato has no way to use this sealing technique now. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. If there is no Gedo statue, there is no way to use this sealing technique, so Nagato thinks that he has answered the other party's question, and there is no problem. Really? That's a pity, we can only use our method. Ye Tengu, you should have a way. Ace figured it out, and then asked if there was any shot method. However, Shiming Maruan yelled on the flying dragon at this time, Hey, Ace, don't do unnecessary things." Ace's actions naturally aroused Shimei Maruan's dissatisfaction. "You said you, what the hell are you doing?" As for the dissatisfaction with Shimei Maruan, Ace didn't care at all. Instead he said to himself, "There are so many capable people in Gensokyo, there is no reason why you can't do anything about it. Simple and rude, just put the tail beast. If it is drawn out, it is impossible to say that there is no such thing." As he said that, Ace clapped his hands and said like this, yes, Riemu can always do it, right? She is a priestess, she must have a way. Oh, that guy Riemu is unreliable, it is very likely that someone will ask me for money, so it is better to look for Kikyo. Shiming Guanwen. Your sister, that's totally disobedient, so what's the BD trying to do? As for Shimai Marawan, Ace's reckless behavior is definitely unacceptable. Hey, Acetus, I've said it all, don't talk to yourself, and according to what you mean, obviously all tailed beasts want it. Sheming Maruwen is really speechless, thinking that Acetus is really looking for trouble for nothing. Of course, otherwise why should I do it? Acetus gave an affirmative answer, saying that he meant that. But after hearing Ace's words, Senju Tobirama's expression changed. Good guy, isn't it true that 8 tails, 1 tail, and even 9 tails are all targeted? That's right, everyone wants to make tailed beasts, so how could they keep them? Come on, trouble. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched wildly, his face was ugly. Jinkriki will die if there is no tail beast. And now Konoha's 9 tails is divided into 2 parts, one half is on 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the other half is on Uzumaki Naruto. If 9 tails is drawn, wouldn't it be cold? Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama couldn't sit still. Just now he could not care about the life and death of 8 tails and 1 tail Jinkriki, but now he can't. This is all related to the Jinkriki in my own village, so I can't just sit idly by, not to mention that it belongs to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, so there is no reason to ignore it. Ace, I warn you, don't make decisions without authorization. Shimei Maruwan was very upset that Ace suddenly made troubles, so he repeatedly stated his position and warned the other party not to act recklessly. But Leviathan is different, she likes to watch the excitement, so she booed wildly from the sidelines. It's okay, Acetus, I support you. Although Leviathan is not happy with Acetus, but since it is such a lively scene, it must be supported. As for whether Acetus can succeed, will he be troubled later? What does this have to do with me? She just yelled twice, but actually did nothing, so it has nothing to do with her. No, I don't need your support. It's just that Acetus also has a temper. Thinking of the conflict between Leviathan and himself, he decisively shot him down. Leviathan. Your sister, I support you. Are you disrespecting me instead? Can't bear it, absolutely can't. But just as Leviathan was thinking about how to take revenge back, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. At this moment, the faces of Leviathan, Shimai Marawan, Ace and others changed instantly, and they all looked up at the place where the fluctuation was transmitted at the same time. Then, a phantom loomed, and the person who came was Qin Mu. Obito and Demiurge knelt down resolutely, and said in a respectful tone, Lord Qin Mu, why are you here? Hearing the subordinate's question, Qin Mu snorted coldly, and said, She, Ace, is thinking about the twitch-tailed beast. If I don't come, can I do it? As for the first sentence Qin Mu said after appearing, Ace felt his scalp tingle and his face changed drastically, appearing to be extremely panicked. No, can't my idea work? She thought her idea was a good idea, but now it seems that it doesn't work. However, just when Ace was feeling uneasy, Qin Zheng's next words made her feel relieved. Although Ace's approach is not feasible, her suggestion is still feasible. I will handle this matter. Jinkriki will not die if the tailed beast is smoked. As he said that, Qin Mu didn't see any movement. Killer Bee, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato all had golden lights on their bodies. Then, a ball of light burst out from the bodies of the 4 of them, and the balls of light on Naruto and Namikaze Minato flew out, merged together, and then slowly fell to the ground. With the disappearance of the light, the 9 tails, 8 tails and 1 tails appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Well, the size is not right. At this moment, the size of the three big-tailed beasts has shrunk severely, about the same size as those cats and dogs. As for the few Jinchuriki who were separated from the tail beast, there is no problem. Chapter 143. Okay, it's done. Qin Mu took a few glances, and then said, Nabaril, take them all away. The ones here are, of course, 9 tailses. And Nabaril, who appeared from the magic circle, picked up 9 tails and other tail beasts according to Qin Mu's order. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to move after realizing that Nabaril was not easy. Because 9 tails has already discovered the problem, and there is no strength in their bodies, so even if they are unwilling, there is no way to do it. Nabaril's strength is not weak, if the strength is still there, maybe she can compete with it, but now she doesn't have any strength at all. How to play this? Can't play, can only obey. After ordering Nabaril to take away the tailed beast, Qin Mu looked at Obito and gave the order. Also, Obito, you lead the team yourself, bring Shaltir, Cositus, Aura, Mare, Sebastian and the others, and bring those Jinchuriki back. Understood, Master Qin Mu, please rest assured that I will complete this task excellently. Obito restrained her excitement forcibly, and did not let herself lose her composure, but answered calmly. Very well, that's it. Qin Mu was quite at ease with Obito, and naturally she wouldn't worry about messing things up. Now, though, it's time to hammer out Acetus. Thinking of this, Qin Mu looked down at Aces, and said meaningfully, Aces, you killed so hard that I have to add personnel now, don't you know? As he said that, several rays of light appeared and landed on the side of the Sinan Village Alliance. With the disappearance of the light, the figure gradually became clear. 3rd Raikage, 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsutsuki, 3rd Kazekage, this is the new 4 shadows. And this is obviously to strengthen the strength of the 4 Ninja Village Alliance, otherwise the 4 Ninja Village Alliance has no hope at all. The reason why Qin Mu beat Aces was that the opponent killed too hard, which would make the later Akatsuki, Konoha and other forces have many scruples, and no one would be willing to continue. If only one group of people from the Hokage world enters the 2nd floor, it obviously does not meet the requirements. What can Acetus say? All she could say was silence. However, Qin Mu did not ask Acetus to review, but left after finishing all this. Of course, before leaving, I also explained a little to Demi-Bird. Follow the process, you are in charge. With Qin Mu's departure and the arrival of the new 4 shadows, few people are willing to talk for the time being. People like Danzo, Uchiha Obito, etc. are already thinking about how to change, especially Obito is very headache, so don't think about passing the test alone. However, the Xia organization didn't have so many worries, but had already started discussing it. Deidara spoke first, and he had a question to ask. As far as Deidara's brain is concerned, it's not stupid. It's just that when Xiao's people took him away, he was too young, and because of his own problems, his hair was crooked, so he knew it would explode. In fact, if Deidara was taken by Onaki, although he would still be obsessed with explosions, he would not become so abnormal. Now, of course, Deidara is going to say something about this challenger. Having said that, doesn't this situation prove one thing? After a pause, Deidara looked around the so-called own people, and then said, that is to let most people pass the test, is it what they want to see? I don't know, but too many people died, and the risks involved. Hearing this, Kakuzu narrowed his small eyes slightly, and said something thoughtfully. From the current perspective, I have concerns, and I am not willing to work hard anymore, so sometimes I become hesitant when speaking. After all, although Nagato gave a lot of money, if this little life is lost, then there are many problems. It is very important to make money, but you must continue to make money, not make a lot of money, and then put yourself in it. Kakuzu is unwilling to do such a loss-making business. In the past, Due to Nagato's force, Kakuzu had no choice. In addition, he was willing to do business such as making money, but now that Nagato's force is not enough to suppress himself, there is no need for him to go all out. Well, it's your own life. Kakuzu is very afraid of death, it can be understood from his ninjutsu. There's a risk, but maybe it's a gamble. Hoshigaki Kisame thinks that since there is an opportunity, why not just give it a go? If you can give it a go, can't you go to a bigger stage? Hoshigaki Kisame, do you think it's that simple? Kakuzu looked at the young and vigorous Kisame and had to say something. I don't know if it's simple or not, but I know there's a lot of hope. Ganshi Gishui snorted coldly, that shark face looked particularly terrifying. Great hope? It really gave you a face. Kakuzu sneered disdainfully, apparently feeling that Hoshigaki Kisame was arrogant, so he didn't even bother to mock him. However, Scorpio wasn't happy with that, apparently looking down on Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame. Therefore, Xie said like this, what are you arguing about? Anyway, it's not our turn now, so don't be too nervous. Brother Scorpion, who is that? Deidara, who heard this, asked subconsciously. Scorpion glanced at the explosive maniac, sighed, and then said, it's probably Konoha or the Four Shadows who just came. You must know that the so-called Four Ninja Village Alliance just now lost many people, and 2 of them died. A shadow, and the 4th Raikage is the son of the 3rd Raikage, don't you think this is a problem? Xia, the 3rd Kazekage of your village is also there, and you have it. However, just as Xia finished speaking, Konan suddenly said something. It won't matter. Scorpion obviously understood what Konan meant, so he calmly said that the problem is not big. Influences? Non-existent. Uchiha Itachi kept his head down, of Li Zhao's, all the time, so that no one could see the change in his expression. Although he has always been able to control his emotions, he still has to be cautious sometimes, so he keeps his head down, thinking about what he should do. It seems that it is not impossible to start a war like this. It doesn't matter whether you can fight or not, you have to fight again, now you have nowhere to go, your reputation is completely rotted, why should you care about the issue of life and death? Sasuke has the protection of his father, Shisui, and the power he got, well, he doesn't need me anymore. Although it is impossible to die in the hands of Sasuke, but to be able to die is to liberate Ji. Uchiha Itachi thinks it's time for Akatsuki to join the battle. One is to let oneself die, and the other is to reduce Akatsuki's strength. Of course, Uchiha Itachi will not reveal his purpose, but wait for Nagato to make a decision. As for Nagato, Uchiha Itachi dare not say how well he understands it, but the other party will definitely not say let it go, they have already reached this level, why not continue? Chapter 144. Nagato didn't know what Uchiha Itachi was up to, but he did have the will to continue. After all, it is meaningless to go back like this, it is better to continue walking and go to the next floor. Of course, when will it be on? We'll have to look at that again. At the same time, there was already a lot of noise on Konoha's side. Although Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto are both without 9 tails, it is the best result if people are fine. At this time, because of Qin Mu's move and the order to arrest all Jinchuriki. Such things undoubtedly made Senju Tobirama flustered. As for Jiraiya, they are deeply worried about whether the peace in the ninja world will be turbulent. It is true that Qin Mu and his group act so unscrupulously, which really makes Jiraiya very disturbed. In addition, as the spokesperson of Mount Maiboku's walking ninja world, Jiraiya sometimes considers many issues. Therefore, Qin Mu ordered the arrest of the tail beast at this time, will he order the arrest of the summoning beast after that? Jiraiya has to have such worries, and must also have a sense of crisis in this regard. And what is Konoha arguing about here? In fact, it is a question of whether to fight or not. Kushina felt that this was too dangerous, so she was unwilling to continue. Just now, when Minato and Naruto were drawn 303-tailed beast, she almost passed out. Coupled with the fact that Acetus is so ruthless, who can guarantee that the opponent will not continue to kill? Of course, Uchiha Izuna is definitely not willing to give up. He is rushing to reunite with his elder brother, so seeing Uzumaki Kushina has a different heart and is unwilling to continue, he is definitely not happy. Let's not talk about whether you can pass the level, but if you run away, it is definitely not a style that Uchiha Izuna can accept. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna absolutely disagreed with Kushina's suggestion. Don't you want to make such a suggestion again? Is this disturbing the morale of the army? You fourth Hokage, what do you do with your wife? Uchiha Izuna's mouth was open, and he offended both Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Seeing that Uchiha Izuna is so crazy, Namikaze Minato will naturally not give face, but retaliate against this Uchiha ancestor. You don't need to worry about this, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, Kushina did this for the sake of safety, for me, Naruto and the partners in the village, and for the sake of the overall situation. Uchiha Izuna ignored it, but sneered coldly, if it's really out of the big, Abek, situation, then don't say such a thing. Bored? Is she this? It is clearly fear. Senju Tobirama glared at Uchiha Izuna and scolded angrily, enough, stop talking, don't worry about what to do, we have to wait. If you want to challenge the floor master Acetus, you must continue. But not now, and need to slow down. Uchiha Izuna frowned, obviously reading between Senju Tobirama's words, but he didn't want to wait any longer. Wait? I can't wait. To say that Uchiha Izuna is not very happy here, and Uchiha Madara who entered the second floor is also not very comfortable. Tower of Babylon, second floor. With the appearance of the teleportation circle, the figures of Tsutsuki Kagaya and others finally appeared on this floor. Unlike the medieval style of the first floor, the second floor is a completely Hyuxia style. Therefore, what is presented to Tsutsuki Kagaya and others is a completely Hyuxia style ancient city pool, but this does not mean that the buildings in the city are completely old buildings, such as those luxurious modern buildings, which have everything that one expects to find. Of course, people like Tsutsuki Kagaya obviously don't care about these so-called externalities. Uchiha Madara, in particular, has no such eyes. My head is full of. Everyone came to the second floor, why is there still no one? However, Uchiha Madara thought about it again, this is the gate of the city, and no one is normal. Maybe it's different inside, so we still have to go in now and talk about it first, and we should be able to understand it by then. Tsutsuki Kagaya swept her eyes, turned around and found no one, she said coldly, aren't there any so-called receptionists here? The hosts she spoke of were naturally Demiurge, Obito, and others, but there were no such people here on the second floor, which really made Tsutsuki Kagaya feel strange. Yui opened his eyes, sighed and said, Mother, our perception is greatly limited here, and we can't perceive the situation in the city at all. It seems that the second floor is not simple. And Tsutsuki Hamura is also acting like Yui. Not long after they first came here, Yui and Hamura were one with perception and the other with white eyes, but neither of them could perceive or see the situation in the city. I know it myself, so you don't need to tell me. Tsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly, glanced at the two sons, and said rather dissatisfied. Yui. www. Hamura. But you didn't seem to know it like that just now. Of course, such words would not be said, Yui and Hamura are very wise. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama didn't intervene, but Uchiha Madara was at his limit, so he was going straight to town. But before Uchiha Madara took a step, there was a sudden melodious and sad urhu sound, which seemed to be far away in the sky for a while, and seemed to be close at hand for a while. Seemingly far seems near, it is unpredictable. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya and the others changed their expressions drastically, and they couldn't help raising their vigilance, and they were on guard seriously. After all, the current scene is too weird, and the sound of the erhu coming from nowhere naturally makes Tsutsuki Kagaya and others bored and uneasy. The man who plays the erhu has something. Several, did you just come from the first floor? Just as Tsutsuki Kagaya and others were secretly guarding, a strange man's voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Tsutsuki Kagaya and others changed drastically, and they quickly looked at the position of the speaker. Who the hell is this? Tsutsuki Kagaya and others looked at the man holding the erhu in front of them, and the first thought that popped up in their minds was, who is this? Who are you? Uchiha Madara couldn't bear the opponent's pretentiousness, so he took a step forward and exerted pressure with his own momentum. Dare to jump like this in front of me, Uchiha Madara, are you impatient? The man did not answer the question, but continued to play the erhu. Seeing that the other party didn't answer his question, but continued to ignore him, Uchiha Madara's mood can be imagined. Immediately, Suzanu's arm appeared, holding the curved long sword. Apparently, Uchiha Madara was about to make a move. As for Senju Hashirama, although he saw it, he did not choose to block Uchiha Madara. Because the current situation is a bit weird, it would be a good thing if Uchiha Madara were to try it out. But just when Uchiha Madara was about to attack, several flying swords suddenly fell from the sky, preventing Uchiha Madara's temptation, and his skeleton arm of Susanoo was directly interrupted. The visitor came down with the flying sword, appeared next to the man pulling the erhu, smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, this gentleman is named Wuming, he is just a pretender, and the man pulling the erhu is harmless, so don't be nervous." Chapter 145. Nameless? Pretend to commit? Uchiha Madara thought that the guy knew how to play the erhu just now, and he quite approved of what the young man who fell on the flying sword said. However, the approval belongs to the approval, but these two people are a bit weird, obviously they have to be guarded against. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Then who are you?" The young man just smiled when he heard the words, and then introduced himself, "My name is Li Xiaoao, and it's also harmless. Who knows if it's true or not, are you gatekeepers or are you the same as us?" Uchiha Madara sneered, not believing this at all, but went straight to the point, questioning the identities of Li Xiaoao and Wuming. Li Xiaoao and Wuming are gatekeepers? Or are you just like them all challengers? Us. After hearing this, Li Xiaoao shrugged his shoulders, and said lightly, "It's the challenger, but we are not on this level, Wuming is the challenger on the 3rd level, Shi is the 7th level." The 3rd floor? The 7th floor? Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and his brows were furrowed. But Senju Hashirama didn't think too much, instead he had already talked with Li Xiaoao and asked, "Then what do you guys?" Although Senju Hashirama didn't understand what he said, the meaning of what he said is actually very clear. The question is, since none of you are from the 2nd level, how did you appear on the 3rd level of Saturn? Faced with this problem, Li Xiaoao explained it enthusiastically. "We must be able to move freely, except that we can't go to the floors higher than our own, but we can go to the floors lower than our own. It's meaningless on the 1st floor, so no one will go there, but it's different from the 2nd floor, and there are naturally more people coming and going." What Li Xiaoao said made Senju Hashirama understand, and Tsutsuki thought about something. If he can come and go freely in this way, can he go back to the 1st floor? To be honest, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itsuki are still very worried. Although it gives strength, but can it be done? To be honest, Yi is not very optimistic. After all, they are too tender. Compared with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is really not very good, it can be said that it is much worse. Hashirama, don't talk to him about this, who knows if it's true or not. However, Uchiha Madara didn't choose to believe it, and these two strange guys came suddenly. How can I believe this? Li Xiaoao waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Oh, you don't have to doubt it like this. We just ran into you when we came down, so you don't have to pay too much attention." Sorry, Madara is like this, I hope you will forgive me." Senju Hashirama talked with Li Xiaoao, and he actually believed it, so he apologized to Li Xiaoao. There is no way, Madara sometimes has a lot of problems, and she needs a lot of help. In this Tower of Babylon, it is better not to offend people if you cannot offend them. Besides, everyone is a challenger, so let's not talk about sincere cooperation. Furthermore, Li Xiaoao and others are above the second level, so they must know a lot of information. According to what you said, why not have a good communication and get some information by the way? Hashirama, why are you so soft? They are nothing more than that, we can abuse you as you like. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, and said in a contemptuous tone. Just Wu Ming and Li Xiaoao? Are these two great? Uchiha Madara felt that it was not possible at all. However, as soon as Uchiha Madara's voice fell, Wu Ming's erhu sound stopped. Afterwards, thousands of swords appeared behind Wu Ming, flying around him like 100 birds facing a phoenix. This time, Uchiha Madara was silent. Speaking of which, this scene is kind of scary. Although there are only thousands of swords, Uchiha Madara can still perceive the power contained in these swords, and he can guarantee one thing, that is, his Susanoo may not be able to bear it. Damn, a stay woman can kick my Susanoo, and now I meet a man who can destroy my Susanoo, it's... Uchiha Madara said it was difficult to accept and felt that all this was unreal. Senju Hashirama is different from Uchiha Madara. Instead, he walked over with great interest and tentatively touched the swords. Under Wu Ming's control, the hidden sword energy did not cause damage to Senju Hashirama. However, with Senju Hashirama's recovery ability, as long as Wu Ming does not have killing intent, these sword chi will not affect Senju Hashirama, so even if he is injured, he can still recover. Unless Wu Ming added something to these sword chi, it would hinder Senju Hashirama's recovery. It is not difficult to achieve this in the nameless state. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at it curiously. She didn't think there was anything scary about it. Anyway, she could run away, just hide in the heavenly palace. Zero looking for flowers. However, there is still a sense of crisis. This person is not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya took a deep look at Wu Ming, and she knew that it was not only those floor masters who were terrifying in this tower, but also these strong men who were also challengers. I have to say, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Wu Ming ignored the curious Senju Hashirama, but instead looked at Uchiha Madara and sighed. Uchiha Madara, why are you doing this? Although Uchiha Madara was afraid of being unknown, but he didn't want to show weakness, so he asked in a cold voice, do you know me? Li Xiaoao jumped ahead of Wu Ming, and said first, of course, when Master Qin Mu decided to come to your world, he had already summarized and broadcasted all the plots. Everyone watched. And after hearing these words, Uchiha Madara fell silent. It doesn't mean that. Aware of some possibility, Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched. Yes, I believe you also understand, we all know about your tragic life of Uchiha Madara. Li Xiaoao did not let Uchiha Madara go, but continued to make up for it. Uchiha Madara's face darkened immediately, she glared at Li Xiaoao angrily, and said viciously, I don't have a tragedy, you are a tragedy. However, after Uchiha Madara said this, Wu Ming's eyelids jumped. Sure enough, Li Xiaoao's complexion changed, and then his momentum changed drastically. The flying sword came out of its sheath instantly, buzzing and killing intent filled the air. But Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Tsutsuki Kagaya and others stared at Li Xiaoao with horror on their faces as if they were facing an enemy. Good guy, this guy is scarier than that nameless. Also, this guy seems to have flown down, right? Although flying, the Tsutsuki family can basically do it, and Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama can also do it. One is the complete body of Susanoo, and the other has the 6 paths fairy art, all of which can fly. Furthermore, there are quite a few ninjas who can fly in the ninja world, such as Onaki, etc., so Uchiha Madara and others just didn't think it's so good that Li Xiaoao can fly. But now it seems. Well, this guy is the real werewolf. However, Li Xiaoao's changes come and go quickly. Fijian was put away by Li Xiaoao, and then he sighed, and said, "Oh, my practice is not enough, so my heart is in a mess." Chapter 146. Uchiha Madara. As for your situation just now, are you sure you were disturbed? Good guy, didn't you just want to kill me? Li Xiaoao's aura just now was definitely to kill himself. Although Uchiha Madara is full of confidence in himself, but after so many beatings, especially being repeatedly educated by Aces, he has already restrained himself. Furthermore, Li Xiaoao is really scary, and Uchiha Madara dare not say that he can win. In the Tower of Babylon, the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and the Urhu player are not simple, and the guy named Li Xiaoao in front of him is not easy to say. How awesome is Li Xiaoao? Uchiha Madara didn't know, but from the flashing killing intent of the other party, and the leaked terrifying aura, he knew that the other party was by no means simple. Madara is like this sometimes, I hope you don't take offense. Senju Hashirama smirked and began to talk to U893's Hibo Madara. However, Li Xiaoao was not interested anymore, instead he waved his hand and said flatly, "He is right, he is not the only one who is tragic. I am also quite tragic." After a pause, Li Xiaoao added, "Of course, Wu Ming is also very tragic." Nameless. Just say what you said, why drag me into the water? As for Li Xiaoao's actions, Wu Ming didn't bother to pay attention, so he simply got up and walked towards the city. Of course, this Urhu must continue to play. Okay, I'll take you inside to have a look. Seeing Wu Ming get up and enter the city, Li Xiaoao said with a smile on his face. At this time, Yi finally spoke, and when he asked a very crucial question. Supposedly, shouldn't there be someone who is responsible for entertaining us? Hearing this, Li Xiaoao was stunned for a moment, and then said Kide, You were still strangers on the first floor, so you need such a special receptionist, and after entering the second floor, you are still strangers. Basically, there is no need, besides, the receptionists here also have work to do, which is the job of the referee, so they are very busy. Hearing Li Xiaoao's explanation, Yi already understood why Li Xiaoao came. Then, Yi asked directly, "So you are in charge of this job?" To this, Li Xiaoao did not refute, but silently nodded and said, "Yes, you can say that." Yi fell silent and didn't say any more. However, Senju Hashirama asked curiously, "Yes, Wu Ming is on the 3rd floor, but you are on the 7th floor. Why? How to say?" Li Xiaoao pondered for a moment, and then explained, "The gatekeepers and floor masters on the floor have actually changed. They are different from when we came in before, and the reason why I am still on the 7th floor naturally, it is because the 7th floor cannot pass." Senju Hashirama was very surprised, and asked puzzledly, "You are so strong, why can't you even pass?" Hearing this, Li Xiaoao just smiled casually, and said lightly, "When I passed the first 6 floors before, it was quite simple, and it can be said that there was no difficulty, but it was different on the 7th floor. The floor owner appeared change, so it is difficult." Then, Li Xiaoao smiled and said, "Wu Ming came later than me, and he didn't get the benefits of the first few floors, so he only got to the 3rd floor, but he was lucky. When he passed the 2nd floor, the layer master at that time was not the current layer master, otherwise it would be difficult to say." Now, Senju Hashirama had to be silent. After a while, he asked again, "Yes, how long have you been here?" "Me?" Li Xiaoao shrugged his shoulders, and said in a very free and easy way, "It's been a long time, and I'm a family member. Now my daughter is almost 10 years old." "Senju Hashirama, are you still dragging your family?" However, Senju Hashirama thought about it again. He is also a wife, granddaughter, and brother. Isn't this also a drag on the family? Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama felt that there was nothing to complain about, and he also thought that Li Xiaoao was very good. "Come up to the Tower of Babylon with your wife and children, can this be bad?" "That's right, you just said that the floor master of the second floor." Is this floor master very fierce?" Afterwards, Senju Hashirama thought about something again and asked like this. Li Xiaoao couldn't help sighing, and said like this, "Let me tell you this, the leader of your second floor is called Qin Mu. This guy is really difficult for you, and the gatekeepers on the lower level are all ruthless characters, you are in trouble." Seiki Kujuo. This guy is the master of the second floor. As for Senju Hashirama and others wanting to pass the test easily, Li Xiaoao is not optimistic from the bottom of his heart. After hearing these words, Senju Hashirama had to be silent. He realized that this is definitely not a lie, so it will be very difficult. Uchiha Madara, who was walking in front, frowned, but didn't say anything about it. Like Acetus on the first floor, didn't he also come over? So what's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara stopped suddenly, turned around and asked Li Xiaoao, and what he asked was about the floor owner. Generally speaking, how does the change of the floor master change? And Li Xiaoao glanced at Uchiha Madara, and gave the answer with a slight smile. "This is Lord Qin Mu's arrangement. We have no right to intervene. However, this kind of change is not frequent, and it is only limited to the first 50 floors. It is fixed from the 50 floors onwards, so don't think too much about it." 50 floors. Yu Yi's heart moved, and he asked subconsciously, "Has anyone ever gone to a higher floor?" "I don't know, I'm only on the 7th floor now, so I don't know." Li Xiaoao shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Of course, the city can only understand the situation on the front floor. As for the latter, well, don't think about it. I don't know if others can do it, but I, Uchiha Madara, can definitely do it. Uchiha said confidently, with a rather arrogant tone. However, as soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, some of the people passing by on the street looked over. "Uchiha Madara? Is that Uchiha Madara played by that black thing?" The visitor only said 0.6 words, and Uchiha Madara broke the defense. Uchiha Madara's eyes were gloomy, staring at the person who spoke. His eyes were cold and frightening. "Who are you?" At this moment, Uchiha Madara was angry. "I." The man grinned, and his smile was a little scary. "Hey, Yin, calm down a little, this is just here, don't worry about it." However, before the man could speak, Li Xiaoao took a step forward and said with a slight smile. Although Li Xiaoao was full of smiles, the man was terrified when he saw it, and said in a low voice, Sorry, Hero Li Xiaoao, I really don't mean to make trouble, I really don't." The visitor was very arrogant at first, but after seeing Li Xiaoao, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, without any temper at all. Instead he said a few nice words in a low voice, and then ran away quickly. Chapter 147. Who's that guy? Senju Hashirama looked at Yin who was running away, and asked curiously. Li Xiaoao shrugged his shoulders, and introduced, "That's called Yin, don't look at his human appearance, in fact he is not like this, he is a monster, his appearance is similar to that of a centaur." Monster. Now, not only Senju Hashirama is curious, but Yu Yi and others are also curious. Of course, not to mention Uchiha Madara, he already remembers each other. If there is a chance, you must not spare the other party lightly. Li Xiaoao nodded, and said, yes, there are many challengers on this second floor, which can be divided into 7 major forces, and this Yin is the monster of the Humanla force. Senju Hashirama stared directly, obviously dumbfounded. As for Uchiha Madara, he was interested instead, and his fighting spirit became more and more high, and he spoke excitedly. 7 great powers? Hyman Tower. As unusual as it sounds, I am interested in Uchiha Madara. Li Xiaoao didn't say anything, but continued to explain, but this explanation is a bit long. That's right, the Hamang House is a group of monsters led by the princess named 01, and this princess is the land god of the land of Hamang, and she is very powerful, and she is the 9-tails demon fox, who is quite powerful awesome. However, the timing of Hamanglu's coming in is not perfect. The floor owner has been replaced by Seiki Kujuo. In addition, the princess has her own problems and doesn't like to fight. There is also the strongest person in Hamanglu except her. The combat power went to be the guardian again, so the Hamang building could not break through the second floor. Yi frowned, and asked curiously, what's wrong with her? Is there something wrong with this monster named princess? Having said that, what could be the problem? Li Xiaoao shrugged his shoulders, and said lightly, the strength has weakened, and the strength has been lost, so this Hyman Tower failed to break through the second floor, but if the owner of the floor changes, there may be hope. As he spoke, Li Xiaoao sighed, appearing a little compassionate. After a while, he said again, after all, Kujuo Seiki is really too scary, that's why many people on this floor are blocked from advancing, and they are forced to stay on the 10th floor forever. You always say that Seiki Kujuo is powerful, so how powerful is this guy? However, Uchiha Madara is very dissatisfied with Li Xiaoao's statement, he really wants to know how powerful Seiki Kujuo is. Madara, since Li Xiaoao said this, it must not be false, why do you question it? Senju Hashirama saw that Uchiha Madara was questioning, so he had to say something with a straight face. However, Li Xiaoao was very calm, and said softly, in fact, he is really powerful, much stronger than you. It's just that after saying this, Li Xiaoao didn't want to say more, but talked about the 7 major forces. Yes, let me tell you about the 7 major forces. Afterwards, Li Xiaoao continued, I just talked about Hamanglu, but don't think that the princess is going to die. She had a loss of power before, but now it has been resolved, so don't think that Hamanglu is easy to bully. Of course, if Yin troubles you, you need to follow the procedure. You must apply to the higher authorities before you can have a duel. It's not just a fight. Perhaps because it involved the possibility of a fight, Li Xiaoao explained it on purpose, saying that if Yin wanted to make trouble, it would not be so easy to do so, and a process still needed to be followed. A fight. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, his expression changed instantly, and he blurted out, does that mean I can beat him up? Yin's words offended Uchiha Madara to death, even though he knows that many people think of him like this now, but who let Yin hit the gun? If he doesn't trouble him, who will he trouble? Moreover, if he turned over that tooth silver, I believe that in this second floor, no one would dare to say such things in front of his face for the time being. To put it bluntly, Deli Wei. You have to apply, and you have to consider the consequences of this matter. Li Xiaoao shrugged and said lightly. As a result of Tsutsuki Kagaya didn't say much, but now she couldn't help but ask, so she asked, what consequences? Hearing this, Li Xiaoao glanced at her, and said softly, because doing so will offend Hamanglu, although the princess doesn't take care of things very much, but the person in charge of things, by Marsh, is not so easy to talk about, so it depends on what you think gone. Offend. Uchiha Madara smiled arrogantly, and said disdainfully, so what? Will I, Uchiha Madara, be afraid? What if offended? After all, am I afraid? Impossible, I will never be afraid. Madara, don't be careless. Of course, Uchiha Madara is so rampant, in Senju Hashirama's view, it is not advisable, even if he believes in Uchiha Madara's strength, but nothing is absolute here, and one should be careful. Uchiha Madara smiled arrogantly and was about to continue talking, but Li Xiaoao interrupted him. Li Xiaoao didn't want to see the strange exchange between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In his opinion, there was something wrong with both of them, so if you should shut up, you have to shut up. Okay, let's not talk about this, and continue to tell you about the 7 major forces. After stopping the conversation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Li Xiaoao continued to explain about the 7 major forces instead. In addition to the Haimang Tower, there is also the Night Walk led by Mo Kunzhenshao. This is a force that gathers many capable people and strangers, and it is from the same world as the Haimang Tower. However, unlike the Haimang Tower, the Yesing headed by Mo Kunzhenshao is responsible for eliminating demons, so it's good. Except for Tsutsuki Kagaya, people like Senju Hashirama, Yi, etc., 460 are all human beings, so naturally they can be heard to be somewhat healthy. Don't think that if Danzo is simple, he has no brains. If you want to say this brain, there must be one. On the contrary, it is Tsutsuki Kagaya. Well, I am used to being superior, and I have been sealed for such a long time, so I don't understand it. Li Xiaoao didn't pay attention to what other people thought, but continued to introduce. In addition, there is another strength that is Abe Sime and Abe Masahiro. These 2 grandparents are Onmyoges, and they are also responsible for slaying demons. This belongs to the forces of Onmyoji. After a pause, Li Xiaoao added, next there are 2 monster forces, one is the 100 Ghosts Night Walk led by the slippery ghost Nuliang Lushan, and the other is the Kyoto monster led by Yi Fox, and both of them are its one world. And after saying this, Li Xiaoao continued without waiting for these people to think about it. As for the last force, that is the summoning force, then you may have doubts, this is obviously the 6 forces. Yes, why are there 7 major forces? Speaking of this, Li Xiaoao explained in a calm manner, naturally, it is because the summoning forces are divided into 2 factions, one is the summoning led by King Ma Kangyi, and the other is led by Ma Kangyi. Friends, so it became the 7 major forces. In the end, looking at the few people who were still a little confused, Li Xiaoao smiled slightly, and asked like this, I said so, do you understand? Chapter 148 Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Tsutsuki Kagaya and 3 others. After Li Xiaoao made a clear introduction, people like Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yui, and others fell silent one after another. Here on the 2nd floor, it is obviously not so easy to handle. Not to mention the many forces, the master of that level. Well, it's a problem. Li Xiaoao mentioned many times that the leader of Qin Mu was very difficult to deal with, which had to make Tsutsuki Kagaya and others raise their vigilance, obviously not daring to underestimate this person. One must know that Li Xiaoao is from the 7th floor, but he is as afraid of Qin Mu Nangxiang, the 2nd floor master, and one must also know that this person's strength is unfathomable. After a long silence, Yi replied, understood. If people spend so much time explaining it, if they don't understand it, it must be bad, so Yi is very witty and expresses that he understands. As for whether you understand it all? To be honest, it doesn't really matter, just answer it anyway. Okay, we're here, you guys rest here, let's take a look at the fighting style on the 2nd floor today just happens to be. Li Xiaoao brought Tsutsuki Kagaya and others to a restaurant, and said that you can stay here, this rests. As he said that, Li Xiaoao checked the relevant information again, and said, it just so happened that King Ma Kangye led someone to challenge the gatekeeper, so you can take a look. To the gatekeeper. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows, quite surprised. The situation on the second floor is different from the first floor. There are relatively loose rules there. Basically, there are opportunities. I hope you can go up. But it is different on the second floor. If you want to, you have to work harder to climb up. Isn't it still a scoring system for the main battle on the opposite floor? That's right, the main battle of the floor is still based on the score system, and the gatekeepers are different, but the gatekeepers on this floor. Uchiha Madara, don't underestimate it. While explaining to Uchiha Madara and others, Li Xiaoao turned on a small virtual screen and started pointing. Senju Hashirama looked at Li Xiaoao's movements in confusion, and subconsciously asked, what are you doing? That's ordering food, what else can you do if you don't eat at the restaurant? Wu Ming, who was sitting at the side, said something casually. Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya frowned, and asked blankly, can't people live here? After ordering, Li Xiaoao pointed to the outside and explained, there is a hotel opposite the restaurant, you can go there, this area belongs to the public area, and as long as you don't set foot in the area where the 7 major forces are located, basically nothing will happen. From what you mean, this place is still divided. Although there is no clear regulation, but the place where the 7 major forces live, like other challengers, it is best not to go in casually, there will be trouble. However, there are guards patrolling here, so there is no need to worry about anything. What if there's trouble? No one would dare to fight here. If you really want to fight, you have to follow the procedure. If you fight in the street, or fight in the residential area before, the consequences will be very serious. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced downstairs, and a team of guards happened to pass by on the street. Then, Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, these guards you mentioned, can they stop them? Behind the guards is the owner of the Tower of Babylon, what do you think? After hearing this, Li Xiaoao looked at him with a half-smile and said such a sentence. The strength of the guards is not good enough, but so what? Standing behind the guards is the owner of the Tower of Babylon, so even if these guards are not strong enough, no one dares to make trouble. On the other hand, Wu Ming sighed, continued to babble and said, Uchiha Madara, it seems that your thinking has not changed, you can't do whatever you want here, you have to abide by the rules, you know, do not. Uchiha Madara. Rule? So what? I am. In fact, he really wanted to say that he was a disciplined person, but Uchiha Madara calmed down, thinking that it was so difficult for him to deal with an ace day, how could he have the qualification to be hidden? Madara, don't act recklessly. Senju Hashirama knew Uchiha Madara very well, and knew that the other party had already made up his mind, that is, to attack that Yin, so he hoped that the other party would calm down. Even if you want to beat that person, you still have to follow the formal procedure. Uchiha Madara, don't cause trouble for your mother. If you want to cause trouble, you must get rid of the relationship. Black Zetsu, who had not spoken much, also hurriedly asked Uchiha Madara if he wanted to cause trouble, then it has to be done in your own name. To put it bluntly, you must never make troubles in the name of your own mother, that will only make Tsutsuki Kagaya blamed. Hey, what is hurt Tsutsuki Kagaya? Do I need it? However, Uchiha Madara was proud and arrogant, and naturally she was unwilling to use the banner of Tsutsuki Kagaya, so she decisively opposed the black one. It's just that Tsutsuki Kagaya became interested at this time. She said that she wanted to set up a ninja power, and she was the leader. Black Zetsu, shut up. After reprimanding Black Zetsu, Tsutsuki Kagaya burst into a terrifying momentum, putting pressure on Uchiha Madara and others with a strong sense of oppression. Then, she said like this, since there are so many forces here, let's add another ninja faction. In the future, all people from the ninja world will enter the second floor. That is my ninja power person, that is, I, Tsutsuki Kagaya people. Yee, Hamura smiled wryly, looking very helpless. But Uchiha Madara disagreed, and under the pressure of Tsutsuki Kagaya, he insisted that he disagreed. "No, I don't agree." Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at opposing Uchiha Madara, and said coldly, "Disagree? So what? Do you have a choice?" This time, Uchiha Madara was silent. "Can you beat Tsutsuki Kagaya yourself?" The answer is that you can't beat it, and there are other things. Tsutsuki Yuyi and Hamura seem to have no intention of opposing, so they are weak. What should they do? Hashirama? Forget it, Hashirama is fine. Uchiha Madara thought for a while, and found that Senju Hashirama, good Zhao's, would not have any objections, and in this way, he objected. The problem is that you can't beat Tsutsuki Kagaya, and it's useless to oppose it. Very good, as long as you understand. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not continue, Tsutsuki Kagaya naturally nodded in satisfaction and said something like this. As long as you can understand, then everything is easy to say. However, just when Tsutsuki Kagaya was satisfied, Li Xiaoao said such a sentence. If you plan to form a force, you have to report it, and then choose a place. This is a public area, and you can't be pushed as a force. As soon as this remark came out, Tsutsuki Kagaya frowned. When she heard this, she immediately felt very troublesome, and couldn't help complaining, "Do you still need to be so troublesome? What's the trouble here? I just asked you to report it and pick another place. Can it be called trouble?" Li Xiaoao signaled to the waiter who was serving the food to hurry up and serve the food, and at the same time he did not forget to talk to Tsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 149. Mother, I don't think it's a big problem. I can take care of the affairs. While Tsutsuki Kagaya was having a headache, Black Zetsu felt that there was nothing wrong with it and that he could manage it himself. In the Hyman Tower mentioned by Li Xiaoao just now, isn't the princess the leader? But she didn't take care of the affairs, but instead handed over the affairs to the man named Bai Mao. And isn't it suitable for yourself? You must know that you are the most loyal son of your mother. Therefore, Black Zetsu thought that the person in charge must be himself. You. However, Tsutsuki Kagaya had no intention of agreeing. She looked at Black Zetsu, and finally decided whether to make this decision, and instead thought about who should come. You can't do it. As for Yuyi and the others, well, they can't do it either. For example, Yuyi and the others belong to the combat force, that is, they are responsible for the battle. You can't let them take care of it. I remember the guy named Senju Tobirama. This guy is not only a grandmaster conspiracy, like strategy, government affairs, etc., he is very grandmaster, so he is very suitable. As soon as Tsutsuki Kagaya thought about it, he quickly locked the candidate, and this person was Senju Tobirama. Mother, shouldn't I be more suitable? Black Zetsu was dumbfounded, thinking why it wasn't his own, but that Senju Tobirama? You only have conspiracies and tricks 763, and other things are not very good, but you can serve as Senju Tobirama's deputy. Tsutsuki Kagaya planned methodically, and this made Yuyi and others' eyelids twitch wildly. Good guy, what's the answer to this door? Yuyi had to cut in, he needed to find out what Tsutsuki Kagaya was up to. Mother, what on earth are you thinking? Since there are so many forces in the second layer, is there a problem with our formation of forces? Hearing this, Tsutsuki Kagaya narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Tsutsuki Yuyi. At first glance there is no problem, but once you do this, is there a problem? But for Yuyi, there is no need to form a force. Not to mention just a few of them, even if it was really formed. It is estimated that this will be a lot. As for the ninja world, well, Tsutsuki Yuyi felt that if he wanted to completely unite the ninja world, such a thing seemed unlikely to happen. Mother, although I have always hoped for peace in the ninja world, sometimes. Tsutsuki Yuyi said that he believes in ninjas, so it is almost impossible to make them willing to submit to Tsutsuki Kagaya. However, for Tsutsuki Yuyi's statement, Tsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly, and she said coldly, by force can make them surrender, who dares to refuse? Apparently, Tsutsuki Kagaya has figured it out. And this is subduing people with force. Seeing this, Yuyi had nothing to say, and could only sigh. Since Tsutsuki Kagaya was very determined, Yuyi knew very well that he couldn't convince his mother, so he didn't say any more. Of course, Tsutsuki Kagaya is just thinking about it at the moment, how to do it specifically. She really doesn't know. Another point is very important, she does not stop worrying. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya dumped the blame without hesitation. She said, Yuyi, I don't want to be responsible for these things. Now there is no Senju Tobirama, so you will be responsible. Tsutsuki Yuyi. Mother, you are going to be the shopkeeper. As for what Tsutsuki Kagaya meant, Yuyi naturally knew in his heart. To put it bluntly, Tsutsuki Kagaya wants to learn from others to form forces, but he doesn't want to handle it by himself, so he needs to find a tool person to take charge of this matter, and the currently selected tool person is not here, so it's his turn to be up. Okay, I see, don't worry. Yuyi obviously couldn't refuse, so he chose to accept it. Uchiha Madara on the side was naturally depressed and aggrieved seeing Tsutsuki Kagaya acting so self-assessed. However, helplessly, his fist was not big enough, so after much deliberation, Uchiha Madara was the best choice to shut up in the end. However, Tsutsuki Kagaya and others could not affect Li Xiaoao and Wuming, Abek, and these two did not respond to Tsutsuki Kagaya and others, but they had already begun to taste beauty. Of course, eating is not very good. And this scene naturally made Tsutsuki Kagaya and others feel very speechless. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoao is okay, he looks cynical, he doesn't look good, he can understand. The problem is that you are pretending to be nameless, playing an erhu as an outsider, how can you look a little indecent? Of course, Wuming's food is much better than Li Xiaoao's, but it makes Tsutsuki Kagaya and others feel that it doesn't fit Wuming's temperament. What are you looking at? Eat, these are first-class delicacies. If you don't eat them, you will waste them. While eating, Li Xiaoao reminded Tsutsuki Kagaya and others that they should eat. I'm not hungry. Tsutsuki Kagaya glanced at the delicious dishes on the table, but finally chose to refuse. As for Senju Hashirama, I don't have so many scruples, I have already started eating. And as soon as he tasted it, he kept chattering with Uchiha Madara. Madara, these are good things, you have to try them. Hashirama, I'm not as naive as you. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama who was dripping with oil, and decisively felt nauseated, and he chose to refuse. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara focused on the live broadcast, that is, on the big screen in their private room. Watching the live broadcast is what you should do. Didn't Li Xiaoao say that? King Ma Kingya led the team to challenge the gatekeepers, right? So, I, Uchiha Madara, have to see who has what it takes. I don't know the goods. Senju Hashirama sighed in disappointment when he saw that Uchiha Madara didn't eat. Then, Senju Hashirama threw himself into the business of eradicating food and ignored Uchiha Madara. If you don't eat, then I will eat. I have to say, the food here is really delicious. Having said that, why is the food so good and how is it done? Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help asking Li Xiaoao and Wuming, and he believed that these two must know about it. Li Xiaoao, Mr. Wuming, who made the food here? Why does it have a different feeling? It also tastes strange, well, an indescribable feeling. However, when Li Xiaoao saw Senju Hashirama like this, he already knew it in his heart. So, he smiled and asked, Senju Hashirama, don't you have the feeling that you want to explode? Clothes. Senju Hashirama was stunned immediately, looking at Li Xiaoao in surprise. Apparently, Senju Hashirama didn't expect Li Xiaoao to know, that is to say, this is not his feeling alone. Then, in order to understand the doubts in his heart, Senju Hashirama nodded without hesitation, admitted this, and then said, "Yes, I have such a feeling that I am suppressed." Chapter 150. Don't worry, it's scary to explode clothes, but it still depends on the quality of the food. At present, the dishes on this table don't have the ability to make our clothes explode, but if Nikiri Arena makes it. That's it. Listening to what Senju Hashirama said, Li Xiaoao didn't find it strange, but explained it to the other party. Nikiri Arena. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama froze. Yes, that was a terrible cook. Li Xiaoao had no choice but to sigh, and said this pretentiously. After saying this, Li Xiaoao continued to explain. This food is made by a chef in the gourmet world, called the Spirit of the Food Halberd, and the person in charge of this restaurant is the student of Yuanyu Academy, and the person who makes these foods is the 8th seat of the 10 outstanding Teraji Kyuga. He is more good at Sichuan cuisine and Hyuxia cuisine. Of course, this guy's previous style was not like this. After being educated by the young master, he began to change style. Senju Hashirama couldn't understand at all, subconsciously asked, "What style?" Because Senju Hashirama talked with Li Xiaoao and others in full swing, people like Tsutsuki Kagaya inevitably paid attention to it. Furthermore, with the addition of this explosive clothing, it undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of Tsutsuki Kagaya and others. Isn't it just some food? Why does it sound so mysterious? Especially Uchiha Madara, who was dismissive before, can't help being attracted at this time, and even tastes a little bit. Li Xiaoao naturally ignored Tsutsuki Kagaya and others, but continued to explain. This guy is obsessed with Sichuan cuisine and Hyuxia cuisine. He thinks there are only spicy and spicy dishes, so the dishes here are all heavy on taste, such as the mapo tofu you are eating now. Basically that's what it tastes like. Ah, indeed, it's very spicy, and I can't stand it. Senju Hashirama took a sip, and was immediately overwhelmed by the heat, expressing that he couldn't stand it. After tasting Senju Hashirama, Li Xiaoao continued to explain. However, after the 8th seat was educated by the young master, he finally understood, and now he is learning from the young master, so his style has changed, and he is no longer obsessed with the so-called numb and spicy. Senju Hashirama took 2 sips of the black drink. He didn't know what it was. He heard that it was Fat House Happy Water. He didn't understand it very well before, but he still understood happiness, so he liked it very much after tasting it. Now my mouth is on fire, and I must take 2 sips. After drinking a large glass of happy water, Senju Hashirama asked again, "Although I don't understand it very well, but the little boss you mentioned, is he very good?" "Of course, he is the head of all the chefs in the Tower of Babylon, understand?" Li Xiaoao said in an affirmative tone, expressing that the young master is very good, and his cooking skills are definitely the first. "Isn't that Nikiri Arena?" Senju Hashirama was silent for a while, and then asked again. "No, Nikiri Arena's identity is even more special, and she doesn't belong to Xiaodangjia." Li Xiaoao shook his head, expressing that was not the case. As he said that, Li Xiaoao explained while eating the delicacies, like the dishes made in the world of the spirit of eating halberds, they can burst clothes, making people feel like they have taken medicine, and the place where the little master here is of the world, that is luminous. Cooking still glows. Senju Hashirama stared wide-eyed and asked blankly. Afterwards, Senju Hashirama said to himself, "Okay, I think it's okay considering the clothes. There are explosive clothes, does it shine? Acceptable." Uchiha Madara. "Hashirama, are you sure you're okay?" However, for Uchiha Madara, it is obviously a bit unacceptable. But it's a pity that Senju Hashirama didn't care about these things. Instead, he continued to discuss this matter, and he was already asking if the dishes of the little master were in this table of delicacies. That's right, the little master you mentioned, does he cook any dishes? Li Xiaoao shook his head and said, no, I didn't order. Oh, then can I order? Senju Hashirama immediately had an idea when he heard this, asking if he could order. As for Senju Hashirama's question, Li Xiaoao was silent for a while, and then gave an explanation. In the Tower of Babylon, there are quite a few people on each floor, so the chef in charge of the food naturally has his own floor, and the little master has his own floor. In addition, if other floors want to eat the little master cook for the dishes, you must make a reservation, and the price is relatively expensive. I know you, Senju Hashirama, have ideas, but helplessly, the head chef is the head chef. If you want to eat the dishes made by the other party, you need to make an appointment in advance. Secondly, can you accept the expensive price? Things like these need to be considered. 0 Looking for flowers. Oh, well, I see. 11. Senju Hashirama understands now. It seems that every chef has his own floor to be responsible for, and the head chef is the head of all the chefs, that is, the chief chef, with different status. If you want to eat the dishes made by the other party, you have to make an appointment in advance and it is expensive. Li Xiaoao invited them to dinner, so naturally he wouldn't make an appointment for the little master in advance, which is very reasonable. In this way, if Senju Hashirama wants to try it, he can only operate it by himself, so I have a chance in 2 days, and I will try again at that time. Hashirama, don't waste your points just because of eating. However, Uchiha Madara didn't want Senju Hashirama to spend his points on eating, so he scolded the Japanese area immediately. Isn't it just food? 0. As for this? Still make an appointment? Exaggerated. All in all, Uchiha Madara doesn't think that's necessary. It's just that Senju Hashirama smiled indifferently to Uchiha Madara's scolding, and then spoke again. Madara, you don't understand, it's like this guy who has been working for me for a long time, the cooking is already very good, but Li Xiaoao's place is still not popular, so it is conceivable how powerful this young master is. Hey, I didn't say for a long time that I would not be in the top class, so don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Li Xiaoao's eyelids twitched, and he quickly explained something for himself. Although Li Xiaoao is not afraid of me for a long time, but he is a chef and has a lot of friends, so won't he be embarrassed when he eats in the future? After all, you, Li Xiaoao, think that I can't follow the rules for a long time, and only the cooking made by the little master is the best. Doesn't it mean that no one can do it? You must know that little master is the head chef of the Tower of Babylon, and his cooking skills are indeed top-notch, but you, Li Xiaoao, only have little master in your eyes, so you probably won't look down on other chefs. Now that it's all like this, we naturally don't deserve to cook for you, Li Xiaoao. Li Xiaoao definitely didn't want to do this. After offending so many chefs, wouldn't he only be able to find the little boss in the future? The problem is that the head of a small family is very busy, and it is impossible to cook for himself every day, and this treatment is probably only available to the owner of the Tower of Babylon, and he certainly does not have it. Therefore, Li Xiaoao had to scold Senju Hashirama, and by the way, expressed his attitude, that is to say, didn't he mean that? Chapter 151. Okay. Senju Hashirama didn't understand it very well, but he didn't bother to care about it and just continued to eat anyway. Uchiha Madara was speechless watching this scene. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara felt that he should return his attention to the live broadcast. At this moment, the battle between King Mu and the gatekeepers is being played on the screen, and the related modes are similar to those on the first floor. So there are 4 girls on the referee's side? Uchiha Madara frowned, looked at the four girls, and thought that they should be in charge of order on the battlefield just like Demiurge and the others. However, the question is, do these four girls have that ability? And it's not just Uchiha Madaras who have such an idea, like Yui and Hamura. Among them, Yui thinks a lot. He thinks that since he can take charge of such a job, there must be something special about him. Li. Do you think those few people are qualified for such a job? Yui didn't hesitate, but chose to ask about Li Xiaoao's situation, but this name stumped Sage of Six Paths. Obviously, how to call Li Xiaoao. This gave Yui a headache, not knowing what to do. Li Xiaoao was different, he said carelessly, you can just call me Li Xiaoao, there is no need to be so polite. 9. Well, since this is the case, there is no need to be polite. But here Yui is not polite, he thinks that being too polite will cause other people's displeasure. Li Xiaoao, compared to Demiurge on the first floor, don't these girls seem a bit ordinary? People like Demiurge do not belong to the first floor. Don't think that he received you on the first floor, thinking that the other party is only in charge of the work on the first floor. In fact, people like Demiurge are the Tower of Babylon. The manager in the building is responsible for many tasks on each floor. As for these girls, their backgrounds are not simple. They are angels and demons. 2 are angels and 2 are demons. Can you guess which 2 are demons and which 2 are angels? Yui, Hamura didn't know why, and subconsciously asked, why do you want to guess? Tsutsuki Kagaya ignored it and just watched the scene intently. As for Senju Hashirama, keep eating. But Uchiha Madara is different. He sneered and said, isn't that simple? Demons or angels, whoever is the worst is the devil. This aspect can be distinguished from the way those people do things. The blonde hair and the white hair, one has a bad temper and is full of foul words, the other has a sinister smile and is too black-bellied, I think it must be the devils. And in this way, aren't the remaining 2 angels? Uchiha Madara was full of confidence at the beginning, and immediately concluded that the golden and white hairs belonged to demons. Why? So bad, could it not be a devil? Nameless. Li Xiaoao. Guys, there's nothing wrong with this analysis. But the problem is that your analysis is wrong, and it is ridiculously wrong. There is no way, whoever makes those 2 weird people always make people guess wrong, this is also no way. Li Xiaoao didn't answer, but just shook his head, while Wu Ming sighed, and said slowly, unfortunately, it's not right. Why? Uchiha Madara's face darkened for a moment, and she said in disbelief, the golden hair and the white hair don't look like good people at first glance, they are simply bad people, how could they be angels? Why is such a bad guy not a devil? Because Gabriel and Raphael are really angels, while Vinette and Satania are real demons. Li Xiaoao looked at the unbelievable Uchiha Madara, and couldn't help thinking that he was so unbelievable back then. Unacceptable. To say that Gabriel, Raphael, and the others are indeed deceptive, it is easy to suspect that they are demons. But there is no way, people are angels, not demons. Yui looked at the little girls on the screen, but said worriedly, angels, demons? But they look very young, just like children, so can they restrain these vicious people? Ma Kangyi Wang and the others are obviously not good people. As for the gatekeepers, well, Yui made some observations and found that there should be a lot of villains among them, so with such a group of people, can these 4 girls do it? Wu Ming began to pull the erhu again, but Li Xiaoao continued to explain, Gabriel and the others belong to the 2 camps of angels and demons. Who dares to provoke? After a pause, Li Xiaoao followed up and said, the backstage is very fierce, whether it is Gabriel or Raphael, they have older sisters and big brothers, so whether they can suppress these guys, it is completely no need to worry about 0. Besides, these guys are all ancestors. The guys in their hands are very fierce. Gabriel is holding 2 god-tier weapons. Once one of the horns of destruction is blown, the world will be destroyed, and Raphael also has a divine weapon in his hand, so you don't have to worry about it. In the end, Li Xiaoao specially added another sentence, saying that he is not only fierce in the backstage, but also holds a real guy in his hand, so there is no need to worry about what will happen. Oh, it seems that people with backgrounds are really different. After understanding the situation, Yi had to sigh. It's just that after Yi sighed, Wu Ming and Li Xiaoao looked at him with very strange eyes. Afterwards, Li Xiaoao complained. Aren't you the same? Especially those of Tsutsuki and Naruto, we all know that you came out to hang up later, although it was through some sense of Ashura and Indra's chakra that they appeared, but we all know that, you are the backer, the backstage. 9. Heck, cough, that's what I said. Sage of Six Paths had to take a cautious look at his old mother, he wondered if this could be a bad thing, right? However, Tsutsuki Kagaya didn't pay attention to these things, and remained expressionless. Clearly, Tsutsuki Kagaya knows this well. Since Yi, an old and cunning thing, chose to seal me, it is impossible to say that he has no back UPS. Even without the 0.6 of Tsutsuki and Naruto, it is estimated that this guy has some back UPS. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya is unhappy with Yi, the BD son, but now we are focusing on the Tower of Babylon together, and now we have to work together to continue, so there is no way to say that they are against each other. Furthermore, Yi, that BD, suddenly turned perverted, respectful to himself. Well, is there a conspiracy? Or is it really a mistake? No, this guy said he doesn't regret the seal, which means that if he does it again, he will still do it. So here comes the question, why is Yi treating me like this now? Is it really because of the Tower of Babylon? Although Tsutsuki Kagaya lacks combat experience and some of them can't turn around, it doesn't mean that she is stupid. It's better to say that she has some problems, which can still be understood. In particular, Yi's sudden change is problematic no matter how you look at it, and it is still a very serious problem. Chapter 152. Tower of Babylon, Top Floor. If anyone is skeptical, it's not just Tsutsuki Kagaya's. People like Yakumo Zei, Poluna, and others also found it very strange. How did Tsutsuki Yi suddenly change his attitude towards his old mother? This Tsutsuki Yi, yes, it's not your fault, is it? Yakumo Zei and Lily Ling asked Qin Mu directly without hesitation. To be honest, if you have to doubt who did it, you can only doubt Qin Mu. Perhaps Qin Zheng had said something to Tsutsuki Yi when he resurrected him. Why do you doubt me? However, Qin Mu was quite speechless about this, spread his hands and asked back. As for Qin Mu's rhetorical question, Yakumo Zei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, she said like this, no way, I don't doubt that you can't do it, so Tsutsuki Yi is very prepared for Tsutsuki Hui Yeming Xian, otherwise, there will be no chakra reincarnation, and by the way, I will give it to you later. 01 hangs up, it looks like it's to guard against Tsutsuki Kagaya. After a pause, Yakumo Zei went on to say, but the problem is, this person has just been resurrected, and his attitude has completely changed, as if he is a filial son. Isn't this a big problem? Is it all wrong to be filial? Qin Mu complained helplessly, obviously dissatisfied with Yakumo Zei and others still having such a view. Tsutsuki Yi is filial, but there is still something wrong? Of course, this guy has always been wary of his old mother, and now he has suddenly changed his attitude. Isn't it worth pondering? Lily Ling agreed with Yakumo Zei, expressing that he should be skeptical. Besides, such a change of attitude by Tsutsuki Yi is doubtful. All right, all of you have said that, so I can't say anything more. Qin Mu had to rub his brows, with helplessness on his face, and sighed. If you have anything to say, I think you can talk about it. However, apart from Yakumo Zei and Lily Ling, it seemed that Boluna felt that Qin Mu needed to clarify this matter. Agree. Following Poluna's statement, Axis Neil followed suit. Guys, this is a union, isn't it? Seeing everyone's repeated requests, Qin Mu had to sigh, and then said, okay, I will tell you. In fact, I didn't say anything to Tsutsuki, just simply say one sentence, Tsutsuki Kagaya is nothing to worry about. Poluna, this. Axis Neil shrugged his shoulders, and said lightly, it's easy to understand, what Qin Mu means is to let Tsutsuki Kagaya stay in the Tower of Babylon, and once he enters the tower, he will have no time and energy to spend outside. Not only that, once you leave the world of Hokage, Tsutsuki Yui will be even more at ease. Yakumo-Zi already understood, and said slowly. Wait, this guy can't let go of the Hokage world, right? However, after hearing these words, Lily Bell frowned and asked like this. Hearing this, Yakumo-Zi shook her head. She didn't know very well, as only she knew about such things. Therefore, Yakumo-Zi showed a dignified expression on Lily Ling's question, and after thinking about it for a moment, he gave an answer. I don't know, but I don't have a choice now. Once I come in, I don't have a choice. It is said that after clearing the first level, I can choose to leave or continue to pass the customs. But everyone knows the problem, and no one really the one who wants to leave. As for this point, Poluna quite recognized it, and she said something casually. Yes, once Pandora is opened, it cannot be controlled by oneself, but it will gradually become crazy. But regarding what Poluna said, Ashes Neil curled his lips, and then said, actually, these are not serious matters, but Li Xiaoao, Wu Ming and the others, they are also arranged by you. Var. After hearing this, Qin Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Axis is good enough to divert my attention for me. Then, Qin Mu gave an answer to this question. Wu Ming is not, Li Xiaoao is indeed. You must know that Gabriel and the others are in charge of the second floor, like Vinette is okay, but Gabriel is, well, in order not to have any accidents, I will let Li Xiaoao come down and bring Senju Hashirama and the others. Having said that, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, at present, the effect is still very good. Do you seem to be quite proud? However, Yakumo-Zi and the others had objections to Qin Mu's performance, obviously not very satisfied. Forget it, this nonsense is meaningless. In fact, it is meaningless in the Hokage world now. Can we leave after all the people on the first floor have passed the level? Poluna was not interested in this, and instead talked about leaving, that is to say, she already planned to leave. After all, the strong people in the Hokage world have basically entered the Tower of Babylon, and the remaining scum is completely ignored. Of course, the little evil god was obviously not satisfied, and she strongly protested, no, are you going to leave now? Obito is still leading the team to catch the tailed beast, and judging by the situation. Well, I guess it's not that fast. Axis Neil looked at the live broadcast on the first floor, and this said like, yes, we need to wait for this matter, and we cannot say that it will be arranged immediately. Seeing Axis Neil mentioning this matter, Lily Bell naturally agreed, so she immediately said that it should be so. Of course, the main reason was that this was brought up by the little evil god, so Lily Bell had to make a statement, so as not to be subject to a meeting. Thinking of this, Lily Bell had already looked at the little evil god with a smile on her face, and even put her hand on the little evil god's head. She had to chat with the little evil god. Little evil god. Lily Ling, it's not like this, is it? Didn't I just say something and leave now? In fact, this means that there is no need to be so fast, and there is no other meaning. In order to prevent himself from being abused by Lily Bell, the little evil god had no choice but to explain quickly, expressing that he had no ulterior motives. Of course I understand, and I know better what your intentions are, just to bully people, right? Lily Bell naturally knew what the little evil god was up to, so although she had a smile on her face, her tone of voice was unmistakable. It's terribly cold. It's nothing, Lily Bell, don't talk nonsense. The little evil god definitely couldn't admit it, or else he would die. Are you talking nonsense? I know it in my heart, and you know it in your own heart. However, even though the little evil god was struggling like this, Bai Heling still didn't believe it. As soon as your butt pouted, little evil god, I knew what you were thinking. After all, I know you too well, so don't think you can hide it from me. Little evil god, you really don't need to struggle. In addition to Bai Heling's kind reminder, Qin Mu also reminded the little evil god, hoping that the latter would stop struggling and making excuses like this. 0. Chapter 153. Little Evil God. Facing the scene in front of him, the little evil god had no choice but to remain silent. After a while, the little evil god came to his senses and complained, "Why is this happening? What did I do wrong?" No, you can't say it's wrong, but you shouldn't say certain things, you know. Of course, Qin Mu comforted the little evil god when he saw how decadent he was. As for the consolation, is it perfunctory? It doesn't matter anymore. It is already very good for a scumbag like little evil god to have a chance to be comforted, and it must be cherished. Do I have it? Of course, the little evil god would definitely not cherish it, and instead started to commit suicide. I just protested not to go back so early, and then Lily Ling started to associate for no reason. Is this a problem? The little evil god pushed the problem to Lily Ling, thinking that Lily Ling had overcompensated himself and had nothing to do with him. Then, the little evil god targeted Poluna again, thinking that it was all Poluna's fault. Also, who is the one who proposed to go back? It's Poluna. This guy. Boom. Poluna would not give face to the little evil god, and stepped on it mercilessly. The beautiful feet in high heels and boots stepped on the back of the little evil god. A ferocious smile appeared on the latter's cold face, and he asked, "Xie Shenjiang, what are you talking about? Little evil god. Die, really die." Being stepped on by Poluna, and feeling the terrifying power transmitted, she immediately turned ashen, obviously realizing that something was wrong. It's over, it's really over now. I've said it a long time ago. If you shouldn't say it, don't say it. Seeing the little evil god getting unlucky, Qin Mu spread his hands and said slowly, "I have already reminded you, but if you don't listen, then there is no way to say it." With Qin Mu's voice, the little evil god came back to life instead, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. She frantically waved her hands and shouted, "Master Qin Mu, help me! Help me!" As for Bai Heling, well, she just felt that she lost all face. It seems that it is necessary to carry out all-round control of the little evil god. Taking this into consideration, Lily Bell has already started to make plans. What's it called? Poluna made a slight effort and said in a cold voice. She must be dissatisfied with the behavior of the little evil god, so she exerted a little effort. This time, the little evil god continued to yell, and the voice became more and more shrill. And this is naturally not selling misery, it is better to say that it is really that miserable. You must know that Poluna will not give the opportunity to sell miserably like that. If she really wants to sell miserable, it is absolutely impossible. Therefore, the reason why the little evil god called it so miserable was because of what she had experienced. Well, it was all true, so it was called so miserable. Then what, Master Poluna, it was my problem just now, why don't you just let me go? The little evil god suddenly made a show of betraying Qin Mu. Obviously it didn't work, so just talk to Qin Mu. Poluna relented. Humble begging for mercy? Little evil gods do things like this a lot. And because of this, she didn't have any obstacles, on the contrary, she was very skilled. Fulhu, you really embarrass me. However, the result of the little evil god's actions was to make Lily Ling very unhappy. She thought that the little evil god was slapping herself in the face by doing this, so it was necessary to do something. Lily Ling, she's from my demon camp, don't think she can interfere with me just because she follows you. Poluna here is also very upset. While trampling on the little evil god, she didn't forget to warn a word from Lily Bell. Do I have it? Lily Bell was naturally not to be outdone, and replied. Have. Poluna replied in the affirmative. Immediately, Baihling and Poluna started an eye contact, which can be described as tit for tat, and they never gave in. Yakumo Zi saw it in her eyes, and her heart was full of joy. However, she definitely wanted to pretend on the surface, so she said like this, they. Ashes Neil glanced at her, and directly dismantled Yakumo Zi, without giving the other party a chance to continue pretending. Yakumo Zi, stop acting. You are probably the happiest. Seeing Poluna and Lily Ling have conflicts, will you be unhappy? Of course, Yakumo Zi, who heard this, naturally complained, ahem, Axes, don't be so straightforward, okay? Although everyone knows that this is a fact, but is it really okay for you to do it so bluntly? Axes Neil naturally didn't care about these things, but instead said calmly, Mu, stop watching the show, let them stop. Yes, you are right. They should be stopped. When Qin Mu saw Axes Neil say this, he did not object to this statement. Instead, he nodded and said. Blocking is for sure. If Poluna and Lily Bell were to confront each other, something would be wrong. Poluna, restrain yourself. Lily Bell, calm down. As for these two people, Qin Mu's statement is also different. However, as soon as Qin Mu spoke, the effect really came out. Whether it is Poluna or Lily Bell, they both stopped. It's just that the little evil god has suffered. She who was lying on her stomach has already softened. To be precise, she has become a muddy mess. Since Poluna and Lily Bell clashed with each other, the aftermath naturally caused the little evil god to suffer, so she would be like this. Well, it is completely normal. Of course, with the immortality and regeneration ability of the little evil god, it is not a big problem, and he will recover soon. Because Qin Mu came forward to stop her, Yakumo Zi had no choice but to get down to business after seeing that nothing was going on. At this time, her gaze was on the screen on the second floor, but she hadn't paid attention to the screen on the first floor. But Yakumo Zi looked at it and said, we didn't know that the second floor would be so lively. By the way, why does the second floor belong to Nero? Nero. Roman Emperor. How did she run to be the host? And Zi Yakumo found it very strange to see that Nero became the host. Logically speaking, what would Nero do? Oh, yes, show off. Wang Zhao, well, I understand. Hearing this, Poluna looked over and sized her up. Afterwards, she sneered and said, not only Nero, but also the little girl Zia's Hikihoshiu, I remember that she was loved by someone? I have always been deeply impressed by her. And the person mentioned was expressionless, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Axes Neil glanced at Qin Mu, frowned and asked, is that impressive? Having said that, is there still such a thing? Why is she not so clear? Alas, it seems that I am not very rational, but it makes me know a lot less. Black silk. Poluna shrugged and said, she has the advantage. However, after hearing this, Ashes Neil curled his lips, looking so disdainful. Immediately, she said like this, cut, who doesn't? Besides, our legs are much longer than hers, and both in terms of texture and appearance, they are better than hers. Chapter 154. Leg? Who doesn't? Besides, when it comes to legs, whether it's herself or Poluna, they are much better than Xia's Hikihoshiu. At this moment, after being reminded by Axes Neil, Poluna seemed to understand, and then she looked at Zi Yakumo. Then, she asked, Yakumo Zi, what do you say? It's useless to talk about this with me, but we are much better than her, don't you know? This. Yakumo Zi was silent for a while, not knowing how to answer. Obviously, Poluna would care so much, obviously Yakumo Zi was involved in it. I knew it, you must be behind it. Axis Neil seemed to have expected it, but he was not surprised after seeing this scene, but shook his head and complained. As for Lily Bell, she didn't get involved, but remained silent the whole time. Why is this so? Because whether it's Poluna or Ashes Neil, they are all about 1.8 meters tall, with a huge advantage in figure and ridiculously long legs, so they don't want to get involved. Yakumo Zi is not bad, at least she is over 1.6 meters, close to 1.7 meters, but Lily Ling is not over 1.6 meters, so she really can't do it in front of these two people. Because of these 317 reasons, Lily Ling is not willing to talk about the issue of height, just because the gap is too obvious. Ahem, it's nothing, we just said it casually, and Qin Mu really has a lot of care for Xia's Haikyushiu. Yakumo Zi was a little helpless, but had to explain. After all, both Poluna and Ashes Neil had doubts, if she didn't make it clear, she might get herself into deep trouble. Therefore, it must be explained. Zi Ma, are you dragging me into the water on purpose? However, Yakumo Zi's explanation made Qin Mu couldn't help but say something. Ah! It's nothing, don't get me wrong. Yakumo Zi totally denied this, she firmly stated that she didn't mean that, and hoped that Qin Mu would not misunderstand. Whether there is any misunderstanding, I still know it in my heart. Qin Mu looked at Yakumo Zi who defended himself, and had to complain. Afterwards, Qin Mu said again, Nero and Shiyu are in charge of this matter, do you think there is a problem? You should know that Nero and Kazuma Shiyu are responsible for the commentary on the second floor. Qin Mu doesn't think there is any problem, and since Yakumo Zi and others have opinions, let them talk about it. It's not that there's a problem, it's just that I'm a little surprised, and there's something else. Yakumo Zi naturally strongly denied this, saying that she didn't mean it that way. After a pause, Yakumo Zi explained again, we just think that Nero and Shiwa don't seem to be very good at joining in the fun. Zi Mama, don't you know whether Nero likes this excitement? Qin Mu just rolled his eyes at Yakumo Zi's statement, and then complained. Then, Qin Mu talked about Zi's Haikyushiu again, and said like this, as for Shiu, does she have a choice? Nero took her to go, do you think she can refuse? Why not? Yakumo Zi didn't rush, and asked rhetorically. Yes, in her opinion. If Kazuma Shiyu really wanted to refuse, Nero would not be able to force her to go. Okay, I won't say more, you should read on. After hearing these words, Qin Mu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly waved his hand to signal them to read on by themselves. Of course I know to look down, but what's the matter with this guest? Why is there a guest? At this time, Poluna continued to complain, as if because of the extra guests, she felt very strange. After hearing Poluna's complaints, Yakumo Zi naturally looked at the guest seats aside, and she also couldn't hold back, and said something very naturally. Indeed, it's okay to have guests, the problem is these guests. Peter Parker, Happy, Nami, Tokon Yukimura. After Yakumo Zi introduced the so-called guests, Ashes Neil couldn't help but twitched his eyelids, and said, good guy, chatterbox, mascot, ballflower, well, that ours voice what kind of? Speaking of which, she has already looked at Qin Mu. You judged it yourself, why ask me? As for the behavior of Ashes Neil, Qin Mu decisively stated that he did not know. Sorry, I don't know. Axes Neil frowned, but looked at Qin Mu who didn't intend to say anything, and could only shake his head. Then, she said like this, Forget it, it's already considered irrelevant, so I won't talk about it for the time being. However, Yakumo Zi was not very satisfied with this. She frowned and said, Axes, do you think Nami is a bit higher? Is she considered a ball flower? Nami is big, but not without rivals. It can be said that Nami has many opponents. Yakumo Zi thinks that the evaluation of Axel Neil is too much. Ashes Neil shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, at least among these guests, she is thick. W. Peter Parker is a man. Yukimura Toki's sound is not good at all, it's too ordinary. As for Toby, well, is that a human? Therefore, Nami is not a ball flower, what else is it? After a pause, Axis Neil glanced at Yakumo Zi again, and said slowly, by the way, besides Poluna and me, can you and Lily Bell suppress her in this room now? Yakumo Zi, Well, you Ashes Neil, you are too cruel. After hearing these words, Yakumo Zi deeply felt that her face was dull. This face is slapped. Tisk tisk, it's too embarrassing, to be honest, I don't have any temper at all. Lily Bell. Why did you drag me into the water? This is too much. Press Nami? Please, I can't even compare to half of others, how can I suppress it? Yakumo Zi can be compared with others at any rate, it is just a fact, but at least he is not defeated. As for myself, forget it, Lily Bell doesn't want to talk about it anymore. She just wants to cry. Axes, you are going too far, how can you talk like this? However, at this time, Poluna came forward to be a good person. She blamed Ashes Neil in a tone of blame, saying that the other party should not speak like this. It's just that Zi Yakumo knew this at a glance, knowing that Poluna was just mocking herself by doing this. To put it bluntly, this is a more advanced approach. Well, I shouldn't have said that. Axis Neil was very cooperative and chose to cooperate with Poluna, and she readily admitted her mistake. But Yakumo Zi didn't like this, and instead chatted with Qin Mu. Okay, since it's composed of Nero and Kazuma Jayakashiwa's host team, plus these 4 guests. Well, it should be a lot of fun. Yakumo Zi didn't talk about entanglement with Poluna and others, but talked about Nero and others. And her meaning is very simple, that is, she is optimistic about the host combination composed of Nero and Kazuma Jayakashiwa, or even these 4 guests will also bring amazing results. Chapter 155. Has Peter Parker been a little busy? Bai Helling frowned, and said, not only do you want to go deep into the front line to find news, but you also want to be a guest. Well, to be honest, is this guy no longer a gatekeeper? Nonsense, did you forget? Yakumo Zi rolled her eyes and complained angrily. Later, she explained, Peter Parker has been in charge of the news section since he was dug into Wen Daily, and occasionally he was a guest. Now life is much better, and he no longer needs to be a gatekeeper. Not to mention the exhaustion, there is still the risk of being killed. After a pause, Yakumo Zi followed suit and said, although they can all be resurrected, death is not a good thing. You must know that the number of times that the little spider was killed as a gatekeeper is not a second. Although Peter Parker was Spider-Man, he was lacking in abilities, so as a gatekeeper, he was often killed. The number of deaths has also been 10 or 8 times. Later, Sheming-maru Wenhui knew people with his eyes and dug him under his own newspaper, which not only shocked Wen Daily, but also freed Peter Parker. Speaking of it, being a reporter or a guest can earn much more than being a gatekeeper. After all, Peter Parker died a lot, which means that as a gatekeeper, he won't win many times, which naturally can't be rewarded, so after this repetition, the road to becoming stronger is more bumpy. But after becoming a reporter and taking charge of the news section of Wen Daily, everything changed. The higher the sales, the higher the return, and Peter Parker will naturally get more things. Now if he goes back to be a gatekeeper, he won't be killed so easily. Of course, Peter Parker was reluctant. Firstly, being a reporter is actually quite good, and secondly, the job of gatekeeper is not very good. Therefore, considering it all together, Peter Parker felt that it was unnecessary. This guy seems to be a superhero, right? So what kind of Spider-Man's so good? Polona curled her lips, as if she felt that Peter Parker was too low-key. As a gatekeeper, do you have to die so many times? Yakumo Zi gave some explanations, saying that the reason why Peter Parker behaved like this is justifiable. It's not surprising. Back then, this guy faced ruthless people, such as Monkey King, Vegeta, Saitama, etc., as well as Whitebeard, Magneto, etc., like Monkey King, Saitama, etc. He will kill him, but the little spider can't bear it, and he will die with one punch, so there is no other way. Speaking of this, Yakumo Zi paused for a while, as if she wanted to organize her words. Then, she said again, as for Vegeta, Whitebeard, and Magneto, they will naturally not be lenient, so Peter Parker is naturally unlucky. Finally, Yakumo Zi emphasized one more thing, saying that this is the main reason. However, we think the biggest reason is because of fray. For example, fray thinks Peter Parker is a spider spirit, and he insists on subduing him, which makes Peter Parker lose his temper at all. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Be the gatekeeper. Fray. After hearing these words, even Lily Bell couldn't help being interested. She frowned slightly, and asked softly, "Why don't you practice the law?" Yakumo Zi shrugged, and said, "It's very simple, it is to clean up Peter Parker every day." So Peter Parker deterred when he saw fray after that, and now Peter Parker dare not go to see fray. You know how big this psychological shadow is. Is this the main reason why Peter Parker wasn't a gatekeeper? Lily Ling finally understood and said something thoughtfully. Regarding this, Yakumo Zi nodded and said softly, "Yes, it can be said that way." Of course, after the little evil god learned about this, he immediately panicked when he thought of that guy fray. He was a snake demon in the eyes of the other party, right? And she is also a gatekeeper, but she occasionally skips work, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have to go to work. Wouldn't it be cool if we met fray? After figuring it out, little evil god was thinking about her own future, so she had no choice but to interrupt and said, "No, wait a minute, logically speaking, shouldn't such a thing be taken care of?" However, Qin Mu gave an answer to the question raised by the little evil god. Fray did not violate the rules, and continued to challenge the gatekeeper without passing the level. This is an established procedure. Is there any problem with this? Okay, but there is such a loophole, shouldn't it be made up for? The little evil god had to be silent, but then she said something else. Lily Bell obviously knew what little evil god was afraid of. Although she was upset with little evil god, if she said she didn't care about him, well, that would be a lie. Occasionally, I still worry. If I don't have this handy sandbag, the days to come will be much less fun. Therefore, Bai Heling said this, she was not in a hurry to say anything else, but reminded Qin Mu from the side. There are quite a few monsters in this tower, so Fray's killing intent is so serious, isn't it? Of course, regarding such a question, Yakumo Zi said unhurriedly, Fray is not stupid, maybe he didn't understand it at the beginning, but later he understood it, so until now, nothing like this has happened. After saying this, Yakumo Zi didn't stop, but glanced at Qin Mu who didn't speak with a half-smile. Then, she said meaningfully, the main reason is that Peter Parker has no backer. Do you think that Guy Hai dares to bully the gatekeepers of the monster camp? He doesn't have the guts at all. 0. Speaking of the monsters in the monster camp, many of them are gatekeepers, and after meeting Fray, the other party honestly did what they should do, and didn't clamor for killing monsters and eliminating demons. To put it bluntly, Fray did not dare to do this because he lacked confidence. The reason why he dared to bully Peter Parker was because he had just arrived at the beginning and was not familiar with the situation, so he had no fear. Second, Peter Parker had no backer. Finally, a very crucial point, that is, the other party offended Fahai. Yes, Peter Parker offended Fahai. You must know that Peter Parker is a talker, and his mouth is also very poisonous, so this unrestrained speech offended Fahai. Well, Fahai, well, he's not very careful. Seeing that you, Peter Parker, are so stupid and dare to say wrong things to offend people, Fahai will definitely not let you off lightly. This back and forth tossed Peter Parker enough, and finally ran away helplessly. After understanding the reason, Bai Healing nodded and said, "So that's the case, it makes sense. Okay, if you think the second floor is boring, then take a look at the first floor, Acetus is all ready." Qin Mu obviously didn't want Yakumo and others to keep talking about these things, so he suggested to remind them that if they are not interested, they should watch the live broadcast on the first floor. However, as he was talking, Qin Mu realized something was wrong, and his eyes fell on the big screen on the first floor, watching the screen played on it. Then, Qin Mu had no choice but to fall into deep thought. Chapter 156. Xiao organization here, actually passed the test? No, and not only the Akatsuki organization, but also Konoha and the Shinin Village Alliance have passed the level? Hey guys, does this mean Danzo and Uchiha Obito have to pass too? Fortunately, Uchiha Obito and Danzo have not passed the test for the time being, but after looking at it, Qin Mu has already understood that Ace is serious. Well, it seems to be emotional. Thinking that I projected it on purpose before, and then made 4 shadows, and said Ace when I left, so the other party started to release water. Logically speaking, even if Akatsuki and Konoha were allowed to pass the level, it shouldn't be like this. But the problem is that Acetus releases too much water, and all the people pass the level at once. As for the remaining Uchiha Obito and Danzo, these two things chose to fight against the enemy together, and judging from the current situation. Well, 097 and other people on Danzo's side died in 7s and 80s, probably about the same. Qin Mu immediately understood and realized what Ace was planning. That is to kill almost all of Danzo's men first, and then it will be over. In other words, you can pass the level when almost everyone on your side of Danzo dies. At the same time, Yakumo Zi and Poluna all looked over, obviously noticing the situation here. Among them, Yakumo Zi asked directly, "It's only a short period of time. Why did Acetus change suddenly? Is there any accident?" "There was no accident, she just turned on the water," Qin Mu said quietly, and sighed helplessly, obviously feeling a little speechless about this matter. "Let the water go." Yakumo Zi blinked, and then understood. And she said, "Well, there's nothing to explain except this one. No matter what Ace does, it's obviously inappropriate to release the water so seriously all at once." Poluna couldn't help frowning. Although she didn't care much, you, Ace, can't go too far. Therefore, Ace's way of releasing water has already aroused Poluna's dissatisfaction. "Since you have passed Konoha, Akatsuki, and others, can you?" Axe's Neil didn't care about this, but looked at Qin Mu expectantly, and said asked. Qin Mu. Silent, still silent. After a while, Qin Mu said, "Axes, there is no need to rush this matter. There is no need to rush to leave the Hokage world, and you can stay for a while. After all, it's only been a short time since I've just been here, and it's just so appropriate that I'm about to leave. Anyway, still have to wait. Secondly, the ninja world hasn't changed much. Qin Mu thinks it's inappropriate to go so fast. Now that they have already come, it is necessary to change the ninja world a little bit, otherwise wouldn't it be in vain? You said that, but we don't feel at ease." However, Yakumo Zi knew Qin Mu very well, so when he saw the tone of the speech, he immediately realized that there was something wrong. After that, Yakumo-zi asked tentatively, "Ahem, I have to ask, don't you still want to cultivate the Hokage world so that you can continue to harvest it in the future?" According to Qin Mu's past practice, the appropriate world will be used as a base, that is to say, it will become the occasional resident of the Tower of Babylon. To put it bluntly, after going to a few worlds, they will return to a certain base area to be stationed. This can be understood as a port. It's like those ocean-going fleets, on the way to cruise outside, there will be ports stationed in some key places they pass. However, the port of the Tower of Babylon is not an ordinary port, but a world as the port. And this Hokage world, can such a base be built? Yakumo-zi is naturally not very sure, and dare not draw conclusions easily. However, she felt that Qin Mu had this intention. Whether the Hokage world can become a suitable base for the Tower of Babylon, it's hard to say for the time being, and we have to observe and observe, but I think it is feasible, at least it has that potential. Qin Mu didn't hide anything, but he didn't make it clear, but gave ambiguous statements. It seems to be said, but in fact it is not said. Okay, it looks like he has a plan, let's ignore it for now, but the question is what can the people on Hokage do after reaching the second floor? Yakumo-zi thought for a while and felt that there was no need to be entangled, and instead asked about the situation on the second floor, that is to say, among the current group of people from the Hokage world, whether they can perform well on the second floor. And here, facing Zi Yakumo's question, Qin Mu smiled slightly before giving such an answer. Some people should disappear. The first floor is alive, but it's hard to say here on the second floor. You must know how many gatekeepers here are not merciless, and they are also suitable for swearing. After hearing this, Yakumo-zi already understood. And she immediately said, "Are you talking about Huohei, Azuma, Sandman, Akainu, Aokiji?" Qin Mu nodded, and said slowly, "Yes, people like Huohei and Akainu didn't keep their hands open, and here on the second floor, you only need to submit an application for an appointment, so internal the battle is also worth looking forward to. In this way, some people can't do without dying." After hearing these words, Lily Ling understood, she sighed and complained. This time, not only Lily Ling figured it out, but Boluna and the others understood it. Then, Axis Neil glanced at Qin Mu, and said, "Okay, I figured it out, you are really good at calculating, and after careful calculation, send these people to the place you prepared on the stage, well, it's amazing. Generally speaking, don't praise me like this, you must know that I am easy to be proud, so you have to take it easy." Hearing this, Qin Mu couldn't help but smiled and said calmly. However, such a move made Yakumo-zi unable to bear it. She complained, it's too much to be honest, so who are you going to make suffer?" Although Yakumo-zi said that this was too much, she actually couldn't wait any longer and wanted to watch this good show. But Qin Mu didn't pay attention to Yakumo-zi's words, but said calmly, "There is no need to worry about this matter, just wait slowly. Some things are not to be rushed, but to wait slowly. As for how long to wait? Don't worry, just wait. Waiting for this kind of thing, I don't want to wait." Boluna pouted, not very satisfied with this matter, but she couldn't say anything, she could only say something like a complaint. Useful or not? That's definitely useless. Anyway, Boluna is hopeless. But the problem is, well, this opportunity was given. Who gave the chance? Tsutsuki Kagaya. You must know that she is thinking about establishing a force in the ninja world, but for people like the Four Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization, such a thing is unacceptable. In this way, conflict is inevitable. Chapter 157. After Konoha, Akatsuki, and others came to the second floor, the situation became very different. This time, Li Xiaoao was still in charge. And Wu Ming stayed in place and played the erhu. Tsutsuki Kagaya and others did not move, but watched how the battle on the second floor was different, and by the way, check what abilities these gatekeepers have, and what I have to say is that these gatekeepers are better than those on the first floor, too strong. The people on Ma Qingyuang's side are not weak, but among the few people who have come up so far, none of them can break through the first gatekeeper, and this first gatekeeper is the one mentioned by Li Xiaoao earlier. The second combat force in the Hemang Tower that arrived. Fire Black. Senju Hashirama is more active. After seeing the other party's ability, he has to have something to say. And Senju Hashirama has always been straightforward and doesn't play charades, so he asked everyone's opinions very directly. Like this Fiery Black. To be honest, what do you think? There's something, but I can sort it out. Uchiha Madara was naturally the first to respond, and was very happy. Haki said he could settle. It's just that for the confident Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama expressed his concerns worriedly. Madara, I don't think this guy is easy to handle, his knives are so weird, it feels like my wood style, or your Susanoo, can be cut off. Uchiha Madara must not be happy to hear these words, and immediately said angrily, No, Hashirama, are you scared, stupid? Just such a guy. Tisk tisk, do you need to be scared? The other party is a monster, and he changed from a human to a monster, can you understand? However, at this time, Wu Ming, who was pulling the erhu, said something. I don't understand, I don't understand. Uchiha Madara was not polite and replied directly. But Senju Hashirama is different, but asked for advice honestly. Sir, please speak. Although Wu Ming seems to be pretending, Senju Hashirama has to pay attention to the demeanor of such an extraterrestrial expert. In addition, the other party is a challenger on the third floor, so he must respect it. Wu Ming began to explain while pulling the erhu. Huohei used to be a swordsman before he became a monster, and his experience is quite strange. This guy Ishin became stronger, but misinterpreted the meaning of his friend, and thus became a person who was full of killing. As he killed more people, Huohei became more strange, and his evil thoughts became more terrifying, and finally he became. When you meet a god, you kill a god, and when you meet a Buddha, you kill a Buddha. A murderer. Afterwards, because of the excessive killing, he encountered the ancestor of the enchanter, and after being scared away, he killed his former friend. In the end, he completely fell into the evil way and became a monster. And after hearing this, Yu Yi couldn't help asking, Boundary Master. Wu Ming took the erhu and continued to explain, the guest named Suiken Xian on the commentary seat, and the leader of the night travel force, Makan Zheng Xiao, are all enchanters, and on the third floor, there is another person named Mo Kun Liang's guard is also a teacher of JLA. Mo village. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up, his focus was on this, and he hurriedly asked, what's the relationship between these two? Brother. Wu Ming said lightly without raising his eyelids. After finishing speaking, Wu Ming seemed to think of something and added another sentence. That's right, on the 7th floor where Li Xiaoao is, there is also a Moriko Mamura, and that guy is the strongest among the enchanters, with unfathomable strength. Tsutsuki Kagaya listened with a blank expression, obviously not taking this matter to heart. As for Yu Yi and Hamura, they are thinking about it, and they seem to have some ideas. However, Senju Hashirama didn't care about these, but continued to ask, which floor is Yukimura Tokin? Why is she a guest? Isn't she a challenger? Unlike Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is very depressed. Just because Uchiha Madara felt very depressed, so looking at Senju Hashirama, who was not very bright, he sighed secretly again and again, thinking how did he get on such a guy? Hashirama, why is he always caring about these useless things? Why don't you ask that guy named Mamura Moriko how powerful he is? Yes, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, Yukimura Tokin is worthless. Just a quick glance, Yukimura Tokin found that the other party was very good, so he didn't think such a guy deserved attention. On the contrary, the one named Mamura Xiaomiko is definitely not a good person, and she has the reputation of being the strongest, so can I not pay attention to it? For Uchiha Madara, it is certainly not to be ignored, but to be watched closely. After hearing Senju Hashirama's inquiry, Wuming continued to pull on the erhu, and said slowly, she is a challenger on the 3rd floor. As for why she was invited as a guest. Actually things like this are very common, maybe you will have this opportunity in the future. Oh, that's it, I see. Senju Hashirama nodded suddenly, indicating that he understood. If there is a chance in the future, he doesn't mind being a guest, absolutely don't mind. Hashirama, are you still willing to do such a thing? However, Uchiha Madara was already blown up, and asked with a gloomy expression. Madara, if there is a chance, why not go to it? This way you can learn more things, I think it's good. Senju Hashirama must have something to say, and he gave it without hesitation. With Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara became even more irritable, obviously very dissatisfied. However, just as Uchiha Madara was thinking about how to get angry, Tsutsuki Kagaya suddenly said something. That's fine, I need to know more about the inside story. If you have the opportunity to be invited, then you have to go to 553. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara turned black. He knew very well that he could not prevent this from happening. Because what Tsutsuki Kagaya decides, I can't stop it, and I don't have that ability. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Madara didn't have the ability to do it by himself, so he could only watch Tsutsuki Kagaya make such a decision. Wuming didn't care what Uchiha Madara thought, but after Tsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking, he continued to say, actually, it's nothing, it's just a show, this is a live broadcast for the Tower of Babylon, so there will be many when people see you, they can be regarded as being known in advance. Since Senju Hashirama is willing to participate, it must be a good thing to see, so Wuming is happy to talk about it in detail. However, regarding Wuming's statement, Yi asked rather curiously, according to what Li Xiaoao said, aren't we already very famous? After hearing Yi's question, Wuming pulled the erhu and said calmly, that's right, but it's only the middle and lower levels, like the 50 floors up, so you don't necessarily know each other. But if it's a live broadcast, the situation will be different. Uchiha Madara was very upset and couldn't take it any longer, looked at Wuming with a cold face, and said in a bad tone, we are here to accept the challenge, to accept the tempering of blood and fire, not to debut of. Chapter 158. Oh? You Uchiha Madara know this too? Wuming glanced at Uchiha Madara in surprise, with a hint of surprise on his face, obviously surprised that Uchiha Madara still understands the so-called debut. I'm not stupid, nor blind. I understand many things, so don't think I don't understand anything. Uchiha Madara seemed very dissatisfied with Wuming's expression, so she said with a dark face. What the hell? Do you really think I'm Uchiha Madara an idiot? How could I not know something like this? Well, it's my problem. After hearing this, Wuming stopped and said so. Now that Uchiha Madara can understand, then things are easy to talk about, and Wuming continued, actually, you don't have to be too nervous, you don't want to make a debut, you don't want to be the key, you have to understand that the network is also very important here. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, humph, I don't need Uchiha Madara. It's just that for Uchiha Madara, he thinks that he doesn't need these things. Anyway, the key is fighting, and nothing else is very important, so he doesn't need to pay attention to it at all. And unlike Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama already has an idea. He said like this, Madara, I think that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. This way you can meet challengers on other floors, and maybe you can learn more. 17. It's up to you, I don't care anyway. After speaking, Uchiha Madara stood up, and he was going to take a look at the scene so that he could see it more clearly. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to leave, Wuming immediately stopped her. Madara, you can't leave yet, Li Xiaoao is going to bring your people over, we have to wait until he arrives. Senju Hashirama was stunned, and subconsciously said, our people. Immediately, he understood, and asked with some surprise, no, Tobirama and the others passed the level. There are quite a few people. It seems that the floor master of the first floor has released the water. Wuming nodded, and then sighed, saying so. It's just that Uchiha Madara was a little upset about Wuming's statement, can't it be my younger brother who played well? Although Wuming's words are very likely to be true. But Uchiha Madara is just upset, so I just said it like this, you can't let you pretend like this, can you? Your brother? Oh, that's impossible, he can't beat Aces, and that woman is not easy to mess with. Wuming was stunned for a moment, and then he understood, but there was no face for Uchiha Madara in the words, no shame unrelenting statement that Uchiha Izuna can't do it. After Wuming said this, Uchiha Madara's face became even darker. What the hell? Why can't my brother do it? Just when Uchiha Madara was feeling depressed, the familiar voice sounded, it was Li Xiaoao's. Wuming, although this is the truth, you can't say it directly, especially in front of others. The movement of Wuming's hand paused, and he looked into the door of the private room. There, not only Li Xiaoao, but also a bunch of people. Fortunately, this private room is not for ordinary people, otherwise there is really no place to do it. Come yet. Wuming was not embarrassed at all, but spoke first. Yes, here we come. Li Xiaoao replied with a smile. Old man, what are you? How dare you talk to me like that? However, Uchiha Izuna couldn't hold back any longer, and walked quickly to Wuming, questioning him in a cold voice. Uchiha Izuna is swell, very swell. Perhaps it is because they have passed the first floor, so they are so inflated, and they can't listen to these words. Undoubtedly speaking like this, Wuming hit the gun, so Uchiha Izuna was very dissatisfied and took this opportunity to vent. I don't look old, do I? Wuming didn't play the erhu anymore, but said this in a questioning tone, and the focus was not on the same level as Uchiha Izuna. Old? I am nameless but not old. Wuming thinks he is not too old. You old ghost, with disheveled hair and vicissitudes of life, you still say you are not old. However, Uchiha Izuna didn't care about these, but said indifferently. FB. After being silent for a while, Wuming looked at Li Xiaoao and said, Brother Xiaoao, tell Chief Obito that I want to fight this guy. Before Li Xiaoao could answer, a screen suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared on it, saying, Obito is not here, but if you want to apply. That's something you can tell me. It's actually you. Wuming and Li Xiaoao looked at the figure on the screen, and their expressions became a little dignified. Obviously, the girl on the screen made Wuming and Li Xiaoao very afraid, and this was enough to show how terrifying the girl named D was. What? Are you unhappy to see me? D looked at the two and asked back. No, I don't mean that. Li Xiaoao and Wuming hurriedly said no, they didn't mean that. With the appearance of this girl named D, Wuming stopped playing the erhu, and never pretended to be, and even Li Xiaoao became a lot more serious, without that cynicalism. Uchiha Izuna is ignorant and fearless, he doesn't worry about these at all, instead he urged, since you can still fight, let me educate you old BD. Izuna, what are you doing here? However, Uchiha Madara here yelled, obviously very dissatisfied with Uchiha Izuna's actions. But Uchiha Izuna said confidently, don't worry, brother, you have cleared the level, we all have rewards for clearing the level, now I am different, and I believe that you will become different, brother, and your strength will only become stronger, right? Uchiha Madara. So what? Is there no name? This guy is a challenger on the 3rd floor, far from being as simple as it seems. Seeing her younger brother being so swollen, Uchiha Madara covered her face in a speechless manner, with a painful expression on her face. Such a younger brother. Alas, what should I do? The rewards for clearing the level are very generous, but this guy named Wuming has passed both the 1st and 2nd floors, and he is on the 3rd floor, who knows what cards he has. Furthermore, our first task is to understand the 2nd floor and clear the 2nd floor, but now you are fighting with Wuming instead, isn't it leaking information? Uchiha Madara, your brother is really interesting. Although Senju Tobirama didn't know much about the situation, he was naturally happy to see Uchiha Izuna's inflated behavior. Uchiha Madara glared at him and said coldly, Senju Tobirama, you will be blessed in the future. What's the matter? Senju Tobirama didn't know, so he didn't understand what Uchiha Madara meant, so he asked subconsciously. And Uchiha Madara didn't answer this question, but just looked at Senju Tobirama with a sneer, obviously ready to see a joke. Of course, such a move by Uchiha Madara will not affect the overall situation, but under the signal of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu naturally stood up and made the matter clear. The 2nd floor here is completely different from the 1st floor, or from the 2nd floor, the situation is quite different, and my mother decided to establish a force, that is, the Ninja World Force, all ninja people, everyone is involved. And my mother has already decided, that is, appointed you Senju Tobirama as the person in charge. From now on, you will be responsible for handling the affairs of the ninja world. Chapter 159. Senju Tobirama. What's up? Are you sure you're not joking? For this statement, Senju Tobirama is dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm in charge? Form a ninja force? What is this for? Here Senju Tobirama is very confused, but for other ninja circles, it is also incomprehensible. Especially for the 4 Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization, it is definitely unacceptable for such a thing. Look at Tsutsuki Kagaya's posture, what is he trying to do? Be the boss yourself? We can accept. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why Senju Tobirama? However, before Onaki, Nagato and others objected, Uchiha Izuna questioned first, but what he questioned was why Senju Tobirama was in charge. Uchiha Madara. What about my brother? Is it overblown? At this moment, Uchiha Madara has a lot of dissatisfaction with Ace, and the other party must have acted out, so this is to make his brother swollen, and then he will be beaten and even overturned? Thinking of this possibility, Uchiha Madara felt that there was a reason for the woman to do so. That Ace guy is worse than me, but 380 is a pure villain, so the possibility of this is not ruled out. Then, isn't my younger brother passing it on? And when Uchiha Madara had a headache, D had already spoken at this time. You guys want to establish a force? Good guy, is this going to be an organization? Then you need to report, so have you reported and registered? As an evil god, D likes to watch the excitement very much, and now that he knows that there is excitement to watch, he naturally wants to get involved. Especially when Obito is not free, D can temporarily take charge of these affairs. Of course, she only needs to control the general direction. As for how exactly? In fact, there is no need for D to do it, because some people below will do it, so it is not her turn to worry about it. Li Xiaoao looked at D with glowing eyes, and knew that this evil god had thoughts, so he had no choice but to explain, D, I have already told them that Tsutsuki Kagaya has this intention. But depending on the situation. Well, there are quite a few people who oppose this. Against? That's okay, just fight. Anyway, you can apply for it, one time. D obviously doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, so he is happy to help. Name: Li Xiaoao. Come on, this excitement seems to be indispensable. And after seeing D speak like this, whether it's Wu Ming or Li Xiaoao, they already understand. The appearance of D is not accidental, but inevitable. I'll say what my brother says, and now I just want to educate this old man. Uchiha Izuna is not interested in these things, but wants to find Wu Ming to start a fight. As for the ninja forces, it depends on the situation. Well, my elder brother doesn't object, so why should he object? What? Uchiha Madara didn't say? As his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, understood right away. The main thing is to know the ability of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Izuna is very clear that there is no way to object to this matter. Uchiha Izuna, right? It looks like you don't know anything about power. Wu Ming pulled the erhu, played a sad song, and jumped down calmly. Uchiha Izuna looked at Wu Ming, who suddenly jumped downstairs, rushed to the side and looked down, and asked anxiously, "No, is he going to run away?" "No, he is going to the duel field, Uchiha Izuna, you can send." "Oh no, I went to find him." Li Xiaoao naturally knew why Wu Ming went there, so he said calmly. "You mean to say give it away? Let me tell you, I'm not weak." Uchiha Izuna said with a dark face, very unhappy. Then, he jumped too. "Since you do it, so do I." However, as soon as he jumped down, Li Xiaoao poked his head out and said something. "Hey, do you know the way?" Uchiha Izuna just stood up with a confident smile on his face. But after hearing this, he broke his defense in a second. "Yes, how to go? I do not know." Looking at Uchiha Izuna, who was frozen in place, Li Xiaoao had to, back, let out a long sigh, and said like this, "Oh, it seems that I still have a lot to do. Stinky boy, you are becoming more and more unreliable now." However, just after Li Xiaoao finished speaking, a person suddenly came in and spoke a little teasingly to Li Xiaoao. "Master." Li Xiaoao hurriedly turned around and looked down. "Boy, let me bring this guy here." With a faint smile on his face, Zhu Jianxian took Uchiha Izuna and prepared to take off. "No, master, wait a minute, you can't fly around in the city." Li Xiaoao hurriedly stopped him when he saw Zhu Jianxian was about to fly with Uchiha Izuna's sword. But it was already one step too late. A few steps after the sword was put on, a thunder light fell. Zhu Jianxian and Uchiha Izuna were hit, fell to the ground. Among them, Zhu Jianxian is not bad, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, he has survived the catastrophe. If there is such a little thunder, it is not a big problem. But here Uchiha Izuna is miserable, covered in black, his body is numb and limp, and his whole body is shocked like Kurozumi. Uchiha Izuna fell to the ground, with tears in his eyes, lamenting that he was ashamed this time, he was really ashamed. And after a while, feeling a little better, Uchiha Izuna began to yell, "Are you sick? Well, why did you kill me too? I really, ouch, what the hell? I was dragged down by you. Can't fly around? Do I fly? I was taken away. Wine sword immortal, Embarrassing, embarrassing, really embarrassing. It was a mistake to drink, I drank too much again, that's why it happened. Master, just walk over there, there is no need to fly." At this time, Li Xiaoao had already come down, came to his master, patted his shoulder, and said so. Zhu Jianxian was very embarrassed and felt very humiliated, but he couldn't say anything. Uchiha Izuna has already got up at this time, although the external image is a bit miserable, but overall, well, it's not a big problem. Of course, resentment is unavoidable, but Uchiha Izuna can't take care of these for the time being, and go to Wu Ming first. After that, I will settle accounts with this alcoholic who smells like alcohol. With Li Xiaoao leading the way, everyone came to the duel field. As for the battle between Ma Qingyewang's side and the guards over there, it is still live broadcast. As for the fact that D has been turned into a virtual projection, everyone's request to apply for a battle has been accepted, and Tsutsuki Kagaya's registration to establish a force is also accepted. Third Raikage was very dissatisfied with this, looked at D and said, "You doll, don't you know what we mean? Since you haven't started playing, how can you allow this Tsutsuki Kagaya to register? You guys can't beat it, and I'm just ahead of schedule." D didn't care what Third Raikage said, and said something casually. Then, D's face suddenly changed, he looked at Third Raikage with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, "Also, who are you talking about? Do you think I'm young?" Chapter 160. Third Raikage was not afraid of D, but asked with a cold face and unkind eyes, "What? Are you some old monster, girl doll? Li Xiaoao. Wine sword immortal. Good guy, this big guy, I'm a little brave." Originally, Wuming was not far away, still playing the erhu, listening to Third Raikage's rampant words, also looked over. "I'm really an old monster. Li Xiaoao, you come and tell him who I am." The D under the projection didn't seem to be angry, but instead signaled to Li Xiaoao to come. "I have appointed you, Li Xiaoao, to introduce this matter, so you have to be in charge of this matter." However, for D's sudden designation, Li Xiaoao, who is the person involved, felt a headache instead. Li Xiaoao had no choice. After pondering for a while, he could only bite the bullet and go on. "This one is the ruler of the underworld, the ruler of darkness, and the most resentful evil god." Following Li Xiaoao's explanation, everyone fell silent one after another. Third Raikage is actually not stupid, it's just because of what kind of force Tsutsuki Kagaya is going to form, and this D completely underestimates his own side, so he questioned him angrily. But now it seems that his approach is not wise. Here, Third Raikage has already felt regretful, realizing that he has offended a ruthless person, so with the titles of the other party, can he be good? Similarly, on the side of the Four Ninja Village Alliance, there are also different expressions, which look very strange. Of course, no one dared to speak at this time, it seemed so calm. But this peace was soon broken by someone. Haydn, who believed in evil gods, suddenly rushed in front of D, his eyes were hot, his expression gradually became wrong, and he became more and more fanatical. Haydn couldn't care about anything else, his voice was trembling. "Are you an evil god?" Naturally, D can't look down on such rubbish as Haydn. Seeing such a psychopath rushing in front of him, there is an unavoidable expression of disgust and evil on his face. "What is this thing?" And hearing D speak like this, Li Xiaoao naturally knew that D was asking himself, so he could only choose to answer as a last resort. "D, his name is Haydn, a crazy believer who believes in evil gods." "Oh, that's right." After hearing Li Xiaoao's answer, D nodded in amazement, but immediately asked, "Then what does this have to do with me?" Hearing this, Li Xiaoao could only shrug his shoulders and said, "You are an evil god, so." Regarding this explanation, D was quite dissatisfied and said, "I am an evil god, but I am not an evil god in his world, so this guy's brain is sick, right?" D said that this has nothing to do with him, it is not an evil god, so this is called Haydn, he must be mentally ill, right? Li Xiaoao, Faced with such a problem, Li Xiaoao could only turn to Zhu Jianxian and Wuming for help, but the two of them started to pretend to be stupid and completely ignored Li Xiaoao. Zhu Jianxian closed his eyes and fell into a drowsy sleep, it was obvious that he was going to stop the dumb people. On the other hand, Wuming was immersed in the music, continuing to play the erhu. Seeing Zhu Jianxian and Wuming acting like this, Li Xiaoao knew that it is better to ask for others than to ask for himself, so he still has to rely on himself. Whether he is mentally ill or not, you don't need to be as knowledgeable as him, is there? Li Xiaoao really has nothing to do, he can only express his own opinion on the premise of not touching D as much as possible. After hearing these words, D nodded his head, indicating that you, Li Xiaoao, are right. You're right, it's just a fool, there's no need to worry about it. You must know that although Haiden is brainless and domineering, Ishin is really single-minded about the evil god he believes in, so seeing D trampling on the evil god he believes in like this is naturally intolerable. You are not an evil god, you are false, you. Before he finished speaking, D just snapped his fingers, but Haiden's body had disappeared completely, leaving only his head there. Although the head is still there, Haiden has no way to speak, and the head has been stopped in mid-air, so it is frozen there. After doing all this, D said calmly like a normal person, I don't like to hear people talking, so I'll let you shut up. It's not difficult to make people shut up. If you do this, people will be able to shut up. And seeing Haiden in such a miserable state, with only one head left, everyone fell silent one after another. Fulhu. This is indeed the evil god, and the other party's method. Well, it's nothing to say if it's true. However, Nagato bit the bullet and said, this evil god, Haiden sometimes can't speak his mind, but he is actually a loyal believer of the evil god, we can all testify, so you see. If Nagato is true, he was forced to speak like this, even if Haiden is very miserable, but this is what the other party asked for, and I really can't blame others. Zero looking for flowers. But the problem is, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, I can't just do nothing, right? D looked at Nagato who was speaking, and said, I said, the evil god he believes in is not the same as mine, and if he really wants to find an evil god, he might as well find a. As he said that, D deliberately paused, and then said with a smile, you must know that Guy is the ultimate model of scum, and she is the evil god that Haiden is looking for. Nagato etl. Although I don't understand it very well, I feel that the evil sauce you mentioned is probably very problematic. People like Nagato and Konan still have some comprehension skills, so who would believe that there is no problem with DS introduction? Furthermore, the reactions of people like Wu Ming, Li Xiaoao, and Zhu Jianxian are enough to explain the problem, so we should stay away from these little evil gods. But, can this guy Haiden do it? Thinking of this, Nagato couldn't help but looked at Haiden, his eyes revealing the meaning of inquiry. But it's a pity, the current Haiden can't speak. Oh, calm down, I'll untie it for you right away. Dee noticed this, and she didn't waste any time, just clapped her hands. Then, Haiden can continue talking. But at this moment, Haiden is obviously overly frightened, his voice is weak, and he looks very fragile, which is completely different from the previous arrogance. Will die. After Dee snapped his fingers, Haiden realized that he would die. The power of the immortal body can't play a role at all, so the one in front of him is a real evil god, and an even greater evil god. That being the case, why should I believe in other evil gods? Thinking of this, Haiden's eyes began to light up. But Dee obviously knew what this guy was up to, so he dismissed Haiden's thoughts in advance and gave the most severe warning. If you dare to believe in me, then I will kill you directly, instead of the small warning just now. By the way, although there are rules here, what is the relationship between me and Qin Mu? Some privileges are normal, and the big deal is to be talked about, but you are really gone. It means that there is no meaning at all, and you can't even be resurrected. Of course, if Qin Mu made the move, that would be another story. However, Dee is confident that if he kills Haiden, Qin Mu will not resurrect this guy's Guang. Chapter 161. Silence. Haiden is naturally not afraid of death. But that's because I won't die, so I dare to do this. But when faced with an existence that could obliterate him, Haiden behaved differently. You must know that this guy has a crazy obsession with the evil god religion he believes in, and he enjoys the pain of death. Every time he casts a spell to kill his opponent, the pain will make him feel extremely happy. But if he died like this, such enjoyment would be lost, and ever since he came here, Haydn has always felt aggrieved and never killed a single person with his spells. Therefore, Haydn doesn't want to die, he wants to continue to live, worshipping evil gods and causing killing like this. Of course, Haydn here is silent, and because of what D said, it can be said to be lawless, and it makes everyone in the ninja world feel worried. Among them, Tsutsuki Kagaya took a deep look at D, and was even more wary of the girl in front of August 20. Acting so recklessly is too much of a threat to me. However, D didn't care about everyone's alert eyes, and instead said something casually. By the way, although the little evil god is a bit scumbag, if Bei Healing is watching, you probably won't be able to rely on her, but there are so many evils here, if you have a chance in the future. Maybe you can find an evil god that you can truly believe in. Haydn was very tired and didn't want to talk anymore. Haydn was very clear about the disgust and dislike in the other party's words, but he didn't quite understand why he couldn't get the favor of Lord Evil God. I am the most loyal believer. Here Haydn was puzzled, while Li Xiaoao and the others complained silently. In the Tower of Babylon, how many evil gods are stronger than you? Of course, these things have nothing to do with themselves, they will not interrupt. Besides, although Li Xiaoao and the others know a lot of information, there are some things that cannot be said casually, and DS identity is extremely special. When Obito, the chief steward, is not around, she is in charge of the entire tower. Daily business runs. In other words, this guy is very powerful, even above Obito. However, under normal circumstances, D does not matter. So the other party came down like this, isn't it? Food for thought. Li Xiaoao was skeptical just now, but now he is even more certain about it. It can be seen that the higher-ups have plans to promote the formation of ninja forces. After all, if this is changed from usual, such as application for dual registration and registration of forming forces, it will take time. Compared with the current efficiency, it is really overwhelmed. My Lord Evil God, can Haydn's body come back? Seeing that Haydn didn't continue, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief and asked along the way. Don't worry, I'll be back later, right now, you just hold his head. Naturally, D didn't let Haydn recover immediately, but made such a request. Holding Haydn's head? Although we know that the organization is full of villains, but if we want to do this, well, we have to think twice. Nagato naturally hesitated, unwilling to do so. However, Nagato is unwilling, but others can be willing, and who is Haydn's teammate? Kakuzu. There is no other way, you can only come here. Thinking of this, Nagato decisively pushed the question to Kakuzu, so that the other party could do it. Kakuzu, come on. Hearing this, Kakuzu's face changed slightly, and he blurted out, why? Master Thulho has orders, how dare you disobey them? Nagato looked at Kakuzu with a half-smile, and said calmly. Damn it, is this an arrow with a chicken feather? But what Kakuzu didn't dare to bet on could only be acquiescence. After all, once D has any dissatisfaction, wouldn't he be in bad luck then? Speaking of it, Kakuzu is not willing to let himself become like Haydn, and once he does that, he will really die. He doesn't have the immortal body like Haydn, it's just because of Earth Resentment's secret technique that he has a few more lives, and once the lives are used up, he will die. Therefore, Kakuzu doesn't think he can survive with only one head left. Haydn can, but not himself. Kakuzu finally gave in, not because he was afraid of Nagato, but because he was afraid of D, a moody woman, who knows what she thinks. Of course, although Kakuzu succumbed, he still needs to save some face. Add money. This is Kakuzu's last stubbornness. It's easy to say, it's easy to say. Nagato looked at the angle that he had already done, nodded calmly, and said like this. As long as you Kakuzu is obedient, then everything is easy to talk about. However, at this time Uchiha Izuna was getting impatient. He had to stand up and ask, "Can we start? It's scary, but you can't be soft, right? Those who are afraid, but those who should be tough must still be tough." D looked at Uchiha Izuna who was asking the question, and said with a smile, "Oh, that's okay, the procedures have been completed, you can have a duel, and there is Tsutsuki Kagaya, right?" Speaking, D looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya at the side again, still smiling, and said, "You have completed the registration procedures for forming this ninja force, so you have successfully formed it now gained ninja forces." Tsutsuki Kagaya was silent, as if trying to figure out how to respond. As for the existence of D, she is also very afraid. "Humph, we disagree, can this fight be fought?" Although Third Raikage was very dissatisfied with D's actions, but considering the opponent's strength, naturally he didn't have any temper, and could only vent to Tsutsuki Kagaya. "Yes, Third Raikage ETAL think they can't beat D, but if it's Tsutsuki Kagaya, it can still be dealt with. It's okay, you can fight if you like, no one will stop you." D just wanted to watch the fun, so naturally he said yes. After speaking, the projection of D came to the audience stage. As for Li Xiaoao, Zhu Jianxian, and others, they naturally followed suit. If someone makes an offer to fight, the outsider will naturally leave, instead of staying in the arena to interfere. Similarly, people like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and others must have done the same thing. They all followed Li Xiaoao and others to the audience stand to watch the battle. 0.6. Do you think this nameless one can win? After taking his seat, Senju Tobirama broke the silence first and asked this question. "Senju Tobirama, what do you mean?" Uchiha Madara squinted her eyes when she heard the words, and looked at Senju Tobirama with an unfriendly expression. Her tone gradually became gloomy. "It's not interesting, just curious." Senju Tobirama is naturally true to Uchiha Madara's, but responded very calmly. While talking, Uchiha Izuna and Muming had already started fighting, and first came a wave of melee combat. Uchiha Izuna fell directly below. If he didn't use ninjutsu, he couldn't fight against Muming with fists and feet alone. Instead, he was slapped twice. This time, Uchiha Izuna was completely blown up, and felt that this was a great shame. So, deeply humiliated, Uchiha Izuna used Suzanu's first stage, swung his arms away, and struck nobody. Chapter 162. However, Muming's movement skills are very strange, so naturally he won't be easily hit, but instead flexibly dodged these attacks and was under his control. Afterwards, countless treasured swords appeared, just like that behind Muming. These swords appeared too strangely, as if appearing out of thin air. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help being surprised, feeling that there was a big problem. What's the situation? Why? Uchiha Izuna can't figure it out and can't manage the room at all. And like Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and others who watched the game from the audience stand also couldn't understand. Among them, Naruto has already hurriedly asked questions, wanting to know what's going on. Why do these swords appear out of nowhere? How? Kushina looked at her son's questioning eyes and said awkwardly, I don't know. After finishing speaking, she looked at her husband Namikaze Minato, obviously hoping that the other party would talk. However, Namikaze Minato also didn't know, so he could only smile wryly. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama stepped forward at this time, but instead of giving an explanation, he turned around and asked Li Xiaoao. 01 They definitely don't know about this. But Li Xiaoao definitely knew. Brother Li, can you tell me? Senju Hashirama asked Li Xiaoao tentatively. He wasn't sure what Li Xiaoao would say, so he asked in a cautious tone. Actually, it's quite understandable, that is, Wu Ming has a space ring, which contains many swords, and these swords are not ordinary swords, but high-quality swords, which is convenient for Wu Ming to pretend. Li Xiaoao did not shirk, but directly told everyone what happened. The reason is simple. Wu Ming has a space ring for storage, where countless swords can be stored. One is for Wu Ming to use, and the other is for pretending. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Wu Ming uses a sword or not. If you use a sword, the battle will be bigger and more exciting. If you don't use a sword, you won't have that pretend effect, but the lethality will only be stronger. But as far as Wu Ming is concerned, if you don't pretend, how can it work? Full of blood? Then I play the erhu. Residual blood? Then I am all kinds of waves. This is nameless. Is this the Imperial Object Technique? Konan has mastered the Imperial Object Technique, and is very proficient in this Imperial Object Technique, and has mastered the Imperial Sword Technique. And thanks to the rewards for customs clearance, Konan has completely washed away the bad habits of ninjas. She is no longer a so-called ninja, but has officially become a practitioner. To put it bluntly, sister, I am no longer a ninja, I am going to cultivate immortality. Li Xiaoao couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard this, obviously surprised that someone would know the technique of Imperial Object. Afterwards, Li Xiaoao said again, almost, Wu Ming is not an ordinary Imperial Object Technique, but the realm of swordsmanship, that is, controlling the sword with the heart, which is different from the Imperial Object Technique and the Imperial Sword Technique. After speaking, after focusing on Konan, Li Xiaoao continued, little girl, did you choose to cultivate? And you have also mastered the art of swordsmanship? Yes. Hearing this, Konan did not deny it, but admitted it generously. However, thinking of Li Xiaoao's punishment for him, Konan sized up Li Xiaoao, who seemed to be over 30, and thought to himself that you are about the same age as me, why do you call me that? Thinking of this, Konan had no choice but to say, also, I'm not too young to be called a little girl, right? After hearing these words, Li Xiaoao laughed, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he gave an explanation in a calm manner. In the process of cultivation, those who are advanced are the seniors. I have been in the process of cultivation for 20 years. You are just here, so I call you a little girl. There is nothing wrong with that. All right, stop teasing girls here, if Linger and you find out, you will definitely be over. Zhu Jianxian looked at Li Xiaoao who was pretending, and slapped him directly, warning his apprentice not to shout out. Li Xiaoao. After being educated by Zhu Jianxian, Li Xiaoao had to be silent for a long time. Then, Li Xiaoao said, Master, if you keep patting my head like this, sooner or later you will make me look stupid. You are an idiot now, it will be the same if I shoot like this. Zhu Jianxian ignored it, took a sip of wine, and continued to output. You are my apprentice, give me a brief education, what's wrong? Master, if you continue like this, I will go berserk. Li Xiaoao rubbed his brain, and said in a low tone. It's a pity that Zhu Jianxian doesn't like this, and cursed, what? Now the wings are stiff? You think you are on the 7th floor, one level higher than Master, so you are arrogant. Li Xiaoao. Good guy, Master's temper is getting worse. So, who messed with him? Konan and the others didn't care about the conversation between Li Xiaoao and his master, but focused on the battle on the field. Because the effect of Wu Ming's move is very cool, and the special effect can be said to be completely full, so Uchiha Izuna is forced to use Susanoo. Although this is still not complete, it is already the 4th stage of Susanoo. As for the full body of Susanoo, Uchiha Izuna is available, but he is not available for the time being. The reason is that he thinks this is enough, it's just unknown, it seems to be a bit capable, but it's not enough to use Susanoo's full body, the other party doesn't have that self. But in the next second, Uchiha Izuna's face changed after all the swords were fired. Suzanu's fourth form can't be maintained? Strange, just what happened? Why? For Uchiha Izuna, this is naturally unacceptable. He can't believe that his Susanoo 923 can't stop mere broken swords, even if there are a lot of them. But so what? How could the power of my Uchiha clan be broken so easily? Speaking of which, Uchiha Izuna used to think that Susanoo was very strong, but now after suffering continuous blows, he has doubts about Susanoo's strength. Ace can break Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo with one kick, but now there is a guy named No Name. Can he also break his own Susanoo? Although this is not the perfect body, nor is it the big brother's Susanoo, but is my own Susanoo okay? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna became even more irritable and wanted to use all his strength. Just before Uchiha Izuna broke out, Wuming had already flashed in front of him. The invisible sword energy has locked on Uchiha Izuna. If the opponent makes any moves, he will be pierced by Wanjian immediately. Dead or not? It's hard to say, but it will definitely be very uncomfortable. Come on, this guy is not very good, he's too weak. D thought that Uchiha Izuna and Wuming would have a very lively fight, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Izuna was so hip-stretching. Did he just disappear? Well, it's too watery. D expressed that he was very disappointed, thinking that this standard is too hip. At the same time, D understands one more point, that is, Acetus's release of water. Alas, the real version is a bit outrageous. Chapter 163. Although Wuming loves to pretend, he still has strength. Although Li Xiaoao didn't dare to say too much to D, it was fine if he said a few words, so he didn't mind talking. After a pause, Li Xiaoao continued, to be honest, don't underestimate him. Hearing this, D curled his lips, shrugged his shoulders a little bored, and said, I'm not underestimating, but I'm just deeply disappointed. Well, the next one, no. And what about Tsutsuki Kagaya? Speaking, D has already looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya and others, and said like this, what about you? Tsutsuki Kagaya. Third Reikage ETAL. Tsutsuki Kagaya and others were a little dissatisfied with D's urging, but they still obeyed obediently. Anyway, if it is time to fight, then you have to fight, there is no need to delay. Thinking of this, Tsutsuki Kagaya went off first. And the people who end up here? Third Reikage. He was the only one, and the others obviously didn't intend to end. Aren't you guys going together? Tsutsuki Kagaya coldly glanced at the Shinin Village Alliance members who hadn't ended, and asked in a cold voice. No, we didn't mean that. But Onoji and the others shook their heads unanimously, expressing that they didn't mean that. Be opposed to? That's for sure. But then Onoki understood that the objection was invalid. Therefore, Onoki convinced second Tsutsuki and others that he could not go. But third Reikage was different, he insisted on a fight, so he still chose to fight. In this way, only one third Reikage went into battle, and the others did not follow, but chose to watch the show instead. If third Reikage wins, nothing happens, and if they lose, well, nothing happens. Onoki, you trash are really useless, don't you even dare to fight. Uchiha Madara looked at Onoki and the others with a cold gaze, mocking indifferently. However, Onoki and others didn't care, especially Onoki was more used to it. We must know that the current Onoki understood a truth after the death of fourth Reikage and others, that some things cannot be forced. Since Tsutsuki Kagaya is determined to do this, and with the appearance of an existence like D, it is obvious that he is willing to give Tsutsuki Kagaya gradual power, then this means that they have no ability to oppose it. Therefore, Onoji felt that he was opposed to something. Well, forget it, and just accept it. As for Uchiha Madara's taunt, ignore it. It's not just Onoki who didn't hear it, but also Wu. On the contrary, second Mizukage and third Kazekage were quite dissatisfied, but they just glanced at Uchiha Madara and didn't express anything. Seeing Uchiha Madara's output there, Senju Hashirama smiled wryly, obviously thinking that what Uchiha Madara did would have an impact on the follow-up. After all, according to Tsutsuki Kagaya's meaning, the ninja world must unite as one in the future to carry out this so-called customs clearance challenge, rather than fighting each other. Speaking of which, there are quite a few of you ninja forces. At the same time, when Senju Hashirama smiled wryly, Li Xiaoao suddenly said something meaningful. Senju Tobirama didn't know why his elder brother respected Li Xiaoao and others so much, so he didn't dare to make mistakes casually, but it was too strange because Li Xiaoao's words were true, and the meaning in them was even more intriguing. Therefore, Senju Tobirama had no choice but to ask, "What do you mean by what you said?" After hearing Senju Tobirama's inquiry, Li Xiaoao smiled slightly, and said in a calm manner, "Since you can apply for a duel, what frictions have occurred between the forces, and do they need to be resolved? In this way, there will inevitably be troubles, and it is estimated that you will suffer losses. Do we still need to take care of these things?" At this moment, Senju Tobirama had a headache, thinking that being in this tower is different from being outside. Intrigue is indispensable, and all kinds of battles are indispensable, and not only do you have to face the so-called challenge of light, the gatekeepers and the big boss of the floor, but also those other forces. Of course, people are in the rivers and lakes, this is the rivers and lakes. Li Xiaoao sighed, seemed to be very touched, and put on a posture of looking at the sky at 45 degrees. "I feel that there is something wrong with you, but I can't tell." Naruto here looked at Li Xiaoao, who was so strange, and couldn't help muttering. Of course, before Naruto finished speaking, he was interrupted by his own parents. "Naruto, don't say a few words." "Naruto. Father is fine, but mother is." Thinking of his kind mother, Naruto couldn't help feeling bored, his legs and feet were a little weak. Although Naruto had nothing to say, it didn't affect other people. For example, the Akatsuki organization was talking about the free third raikage. Tsutsuki Kagaya vs third raikage. In this battle, everyone is optimistic about Tsutsuki Kagaya. As for third raikage? Sorry, no one likes it. Sure enough, the facts are indeed like this, third raikage was blown up directly, because Tsutsuki Kagaya instantly killed him in a blink of an eye. Block? I'm sorry, I can't stop it, there's nothing I can do about it. This is even less interesting. Dee looked very disappointed and shook his head again and again. And she has realized that she was fooled by Qin Mu. After speaking, Dee intends to run away, there is no need to keep this projection. Fortunately, I didn't get down from my body, I just let go of the projection, otherwise it would make people laugh, even if there is an excuse to deal with business, but this, cough cough, it is obviously unreasonable. After all, Dee still knows how her reputation is, and she who has always been indifferent to things suddenly ran down, no matter how you look at it, there is something wrong. But if the projection is put down, the excuse is still easy to say, and there will not be too much trouble. Thinking of this, Zhong let go a lot. Li Xiaoao, I will leave the matter to you, and I will handle it myself. Since Dee decided to remove the projection, he also told Li Xiaoao before leaving. Okay, don't worry, I know what to do, good money, ... And Li Xiaoao must know what to do, and said very seriously that he knew what to do. Following Li Xiaoao's statement, DS projection disappeared. Of course, after DS projection disappeared, Haiden's body came back. And because of the other party's departure, the oppressive atmosphere also disappeared, which finally gave people a breather. Okay, you guys go to pick an area, and then you have to do what you should do. Li Xiaoao didn't say any more, but reminded Tsutsuki Kagaya, and then left with Zhu Jianxian and others. My work is temporarily over, and I don't need myself anymore. However, although the words are like this, Li Xiaoao knows that he can't leave yet, he has to stay on the second floor, and he can't leave until there is news. Tsutsuki Kagaya naturally had no nonsense, but left with such a group of people in a mighty way. Next, it is time to find a suitable area as a base. Chapter 164. Tsutsuki Kagaya was busy looking for a place, and after D removed the projection, he went to Qin Mu on the top floor instead. There are some things that need to be said. Obito wasn't here, so he really had to take care of things. But the question is it really okay for you to fool me like this? For this, D expressed dissatisfaction. Therefore, as soon as D appeared in the room on the top floor, he preempted the attack. Tell me, fool me like this, okay? Dissatisfied. Anyone can hear the dissatisfaction of D's words, but Qin Mu explained calmly, D, I didn't fool you, it's just that you ran away before I finished speaking, didn't you? Of course, D couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Qin Mu's statement, and complained angrily, do you think such a statement is useful? Although what Qin Mu said was sound, D was still dissatisfied with it, thinking that these were all excuses. No, it should be said that I am perfunctory myself. D, even if you are dissatisfied, what can you do? Before Qin Mu could respond, Axis Neil asked a very realistic question. Are you dissatisfied? But so what? What can you do? I can't do anything about it, but can't I even express my dissatisfaction? D walked a few steps barefoot, sat down on the sofa next to Axis Neil, and said in a muffled voice. Yes, there is nothing I can do. But the problem is that now I can't even complain about 137? Not really, what to do, you can do whatever you want. Axis Neil shrugged and said like this. Axis, why don't you say a few words, why didn't we find that you talk more than me? Didn't you see that I didn't say anything? Zi Yakumo didn't expect that Axis Neil would be like this talkative, she had to interrupt. I'm just reminding her to keep her head off, and there's no other meaning. And here, Axis Neil was still very calm, and said something casually. What did I do? No, nothing is done, so don't be suspicious. Okay, what you said makes sense, I won't say it for now. Yakumo Zi thought about it seriously, and then looked at Qin Mu's side. She didn't plan to continue for the time being, but kept silent. But D looked at Qin Mu who had a flat reaction, so he had to stand up, look at Qin Mu with his hips on his hips, and asked, Hey, why don't you talk about it when I'm already like this? Qin Mu blinked, looked at D and asked back, what are you talking about? What do you say? D was very angry and said angrily. Qin Mu sighed, and said slowly, actually, I've already said it clearly enough, you didn't, Abeb, understand it, you were too impatient, besides, you didn't go down, it's just a projection, well, it's not a big problem. Although D was very irritable, Qin Mu's reaction was flat, seemingly indifferent. You said the problem is not serious, but I don't see it that way. It's just that although Qin Mu said so, D didn't think the problem was not serious, but instead thought that there were many problems. In any case, I ended up with a projection, but didn't see the excitement related to it, this is the problem. D, you need to know about the excitement. Well, don't be in a hurry, wait until tomorrow or later, when the ninja people make moves, you will know that you can see the excitement, don't you understand? Hearing D's complaint, Qin Mu couldn't help laughing, but still explained patiently. D continued to roll his eyes and said angrily, what's the excitement? Isn't it just for those gatekeepers? Could it be possible that a few more people will die? As he said that, D paused for a moment, and continued to complain, why didn't anyone die just now? Especially those guys who had conflicts with Tsutsuki Kagaya, they seemed tough on the surface, but only one person stood up in the end. Call it tough. Yakumo Zi shrugged, and interjected, it's just like that, there's nothing to say. I won't say it, I won't say it, I won't say it again. Dee thought for a while, and decided not to say it anymore. She realized that Qin Mu's meaning was very clear, and it would be meaningless for her to continue. Of course, compensation is still required. Although I don't plan to continue, but if you fool me down like this, don't you want to give me some compensation? Dee decided to ask for some benefits for himself first, and leave the rest alone for the time being. Is it good? Of course Qin Mu understood what Dee meant, and said decisively, no problem, I can be satisfied. Hearing this, Bai Heling's eyelids twitched slightly, as if she had realized something was wrong. She quickly said, wait, do you want to pay attention? Pay attention to what? It's not necessary, it's not necessary at all. However, Qin Mu didn't intend to do this. Instead, he stated that what should be done should be done. Lily Bell. I'm still here, and so is the little evil god, are you sure you don't need it? Lily Ling, who was full of question marks, had to look at Poluna and Ashes Neil, who thought that the two had to talk. However, the two of them did not say anything, but acquiesced. Of course, Lily Ling was full of question marks, but Dee was definitely satisfied. Tower of Babylon, 2nd floor. The location of Hemang Tower. White Marsh is having a meeting. As the owner of the Hemang building, the princess was resting behind the screen, and she was not only listening to the meeting of the people, but also paying attention to the battle between the forces led by King Ma Kengye and the gatekeepers today. Even the princess is afraid of King Ma Kengye. However, Ma Kengyewang's subordinates have many problems, and they can't pass the test for the time being, and several people have already failed. And this made the princess not very happy. She felt that King Ma Kengye did it secretly and did it on purpose. He picked out so many cannon fodders. What is this for? Bai, what's going on today? Why did Ma Kengyewang come out with these crooked melons and dates? Does he have any purpose? When Bai Mao heard the princess's question, his attitude changed, and he said respectfully, Princess, the biggest thing today is that the newcomers on the 1st floor have all come up, and they have already formed a good force. The selected area is far away from us. Manglu is relatively close. Oh! The princess was a little surprised, and asked with a smile, who is in charge? Tsutsuki Kagaya. Bai Mao didn't know what the princess's intentions were, so he could only answer honestly. Oh? Is that the guy? The princess still knows Tsutsuki Kagaya's, like the live broadcast on the 1st floor before, she still watched it. But I didn't pay attention to it later, the reason was that Ma Kengyewang had a movement here, and she naturally watched the live broadcast here. Compared with the live broadcast on the 1st floor, she cares more about the live broadcast on the 2nd floor. The reason is that she is on the 2nd floor. Yes, at the 1st floor, there are still 2 people who have not come up for the time being, and before Tsutsuki Kagaya and others were excluded, those like Konoha, Akatsuki, Shinobi Village, etc. have all come up and were taken by Tsutsuki Kagaya. It was incorporated and became a member of that ninja force. I believe that if Danzo and Uchiha Obito can come up next, they should be treated the same. Bainuma explained the situation in detail, and by the way, circled the announcement about the establishment of forces by Tsutsuki Kagaya and others, marked the key points and made it clear to the princess. Chapter 165. The formation of general forces will be announced. And Bai Mao explained to the princess all the important points written in the announcement. Because he knew that the princess would not go to see it, so he had to explain it himself, instead of asking the princess to go to the announcement. Is that so? While watching the live broadcast, the princess ate some fruit and said casually, so, this Tsutsuki Kagaya will inevitably have conflicts with us in the future. The location chosen by Tsutsuki Kagaya is so close to the location of the Hemang building, it is difficult to be convincing if it is not intentional, so the princess thinks that the Hemang building is not going to be used as a stepping stone for Liwei. Although the princess doesn't care about fighting or anything, she just wants to watch a play or something, but if someone dares to offend the Haemang building, or use the Haemang building as a stepping stone, then this must not be let go. It's hard to say, but the princess can rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Shiramara had already heard the meaning behind the princess's words, but he said that he could handle it well. However, the princess sighed secretly, and said like this, can you really do it? White Marsh. Pressure. This point is actually a bit bigger. But there is still confidence, not to say that there is no. Therefore, Shiranuma said confidently, Princess, please rest assured, if the ninja world led by Tsutsuki Kagaya dares to fight against our Black Mango Tower, then we will never let them have a good time. Princess, I mean the same thing. I will remove all obstacles for you. Yin stood up with a big laugh, patted his chest and said loudly. As for the militant faction like Zojin, the same is true. However, he is now only a subordinate of the combat division led by Yin, and he does not dare to express his opinions casually. The cadre in charge of the combat department is Yin, not Xiuajin, but Yin's subordinate. But this guy is born rebellious and has great ambitions. He thinks that Yin has no brains, but he has brains, so why is this cadre not himself? Because of this, Zojin has always been aggrieved, and wants Yin to die quickly, so that he can take the position. Of course, Zojin is just an insignificant little character, his so-called scheming city is not enough to look at in front of Bai Marsh. Therefore, after Ziwan saw that Yin and the others were very motivated, he had no choice but to warn them. I said, are you floating? You must know that in the Haemang building, the only monster that can suppress Ziuan is only one princess, like Huohei from before, although it is said that the Haemang building has the strongest combat power except for the princess. But in fact, when facing Ziuan, Huohei has no certainty of winning, and he is also polite to Ziuan, and such behavior can be said to be very rare. After all, a monster like Huohei, if you don't have the strength, you will never be so polite. Therefore, Ziuan's strength can be described as unfathomable, only the princess can hold her down. So Ziwan didn't give Yin and others face, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, suppressing Yin and others, his powerful aura almost made these monsters breathless. Although Yin has strength, but against Ziwan, he has no temper at all. Bai Nua looked at Ziuan who lost his temper, and realized that the other party had a problem. And knowing Ziwan's unfathomable strength and the scheming city that is stronger than his own, Bai Zhao dared not pay any attention to it, but politely asked Ziwan for his opinion. Ziuan, what do you think? Since Bai Nu was so polite, Ziuan must be willing to save face, and she pointed out some of the problems. I don't have an opinion, but I have to remind you, don't be blind and arrogant. You should know how powerful our Hymen Glow is, and the ninja world just formed by Tsutsuki Kagaya has at least 5 high-end combat powers. You should know, right? Ziwan doesn't think that the ninja world led by Tsutsuki Kagaya is so easy to deal with, at least the 5 high-end combat forces headed by Tsutsuki Kagaya are obviously difficult to deal with. Our princess is much stronger than those guys. Yin stood up confidently, saying that his boss is stronger, and he is not a vegetarian either. After that, Yin showed a sinister smile again, and said, also, I can kill that Uchiha Madara, the other party is nothing to worry about. Seeing that Yin was still so arrogant, Ziwan's face was a little gloomy, obviously very upset. She had already raised her hand, a silk thread slowly appeared, and the other end was connected to Yin. The latter had to tense her body under the control, there was no way to change it, she could only act according to Ziwan's thoughts. Obviously, the current Yin has fallen into Ziwan's control and has no temper at all. Yin, you want to do that Uchiha Madara, is it for a personal grudge, or for Hymen Glow? 0 Fur Flowers. Dental Silver. Although Yin has no brains, he can still understand murderous intent, so he won't just give it to. But it's a pity that this guy really has no brains. Both, but mainly because of personal grievances, I think that Uchiha Madara is really not pleasing to the eye. I want to kill him. Hearing this, Ziyuan held his chin with one hand, untied the silk thread with the other hand, let go of the control on Yin, and said something casually. Good boy, honest enough. White Marsh. Alas, there are not many smart people in the Hyman Tower. A coder like Yin is really hopeless, but there are not many people available in the War Department, like Ziwan, who can't command himself. Even if the other party has no opinion when doing something, they are happy to complete a task. But the problem is, like Yin, Shirama can use it very easily, without any pressure at all. As for Ziyuan, he must be polite, so after comparing Bai Nu, he found that it would be more convenient to use a brainless person like Yin. Well, Ziyuan, since Bai has an idea, let's do it according to him. The princess doesn't care, anyway, as long as it doesn't affect her, and Bai Nu is so confident, let him continued. Ziwan. Alas, you are like this, I am really annoyed. A monster like Ziyuan still prefers to protect himself. If he fights with other forces, he might be bloody, not to mention that He Manglu has been weakened. Although there is no problem with the princess, but the princess. To be honest, Ziyuan didn't really see it through. She felt that the other party was worse than herself. Well, in terms of personality. Okay, I have no objection, but if it is not necessary, I will not get involved, so don't come to me. Compared with fighting other forces, I still prefer to clear the game. Ziwan clearly stated her position, she prefers to fight against the gatekeepers, rather than fighting against other forces, especially Tsutsuki Kagaya, who is not easy to mess with. After all, Tsutsuki Kagaya is very powerful, has immortality, strong recovery ability, many means, etc., so Ziwan is not willing to get involved. If it's other cats or dogs, Ziwan doesn't mind making a move, but if it's Tsutsuki Kagaya, let's forget about the pill. Chapter 166. When He Manglu was discussing about the ninja forces formed by Tsutsuki Kagaya, such as Masamura Mamura's Yako, Abe Simei's grandson and Nura Rikushin's Hyaki Yako, Yi Fox's Kyoto Yukai, and Asakura Leaf, everyone here is paying attention to this matter. Tsutsuki Kagaya and others came up and formed new forces, which naturally attracted attention. Nocturnal. Mo-kun was guarding and inquiring. What do you think? As the number 2 person in Yexing, Miki Battery replied calmly, it has nothing to do with us. The place that Tsutsuki Kagaya chose is closer to the Hamang Tower. Maybe her bidding. Stepping stones. Mo-kun Zheng Xiao smiled and said softly. Obviously, Yexing agrees with Hyman Glow. They both think that after Tsutsuki Kagaya formed the ninja world, they all intend to find someone to attack, so as to achieve the effect of deterrence. As for who will take the knife? From the current point of view, it is the Hamang Tower. 940. The third person Zabawi thinks that we should not pay attention to Tsutsuki Kagaya, but to pay attention to King Asakura Leaf. Boss, I don't think we need to pay attention to the ninja world. Instead, Ma Kang Yi. This guy is very likely to be the first to ascend to the 3rd floor, but the problem is that his behavior today is a bit strange. Seiki Kujuo is really difficult to deal with, we can't deal with this guy now. Mo-kun was watching the scene where King Maikangye was defeated again, frowning tightly. Obviously he didn't quite understand the other party's intentions, but he was more concerned about Seiki Kujuo. At the same time, Abe Masahiro asked his grandfather Abe Simei, who was still a little interested in Tsutsuki Kagaya. However, the interest lies in whether the other party is a human being. On this point, Abe Masahiro is very concerned. Grandpa, is Tsutsuki Kagaya human? The other party is an alien, definitely not human. Abe Simei is naturally not that old, but restored his young appearance, smiling and answering his grandson's question. Aliens, that's right, Grandpa, do you think we will have a conflict with her? Abe Masahiro asked another question. He wanted to know whether there would be a conflict with Tsutsuki Kagaya possible. Well, I don't know, but I don't need to worry about this matter, but now there are more people, and it will be difficult to clear the customs later. Abe didn't care about Tsutsuki Kagaya, but was worried about the first raiders on the second floor. Clear this layer? How to do it? To be honest, Abe is a headache. First of all, the strength of gatekeepers is very strong. Secondly, there is the layer leader Seiki Kujuo, who is really difficult to deal with. Apart from these major forces, the two major forces, such as Nuliang Lushan and Yu, both have moves to discuss this matter, but more attention is paid to King Ma Kangyi. After all, King Ma Kangyi's strength is the most terrifying and unfathomable among the challengers at this level. Therefore, it is impossible not to pay attention to King Ma Kangyi. Among them, Nuliang Lushan had doubts, and he suspected that King Ma Kangyi did this on purpose. As for what is the purpose? That is temporarily unknown. Grandpa, did King Ma Kangyi do this on purpose? Nuliang Huapiao is not an old man, but a young man, so this attitude is very frivolous and uninhibited. As for his grandson's question, Nuliang Huapiao didn't know how to answer it. Liu Sheng, tell me about this. What is the purpose of King Ma Kangyi? Sadly, no one will ever know. At least now Nuliang Huapiao doesn't know anymore, and he can't figure out what King Ma Kangyi wants to do. Grandpa, should we continue? Nuliang Lushan thought for a while, wondering if he could come after Ma Kangyi Wang, so he asked. No, we have to stabilize the situation now, take our time, and let's see what the newcomers are doing, like King Ma Kangyi. Oh, it's really a headache. Nuliang Huapiao rejected this suggestion, saying that he had to see what the new Tsutsuki Kagaya faction was doing, and that he had to continue the follow-up of King Asakura Leaf. To be honest, like these gatekeepers, Ma Kangyi Wang is really not difficult to clean up. This has been proved, but the other party asked his subordinates to deliver. Well, then it can't be done. Understood. Grandpa, do you have a headache, or do you have other ideas? However, Nuliang Lushan was not so easy to fool, and he was not deceived by his grandfather, but rather suspicious. Does my grandson not believe me? Of course, Nuliang Huapiao was not happy, and was dissatisfied with Nuliang Rikushan's questioning, and expressed it strongly. Nuliang Lushan strongly denied this statement, but said worriedly, No, I said Grandpa, I am just worried that you have other ideas, that would be bad. How can it be bad? Nuliang Huapiao waved his hand and said with a light smile. As he said that, Nuliang Huapiao said calmly again, You are in charge now, and I'm just cooperating with you, so you don't have to worry so much, but the reason why I ask you to wait is that Ma Kangyi Wang 0. After a pause, Nuliang Huapiao's face changed, and he said solemnly, The direction of our wind now depends on King Ma Kangyi. If he can pass the test, then there is hope. However, different from his grandfather's thoughts, Nuliang Rikushan said this, Grandpa, I am not as optimistic as you. You must know that after Seiki Kujuo became the second floor master, there has not been a single challenger. Successfully cleared the customs, this has explained the problem. Nuliang Huapiao raised his eyebrows and asked back, You know everything, why are you still in such a hurry? Since Nuliang Rikushan understands, why is he still so nervous? As for his grandfather's question, Nuliang Rikushan gave this answer. I'm afraid of that Ma Kangyi Wang. Hey, Grandpa, do you think he has some inside information? That's why he's doing this temporarily. Nuliang Huapiao shook his head and sighed, I don't know, King Ma Kangyi is very scheming, no one can see through him, but doesn't this guy have a brother? That Ma Kangyi is his enemy. Grandpa, Are you sure? It's just that Nuliang Rikushin doesn't think of this statement in this way. Seeing that his grandson didn't take it seriously, Nuliang Huapiao kept a straight face, and his serious voice sounded slowly, Ma Kangyi is amazing now, don't underestimate him. I think that Ma Kangyi Wang's release of water is a bit outrageous, so that grandpa, you are old and dizzy again. However, Nuliang Lushan obviously didn't agree, and instead teased his grandpa. Oh, you little 0.3, how, are you talking? Is your grandpa getting dizzy with old eyes? Nuliang Huapiao immediately got angry and smiled. If not. Nuliang Lushan shrugged his shoulders, and said lightly, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ma Kangyi King is absolutely serious about Ma Kangyi, and everyone knows it. Nuliang Huapiao said that he did not deny this, but he would not approve of Ma Kangyi's failure. Therefore, Nuliang Huapiao said with a serious face, I don't deny this, but Ma Kangyi is also capable, so don't underestimate others. No, I didn't underestimate him, but I just think that you, Grandpa, think highly of him. Hearing this, Nuliang Lushan shrugged, but still answered like this. Nuliang Huapiao, oh, you kid. As for the grandson who was arguing with him, Nuliang Huapiao felt a little helpless. I have no choice but to stop this topic and stop talking about it. Chapter 167. As for Ma Kangyi, who was discussed by Nuliang Huapiao and Nuliang Lushan's grandfather and grandson, he felt a little relaxed at this moment. In other words, Ma Kangyi has always been like this. But Anna Azari is not like that. Yet, don't be so leisurely, we don't know what the guy Ma Kangyi Wang has planned, but if we let this guy enter the third floor, then we will lose face. What Anna said in Osir Mountain has many worries about King Ma Kangyi. However, Ma Kangyi would not care about it, but gave a very casual answer. Anna, if King Ma Kangyi passed the second level, it would be a matter of course. Among us, he is the strongest. In Ma Kangyi's view, if King Ma Kangyi passed the second level, it would be a very reasonable thing, and there would be nothing wrong with it. Who made King Ma Kangyi so powerful? Of course, Anna Azari Mountain was not happy, seeing her man so loose, she was furious. Ma Kangyi, if you do this again, don't blame me for being cruel. Since Asakura wanted to muddle through, Anna Osayama naturally would not have this opportunity, and she would not allow Asakura to muddle through like this, just his theory that the boat goes straight to the bridgehead, definitely not recognized. Seeing that Anna's expression on Mount Horror was wrong, Ma Kangyi was naturally panicked, and said something quickly. Anna, I think you need to calm down. I'm very calm now, yet, you'd better take me seriously, or don't blame me. Anna Osayama let out a cold laugh, the threat was very obvious. Asakura leaves. Well, it looks like I didn't withdraw. As for bringing in the rescuers? Forget it, no one talks at all, obviously no one dares to disobey Anna, so why should I be bored? The fact is indeed so, even Daolian didn't get involved, but silently stood on the side of Anna Azari, so Ma Kangyi was alone and helpless. Understood, Anna, don't worry, I know what to do. Just because he saw the situation clearly, Ma Kangyi did not resist stubbornly, but obeyed obediently. Very good, this is very good, I hope you really understand. Anna Azarayama was very satisfied with Asakura's actions, but she was not happy about it, instead she said something pointedly. Don't worry, I really understand. And what can Asakura leaves say? Naturally, he said honestly that he knew it, and did not dare to resist. However, unlike the major forces that are negotiating, King Ma Kangyi is very relaxed here, just waiting for the last person on his side to lose. When all the people on one's own side are defeated, King Ma Kangyi will take action. Speaking of it, Ma Kangyi Wang's intentions are not complicated, he just wants to see if some of his subordinates can break through these gatekeepers, but so far no one has seen it. The Shinigami trio, the Marine 3 Admiral, the remaining yokai Higuro, the wizard Azuma, the Sandman, and Reiner Ront. As for the 10 gatekeepers, my subordinates couldn't defeat them all. If so, the value is gone. King Ma Kengye didn't mean to let these people do it, but if it had no value at all, it would seem too insignificant. Master Ye Wang, we. And these failed people are naturally more frightened than the other, for fear that they will be snapped by Ye Wang. However, Ye Wang didn't do that, he just let these people back down. If you don't know how to do it yourself, the cannon fodder has to play its value later. Seiki Kujuo is not a cruel person, he will not do anything. However, the Kyoto monsters headed by Yi Fox, and Hyman Glow are not soft-hearted people, and Huohei, Akainu, etc. among the gatekeepers are not kind people. Like the monster Huohei, who is cruel and merciless, killing countless people. As for Akainu, let alone, he has his own set of ideas, which are deeply rooted, so with the help of these people, some waste can be cleaned up. But while Ye Wang was still thinking about how to clean up his subordinates, Gabriel could no longer hold back, and she cursed. Ma Kengye Wang, are you going to continue or not? If you don't plan to continue, get out of here. Ma Kengye Wang has a fierce reputation, and his subordinates are extremely afraid, but it is meaningless to Gabriel, so she is an output when she speaks. Ma Keng Leaf King? So what? Am I afraid of you? Ma Kengye Wang naturally knew this well, not to mention that Jiabali was an angel, and there was a backstage behind her, her sister was powerful, and she was no match for him, so he didn't dare to mess around easily. Of course, the reason to know this is naturally because someone has offended Gabriel. As for Gabriel's mouth, and her domineering attitude, don't you want to offend others? Sorry, this is really difficult. Therefore, there will always be someone who will die. But the consequence of this death, well, that is, I am gone. Xiaojie, our job is not to intimidate others, but to remind them, you know. Vanette looked at the impatient Gabriel and had to remind her. Come on, isn't it threatening to be like Demiurge? However, Gabriel didn't care about these at all, and instead pushed Demiurge out. After all, what Demiurge did is obvious to all, so Gabriel doesn't think there is a problem. Gabriel, Demiurge is a demon, you don't know it. Vanette said helplessly when she saw Gabriel talking like this. Saying that, Vanette added another sentence. Besides, he is really powerful, but we don't have that strength. It's just bullying. It's a fox pretending to be a tiger, you know. Jiabali didn't take it seriously, waved his hand, and said lightly, it's okay, the problem is not big, I don't think there is a problem. What happened to the fox pretending to be the tiger? Can anyone else do this? No, but she can. What? Dissatisfied? But it's okay, who made me have a good sister? Vanette. Facing Gabriel, who is reckless and thick-skinned, what can she do? There is no way. Of course, it would be different if Raphael were to come forward. But is Raphael willing? Well, she'd rather watch the show than help. Miss Gabriel, you don't need to be impatient, I'm going to end now. Ye Wang obviously knew Gabriel's temper, but he didn't get angry, but jumped into the arena directly, signaling that he was off. Gabriel's eyelids twitched slightly, as if she didn't expect King Ma Kengye to be so patient, so she said with a cold face, very good, then let's start. After the voice fell, a screen in front of the audience, after scrolling for a while, finally showed the two sides of the battle. Ma Kengye Wang vs Huohei. And here, Gabriel announced the two sides of the battle, while looking at the waiting area where the gatekeepers were. Then, she faced Huohei with a violent output. Huohei, get out of here quickly. Chapter 168. Huohei. Am I so shameless? Forget it, I really have nothing to do, so I don't care about it with you. Knowing the background of Gabriel, Huohei pretended not to hear it, but stared at King Ma Kengye with eyes as big as copper bells, with awe-inspiring killing intent. Ma Kengye Wang is very strong. But he is not necessarily afraid of being black. But when Huohei was confronting King Ma Kengye, Nero, who was the host, attacked Gabriel. "Gabriel, can you stop so much drama?" As soon as Nero here opened his mouth, Gabriel launched a counterattack, and it was the kind of black history that specifically attacked Nero without mercy. "Nero, shut up, you damned tyrant, you damned fellow, don't talk to me, a wise angel. You mere tyrant, how dare you talk to me like that? I, Gabriel, a rare and wise angel." Of course, such words naturally aroused Nero's discomfort, and he complained frantically, "I'm going to vomit." As he said that, Nero was not polite at all, and he lashed out at Gabriel, "Gabriel, you are an angel, but are you wise? Besides, if you don't know your identity in advance, all eyes those who are not blind will regard you as a devil." And this is not over yet, Nero continued to output, "Who is the real angel? It's Vinette, not you, a fallen angel. Shut up, I won't listen, you tyrant, get out." However, Gabriel didn't care about this, and started to play tricks. Of course Nero didn't care about these, but continued to speak for himself, belittling Gabriel repeatedly in his words, thinking that you, a scumbag angel, would not comment on him at all. "Humph, is you a tyrant? It's not your turn to be an angel. You's achievements are well known in the world, and you subjects are even more sincerely convinced. So what you said, well, these things don't exist." Zayas Hikiyoshiya covered her head with a helpless look on her face, obviously annoyed by it. As for the scolding battle between Nero and Gabriel, she didn't want to see it at all. Not only her, but Nami and others are quite embarrassing. "I said, can you shut up?" Of course, unlike those guests, Zayas Hikiyoshiya dared to speak. "Zayas Hikiyoshiya, what do I want to say, can you control it?" Gabriel scolded Zayas Hikiyoshiya before Nero could speak. To be honest, Gabriel is indeed too arrogant and domineering because she is a member of the angel camp and her sister Jiairu is favored. Even Nero would not treat Zayas Hikiyoshiya like this. Although there is also friction between Zayas Hikiyoshiya and Nero, Nero is not afraid of any threats that Zayas Hikiyoshiya will bring to him. After all, it is because the other party does not have too strong skills. After all, petting is just petting, and it depends only on the outside. As for Nero himself, she is not only beautiful, but also capable, so naturally she will not be afraid of Zayas Hikiyoshiya. At most she will tease each other or hurt each other a few words. Zayas Hikiyoshiya is not the one who is willing to suffer, she is a person with a poisonous tongue, and now she is definitely unwilling to be said by Gabriel. Therefore, she launched a counterattack without hesitation, and also dealt with Gabriel. In the final analysis, Gabriel can be arrogant and domineering because Gailu and the angelic camp she represents stand behind her, but she is not without a background. The person behind her is Qin Mu. You, Gabriel, can be so rampant towards others, but towards me, Zayas Hikiyoshiya. Hehe, it's best to show some respect. Like Ma Kengyuang and Huohei, whether they are challengers or gatekeepers, they naturally dare not offend Gabriel, but Zayas Hikiyoshiya is non-toxic and afraid. Even if Zayas Hikiyoshiya herself has no ability or great strength, she is not afraid of Jiabali. Gabriel, have you forgotten what's going on with you? Speaking of which, have you drifted away, fallen angel? It can't be the top, can't you recognize yourself? Zayas Hikiyoshiya actually didn't give her face, which made Gabriel even more irritable. Of course, she was not happy to be underestimated like this. How can I bear it? This is unbearable. However, fortunately, Wei Net stood up at this time and reminded the two that they should not continue like this. You two, do you think it's really appropriate to keep arguing like this? Does it fit? Certainly not appropriate. Both Gabriel and Zayas Hikiyoshiu knew it well and understood that some things should not continue, so they both kept silent. Seeing that Vinette was so knowledgeable, Nero naturally nodded in satisfaction. Very well, as expected of Vinette, I still love you very much, no wonder you are called a real angel. That's right. Vinette, Apparently, Nero's praise gave White a headache. I'm a devil, but it's a great shame to be praised by Nero like this. Besides, the two bosses in the demon camp, Master Poluna and Master El Yusufer, I hope you two will not be offended. Nero, what you said is quite right. Vinette really understands righteousness and is a true angel. Kazumajayakashu naturally did not forget to put eye drops on Gabriel, so she also praised her. And following Kazumajayakashu's words, Vinette himself was undoubtedly even more depressed. Although this is a word of appreciation for himself, Wei Ting must not be happy for a long time. Otherwise, you will offend the boss of your camp. He is obviously a devil, but he is recognized as an angel. No matter how you look at it, it is a problem. Just when Vinette was bored and uneasy, Raphael stood up and changed the subject. She smiled and said, everyone, I think no matter what happens to Vinette, the key right now is to start this duel, don't you? As for Satania, don't count on this one. Well, yes, you naturally agrees. Nero nodded decisively, indicating that it should be like this. And then she looked at Ma Qingyewang and Huo Hei in the field, and said solemnly, then what, you two, let's fight. After saying this, Nero did not forget to talk to Zayas Hikiyoshiu and others. Yes, who do you like? Is that good? You said first, you is optimistic about that Yewang. While Nero was asking, she did not forget to mention the person she was optimistic about, and she was naturally optimistic about King Ma Kangyi. Nero, then you are asking for nothing. May I ask who doesn't like King yet? Xiao's Hikiyoshiu felt very speechless about Nero's inquiry. Between Ma Qingyewang and Huo Hei, how should Wei Zhe choose? Therefore, Zayas Hikiyoshiu thought that Nero asked for nothing. However, there are still people who are not optimistic. I think Huo Hei is still very difficult to deal with. This guy is not easy to deal with. The person who said this was called Yukimura Xian, and she and Huo Hei belonged to the same world, that is the world of enchanters. At the beginning, after she and Yoshimori Mamura entered the Tower of Babylon, after a lot of hard work, the two of them had a general understanding of the future of the world of enchanters. And just because he understands the plot of the future, he naturally understands the formidable enemy Huo Hei, and also knows that the opponent has a powerful, so naturally he is extremely afraid of Huo Hei. Chapter 169. Miss Shi Yin, don't think that Huo Hei is difficult to deal with because he is from the world of enchanters. In fact, he has no chance of winning against Ye Wang. However, when Yukimura Xian stood up, Peter Parker expressed his opinion, and he thought that Huo Hei might have some tricks, but he had no chance of winning against the words of Ma Qingyewang. Ma Qing Leaf King. What is fire black? However, it is a bit powerful to transform from a human into a monster, but compared with Ye Wang, there is still a difference between heaven and earth. It's not that I look down on you, but that you really can't do it. Mr. Parker, I think. Suiken Xian didn't approve of it, and was going to talk about it carefully. But Peter Parker interrupted Yukimura Xian and said, Ahem, cough, Miss Xian, please call me Peter. Regarding this, Yukimura Tokin naturally didn't understand why, and subconsciously blinked, unable to understand at all. But just as she was about to inquire, hubby spoke quietly and told the reason. Xian, you don't need to ask, the reason for this is very simple, ahem, Kakashi has a dog named Parker, so you understand. Yukimura Tokon, After 647 was silent for a moment, Yukimura Tokin said again, it shouldn't affect it, right? Whether it affects or not depends on him, and since Peter said that, he must be very concerned. Nami interjected, but she thought it was normal. Peter Parker. You said that, but I think it is meaningless. With Happy's revelation, Peter Parker finds it seems like there's no going back. Alas, I'm having a hard time. Actually, it's nothing, it's not a big problem. Zaya's Hikyoshio was calm and said slowly, she thought it was not a big problem, so she didn't need to worry about it. Nonsense, it's not your name, so naturally I don't care. After hearing these words, Gabriel couldn't help but say something. Seeing Gabriel starting again, Vinette inevitably felt a little tired, and she could only scold, Xiaojie, don't talk nonsense. No, isn't this following what others say? Wei Nai, I have a problem with this too. Gabriel blinked her eyes, her face full of innocence, as if she had been greatly wronged. Nero and the others ignored Gabriel and the others, and continued discussing instead. Shi Yin supports Na Huohei, we support Ye Wang, then. Zaya's Hikyoshia first summed up the wave, saying that only Suiken Xian supports Huohei, and they are in charge. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Suiken Xian, who said in a hurry, No, I don't support Huohei, I just think things are not that easy, not that I want to support Huohei Black. But Kazuma Kashu ignored what Suiken Xian said, and instead said with a smile, Xian, you have said that, so you must support Huohei, and now you are the only one among us. Support fire is black, so you understand. This statement of Xiao's Hikyoshio has been unanimously approved by Nero, Nami, and others, and they all said that this is the case. Snow Village tone. Good guy, am I standing in line? Come on, I'm really shooting myself in the foot, I'm really. It was impossible to stand in line with Huohei, and Yukimura Xian didn't want to, she just felt that Huohei was very powerful, and Ma Kengyuang couldn't just say that he would win. It's a pity that I was caught as a model, and was directly divided into a side to support, and then faced off against Zaya's Hikyoshio and Nero in the ring, which is undoubtedly a problem. If there is only one person or a few people who are optimistic about King Ma Kengyat, that is nothing. But now everyone is optimistic about King Ma Kengyat, that is the problem. I understand, or I have to understand if I don't understand. Naturally, Yukimura Tokin had no choice but to reply with a wry smile. Don't worry, there is still hope. Maybe Huohei can last 10 minutes. Zaya's Hikyoshio, who was not in a high mood when he saw Suiken, comforted him. 10 minutes? Shiyu, you think too highly of that black fire. Nero curled his lips when he heard this. Obviously, Abd J was not satisfied with Xiao's Hikyoshiyu's statement. Actually, I think it's okay to persist for 10 minutes. Nami folded his arms around his chest and frowned, obviously thinking that Nero's words were not very good. In any case, Huohei is also the gatekeepers, so it won't be a problem if he persists for 10 minutes. Speaking of which, although Nami is neither a challenger nor a gatekeeper, her eyesight is still good. After all, it is a professional guest, the homework must be in charge, and the battles I have seen are at least 3 digits, so I must have some understanding, this point of vision is still there. As he said that, Nami asked hubby again, wanting to hear what happened to him. Happy, what do you think? But Happy, who was asked, was confused, and said stupidly, this. Judging from hubby's performance, Nami already knows it well. Alas, hubby is slacking off. Since hubby can't, let's see what Peter Parker has to say. What about you, Peter? Peter Parker is naturally optimistic about King Asangyat, but it is hard to say how long Huohei can last. But Nami asked someone so persistently that he couldn't do without answering. Well, it should be possible. After thinking about it, Peter Parker followed his inner thoughts and gave his own answer. In fact, he thought it was not impossible for Huohei to persist for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Anyway, it belongs to the gatekeeper, and its strength is not weak. Against mocking Ye Wang, it wouldn't be so miserable. I didn't expect you to see it this way, so use vision is better. Nero didn't talk nonsense after learning about the situation, but said like this. Obviously, Nero insisted that Huohei couldn't last 10 minutes. However, what are the facts? Then you have to look down. At this time, Ye Wang and Huohei were confronting each other. To be honest, the image of Huohei and Ye Wang is really different from heaven and earth. One is handsome and cold, and the other is unsightly. The image of Huohei is really stretching the hips, and it is true to say that it is unsightly. To know that the other party is in the image of a human, the appearance is quite ordinary, and after turning into a monster, it is basically wrapped in bandages, even the face is the same. Only the eyes and mouth are not covered by bandages, but the eyes and mouth are really amazingly big, so this is even more ugly. All in all, the image is really stretching the hips. Compared with Ye Wang, it is even more incomparable. Besides, Ye Wang has staunch supporters on his side, and that group of subordinates firmly supports his own lord Ye Wang. As for Huohei, among the gatekeepers, Shinigami Trio, Sui Feng, Byakuya Hitsugaichware will not support or add, and Marine Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru are the same. As for Sandman and Azuma, although they are villains like Huohei, should we expect these villains to support each other? The possibility is not great. The remaining Reiner Longt, of course, needless to say, he will not support, so Huohei has no supporters. Chapter 170. Of course, if you count Yukimura Tokone, there are supporters. However, this kind of supporters is just a deliberately created confrontation between the host and the guests when they guess the result. You can't always guess that one side will win, and the other side will have no support, right? This is definitely not okay. Therefore, it is very important that both parties have support. But this is just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, Renswaken Xian would not support Huohei at all, so strictly speaking, Huohei has no supporters. But for Huohei, this is not important. Fighting against the strong is what Huohei wants. Huohei looked at King Ye of Makang, and was about to talk about it, but King Ye spoke first, and what he said was cruel. You are eager to fight against the strong, but your heart is full of cowardice, and I have seen this, so you have no chance of winning. Following Ye Wang's words, Huohei was in a bad mood. Why? Because Ye Wang was right. When facing the patriarch of the world formation master, Huohei flinched, he was really scared. Later, after becoming a monster, he has been thinking about fighting the opponent, but in fact, the inner cowardice has always existed, and Huohei is afraid of the power of Jueja. Originally, Mamura Ryashao was a seedling, and Huohei also had his eyes on him, but he had a powerful mother, and Mamura Moriko was even stronger than the ancestor of the banner barrier, Shi Shaojian. Huohei was severely punished by the other party, but this time he was even more embarrassed, and it made him feel even more frightened. Because of this, Huohei directly abandoned the challenger's identity and became the gatekeeper, otherwise his life would be lost. Black Mansion? The princess would not choose to confront Muramori Maiko for him. That woman is really strong, Huohei has no confidence to fight with her at all, he is in the same state of mind as when facing Shi Xiao back then, even more desperate. Humph, sharp-tongued brat, I won't be overwhelmed by your few words. Although Huohei said it very much, his actual actions were different. And with Huohei's usual approach, it was obvious that a surprise attack had already begun. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Huohei had disappeared. In the next second, he appeared behind Ye Wang. Long knives protruded from the palms of both hands. However, Huohei did not succeed. The reason lies in Ye Wang's fire spirit. The appearance of Huoling and the flames emerging behind Ye Wang forced Huohei to retreat. If it was an ordinary flame, Huohei would naturally not be afraid, but this is a fire spirit, so he had no choice but to retreat. Ye Wang turned around, looked at Huohei in the distance, and sneered coldly, You are really like that dirty mouse, you like this kind of sneak attack from behind, people killed by you like this, at least 2 digits. After speaking, Ye Wang didn't care about Huohei's mood anymore, but continued to say, I don't know how much you killed like this before, but since I came, anyway, I have seen you've done it a lot. After a pause, the corners of Ye Wang's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in a contemptuous tone, to put it bluntly, what you said sounds good, but it is actually unbelievable. Huohei's face was gloomy, and he stared at Ye Wang coldly, with killing intent in his eyes. Although King Ye is difficult to deal with, Huohei is not a good person, and he is too clear about how to kill people. Ye Wang didn't care what Huohei thought, but instead made a move to make Huoling transform into a gorgeous long sword, and he was holding the long sword incarnated by Huoling. Then, Ye Wang pointed at Huohei with his sword, and said provocatively, Come, I'll play with you. Facing Ye Wang's provocation, Huohei did not lose his mind, but remained calm. Then, Huohei's hands stretched out 2 sharp blades again. This time, the strength of the knife has increased. Immediately, the 2 disappeared at the same time. Bursts of fire sputtered out, and the sound of violent impact continued to resound. And in the fierce concurrent sparks, there are 2 invisible figures constantly colliding. However, the long sword in Ye Wang's hand was incarnated by Huoling, which was obviously stronger. Although Huohei had increased the strength of the knife, it was still inevitably cut off after the battle. But Huohei doesn't matter, if there are more knives, just come again. Therefore, Huohei's side attacked fiercely, constantly changing knives. With every knife change, the strength increases. As for Ye Wang, he was holding a sword with one hand, constantly blocking Huohei's offensive. No matter how the opponent attacked, they were all clearly blocked by Ye Wang, appearing so calm. In this scene, Huohei must be on fire. And the more angry he was, the more ferocious Huohei's attack was, and the broken blades scattered in the area where the 2 fought, densely distributed. 0 fur flowers. But this is obviously meaningless to Huohei, his body can protrude blades from anywhere, and no matter how many knives are broken, he can continue. To put it bluntly, no matter how many knives are broken, it will have no effect on Huohei. On the podium. After the battle between Huohei and Ye Wang started, Nero and the others never stopped discussing. For example, Nami reiterated his optimism towards Ye Wang, and by the way expressed his dislike for Huohei. To be honest, why does a monster like Huohei exist? I really think he is very weird, and this way of fighting. As she spoke, Nami seemed a little hesitant, but in the end she said truthfully, to be honest, I don't really think there's anything wrong with him doing it this way. Nami, I know what you mean, but since it's a monster, I don't care about it, especially a monster like Huohei, who only has combat aesthetics, let alone look at it. Hubby obviously understood what Nami meant, so he answered very calmly. That's right, it's fire black, well, that's it. Zai's Hikiyoshiu stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Shiyu, if you have anything to say, just say it, don't play tricks like this, I don't like it very much. Nero was not satisfied with this, and expressed his dissatisfaction. Zai's Hikiyoshiu. If you are not satisfied, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, that's what I meant, it's your problem if you don't like it. Of course, Zai's Hikiyoshiu was not impulsive, she didn't waste much time with Nero, but chose to ignore it. Sometimes, the practice of ignoring is even more terrifying. It's been 2 minutes now, so there are still 8 minutes left, and this fiery black should be able to hold on. Yukimura-tokan saw that Nero's expression was not very good, so he had to change the subject. If Nero and Zai's Hikiyoshiu are allowed to continue arguing, something will definitely happen. As a guest, Suiken she indefinitely didn't want to see something happen. As Yukimura Tokone changed the subject, Nero really couldn't continue, and instead followed her words. Yuta said that there will be a result within 8 minutes. Yes, in Nero's view, this battle can basically be over within 8 minutes. As for sticking to 10 points, that's nothing but nonsense. No matter what others say, she is XIXI who doesn't believe it. Chapter 171. Isn't it? Hearing this, Nami couldn't help frowning, as if she felt that Nero was too arbitrary, and she immediately asked. Of course, that's what you thinks. Nero didn't change his mind, but replied firmly, expressing that he thought so. However, Zayas Hikihashia shrugged and said very calmly, no matter what she thinks, we just need to read it to know. Indeed, then read on. As the host and guests reached a consensus, the situation between Huohei and Yewang below changed slightly. Perhaps it was because continuous attacks could not take down King Ye, so Huohei decided not to charge forward. Facts have proved that this is impossible to break through King Ye's defense. This guy is so difficult. While Huohei retreated, such a thought flashed through his mind. However, Ye 353 King would not say that you let Huohei come and go freely, so when Huohei retreated, he had already dodged to keep up. Nani? For a moment, a little surprise flashed in Huohei's eyes. Obviously, Yewang's sudden and proactive attack shocked the cruel Huohei. Yewang's long sword transformed from a fire spirit fell down with an indomitable momentum and high-intensity flames, and slashed down towards Huohei's head. Faced with this blow, Huohei naturally couldn't remain indifferent, increased the strength of his blade, and swung a sharp knife aura, thereby blocking Lord Yi's attack. As the two clashed again, several cracks appeared on the ground, which was enough to see how terrifying the aftermath was. Since Yewang chose to take the initiative to attack, Huohei would naturally not show weakness, but instead increased his own strength. Not only the strength of the blade, but also its own speed. Huohei's counterattack came soon, and Yewang was naturally fearless, holding the long sword transformed by Huohei, and fighting with Huohei. At this moment, whether it is Yewang or Huohei, they all showed amazing speed, turning into ghosts, sometimes interlacing, sometimes separating, sometimes chasing each other, and sometimes back and forth. The two figures are like shooting stars, intersecting each other, just like there is me and you and me, making people dizzy and unpredictable. Of course, Huohei had already realized something at this time. Yewang did not use his good ability, but chose to fight with him in close quarters. However, he couldn't gain an advantage by himself. This scene made Huohei feel cold. As for Yewang's fire spirit, how huge it is, if Huohei is allowed to chop it, it may not be able to cut it off, even if his strength has improved after becoming a gatekeeper. But facing Yewang's fire spirit, it is still difficult to match. Huohei still knew this point. But because Yewang was too high and dared to despise him, he undoubtedly angered Huohei. Even though Huohei repeatedly warned himself to be calm, sometimes he broke his defense and couldn't maintain enough reason. Furthermore, facing Yewang who chose to fight with him in close combat, Huohei, who always thought he was very strong in close combat, saw that he was unable to gain an advantage, and his mood was naturally even worse. What are you kidding? Am I inferior to this guy? Huohei couldn't accept it, so he could only increase the strength again, and the two long knives became extremely sharp and tough. What about the spirit of fire? Laozi is going to cut it. Back then, before I became a monster, I made an oath that if gods block and kill gods, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas, no one can stop me. Yewang is not interested in paying attention to what Huohei thinks, but when he sees the other party, he will try his best. On the contrary, he himself was very happy, and seemed very happy to see this scene. However, if you are happy, you still have to do what you should do. Huohei poured all his strength into a blow, but it was really not worth mentioning to Yewang, even if the strength displayed by the other party was already amazing enough. But Ye Wang was still dismissive, didn't pay attention to the opponent at all, and still looked at it indifferently, as if Huo Hei's full blow was no different from tickling. At this time, Huo Hei could no longer take care of these things, but with the strongest posture and gathered all the strength, he swung the strongest knife. Countless flames sprang up around King Ye, and the fire spirit transformed into a sword disappeared, and it was no longer in the shape of a sword, but reappeared in its original posture. Huo Ling's huge body stood behind Ye Wang, cold and full of chilling intent. The latter caught the advancing Huo Hei at a speed that could not be caught at all, without giving the opponent any chance. 5 fingers directly penetrated Huo Hei's body. Although Huo Hei is a monster, his body is not weak at all, and ordinary power cannot destroy his body, but facing the power of fire, he is unstoppable. Huo Hei's knife is destined to be unable to cut King's Hong Gai. After being pierced by Huo Ling's 5 fingers, his body has been gradually burned by the powerful flames, so it is definitely impossible to cut him. At this moment, Huo Hei only has a head left, and he can't even speak. With the further burning of the flame, it was finally incinerated. No more, Huo Hei just disappeared. Time? 6 minutes. Well, we were all wrong, not 10 minutes, not 8 minutes, but 6 minutes. Xia's Haikyushio looked at the battle that had ended, and had to say. Shiyu, do you want to avoid the important and take the light? However, Nero did not let Xia's Haikyushio fulfill his wish, but continued to ask. What? Facing Nero's questioning, Xia's Haikyushio responded calmly, cough, nothing, don't get me wrong, I mean, we all guessed wrong, yes that's what it means. However, Nero does not think so, but has another way of saying it. She said like this, you said it was within 10 minutes, and then it was shortened to 8 minutes, so you is the closest, so you is correct. Xia's Haikyushio. With the question marks on senior sister He-See's face, she had no choice but to say angrily, it's impossible, Nero, do you think this is appropriate? No way, if you don't talk about it, it will definitely not work. It's just that for Nero, she naturally doesn't care. You's actions are right, you talk like this, well, it's boring. Nero shrugged, and said something lightly, saying that he was right, and it was all about your Xia's Haikyushio's problem. As for this scene, Nami, Yukimura Tokin, and others understood that they should not get involved. 0.3 However, it is clear to understand, but can it be done? Obviously it's hard to say, even hard. Because Kazuma Jayakashiwa had already been eyeing them, she obviously didn't intend to keep them out of the matter, but asked Nami, Yukimura Tokon, and others to stand in line. Nami, Shion, what do you say? Facing Kazuma Jayakashiwa's inquiry, Nami and Yukimura Tokin were a little flustered, and felt that it was not easy to respond. You can say what you want to say, but don't just say it. As soon as Xia's Haikyushio finished speaking, Nero looked at them with a smile and said this. Nami etal. Good guy, it looks like he can't escape. Of course, after a long silence, Nami and others said in unison, we don't think there is any problem with this, anyway, it will end within 10 minutes, so let's do it like this. Chapter 172. Yukimura Shion even replied like this, that's right, I was the one who guessed wrong, and I said that it was my fault that I could persist for 10 minutes. Yes, and me, it's all my fault. Following Yukimura Tokon's statement, Nami thought for a while, and then responded accordingly. She said that she also had a problem. She actually thought that Huo Hei could last for 10 minutes, but she didn't expect it to end within 10 minutes, so the wrong guess was that she said that she could last for 10 minutes, not within 10 minutes. In this way, the problem is easily solved. Nero watched several people scrambling to express their opinions first, so it was naturally difficult to say more. In other words, even if you say it again, you probably won't get the result you want. It's a pity that you escaped the catastrophe, so this guy is really lucky. Although Nero was dissatisfied with this, Zaya's Uchiha was relieved instead. If the other party continued, it would probably be impossible. Fortunately, Nami and Qian did a great job, which turned this matter into a turning point. Gabriel did not announce the result, but Vanette announced it. After all, it is obviously impossible to count on Gabriel. Therefore, Vanette is still here. The winner, King Ma King Yat. After hearing the result, Yewang was calm, and the smile on 01's face was very flat, and he turned to look at the remaining 9 gatekeepers. To be honest, Yewang fought against these gatekeepers, only Byakuya Kukaki from the Shinigami Trio and Akainu from Marine 3 Admiral, and no other gatekeepers. You must know that Yewang's focus was on Seiki Kujuo's side before, so he ignored these gatekeepers, but with the inadequacy of his subordinates, he began to be unable to deal with these gatekeepers, what Yewang considered that's more. Although I still have a lot of strong people under my command, can those people really be counted on? Yewang thinks that even the second floor can't show enough value, so if you want to continue to go up, to be honest, it doesn't make much sense. That being the case, Yewang felt that it was necessary for him to abandon these people. If there is no way to reflect their own value, then these subordinates have no value in existence, it is too small to be true, it is better to pass the level by myself. This time today is a test. The opportunity has been given, and the result is, except for a few people, most of them are useless. And people like Yewang will not keep everyone's because of a few people, so he has decided to let all his subordinates be ruined. Of course, the opportunity has to wait for the next time. Today is temporarily impossible, but I need to let myself release. Yewang is not in a hurry to bury his subordinates, there are still opportunities. But now, King Ye has to defeat these 10 gatekeepers, and then fight Qin Mu Kujuo. Want to win? The chances are a little slim, but you have to make yourself happy. Tower of Babylon, top floor. At this time, Bai Heling had seen something, she said in a low voice, this Yewang. To be honest, something is wrong. It's a little bit, but what exactly is it? Yakumo Zi, Boluna and the others naturally saw that something was wrong with King Ye, so they both had doubts. However, doubts belong to doubts, but it is hard to say what is going on. How do I know? Bai Heling said like this, she said she didn't know. Axes Neil had already looked at Qin Mu, and his meaning was very clear. Do not know? Simple, just ask Qin Mu. And here D has already asked the question, without any hesitation and very directly. Tell me, what does King Makangye want to do? Don't tell me what you don't know. With his little thoughts, it is absolutely impossible to hide it from you. If you tell me, I won't believe it. Yes, I see it that way too. Lily Ling and Yakumo Zi nodded one after another, expressing that they meant the same thing as D. Qin Mu. You guys are really enough for 8 trigrams. But when it comes to King Yi's thoughts, Qin Mu does know. Therefore, Qin Mu gave an answer to everyone's doubts and incomprehensions, this matter is very simple. King Ye wanted to abandon his subordinates, so he borrowed a knife to kill someone. Give up. Poluna raised her eyebrows, obviously a little surprised, her eyes flickered slightly, and she asked, is this necessary? Of course, you can't do it yourself, so it's undoubtedly the best way to use the hands of the gatekeepers. Qin Mu said in a positive tone, expressing that this is really the case. However, while talking, Qin Mu added, of course, if possible, we can use power struggles to eradicate these people, that's also possible, but Master Ye chose to fight against the gatekeepers instead. Clean up your men. Bai Heling frowned, and asked rather puzzled, it's obviously my subordinate, why did you clean it up? Hearing this, Qin Mu glanced at Bai Heling, and then replied, since they are worthless, King Ye will naturally not want these people anymore. Instead of letting these people fend for themselves, it is better to die in the process of clearing the customs. It's a worthy death. It's just that after hearing such a statement, Lily Bell had to frown, and her tone of speaking became a little unkind. Can it still be like this? Dee did not have such a big reaction, but said casually, "It doesn't matter, that's other people's business, whatever. What does King Mokeng-ye want to do? This has nothing to do with him, so Dee doesn't care." "I agree, no matter what that guy does, you don't have to worry about it." Following D's statement, people like Yakumo-zi and Poluna all agreed with this statement. "Okay, then don't worry about it, but having said that, can things really go as smoothly as King Mokeng-ye imagined?" Although Lily Ling didn't intend to continue to take care of 823, she was curious whether things would go as planned. Successful. No matter how good you think, King Mokeng-ye, but will things really go as you wish? And Qin Mu undoubtedly understood what Lily Ling was thinking, so she gave an answer to the question she was thinking about, and told the other party whether it was feasible or not, which is hard to say. It's hard to say, it's like the gatekeepers on the second floor. Excluding Huohei, Azuma, Sandman, and other villains, the rest is Akainu, whose 3 views cannot be changed, so you have to say whether it can be done. To be honest, it might work, but it's hard to say. Okay, I've already understood it. Anyway, I didn't say anything. Unlike Lily Ling, it seemed that Dee already understood, so she replied directly. Whether you say it or not, you can read it anyway, and don't worry about anything else. Of course, Qin Mu didn't continue talking nonsense, but just signaled them to continue reading. After Qin Mu said these words, Yakumo-zi didn't wait for D's response, and gave the question and answer first. Okay, then look down. D. I didn't even open my mouth, what are you worried about? As for D, Yakumo-zi's actions must have caused her discomfort. Of course, D is sensible and cunning enough, so naturally he won't confront Zi Yakumo head-on, but instead waits for the opportunity. It won't be too late to argue with the other party later. Chapter 173. The battle between Mokeng-ye and Huohei did not attract much attention on the second floor. Forces such as Yexing, Nuliang Lushan, and Yu all knew Ye Wang's power, so naturally they would not be surprised of. Only He Manglu, because Huohei was a traitor from his own side, naturally paid more attention to it. Except for the princess, Ziwan, Bai Mao, etc., it seems that the remaining monsters are very frightened. Obviously, the extraordinary power that Ye Wang has shown so far is undoubtedly to let these monsters understand how weak they are. A monster of Huohei's level is actually not an opponent? No wonder Huohei ran away. With the emergence of this idea, many monsters understood the reason why Huohei ran away. After becoming a gatekeeper, he can be resurrected after death, so Huohei seems to have made a profit by running like this. This fellow Ye Wang is really difficult to deal with, even me. The princess couldn't help sighing, expressing that this Ye Wang was indeed difficult to deal with. Although Bai Mao understands this truth, he doesn't want the princess to say this, because it will make Humanlu appear to have no confidence. Furthermore, Shiranuma thinks that King Makara Leaf is difficult to deal with, but is the princess easy to deal with? If Wang Ye really thought he could win the princess, he would be very wrong. However, Shiramara did not choose to speak. Because he knew that the princess just sent it out of feeling, not that she really felt that she was not good enough. No strong person would feel that she was not good enough, especially a strong person like the princess. As the land god of Hymenglow, the princess is by no means an ordinary monster, so Bai Mao is not worried at all. As for how the monsters under his hands understand, it depends on whether they have brains or not. Of course, Ye Yin doesn't care, he has no brains. However, he is a loyal princess, so don't worry. On the other side, the ninja forces led by Tsutsuki Kagaya, the situation will not be different. Danzo and Uchiha Obito are here. Naturally, these two were unwilling to join, but as they learned more about the situation on the second floor, whether it was Danzo or Uchiha Obito, they knew it all. If you say not to join, then you will be regarded as an enemy, and you will definitely lose your life if you are applied for a duel. Uchiha Obito is facing the targets of Namikaze Minato and others, while Danzo is being targeted by the Uchiha clan, so if the two do not choose to join, it means giving a chance. Of course, after joining, is it safe? Certainly not, absolutely impossible. Danzo and Uchiha Obito are well aware of this point, knowing that after joining, it will not mean that Ping and Kangxi is being monitored and the electrodes may be liquidated soon. As for the battle between Yewang and Huohei, Senju Tobirama has already muttered, this Huohei is not easy to deal with, the speed of the opponent is very fast, those knives seem to have extremely strong power, and it is estimated that ordinary things cannot stop them. Naruto has nothing to be afraid of now, not only has his own powerful strength, but also has the support of his parents, so he naturally speaks without any scruples. In this way, it is inevitable to offend people. Just so, Naruto said so. Where's Susanoo? Uchiha Izuna stared at Naruto with cold eyes, and said, Uzumaki Naruto, can Susanoo stop this man with straps? How? Are you curious? After meeting Uchiha Madara Izuna's unfriendly eyes, Naruto couldn't help scratching his head, as if realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Naruto is not good to continue, but Senju Hashirama is different and gave his own opinion. I think Susanoo in the initial stage or the first stage is probably unstoppable. Speaking of it, this guy's strength should not be underestimated. Even though his knife seems ordinary and not very gorgeous, its strength is hard to guess. Uchiha Izuna. Although I really want to hate this guy, but I can't seem to refute it. After all, what Senju Hashirama said is correct, that guy Hakoro is definitely not weak, and Uchiha Izuna naturally knows it well. The younger brother has nothing to say, big brother naturally came out. Especially Brahkan like Uchiha Madara. It's meaningless to say these things, let's see what we enter. The strength of the gatekeepers on the second floor cannot be underestimated, but in terms of our strength, there is no need to worry. Are the gatekeepers on the second floor powerful? Awesome! But the question is, should we be afraid? Uchiha Madara thinks it is unnecessary, so he thinks about when to enter. Uchiha Madara, who are you referring to by us? Nagato saw Uchiha Madara speak, and thinking of what the other party did, he immediately became angry and sarcastically said. Now Nagato is not afraid of Uchiha Madara, the ability of a fighter makes him full of confidence, plus the skills of a monk, so he is not afraid of Uchiha Madara. After getting the reward for clearing the level, Nagato is no longer the weak chicken he was before. Ninja World? Sorry, I don't like Nagato anymore. Konan chose to abandon the power of ninjas and go to practice, while Nagato chose martial arts, that is, the way of martial arts, which focuses on the soul of the body. To put it bluntly, what is going is the flow of the flesh. Therefore, Nagato's figure has become much bigger, and he is no longer the sick and weak chicken before. The confidence brought by strength naturally made Nagato dare to attack Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, Nagato must be upset when he thinks of the bad things the other party has done. What the hell are you using me for? Can this be tolerated? I was not strong enough before, so I will endure it first. But it's not necessary now, so I'm going to make a big mockery. Nagato, you are a brave boy. Uchiha Madara saw that there was something in Nagato's words, and it was obvious what the other party meant, but he was so arrogant that he naturally didn't pay attention to this kind of tool that was used by him. It's just a container for my eyes, a resurrected tool man, dare to talk to me like this? Hehe, are you tired of living? Of course, Uchiha Madara answered Nagato's so-called question. That's right, you're right, the us I'm talking about is naturally only a few people, such as me, Hashirama, Tsutsuki and my younger brother, there is no one else. Nagato snorted coldly when he heard the words, stared at Uchiha Madara and said, there is also a grievance between us. If the expedition does not go well, I hope we can resolve this grievance. Although Nagato dared to hate Uchiha Madara, but Tsutsuki Kagaya. Alas, there is still no way. Therefore, Nagato had to be cowardly, and said these words in such a tone. On the other hand, Tsutsuki Kagaya said in a deep voice, yes, my concubine agrees. In fact, when it comes to Tsutsuki Kagaya, it must be not stupid. In other words, with Black Zetsu around, there is no need to worry about being cheated. What Nagato's intentions, Black Zetsu must know. Therefore, for the rule of the mother, it is necessary to let these people have friction, especially Uchiha Madara. If there is Nagato who does not deal with each other all the time, it must be a good thing. This cannot be the case with the enemy. However, Tsutsuki Yi still said something. Obviously he did not want the crowd to have too much confrontation, so he hoped that peace is the most important thing. Chapter 174. Sage of Six Paths, for your sake. I still give it, but if Uchiha Madara, if I don't beat you up, it must be unpleasant, and I didn't say right away, so don't worry. Nagato is very calm. Seeing Sage of Six Paths come forward, it is naturally to save face. Tsutsuki Yui. Being able to give his son so many tricks, he had to give face. Who knows how many cards this guy has? All in all, save face. Joke, just you. How arrogant Uchiha Madara is. Before there was only one Senju Hashirama in his eyes. Even after entering the Tower of Babylon, the sky and the earth are still big, and Laozi is the biggest. Therefore, it is unbearable to see Nagato being so rampant. What's wrong with me? We can fight after we fight against the gatekeepers on the second floor. Nagato is also extremely inflated now, expressing that he doesn't mind fighting against Uchiha Madara. And Nagato, who has a tough attitude, naturally gave Akatsuki's other people an idea. The leader is so powerful, does he possess some ability? Also, we all have it, there's no reason the leader can't. Also, Konan seems to be a cultivator, right? Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to be very powerful. Thinking of Li Xiaoao's little tricks, Xiat, Kakuzu and others, their faces changed slightly, and they didn't dare to be careless. As long as the duo of Nagato and Konan is strong enough, people like Scorpion, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara will naturally not have any opinions, but will obediently obey. As for Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark, it is difficult to say. Uchiha Itachi has his own ideas, and whether he can live is also a question. The remaining Keikisame seemed to have lost their mentality, so Nagato didn't bother to subdue it, and he didn't care what the other party did. Anyway, under the command of Tsutsuki Kagaya, no one can afford to make waves, so just don't worry about it. Okay, I'll wait. Seeing that Nagato was not afraid of him, Uchiha Madara was quite surprised by the other party's courage, but since the other party dared to do so, then he would satisfy the other party's wish. The problem is to fight the gatekeepers on the second floor. What should we do? After Uchiha Madara and Nagato exchanged harsh words, Uchiha Shisui asked a very realistic question. That is, how to fight against the gatekeepers on the second floor. This point is obviously very critical. At present, if you are confident, you can choose to go, if not, just give up. Yi knew that his mother would not care about these things, so he gave the case. Okay, I have no objection. Uchiha Madara thought for a while, and naturally had no objection. How about this? How about Abia? Senju Hashirama gave a suggestion, thinking that 10 people could be gathered first, but then he frowned again. After a pause, Senju Hashirama changed his words again. That's right, it doesn't seem to be right. What about the rules? We don't know, so it seems that we can't just make up 10 people. Does this mean, the rules of the second floor have changed? Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and asked subconsciously. People like Senju Tobirama naturally paid attention to it a long time ago. Especially after being appointed by Tsutsuki Kagaya as the manager of the ninja forces, he has already asked Li Xiaoao about related issues, so he has a certain understanding. Therefore, for this question, Senju Tobirama gave an answer. Yes, there have been explanations and announcements, and according to the rules of the second level, it is the so-called power struggle, because we all belong to the faction of power, so as long as the power we belong to can pass the 10 gatekeepers, that is cleared. After a pause, Senju Tobirama continued, to put it bluntly, we don't need to go up one by one like that, requiring each of us to defeat the gatekeeper. The situation is much better. It seems so troublesome. So that's the case. This way, it means that it can be handled better. Now, people like Onaki, Terumi Mei and others have some understanding. The question is, are 10 people enough? Namikaze Minato was apprehensive, thinking that 10 people might not be enough. But Senju Tobirama thought it was enough, and said calmly, that's enough, anyway, if it's the first time, let's try it first, if you fail the test, it's not important. After a pause, Senju Tobirama spoke again, furthermore, isn't there that Asakura leaf Madara now? We may be able to obtain more information through this. For the gatekeepers on the second floor, there is already a lack of information, but now that there is King Ma Kangyi, there is no need to worry about the problem of intelligence. You can get to know the gatekeepers on the second floor through King Ma Kangyi. So now among the 10 people, who do we have to choose? Is the old man worthy? Third Raikage stood up first, glanced at everyone present, and said slowly. Clearly, Third Raikage thinks he deserves a spot. Speaking of which, the sun is gone, Third Raikage is angry. Although his son may choose to be resurrected, that is to say, from the challenger of the Tower of Babylon to a slave, and then become a challenger again after 10 life and death battles. But will it work? Third Raikage is not clear, otherwise why set this out? To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is not easy, so Third Raikage urgently needs to continue to vent his anger, and then the customs clearance battle on the second floor will undoubtedly be an opportunity. Uchiha Madara naturally looked down on it, and said disdainfully, humph, rubbish. Third Raikage. Can this be tolerated? Certainly not. However, before Third Raikage could attack, Senju Hashirama spoke first. Madara, this Third Raikage is still okay, you can't underestimate the other party. According to the meaning of Senju Hashirama, it is obviously agreed. However, Black Zetsu was upset when he saw the people vying for places like this, so he said in a dark tone, look at you, you haven't taken my mother seriously? The only one who can decide this matter is my mother. It's a pity that Tsutsuki Kagaya is sizing up after Black Zetsu Genghu and Tiger's prestige are finished here. Yi can decide this matter. Black Zetsu. My mother, what's your situation? As for Tsutsuki Kagaya's decision, Black Zetsu expressed that he could not understand it. Yi didn't pay attention to Black Zetsu, but glanced at the people present. According to my understanding of my mother, it is estimated that she, the head of the ninja power, will not be dispatched in this battle between the gatekeepers. If this is the case, these 10 places are easy to arrange. Since mother said so, then I will arrange it. Immediately, Tsutsuki thought about it seriously and made a specific arrangement. Well, me, Hamura, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Naruto, Sasuke, Nagato, Konan, Third Raikage, and the remaining one is, Shimura Danzo, come on. Danzo. What is this sage of 6 paths trying to do? Kill me? At this time, Danzo heard his name, and his one eye was full of anxiety. Now there are not many people under him, only 10 elites are left, but this matter is not something that he can handle, so he has to go into battle by himself. If so, hey, wouldn't it be dangerous? Realizing this, Danzo must be reluctant. Chapter 175. Of course, Danzo is not happy. But the problem is that he has no choice. Tsutsuki arranges it himself. That's Sage of Six Paths. What's more, the current Danzo has no confidence to refuse, no one will stand on his side, so he can't resist at all. Look at his teacher's stern eyes, maybe if he refuses, he will directly arrange for him to apply for a duel, so wouldn't it be even worse for him? Considering this, Danzo learned his lesson and did not choose to object. Tsutsuki looked around and saw that there was no objection, so he naturally nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Very well, then it's settled." With the confirmation of the personnel, everyone's attention naturally returned to the live broadcast. King Yi's next battle is ready to begin. As Yewang solved Huohei, it was natural to arrange for the next opponent. And the next gatekeeper is Azuma. This one is the Dark Guild from fairy tale world Devil's Heart. Azuma is not simple, she is one of the 7 relatives of Purgatory, and her strength is very strong. However, in Yewang's eyes, there must be nothing to worry about. Of course, although Azuma is not a monster, he is not the same as Huohei, but he is also fighting against the strong. It just so happens that Yewang is such a strong man, Azuma likes to fight against the opponent, and even dares to fight against the opponent. Yewang, I have always wanted to fight with you, but I have no chance. I didn't expect you to end in person. It really surprised me. In Yewang's opinion, Azuma's words were too boring to be true, that is, he didn't care at all. Therefore, Yewang said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense, I don't want to hear it." Hehe, I hope you can still be so rampant later. Azuma dared to provoke King Ye, naturally because of his strength, so seeing that King Ye was so rampant, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. How dare you look down on me like this? See if I don't give you some color and see. But as soon as Azuma got ruthless, Gabriel started scolding directly. Yes, that idiot Yewang is right, you talk too much nonsense, so call me quickly. Because Azuma talked too much nonsense, Gabriel was dissatisfied, and she scolded her severely. Azuma. Obviously, Azuma must be very depressed at this moment. But since it was Gabriel who cursed, there was no way to fight back, or even if it wasn't Gabriel, Azuma would not have the guts to fight back against the person who cooperated to maintain order and was responsible for related work. It's just that if it's someone else, he will only concentrate on his own affairs, instead of cursing people like Gabriel. It can only be said that it is really unlucky to be assigned to Gabriel. However, King Yi's mood was not great, and his smile was a bit forced, obviously very upset. It stands to reason that King Yi's city would not be so angry. But the problem is that Gabriel is so full of hatred that King Ye can't bear it. But the annoyance was that this was Gabriel, and he had to bear it if he couldn't bear it, so Yewang was very upset. Little Ji, why don't you just say a few words? Seeing Gabriel's usual operation again, Vinette had to persuade her earnestly. There is no way, there are some things that she must do. Of course Gabriel didn't care, she still went her own way and acted nonchalantly. Vina, you don't need to worry about it. If I don't urge you, Azuma's insanity will continue. Villains like him and Huohei like to talk nonsense. Don't you know that villains die because of talking too much? Hearing this, Raphael couldn't help narrowing his eyes, stared at Gabriel for a while, and said with a light smile, "Xiaoji, King Ye is also a villain." After hearing this, Gabriel curled her lips and let out a disdainful sneer. Then, she said, "It's none of my business, anyway, I'm very upset, why not the Shinigami trio or the Marine Three Admirals? Can't these people come first? People know it, so it's not like this fire black, Azuma's, too much crap. If it was Kizaru, you would probably be even more upset." Vinette rolled her eyes and complained angrily. Don't look at Gabriel's nice words, but if Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals, is replaced, Gabriel will only scold worse. Because Kizaru is too good at paddling, if he can't do it, he can't do it, so Gabriel is often irritated, and then he insults Kizaru again. The waiting area where the gatekeepers are located. Reiner Longt couldn't hold back, and instead communicated with Kizaru. Uncle Kizaru, this is talking about you, so what do you think? Why don't you tell me what's on your mind? Reiner, do you think life is too good, so you want to fight against me? Kizaru can't do anything to Gabriel and the others, but it's not unreasonable to deal with Reiner Longt. Zero asking for flowers. Of course, for monsters like Reiner Longt, Kizaru dare not say that he is head-to-head. The opponent is very evil, don't think you can win. It's nothing, I'm just talking about it. Reiner Longt naturally refused to admit it, spread his hands, and said something casually. I hope so. I don't like being targeted by those angels and demons. Gabriel is not easy to mess with. Kizaru didn't intend to provoke Gabriel, so he naturally chose to give in. After all, even a tough guy like Akainu didn't dare to provoke Gabriel, so you can see how tough the other party's backstage is. As for what Kizaru said, Reiner Longt didn't continue to talk about it, but talked about Azuma instead. Azuma can't beat King yet, but I remember that in this Hokage world, isn't there someone with similar ability to him? 00. Hearing this, Sui Feng raised his eyebrows, subconsciously said, similar abilities. Immediately, she understood, and said indifferently, oh, you are talking about that Senju Hashirama, right? That guy is wood style, and Azuma's magic is called the Arc of the Lost Demon 2 Great Trees. Yes, rather similar. Following Sui Feng's words, Hitsuga Ichware on the side said thoughtfully, it would be interesting if these two match up. Kizaru likes to watch, so he's already looking forward to it. There is a high probability that it is possible, it depends on how it is arranged. When the gatekeepers were talking with each other, there was also a lot of discussion on the host stage. Nero, Zayas Hikihoshiu and the others naturally raised the topic again, indicating who would win the case between King Ma Kangyi and Azuma. And Zayas Hikihoshiu reacted very quickly. When Nero first opened his mouth to provoke this matter, she had already given the party she wanted to support, that is, supporting King Ma Kangyi. I am optimistic about Ma Kangyi Wang, and I believe Nami and Xian are also the same. Xiu not only made a head start, but also attracted Nami, Yukimura Tokone, and others by the way. Nero. Damn it, Xiu, how dare he defeat Yu Jun? Obviously, Nero was very dissatisfied with Zayas Hikihoshiu's quick operation, and she was dissatisfied that she had lost the opportunity. In other words, when Xiu chose to support Queen Ma Kangyi and Zayas Hikihou, she could only support Azuma, otherwise how could she be opposed?